Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. All countries have noticed the fact that after the appearance of the first two Xuans, modern physics has been completely locked down, and the mainstream defense plans launched by the international community have also been proven to be completely exposed to the enemy's vision. But human beings are not without opportunities. The communication between the Trisolaran civilizations relies on the simplest brain waves, which means that they are destined not to be able to hide their thoughts like humans. For the Trisolaran civilizations, thinking means saying. This is also the core point of view of the Wallfacer project. At the Supreme Council of the Union House, the current Secretary General, Say, looked intently. The Wallfacers will be granted very high powers, enabling them to mobilize and use the war resources already on Earth. During the execution of the strategic plan, the Wallfacers do not have to give any explanations for their actions and orders, no matter how incomprehensible such actions are. The behavior of the Wallfacers will be supervised and controlled by the United Nations Planetary Defense Council, which is the only institution with the authority to finally veto the Wallfacers' orders in accordance with the United Nations Wallfacer Act. The list of Wallfacers will be announced next. The first Wallfacer, Frederick Taylor. The second Wallfacer, Manuel Radias. The third Wallfacer, Bill Hines. The fourth Wallfacer, Luo Ji. The fifth Wallfacer, Ji Xuan. What these 5 Wallfacers undertake will be the most difficult mission in human history. They are true loners, and they will completely close their hearts to the entire world and even the entire universe. What they can confide and communicate, the only spiritual support they have is themselves. They will shoulder this great mission and walk through the long years alone. Here, let me express my deep respect to them on behalf of human society. Below the stage of the United Government Council, the 5 most important people in the first row. 3 of them stood up slowly, and bowed respectfully to all human representatives from more than 200 countries behind them. The 2 youths at the end looked at everything in a daze. My mind is dumbfounded. Especially a handsome black-haired young man sitting next to Luo Ji. His head was buzzing even more. Who I am? Where am I? What the hell is this? Ji Xuan remembered that he traveled here about a few days ago. At first he thought this was just an ordinary parallel world to the Earth, but before he could seriously observe it, he encountered a brutal car accident. As soon as the heavy-duty SUV rushed towards him like a wild horse, he was rushed into the ICU on the spot. Not long after waking up, a group of bodyguards in black brought him to the hall of the Union House without any reason. Become a Wallfacer. Looking at everything around me, looking at this group of suits and leather shoes, their waists are straight, their grey hair represents the eyes of 8 billion people from more than 200 countries. Feel the puzzlement, doubt, envy, respect, admiration in their eyes. Ji Xuan is not well. 3-body world. What world is not good to travel to? Why did he cross over to this place? You must know that although this is a world of science and technology, the degree of danger in this world is no less than that of some cultivation worlds. Even more brutal. Light particle strike. 2-way foil. And the most critical law of the dark forest. It can be said that in the entire universe, except for human beings, all people are his enemies. Just a 3-body civilization is enough for human beings to drink a pot, not to mention the more terrifying Singer, Lord of the Rings, and marginal civilizations. How can this Nima still fight? Also became the 5th Wallfacer? Does this mean that I didn't die happily enough? And in the original book, there are only 4 Wallfacers including Luo Ji, why is there one more me? Looking at Luo Ji, who was trembling on his right hand and also sluggish, Ji Xuan's complexion suddenly collapsed. Gen. Don't tell me that the previous car accident was an assassination. Like Luo Ji, it was also assassinated by the Trisolaran civilization at the border of Edo science. After thinking for a while, Ji Xuan's face turned green. I don't want to know, but when I think about it, he feels that something is wrong. Although the car looks like a disguise, it seems to be coming for him. Do you want to be so unlucky? Ji Xuan collapsed on the chair. Why did the 3-body civilization assassinate me? I didn't say anything about the law of the dark forest. Ji Xuan was anxious. As the savior of mankind, the Wallfacer seems to have infinite scenery and almost the highest power. Surrounded by all mankind, it even reached a level that Hitler couldn't do. But this is definitely an extremely sad identity. How can mortals accommodate 8 billion human hopes? Taylor, the first Wallfacer, committed suicide alone in an unknown forest. The second Wallfacer, Ray Diaz, was stoned to death by his most beloved and hopeful citizen. The third one, Heinz, betrayed all relatives, and once the stamp of thought came out, his most cherished wife became his wall breaker. Even though Luoji, the strongest Wallfacer, established a dark forest system to deter and bring peace to mankind for 100 years, he still couldn't escape death in the end. This is a dead end. Ji Xian's face was ugly. Even if I know the law of the dark forest now, and even Luoji can establish a deterrent of the law of the dark forest against the three bodies in advance, but that is temporary safety after all. Definitely not a long-term solution. Once the deterrence fails, what awaits him is definitely a disaster. Ding, the existence of the host is detected, the system is binding. Ding, the containment system of the Wanja Foundation is being bound. The binding is complete. Ji Xian. System? But the Foundation containment system. What is this thing? Shouldn't it be the one I thought? Ji Xian swallowed hard. If it was what he thought, it would be a lot of fun. This Trisolaran world is already dangerous enough, but there are also abnormal containment objects here. What a fart! Abnormal containment objects are absolutely unwelcome no matter which world they are placed in. More than 90% of them are symbols of evil, chaos, and tyranny. Even the Foundation itself, which is contained in it, is also criticized by all staff. In that place, each containment will have a corresponding number, such as 0-0-648, 0-03999. These items can be both physically dangerous to people and have a psychological impact on populations worldwide, destabilizing their personal beliefs and interfering with their daily lives. The Foundation works to contain these anomalies and contain them, protecting the world from the unknown. We control, we contain, we protect. We run away. Even in addition to this, there are also weird places and churches such as the Chaos Insurgency, the Church of the Broken God, the Serpent's Hand, the Sarkic Cult, the Library of the Exiles, etc. It can be said to be a symbol of weirdness and mystery. With trepidation, Ji Xian clicked on the system introduction. Chapter 2. Absurd. This is just ridiculous. We have no doubt that Frederick Taylor and Ray Diaz will become Wallfacers, and Heinz has no problem either. After all, he is the former leader of the Western Conference and the winner of 2 Nobel Prizes. But what about Luoji and Ji Xian? The crowd is passionate. As the last resort to deal with the three-body civilization, the Wallfacer project, as the 5 saviors of human beings, what happened in the hall of the Union House is undoubtedly being followed by countless people. It's a real-time broadcast. Almost as soon as the list of the 5 Wallfacers was announced, there was an uproar in the entire world. Countless people are horrified, countless people are at a loss, and countless people don't know why. They immediately collected information about the 5 Wallfacers on the internet. The first 3 are quite normal, all have extraordinary features, and they are outstanding talents in various industries. But what happened to the last 2? A university professor. A ordinary college student. Luoji is still a professor at Tsinghua University, a double doctor, but what the hell is this Ji Xian? He is completely an ordinary person, even an orphan. Why would he become one of the 5 Wallfacers? Yes. What is the situation? Almost all the media in the world went crazy after seeing all this. Countless people are sad. It's over, the earth is completely over, why did you choose the last 2? Especially this one named Ji Xian, that Luoji is still a university professor after all, he has proposed the sociology of the universe, but this Ji Xian, what's going on? He is actually an ordinary Huaxia college student. It's ordinary, without any outstanding features. Is the hope of all mankind actually pinned on this kind of person? All over the world, countless people were in an uproar, pointing their fingers at Ji Xian. But among them, there are also many rational people with hope in their hearts. The reason why Mr. Ji Xuan can be chosen is, there is a reason, right? There must be their reasons. How could it be possible for an ordinary person to deal with the Trisolaran civilization? Maybe it's a secret weapon. The secret weapon of bullshit, they are messing around, messing around. Earth is over. FK. The tax paid by labor and management was actually used by a Huaxia college student. Who will tell me what's going on? The world is in an uproar. Actually, not only many people around the world, but even those who went to the Union House Council, there are many people who are confused to the extreme. How is this going? Could Secretary General Say have made a mistake? What is going on with Luo Ji and Ji Xuan? They alone can save the world? How can that be? No matter how you look at them, they are all ordinary mortals on the street. Especially looking at those two dull youths, they were extremely helpless. Look at them, what happened today? Why are there two Huxia people? That's right. Among the Wallfacers, I am actually not in the Great Neon Kingdom. Hey, let's go, no matter what, the Wallfacer has been confirmed. It doesn't matter, the Wallfacers in our country will take action. That's right, we just have to do our part. Perhaps this is already established, they have extraordinary abilities. Faced with the whispers of the crowd, Ji Xuan didn't know. At this time, he had already boarded the plane back home, and was immersed in the interpretation of the system under the leadership of a group of black-clothed bodyguards. Believe it, SCP Weird Foundation, Containment, founded. With the influx of information, Ji Xuan gradually understood the function of the system. 10,000 Worlds Foundation Containment System. As the name suggests, it can summon the contents of the SCP Weird Foundation to come to the Earth. But these SCP Weird Foundation containment items are not directly used by Ji Xuan. After they come, they are in a free state. Only after successfully containing these weird SCPs can he gain the control and ability of these contained objects. The weirdness of summoning and containing these SCPs is all linked to the belief value. As the name suggests, belief value means that the more people believe in all of this, the deeper the degree of belief, the higher the value of belief will be. It's like an indicator. The higher the belief value, the stronger the containment summoned by the system, and the greater the probability of being summoned. When he said and described the weird containment objects believed to be worth enough, they would be automatically generated in the world. But the more powerful the weird containment, the higher the failure rate. And you can only try to summon once a week. Thinking of this, Ji Xuan suddenly became a little excited. The more powerful the higher the failure rate? That's okay, wouldn't it be fine to start summoning from the weaker SCPs? That is to say, as long as I say a strange containment, the higher the trust value, the more likely it will be summoned. If this is the case, it seems that the three-body problem may not be impossible to fight. You must know that there are so many powerful existences in the weird containment of SCP. Not to mention things like mechanical descent, there are even many existences that can interfere with the narrative level and cross parallel worlds. Crimson King, Broken God, Twins, Mother of Flesh, root number 0-0-001. These things are all top-notch things. If they can really be contained, let alone three-body, even the entire universe can walk sideways. But soon, Ji Xuan felt helpless. Because the system didn't give him anything. Is this the end? Where's the starter pack? What about the Foundation? Mobile Task Force? What about the site? Where's the D-class cannon fodder? What do I use for containment? You don't have anything? Better give me some confidence. The issue of containment should also be resolved by the host himself establishing a foundation. The trust value used for summoning, please collect the host by yourself. Collect it yourself, create a foundation. The corner of Ji Xuan's mouth twitched. How can it be that simple? You must know that the people in the SCP Weird Foundation are basically waiting for the whole staff to criticize like crazy, and there are basically few normal people. And at the end of the system description, there is an obvious reminder. This world's SCP Weird Containment reaches 20, and when the world's trust reaches its peak, you can choose to start a big event. Big event, defeat the three-body civilization and help the Earth ascend to the second-level civilization. Success can enter the next world. Chapter 3. Entering the next world, is this still infinite flow? Xuan complained, somewhat looking forward to it, but also a little helpless. Don't think so far ahead, let alone a second-level civilization, containing 20 and defeating the three-body civilization are not that simple. At this stage, there is no doubt that the belief value must be collected first. The higher the trust value, the greater the success rate of being summoned, but the stronger the strange containment, the higher the failure rate. Co-authoring this system makes me lie to people? But it's a little different. After all, if you believe it, it will really appear. Tell a big lie and let the world dance for it. Xuan's brows were furrowed, and he didn't know how much trust was needed for this first summoning, and whether it would fail. Not only will this cheating system fail, it won't even show whether it will succeed. Don't think about it so much, let's get some trust and try to summon it. Choose a weaker one at the beginning, one that is closer to reality, it shouldn't fail. Here comes the question, how do you believe it is worth it? How can the world believe that there are SCP weird containment objects in this world? The huge steel giant was flying above the sky, and there was a huge noise in the distance. In the clouds and mist, 6 of the most advanced 21 fighter jets were guarding the plane, and the sound was like thunder. How grand! Xuan was thinking. But soon, he was stunned for a while, pressing the hand between his eyebrows. Wait! He suddenly remembered that he seemed to be the 5th Wallfacer. Wallfacer! Xuan's expression became a little strange. I just became the 5th Wallfacer, and I'm about to announce the strange containment of SCP? And create a foundation? This will it make the world more chaotic? Originally, the Earth was tossed to death by the three bodies. If there is another foundation and SCP weird containment? Xuan swallowed. Should. No problem. Anyway, leaving the Earth alone is a dead end. How about creating a foundation first? Ready to move? Xuan narrowed his eyes, and began to think about which SCP's weird containment to use first to deceive. Ahem, no, it's the collection of trustworthiness. As one of the top 5 Wallfacers in the world, no matter how weird his words are, they should still have some convincing power. With this convincing power, he can collect trust value. But even so, the strength of the first SCP must not be too strong, but it must not be too weak. It is best to be close to life. The safe level should be the best. The steel behemoth walks through the clouds and mist. After some time, Xuan found footsteps coming from around him. That was Luoji. His face was still a little pale, and he sat back here, taking out a pack of cigarettes with trembling hands. I didn't expect that among the 5 Wallfacers, there was a fellow. Would you like a cigarette? Xuan looked forward to this man who would grow into a savior in the future, but now he is just a second-rate doctor who is idle and nods, but his mind is still immersed in the selection of SCP weird containment objects. Did you spot the fighter plane outside? I asked around just now, and all of this seems to be true. Luoji lit a cigarette with a serious expression, not paying attention to the no-smoking ban at the corner of the plane. Sure enough, the soldiers on the side still stood respectfully in the distance, smiling respectfully at him, and did not come up to disturb him. This made the heaviness in Luoji's eyes even deeper, as if he was carrying 2 Everests on his shoulders. Don't try it, it should be true. Xuan leaned over and lit a cigarette. Hearing this, Luoji slumped on the chair as if his bones had been taken out, staring blankly at the protrusion on the ceiling. I don't understand why, Mr. Xuan, there are so many excellent people, why are we selected? Taylor, Hines, Ray Diaz, they are all outstanding people. This second-rate doctor seemed to have suffered quite a blow, and he was a little outspoken here, with a lonely expression, and patted Xuan on the shoulder, feeling a little sympathetic. Hey, I asked. Among the 5 Wallfacers, the 2 of us are the worst, but I seem to be better than you. At least I'm a university professor, but I'm not so good. At this time, Xuan had decided on the SCP he wanted to talk about, and began to think about what he would say later, absent-mindedly nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, Yes. We are indeed the best. Hearing this, Luoji seemed to feel better, as if he was accompanied by a brother when he went whoring, and like a friend who went to the mountain of swords with a knife, he got closer all of a sudden. Brother Ji Xuan, why do you choose the two of us out of so many outstanding people in the world? Do you have any plans? No, what's the plan? Right, right. What are we going to do with such a heavy responsibility? This group of people is full. I think so too. That's right. This is not something we can sustain at all. The Wallfacer is not suitable for us at all. If the sky is falling, we need to find a tall one. What's the use of us shorties? This means you are here, brother Ji Xuan, otherwise I think I would have run away long ago and found a place with beautiful mountains and rivers to stay. What kind of Wallfacer, what kind of three-body civilization, we are clearly ordinary people. Luoji chattered on and on here, as if he had found a confidant, and he was very excited. Ji Xuan also kept nodding his head to show that he was listening, but he was gradually preparing the speeches he was going to prepare later in his heart. This journey was spent amidst Luoji's endless chatter. After the plane landed, Luoji was still chattering, trying to relieve the pressure on his back. After opening the hatch, all the top figures in Daxia were already waiting at the airport. The surrounding area is full of guns and live ammunition, with 3 steps for one post and 5 steps for one sentry, all of which are full of guard sentries. Seeing this posture, Luoji finally shut up. Welcome back, our Wallfacer. The old man Huaxia stepped forward, smiled and shook hands with Luoji and Ji Xuan. His back was straight, his old face was full of the baptism of time, and his voice had an indescribably heavy voice. Sense of power. Hi, hello, I'm Luoji. Looking at the old man who could only be seen on TV in the past, Luoji replied staggeringly. Ji Xuan also stretched out a hand to finalize the draft. Hi, I'm Ji Xuan. I want to hold a plenary meeting of the high-level Huaxia as a Wallfacer. There was a sudden silence in the field. Luoji, who was originally chattering, suddenly got stuck, and stared at Ji Xuan dully with big eyes, as if he was saying, "Didn't you just say that we are the best?" A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the old man Huaxia. He looked at Ji Xuan, smiled and said, "Mr. Ji Xuan, you recovered faster than I thought you needed a silent room first." After a pause, the old man Huaxia's expression became serious. "Mr. Wallfacer, how big a meeting do we need to hold?" "Thank you, superlative. All of them?" "Yes." "Okay, it won't take too long, they just left not long ago." Huaxia old man nodded. "Excuse me, this is very important." Ji Xuan nodded, then turned to look at Luoji beside him, asking apologetically. "Sorry, Mr. Luoji, what did you say on the plane just now? I didn't hear him clearly." Luoji. "Parliament? Brother, didn't you just say that we are the hottest? How did you start the council here?" Chapter 4. The 5th Wallfacer wants to hold a council. In the highest mansion in Yanjing, many big figures and important personnel who were about to leave stopped one after another. Brow slightly wrinkled. They naturally knew about the news that Huaxia had 2 Wallfacers. Even just now, they watched all the live broadcasts in full. The result surprised them. Because no matter how they collect information, it shows that Luoji and Ji Xuan are nothing but normal people. There is nothing extraordinary about it at all. From childhood to adulthood, they were basically investigated to the bottom. Why were they selected as Wallfacers? They will confront the 3-body civilization head-on. These were the original words of the Huaxia old man in the parliament. The tone was unquestionable, obviously he knew some details. But no matter what, although many Huaxia officials were suspicious in their hearts, they all straightened their clothes and headed to the meeting room immediately. Since it is the request of the Wallfacers, according to the regulations, we must go. One figure after another arrived. But in just 1 hour, almost all the top decision-makers and big shots in Daxia were listed. In the dark room, there was light shining, even the old man Huaxia was among them. It's really here. Seeing the appearance of people who used to only appear on TV, Luoji was a little nervous. On the other hand, Ji Xuan looked calm. After all the big shots and important officials arrived, the old man Huaxia looked at Ji Xuan and asked. I don't know Mr. Ji Xuan, why is this meeting called? I have one thing to say, it's very important. Ji Xuan replied. Actually, I don't recommend convening such a large-scale council, because everything about us will be monitored and synchronized to the Trisolaran civilization by Siphons. If you have a plan, you should implement it yourself. It doesn't matter, whether I say it or not, Trisolaris will observe it, it's just a matter of time, and, how do you know it's not part of the plan? I understand, then please start. The hall was silent. The people at the highest level in Daxia were sitting here. In the dark hall, everyone focused their attention on the young man in charge, waiting for his next words. The atmosphere is dignified. It seems that the beating of the heart can be heard. After pondering for a while, Ji Xuan said slowly, before I announce the content, I need to tell you one thing. As we all know, humans have reproduced for 250,000 years, and only the last 4,000 years are meaningful. So, what have we been doing for nearly 250,000 years? We've been hiding in caves, sitting around little campfires, afraid of things we don't understand, the explanations of how the sun rises, the human head and bird body monsters, those living stones. So we call them gods and demons and ask them for forgiveness and prayers for deliverance. Afterwards, their numbers dwindled and our numbers increased. As we feared less and less, we began to see the world more rationally. However, the unexplainable did not disappear, as if the universe deliberately behaved. The absurd is the same as the unbelievable. Ji Xuan said calmly, these unexplainable things still exist around us today. They are living or non-living. They are very special. Their existence will pose a threat to human beings and normality, and human beings cannot live in fear no longer. Nothing can protect humanity, we must protect ourselves. They must be contained. Based on this situation, I collectively call them SCP, which is the acronym for Secure, Contain, Protect. Strange containment, that's what I call them. Silence. Unimaginable silence. As Ji Xuan's words fell, the entire hall of the Supreme Council of Daxia was filled with unimaginable silence and silence. Even Luoji raised his head in amazement and looked at Ji Xuan. SCP? Weird containment? What is this? A monster that must be contained? These are, what's the situation? Why haven't I heard of them all? Monster. Does this exist in this world? He hastily turned his head to look at the many big shots, but what caught his eye was the same dazed expression as his. What's happening here? They don't know the existence of the weird containment? Luoji was a little confused. Actually, not just Luoji. Many big shots and high-level officials are also a little confused. What is this and what is it? They have never heard of the weird containment and monsters that Ji Xuan said. Looking at each other, many big shots almost saw the same doubts in other people's eyes. This is, haven't heard of it? Looking at the many puzzled people, Ji Xuan was overjoyed. Because after speaking, he found that the trust value on the system panel has increased a little. From 0 to 10. This also means that among the group of big shots in front of you, does anyone believe it? As expected of being a Wallfacer, no one would believe such nonsense. If an ordinary person came to talk like this, more than 99% would be considered crazy. If there are a few more, after reaching the 30 trust value, maybe you can start trying to summon. Do not. According to the theory, it should be that the more the trust value, the more likely the summoning will be successful. Excited in my heart, someone asked another question below. Mr. Ji Xuan, according to what you mean, there is a group of monsters in this world that are very special? You call them, weird containments. This is an old man with grey hair on the temples, he is the person in charge of Huaxia Southeast region, Ji Xuan replied in a deep voice. That's right. In this world, monsters do exist. They exist in every corner of the world. Although they are a bit of a fantasy, they really exist. Hearing Ji Xuan's answer, many big shots frowned and were suspicious in their hearts. Obviously, it was not so easy to believe, even if the person in front of him was one of the top 5 Wallfacers in the world. What kind of monsters and SCPs? This is not a fairy tale world. How could these things exist? As for monsters, it is even more impossible. But soon, they thought of a deeper level. Could it be, is this one of the plans of the Wallfacers? Thinking of this, many dignitaries and officials were suddenly enlightened and nodded slowly. Yes, there are monsters in this world. Mr. Xuan didn't mention it, I almost forgot about it. I seem to have seen it in a dream. It's incredible, I always thought I was the only one who knew. Since Mr. Wallfacer has spoken out, how should we act? A number of big names at the top of Huaxia all smiled and nodded, their slightly surprised and excited expressions almost made Xuan really believe that they believed their own words. But looking back, the system believes that the value has not moved at all. Gen. A group of dramatists. I don't believe it at all. Looking at the smiling and nodding figures, the corners of Xuan's mouth twitched. Is this the smile of the Wallfacer? But facing their smiles, Xuan took a deep breath and continued to speak solemnly. Whether you believe it or not, everything I said next is true. After a period of calculation and observation, I found 20 kinds of monsters in the world that urgently need containment. I divide them into 5 levels: safe, safety, Euclid, city destruction, Keter, country destruction, Daomeal, world destruction, and unclassed, gods, interfering with the narrative level. He spoke seriously. I don't know if there are more weird containment objects. The reason why I announced them here is that I hope you can find them. Perhaps they will help humans. Then next, I will start to announce the first weird containment object. 20th ranked, 0-0-087. aka Endless Stairwell. Chapter 5. It was quiet in the secret room. Everyone looked at Xuan. Although it is called the highest council hall in Daxia, it is actually located underground. It used to be one of the largest nuclear defense bases in the world. The hundreds of meters of thick soil was designed to simulate a nuclear bomb war between the United States and the former Soviet Union. You mean, the 20th ranked containment? That is to say, besides this, there are 19 more. The person in charge of Huaxia East Daxia C asked. Straight, eyes sharp as eagles. That's right, but more than that, these 20 are just the ones I've found to have signs. Xuan nodded. How many weird containments are there in SCP? There are thousands of numbers just recorded. Of course, it is impossible for these Xuans to be summoned from the three-body world. Otherwise, let alone a three-body civilization, the entire universe may not be able to withstand it. Then, Mr. Xuan, where do the 5 levels of safe, Euclid, Keter, Daomeal, and unclassed come from? The old man continued to ask seriously, holding a pencil. Although he didn't believe it very much in his heart, he was still very serious. This is based on their damage and containment difficulty. Xuan replied. Safe is a security level, meaning it is harmless, or less harmful, and is the easiest and safest anomaly to contain. This is usually because enough research has already been done on the SCP that it doesn't take a lot of resources to containment, or the anomaly requires specific and deliberate activation or triggering. Of course, an abnormal containment classified as safe does not mean that it will not pose a threat when operating or activating it. Xuan explained slowly. The Euclid class symbolizes the destruction of cities. If this level of containment is not contained in time, it will cause the destruction of one or more cities. More resources are needed to completely contain or contain it. It is not always a reliable anomaly. Usually this is due to the anomalous containment not being fully understood, or inherently unpredictable, Euclid being the largest class of objects. And if the SCP is not easily classified as another standard object class, it will usually be classified as such. The Keter class is an anomaly that has extremely powerful destructive power, or is extremely difficult to contain continuously or reliably, and the containment measures are often large-scale and complicated. Because there is no substantial understanding of the anomaly, or the lack of technology to properly contain or resist it, this level of containment often cannot be contained smoothly. A Keter level containment is enough to have the power to destroy an entire country. A few of the items, if left alone, can grow into a world-destroying level, that is, Thaumiel level power. As for the Thaumiel class, it is a strange containment with extinction level power. Every Thaumiel class item is top secret, and their location, function, and current status are only known to a few members. As for the last unclassed, Xuan said calmly, this is already a power that is almost at the level of a god. Every item is top secret and basically impossible to contain. Listening to Xuan's explanation, the corners of the mouths of the top Huxia beings one after another twitched. Safe, Euclid, Keter, Thaumiel, unclassed. Why do these 5 levels sound so mysterious? Destroy cities, countries, worlds, and gods. Is there really such a thing on Earth? This kind of thought just flashed in my mind for a moment, and was instantly denied by them. How can that be? How could such a thing exist on Earth? Strange, abnormal, this is completely beyond what today's science can explain. Is there something out there that can destroy the world at will? If there is such a thing on the Earth, I am afraid that even the Trisolaran civilization would not dare to invade it. So that's it. My doubts have been answered. Please continue, Mr. Xuan. Many Huaxia high-level officials spoke seriously, recording everything Xuan said earlier. But obviously, they didn't believe everything Xuan said in their hearts. The belief value of the system reality has not increased at all. The corner of Xuan's mouth twitched as he looked at the group of bigwigs who took serious records after being transferred. Good guy, the acting is really similar. It looked very serious, but none of them believed it. Looking at everything, Xuan was helpless, but he had no other choice at the moment, only to continue explaining. Since that's the case, now I'm starting to announce the first weird containment object. The item number of this weird containment, I will set it as 0-0-087 for the time being. Project level, tentatively set to safe level. Special containment procedures, none at this time. Description: 0-0-087 is an unlit landing staircase with 13 steps each descending at an angle of 38 degrees. Between each floor is a semicircular platform with a diameter of about 3 meters. After passing through a platform, the direction of descent is rotated 180 degrees. The light within 0-0-087 will be swallowed. The visible range is about 1.5 steps. The light beyond this distance will be swallowed inexplicably. And there are no lamps and windows inside, and the light source exceeds 75 watts, which proves that it will not have a good effect. Slowly speaking, Xuan's tone was calm. In fact, Xuan made careful consideration of 087 as the first SCP introduced. The first secret containment object should not be too strong, otherwise there is a high probability of failure. But it can't be too harmless, it must show extraordinary power. And try to be as close to life as possible, in line with their imagination, so that they can arouse more trust. And 087, as a weird and absurd containment object even in the SCP setting. The endless stairwell obviously fits many of the descriptions above. And basically anyone has the experience of walking stairs, which is a very important indicator for improving trust. Xuan explained slowly, telling a lot of information about 0-0-087 in detail. And the expressions of the people below have gradually become weird. Endless, stairs? Platform? Decline? The 20th ranked weird containment is really a staircase. Chapter 6. Hearing this, almost some people in the conference room couldn't bear it anymore, dropped the pen in their hand, turned their heads and left. What nonsense! What is this all about? As the hope of all mankind, one of the 5 great Wallfacers, you said that there are containment objects in this world. Okay, let us listen to you. You can destroy the country and the world by talking nonsense about these things. We also nodded and recorded it. But, you say a weird containment is a staircase. What is this? Even the old man Huaxia, who knew the inside story, looked a little speechless at this moment. Sorry, Mr. Xuan, you mean, the monster is a staircase. Shi Ling, the head of Huaxia Southeast region, took a deep breath and asked. That's right, to be exact, it's a stairwell in an abandoned campus. This stairwell is very weird. Anyone who enters it will never reach the end, and the depth of the descent is far beyond the structural depth that the building and its geological environment can reach. Any light source exceeding a certain brightness cannot have a better lighting effect here. An unknown hostile entity resides inside, and the staircase seems to have no end, and there will be faint crying sounds from below. People who walk in it don't realize that they will never reach the end, but only think that the bottom is deep and the stairs are very long. Hearing this, among the many bigwigs sitting below, some couldn't help but roll their eyes. Isn't this the ghost hitting the wall version of the stairs? How could such a thing exist? You're still talking about things that obviously don't exist. Is this really part of the plan? Is this Wallfacer fooling the three-body civilization, or is he just getting nervous? Can this kind of thing, which is obviously impossible to exist, really fool the Trisolarans? At this moment, even those who believed in Xuan before, their hearts have already begun to waver. Stairwell, ghost. How could such a weird thing appear in the world? This is completely unreasonable. I really don't know how this Xuan became a Wallfacer. Looking at Xuan, who was still talking eloquently in front of him, these top figures in Daxia were all listening carefully here, holding a pencil in hand, and quickly wrote down every word Xuan said. It was recorded. But in my heart, I didn't believe anything at all. Totally think this is Xuan making it up here. Even Luoji next to him, listening to Xuan's words, his mouth twitched and was speechless. I thought that you held a meeting as a Wallfacer to convene the highest level of Daxia, and you really have some great plans, but I didn't expect you to be talking nonsense here. What SCP, what weird containment, what stairwell? As long as a 3-year-old child can distinguish this thing, it definitely doesn't exist. Looking at the reactions of many people below, although they all performed very well, Xuan still saw the disbelief in their eyes. For all this, Xuan could only continue explaining helplessly. In fact, in all fairness, things like SCP and weird containment, let alone others, if someone suddenly comes to tell them that there are weird monsters in this world, and the first one to announce is a staircase. Xuan himself didn't believe it. But now there is really no way out. This broken system throws away the shopkeeper and everything is left behind. Now I can only convince a few people with my identity as the 5th Wallfacer. If you are exploring 0-0-087, it is recommended not to enter rashly. Patients with heart disease or high blood pressure should be prohibited from entering and exploring. After entering, explorers should hold a searchlight that does not exceed 75 watts and batteries and food that can last for at least 48 hours. And divided into 2 groups, one person is outside, one person is inside, contact and explore through radio. It is worth noting that the parasitic life forms in the stairwell, or ghosts, should not have the intention of killing life forms for the time being. In the council, Xuan talked eloquently, while Balabala spattered all the news about 0-0-087 that she knew. Xuan finally stopped when his mouth became dry and he didn't miss anything. The announcement of the 20th strange contained object is over. After I find 0-0-087, I will announce the next SCP list and project description. The meeting room fell silent again. Many of Daxia's top bosses looked at the thick stack of papers recorded in their hands, and the corners of their mouths twitched, feeling that they had wasted a long time here. It is necessary to determine what is going on with the underdog's plan. The first 3 are okay, but this Xuan is too outrageous. But in the end, a big guy still took a deep breath, smiled and said, "Is that all? Mr. Xuan?" "Almost." Xuan nodded honestly. "Then do you know where this 0-0-087 is located?" "I don't know, but I can be sure that she does exist." Xuan shook his head, he really couldn't be sure. To know something like SCP, the system can only call down if you have enough confidence. But how much confidence is required to summon, even Xuan doesn't know. Although he has been muttering here for a long time, Xuan is still beating drums in his heart whether he can summon it or not. "I don't know where." Hearing Xuan's words, many top leaders took a deep breath. The helplessness and distrust in my heart deepened even more. But even if they don't believe it at all in their hearts, they are still extremely serious on the surface because they are pinning their hopes on their status as the fifth-walled people in the world. What if this lie is also part of the Wallfacer's plan? Okay, let's remember, we will send professional search personnel as soon as possible to explore based on this matter. No problem, I hope that you can find 0-0-087 as soon as possible and complete its containment. This is directly related to whether we can fight against the Trisolaran civilization. Yes. Many Huxia bigwigs got up one by one, nodded seriously, with serious expressions, and slowly retreated. After everyone left, Xuan hurriedly turned on the system to check. In the end, just one word made the corners of his mouth twitch. Because. I believe the value has basically not increased. Sure enough, not many letters. Xuan rubbed his eyebrows, smiled helplessly. After a meeting, the trust value had only risen to 40 and then stopped moving. Apparently not many people believed what he said. Think about it, at least there are 40 left, right? Xuan had fun. I don't know the trust value of this 40, can I summon 087? Gently kneading the center of his brows, Xuan looked into the distance with worry in his eyes. I can only wait. Hope, don't let me down. Chapter 7. Do you think the matter is credible? Clean white marble. In the silent room, a famous Huxia figure sat here, extremely silent. The leader, the old man in the Huxia tunic suit, repeated the question again with a calm tone. Do you think the many things announced by the fifth Wallfacer Xuan are worth believing? I think it can be believed. The person in charge from the southeast region of Huaxia raised his head and spoke here, with an extremely firm tone. As one of the 5 Wallfacers elected by the United Government, what Mr. Xuan announced is bound to have his reasons. I vote yes. People in Trisolaran civilization are different from those on Earth. They do not have language communication organs like humans, such as throats, mouths, tongues, and other parts. Instead, more efficient brainwave communication. Brainwave communication is much faster than human oral communication, and the transmission of information is much faster. But this also resulted in a disadvantage. Among the Trisolaran civilizations, there is no lying. Because the communication between Trisolarans is pure brainwave communication, that is, thinking or speaking. In the society of Trisolarans, speaking is thinking, they can't hide the thoughts in their minds at all, so in their society, there is no cheating or hiding. In the past, Trisolarans would believe whatever you said. Even after Operation Gohan and Operation Ito Honkai, the Trisolarans have learned a little bit about covering up. But they still can't understand the conspiracy of human beings. In their eyes, the romance of the 3 kingdoms is like a philosophical book, and its interpretation is no less difficult than asking a junior high school student to interpret the forefront of quantum mechanics. Although Sophons, with their powerful power in the 4-dimensional layer, listen to any wind and grass on the earth, just like humans observe ants. But human minds and ideas are still a labyrinth that Trisolarans cannot understand. They cannot tell whether the words spoken by the Earthlings are true or false, just as the Earthlings cannot understand how the 4 dimensions unfold. The grey-haired old man thought so and raised his hand. I vote yes. But from the eyes of the old man, almost everyone present can see one thing: this person doesn't believe it at all. The reason why he expressed his belief in Xuan in the second small council was purely because the Sophons of the Trisolaran civilization were listening. Think means say. Conspiracy and heart. This is the last weapon for mankind to deal with the 3 bodies. Even if the 3-body Sophons are monitoring the Earth all the time, there may even be some Sophons floating in the air raid shelter hundreds of meters underground and swaggeringly listening to all this. But they still don't understand the real intention of the old man. At least for a long time, they won't understand. On the contrary, the other Huxia big shots present here almost immediately understood what he wanted to express. I object. They all nodded. I also think that what Mr. Xuan said makes sense. In this case, I also vote against it. I don't believe it. Yes, maybe there are SCPs and weird containment objects in this world, which deserves attention. I voted against. You can send some professional personnel to explore. There is no need to explore with great fanfare, I object. I agree. Against. In the small meeting room, one after another, the Huxia big shots made their own choices. Basically, except for a few people, all of them are negative votes. No way, everything announced by Ji Xuan, although it sounds well organized, is actually true. But in fact, anyone can tell that this is not impossible at all. What monster, what SCP, there is no reason at all. If these things really exist on the Earth, why didn't anyone know about them in the countless years before? You know, as big figures in Daxia, there is basically nothing they don't know in the whole world except for a few things. If there are really any monsters and weird contained objects in this world, they will definitely be the first to know about them. I really don't know why this Ji Xuan became a Wallfacer. Does he really think there are monsters in this world? Or is it just a strategy to confuse the Trisolaran civilization? Or is there more research at a deeper level? The more I think about it, the more confused I become. Everyone didn't dare to open their mouths and interpret it casually. Although they didn't believe what Ji Xuan said at all in their hearts, they still agreed on the surface. Seeing this scene, the leading old man in the Huxia tunic nodded slowly. I understand what you really mean. In that case, the meeting is over. Under the air raid shelter in the distant city of Yanjing, a small meeting of Huxia dignitaries ended. Not far from the air raid shelter, Ji Xuan was anxiously waiting for the news, praying for the arrival of the SCP. And in the Hongduan Mountains, which is extremely far away from Yanjing, near a small county in Dian province, something different happened too. It's so remote. In the empty abandoned campus room, Lu Fugui and Lao Li looked around. Both of them were in their 30s, wearing yellow vests and hard hats that are common on construction sites. Holding a hard gate in his mouth, Lu Fugui looked up at the long-abandoned campus, with a hint of nostalgia in his cloudy eyes. I think back to the elementary school that Lao Zi was still studying here when he was young. Hey, he hasn't been here for decades, and it has been abandoned like this. I remember sitting in the last row by the window. Every day after school, a girl with a ponytail would walk by. She looked so pretty. Old Li next to him rolled his eyes and pushed open the gate of the abandoned campus. Okay, old Lu, don't go crazy there, hurry up and explore the surroundings, there are orders from above, and it will be demolished in a few days. It seems that an underground fortification is going to be built here to prevent population evacuation after the Trisolaran civilization arrives in the future. Lu Fugui rolled his eyes while puffing on his cigarette. To prevent population evacuation after the arrival of the Trisolaran civilization? It would be great if the problem could be solved by digging a hole. It's obvious that they want to be greedy for some construction funds. I really don't know what this kind of person thinks. The three-body civilization is an imminent disaster, and they are still thinking about the cheap money. Although complaining, Lu Fugui took action and followed Lao Li into the deserted school. It is true that the three-body civilization is about to invade, but at least there are still more than 300 years. Why do these big figures care about what will happen in 300 years? After death, let him be flooded. Lao Li frowned and swept away a large spider web with a stick. By the way, I heard that something happened to the three-body escape fund recently, and many people jumped off the building. You didn't buy it, did you? You look like I'm someone with that spare money? The mortgage owed is almost 1 million holes, I'll go over there and have a look. As Lu Fugui said, after checking a few classrooms, he rolled his eyes and walked towards the downward staircase at the end of the corridor. After looking at the stairwell, Lu Fugui spat. Black. Really black. Chapter 8. The dark stairwell appeared in front of Lu Fugui. The air seemed to smell of rot and your dust. You don't need to go in to know that no one has entered here for a long time. In line with the principle of not being deducted from wages, Lu Fugui decided to go down and investigate. After all, it seems that this ruined school still has a few precious equipment that have not been taken away. How long ago was the school, where is there any equipment? Lu Fugui muttered. Lao Li, have you brought the searchlight? In the car. Okay, you look around first. I'll take it and look down here. Laoli nodded and looked at other classrooms. Lu Fugui returned to the pickup and found an old-fashioned portable searchlight in the back, and continued to communicate by radio. Hey, Laoli, you said that if the three-body civilization really arrives, the house price will drop to death, right? Ghost knows, who can figure out what will happen 300 years later. 300 years ago, it was the Qing dynasty. What a trap! Lu Fugui sighed, turned on the searchlight, walked into the stairwell. But as soon as he came in, he frowned, because he found that the light of the searchlight could not illuminate too far in the stairs, it could only illuminate the first floor and a little bit below, which looked a bit dim. What's wrong? The light is broken. Laoli asked. No, it still works, but it's a bit dark for some reason. Why don't I remember there's a downward stairwell here? Lu Fugui walked in, but as soon as he entered, he was shivered by Lingling, who was stimulated by the cold breath. Maybe it was newly repaired by someone behind. Lu Fugui nodded, turned on the searchlight, and walked down the stairwell. He found that the staircase has 13 floors, and the platform is semicircular. There are no special marks on the walls, but there are some mud and dirt, which are obviously normal concrete walls. Da-da-da. Walking in the dark stairwell, everything around was extremely silent, only the sound of his footsteps. Lu Fugui wiped his neck and frowned, feeling a bit cold on the back of his neck for some reason. It's really cold. He tightened his clothes, cursed, and moved on. Still a dark staircase. Silent footsteps. Feeling everything around him, Lu Fugui gradually became nervous. Why is this place so dark? Keep going down. The darkness gradually deepened. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Lu Fugui always feels that the searchlight in his hand is not as bright as before. The surrounding darkness is icy cold. Narrow stairwells are filled in all directions, as if they are crazily squeezing towards it. An emotion called fear gradually enveloped Lu Fugui. Is this staircase a bit long? Why is it not the end yet? Lu Fugui lay on the railing, stretched out his searchlight and looked down. Black. One piece is black. Looking at the dark corridor below, Lu Fugui was a little scared, his hands and feet were a little cold. He started to speak, trying to dispel the fear of darkness in his heart. Oldly, are you still there? Lu Fugui's silent voice echoed in the stairwell. I don't know how long it has been. Maybe a second, maybe 10 minutes. Yes, what's the matter? By the way, you haven't finished exploring the stairs yet? It's been a bit long. This voice made Lu Fugui dispel a trace of fear. But the darkness is still like a cold black hand, passing from his spine, making him feel cold all over. This staircase seems a bit long. Don't talk about it, haven't 5 Wallfacers appeared recently? The power is so powerful, I hope they... Just as he was talking, Lu Fugui suddenly stopped on the stairs, his pupils constricted for a while. Old, Laoli, did you hear anything? Voice? No. Lu Fugui swallowed, turned on the searchlight, and subconsciously swept down the stairwell. Because he heard a very small voice. Like a child. Was whimpering, sobbing, choking on something. But when he listened carefully, it disappeared again. Sound? Why is there sound here? Lu Fugui's whole body was cold, and he stood where he was, not daring to move. Could it be the wind? Old Lu? What's the matter? If you don't want to explore, let me do it. I'll help you after I finish the classroom. There was a suspicious voice on the radio. No, it's nothing, I seem to have misheard. Lu Fugui swallowed his saliva, continued to walk, and walked down. The dark stairwell was extremely silent. Clatter. 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 Silent footsteps echoed on the empty dark steps. 13 steps, very dark. Lu Fugui suddenly had a feeling that he didn't seem to be going down the stairs, every step seemed to be heading towards hell, the darkness knew no end. Fear had completely enveloped him. Just as Lu Fugui was trembling, he stepped down the 13th step. A cold wind suddenly blew past his ears. Then there was a sound of sobbing, choking, and weak mosquitoes and flies. Suddenly it rang in his ears. Please. Help me. Come down. Please. Chapter 9. What's that sound? Old Li, did you hear that? There was a voice just now. Lu Fugui lay on the wall in a panic, yelling, his crotch was already wet with the yellowish urine. He felt himself having difficulty breathing. The pitch-black darkness and the surrounding concrete squeezed towards it like a wall. At this moment, the fear of darkness completely enveloped him. In the darkness, something terrifying seemed to be staring at him. Son? Old Lu, wait a minute, I'll come down right away. No, Lao Li, there is absolutely something wrong with this place, don't come down yet. Getting up in a panic, Lu Fugui trembled and was about to speak when another slight cold wind came from his ears. Save! Help me! Please! Come down! Please! Like a child crying, he paused and whimpered, very young. Lu Fugui grabbed the searchlight and tried his best to look down the stairs. The searchlights had been turned on to the maximum, but at most they could still only illuminate the next 4 steps. Please! Help me! The hoarse crying sound echoed down the stairs. In the silent darkness, Lu Fugui was completely paralyzed, he screamed in panic. Child! It's a kid's voice, there's a kid down here. Children? There are no children here. I don't know. Listen to the voice, he is about 100 meters away from me, maybe 200 meters away. Lu Fugui's wheezing sound came from the communicator, and Lao Li ran over there anxiously, his pupils constricted. 200 meters? How is this possible? There are only 4 floors in the teaching building here. 4th floor. Shit. I don't know. Suddenly, Lao Li stopped in his tracks, and suddenly yelled as if something sounded. Old Lu. Are you still walking down? Why are you panting? Huh? Me? Of course I'm going to go down and have a look. I'm going to see the semicircle platform in front of me. In the stairwell, Lu Fugui, who was rushing down the stairs with a lamp, suddenly came to his senses, and stepped on the next step. FK. Wait. Why should I go down to see? Lu Fugui suddenly panicked. The cold sweat on the back is like a sauna, and it bursts out with just a swipe. Lao Li also suddenly contracted his pupils, and the originally clear sky seemed to have become horrifying. Why did he go down to see it? When something like this happens, shouldn't you leave? Old Lu. Where do you stand and don't move? You don't move. Can you still hear the crying? Yes, it is. You wait here, I'll go down to pick you up. No, you, don't come. Damn. I've gone down 10 floors at least, but the voice didn't get louder. Old Li, what do you mean? That's right, I wasn't any closer to that kid, I went down 10 floors, and the sound was still around 200 meters away. Damn. Lao Li cursed angrily, his scalp tingling for a while. Old Lao Li, I feel very bad. It's okay, you stayed in the dark and unknown stairs for a long time, it's normal, you just need to wait for me for a while. Finally, when Lao Li came to the dark stairwell, he turned on the light of his phone camera and walked in with his head. However, what made Lao Li terrified was that he didn't see any light in this stairwell at all. This is... What happened? Where's Lao Lu? Old Lu? Old Lu? Are you there? The dark stairwell was extremely silent, echoing his voice. But what made his scalp tingle was... There was no echo from below. Instead, an anxious shout came from the walkie-talkie. Lao Li? Where are you? Hurry up! There was a rustling sound from the intercom. Lao Li lowered his head and suddenly found that there was no battery in the walkie-talkie. Battery? I remember putting it in the car. The pupils gradually dilate. Lao Li's breathing began to quicken. At this moment, it seemed as if something came over from behind, stretched out a cold palm, passed through his spine, and tightly grasped his heart. Bang dang! Lao Li was cold all over, his legs were limp and he sat on the ground. Looking at the walkie-talkie at his waist, Lao Li's scalp felt numb. What's going on here? What about the battery for the walkie-talkie? I put it in the car. So, what was it that was talking to me earlier? Where's Lao Lu? Where did this sound come from? Just when Lao Li's face was pale and his brain was short of oxygen, the voice on the walkie-talkie at his waist continued, and suddenly there was a horrified and desperate cry. Ah! FK! What the hell is this? FK! FK your mother! What the hell? It was a pale grimace. Lu Fugui almost sensed that something was wrong, and just when he turned his head and wanted to go back, it suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Under the searchlight, there was a pale face. The face was about the same size as a normal human head. But he has no mouth, nostrils, and pupils. This face was completely still, but his eyes were fixed on Lu Fugui. Old Lu! What did you see? Old Li's inquiry came from Lu Fugui's walkie-talkie. I saw a face. Is he moving? The person on the walkie-talkie seemed to swallow his saliva and said. No. No, it's just staring at me. FK that's scary. You describe this thing carefully. No. I don't want to. The face suspended in the air suddenly moved half a meter towards Lu Fugui. FK! 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 Lu Fugui yelled hysterically, his spirit almost collapsed, and he rushed towards the stairs when he came collapsed. It's been following me. All this time it's been behind my back. Oh God, it's behind my back looking at me like this. Please do something to help me. Oh my God, don't take it away please you. I know it's been following me, please get it away. No, it's looking at me, it's been looking at me. It knows I'm here, it's been looking at me. Oh God, please help me. No please. Hysterical screams came from an empty campus. Lao Li scrambled back to the car, frantically looking behind the pickup. He backed up like an electric shock, fell to the ground with a bang, and saw the 2 batteries in the box. Throwing down the intercom that was still screaming hysterically at his waist, Lao Li kicked off the 2 batteries, started the vehicle in a crash, and crazily headed for the distance as if fleeing. Just when Lu Fugui and Lao Li were hysterical and almost collapsed. In the underground air raid shelter in Yanjing, which is extremely far away from here, Ji Xuan, who was thinking about SCP, suddenly heard a reminder in his mind. Ji Xuan looked over curiously. Huh? Increased 1 point of trust. Is this another high-level letter? Talking is better than nothing. I don't know these belief points, can you summon 0-0-087? Chapter 10. Time passed day by day. The report that Ji Xuan imagined did not materialize. As the 5th Wallfacer designated by the United Government, he possesses unimaginable power and power. For a week, Ji Xuan continuously sent people to explore the abandoned buildings. Not only Daxia, but even the whole of Asia, Europe, North America, Oceania, wherever there are humans, the power has been mobilized. Search abandoned buildings all over the world. For all of this, countless people have been confused. What is this doing? Explore the abandoned building? Does this 5th Wallfacer have any plans? Isn't it a bit outrageous? What's in these abandoned buildings? Is he planning to demolish them? I heard that Easterners seem to yearn for demolition. What demolition? In my opinion, this 5th Wallfacer is crazy. I really don't know what he is going to do. He is completely an ordinary person, without any advantages at all. How can such a person become a Wallfacer? Which Luoji is at least a professor with a double PhD from King Ai University, but this Ji Xuan is clearly an ordinary person who can't grow up. A waste of resource. Is there really something special about him that can lead mankind to defeat the Trisolaran civilization? Doubts abound. Faced with these actions of Ji Xuan, even many high-level members of the Lianhe mansion who knew about it looked at each other in dismay. What exactly is this Ji Xuan doing? Demolition? Looking for an abandoned building? Explore? Does he really have a plan to deceive the three-body civilization, or is he simply doing something wrong? What the hell is he doing? Especially in Daxia, the faces of many officials who received Ji Xuan's order were even more ugly. This Ji Xuan, what kind of crappy missions are all assigned? I've been searching for dilapidated buildings all day long. I really don't know what the purpose of these dilapidated buildings is. Put out the fire. What if this is the plan of the Wallfacer? It can confuse the three-body civilization. Confused the three-body civilization? It's ridiculous. If you can confuse the three-body civilization by collecting a dilapidated building, then the world will be stable long ago. The old man cursed angrily, turned around and slammed the door and left alone. Ugh! Press hard between the eyebrows. Looking at the information sent back from various ministries, Lin Chaoyang, who is the general manager of Dian Prefecture, also looked a little ugly at this time. It has been a full week since the implementation of the wall-facing plan. The first 3 wall-facers all showed outstanding skills and foresight, and took action one after another. With the backing of the entire global human race, they have unfolded the most magnificent pictures in their hearts. Schiller is gathering the power of all mankind to form a space fleet, and researching quantum mechanics and spherical lightning, trying to find a way to deal with the Trisolaran civilization. Heinz made use of his expertise in the field of brain and psychiatry, gathered countless experts in this field from all over the world, and is researching something at a fast pace. And even the toughest and savage Ray Diaz is still researching nuclear bombs, and the equivalent is a rare stellar level. Although many people don't think that a nuclear bomb with this equivalent can pose any threat to Trisolaran civilization, at least Ray Diaz is trying to find it. As for the 4th wall-facer, Luoji, he clearly knew that he had no ability and didn't waste resources. He just found a quiet place to live in this week. On the contrary, it's good for Ji Xian, who announced some weird SCP containment. It's so absurd that I can't help but search for it all over the world. I really don't know what he's thinking. Pressing the center of his eyebrows, Lin Chaoyang turned on the computer with his tired body. Although he was ordered to collect it, in fact he didn't pay attention at all. The three-body crisis is spreading, and he has too many things to deal with. About Shi Qiang's son Shi Xiaoming's deeds such as blatantly setting up a fugitive fund and specific property details and execution plan. Investigation on Su Cheng's three-body civilization comes early rumor. Dian Zhou's crime rate inspection report in the past month, to appease the public and ask for approval. Ask for instructions one by one. Document after document. Lin Chaoyang looked over seriously. Ever since the three-body crisis was announced, the entire world has fallen into a great panic. Even though countries have adopted their own policies to appease all of this, they still treat the symptoms but not the root cause. It is undeniable that the crime rate in the entire human society is rising at an extremely fast rate. Regarding this issue, many experts have proposed to restore the death penalty to suppress and deter this momentum. As expected of an expert, if something happens, the death penalty will be restored directly. Lin Chaoyang sneered. When danger comes, these so-called experts only care about their own safety and interests. I really don't know who gave them the face to call themselves expert. Looking through many documents, Lin Chaoyang suddenly found a document. A report on the phenomenon of an abandoned school building in the suburbs of Guancheng. What is this? Out of curiosity, Lin Chaoyang clicked in. This report is about tens of thousands of words, and it is very serious between the lines, obviously attaching great importance to this matter. When I first read it, Lin Chaoyang didn't care too much about it, it was just an exploration of the ordinary abandoned campus. In the process of watching, he was still thinking, should he find someone to screen the reports on these abandoned buildings first, and then he will look at them? But looking at it, Lin Chaoyang's expression was a little bit wrong. Huh? A dark stairwell? Will there be weird sounds coming from inside? Many people have failed to explore. All the people who entered the stairwell have been delirious until now, and fell into a state of madness. There's even a team of professional policemen who went in to explore, and came out like crazy. What's happening here? Lin Chaoyang was a little dazed. After confirming again and again that it was a report from Guancheng, it couldn't be a prank or read it right, Lin Chaoyang was even more surprised. Described in this report. Why is it so similar to what Ji Xian described? Lin Chaoyang frowned, was it an illusion? After checking that the nearest itinerary was fine, and the road to Guancheng was not far away, Lin Chaoyang made a phone call. Is it Xiao Zhang? Yes, it's me. You call in a professional investigation team, and then call in a dozen special forces from the police station to form an investigation team. There is a place I plan to investigate. Chapter 11. Leader. You are here. On the outskirts of Guancheng, near the abandoned campus, a middle-aged man in his 30s looked anxiously at Lin Chaoyang, who had rushed over, his expression extremely anxious. Just now, another team of police officers guarding nearby disappeared. We searched for a long time but couldn't find any traces. Based on the footprints on the ground, we are very suspicious that they entered that weird staircase in the school. What? It's just nonsense. Didn't I tell you, before I come, don't act casually. Leader. It's not that I want to take action, the middle-aged man said anxiously, as if he was cheating. Since the first group of exploration team members disappeared, I have ordered everyone not to approach the school. Station 10 meters away. But that weird abandoned school seems to have a kind of magic power. This is the third group of police officers guarding the vicinity who have disappeared, and it's useless even 100 meters away. You said, could this be the work of Sifan from the three-body civilization? Listening to the words of the person in charge of Guancheng, Lin Chaoyang's face gradually became a little ugly. What happened in this weird school was more serious than he imagined. On the way here, he had carefully read all the reports. I thought it was just an ordinary disappearance case, but the loss of 3 police officers in a row is obviously not so normal. However, even so, Lin Chaoyang didn't really think about what Ji Xuan said about the SCP's weird containment, because everything Ji Xuan said was so unbelievable, it was completely a fantasy. It is more appropriate to say that the team members who disappeared here disappeared because of some kind of accident than so much. Because on the way back, he had already read the report, saying that after exploring here, he found that the space below seemed to be very large, like an ancient tomb, filled with a strong magnetic field, and the existing methods could not be completely observed and penetrated. Leader, you must think of a way. I've seen this place with a Feng Shui master, but after just one glance, the Feng Shui master vomited blood and fell into a coma. The middle-aged man was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. The loss of 3 teams of police officers was definitely not something he could bear. Feng Shui master. Lin Chaoyang was speechless. Can you, the person in charge of Guancheng, say this? Rest assured. I'm here, everything will be fine. Lin Chaoyang gave orders in a deep voice. Get ready and go explore. Yes, sir. The explorers and special forces that can be brought by Lin Chaoyang are naturally top-notch existences. They started preparing things almost immediately. Gas masks, detection radar, radio communications, food, water, fluorescent stick searchlights, and even several high-definition body cameras and small drones. As for the disappearance of the 3 teams of police officers mentioned by the middle-aged man, they didn't take it seriously at all. It's not uncommon for accidents to happen when exploring unknown places. Especially exploring places like this ancient tomb. Sir, everything is ready. Okay, let's start exploring. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man, who was originally anxious, was a little stunned. Wait, boss, why don't you just go in like this? Don't discuss and discuss, don't you observe? Hearing this, the leading exploration team laughed. Don't worry, comrade, we are all professionals. It's just an ancient tomb under a school, nothing more. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but everyone turned away. Leader. Is there really nothing wrong? It's as simple as that. The middle-aged man was a little anxious. It's okay. Trust them. Lin Chaoyang smiled. In fact, Lin Chaoyang's self-confidence did not come from nothing, let alone arrogance. As the person in charge of Dianzhou, the team he brought out this time are all top expedition members and special forces. Take them out individually, they are all at the level of the king of soldiers, and the expedition team members are all ruthless people who have climbed Mount Everest. It's just to explore a school, it's definitely enough. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but finally he could only nod helplessly. The captain of the exploration is not a whining character. As a true materialist, he never believed in ghosts or the like. The stairs were not wide, and in the end, only 4 experienced Special Forces soldiers were selected to go down with the 2 explorers. The leading Special Forces team member was armed with live ammunition, and held a portable camera that could broadcast in real time. Is everything ready? Lin Shiyang's voice came from the headset. Everyone nodded. Fine, go ahead. 6 people walked in one by one. However, just entering the stairwell, the 6 of them frowned. Because after entering the scope of the stairwell, the brightness of the searchlights in their hands suddenly decreased. Despite the increased power, it can only illuminate the 9 steps ahead. How is this going? Lin Chaoyang turned his head and illuminated the corridor where the searchlights were coming and going, and the range suddenly became larger. Obviously it wasn't the problem of the searchlights. Is it because of the magnetic field? Keep going. The 6 of them moved forward, heading into the dark. The pitch-black stairwell, like the giant mouth of a devil, gradually swallowed up the 6 rays of light. Da-da-da. In the silent stairwell, with quiet footsteps, everyone came to the first platform. No anomalies were found, and no signs of missing persons were found. Lin Chaoyang found that the audio from the camera was a little fuzzy, which made him frown slightly. Is this also the reason for the magnetic field? The 6 team members moved on. Lin Chaoyang, did 9844 find anything? 9844, no, sir, this is just an ordinary stairwell, and there is no sign leading to the ancient tomb for the time being, and there is no poison in the air test, it's just pure air with a high concentration of dust. Lin Chaoyang, got it. The camera here can't clearly receive the video in front. If you allow, you can describe everything you see in detail. 9844, received. There are only simple stairs and concrete structures around, and no. Lin Chaoyang, what's wrong? 9844, there are some sticky things on the ground, it should be something from your imagination, the reincarnation of the 5 grains. It's all stuck to my pants, it's a little disgusting. The camera turned its head, and several lumps of matter with a diameter of about 15 centimeters appeared on the Fangping platform. Lin Chaoyang, move on. 9844, yes. 9844 suddenly stopped in his tracks, with a puzzled and uncertain expression on his face. 9844, wait, sir, I seem to hear something. There is a child crying below. Lin Chaoyang, the child is crying. Are you sure? There is still a child in here. 9844, I'm sure sir, it's not just me. 9845, 9846 they all said they heard it. After a slight pause, 9844 spoke somewhat uncertainly. 9844, he seems to be crying. She is asking for help. After Lin Chaoyang turned his head and asked the middle-aged man beside him, his expression gradually became serious. Lin Chaoyang, but according to the situation, there should be no children who have entered here. It is not ruled out that there may be children passing by. Try to rescue. 9844, yes. But sir, I think the voice, maybe something is wrong. In the video, 9844 continued to move forward, but suddenly, he raised a hand to signal everyone to stop. 9844 found a group of unknown objects lying on the ground. After making a gesture, 9845, 9846 quickly took out their guns, and 9844 stepped forward quickly. And after seeing the target clearly, 9844's face suddenly turned ugly. What is this? Lin Shiyang's inquiry came from the headset. 9844 was silent for a while, and said in a deep voice, Sir, this should be a corpse. The deceased has no vital signs, and blood vessels are broken all over his body. He seems to have suffered great panic before his death, and his eyes disappeared. And the legs of the corpse that appeared here were broken to be the same length as the arms, the neck was elongated, and the arms were spread out, forming the shape of a 5-pointed star. The chest cavity of the deceased has been opened, and the internal organs have been evenly placed on the hands, feet, forehead, and heart. A section of intestine disappeared. A construction hat was found around, and it can be deduced from the clothes of the deceased, this should be Lu Fugui, one of the missing persons. Chapter 12. In the dark and gloomy stairs, there was silence. In the depths of the corridor, there were children's snots and cries for help. It sounded very pitiful at first, but now it is so weird when it is heard by everyone. Everyone looked at the corpse on the ground, their scalps were numb. Especially Lin Chaoyang on the ground, his expression was extremely ugly. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Lin Chaoyang took a deep breath. Describe in detail where the deceased is. 9844 nodded. The deceased is located on a platform in the stairwell. It is about 3 meters in diameter. It is a semicircular platform. There are no traces of fighting around. There are no obvious bruises on the deceased's body, but there are many ruptured blood vessels. Listening to 9844's explanation, Lin Chaoyang froze for a moment, suddenly felt that the words were familiar. Wait, where is the dead man? 9844 was stunned. On a platform in the elevator room, it's a semicircle with a diameter of about 3 meters, sir. Lin Chaoyang frowned, thinking deeply. After a short while, Lin Chaoyang finally recalled where he heard this sentence. Semicircle. About 3 meters in diameter. Isn't this the platform of the weird Containment 0-0-087 that Wallfacer Xuan mentioned earlier? Looking at the bloody picture from the camera and the strange corpse, Lin Chaoyang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. As the top person in charge of Dianzhou, Lin Chaoyang was actually not qualified to attend the meeting of the 5th Wallfacer. It was by chance that he attended that meeting. In the council, the 5th Wallfacer, Xuan, proposed the concept of the SCP Weird Foundation, and described the 20th ranked Weird Containment 0-0-087, the endless elevator room, and introduced everything about him in detail. Faced with Xuan's many words, Lin Chaoyang didn't believe it at all. Even if there is the identity and order of the Wallfacer here, he is still passive and sabotage, thinking that it is completely impossible to spend manpower and material resources to find some weird containment objects. It is simply a fantasy. Instead of studying these things, it is better to think about how to face the upcoming three-body crisis and the technological blockade of Siphons. Even if he came this time, Lin Chaoyang just came out to relax because he happened to be free and he was a little bit overwhelmed by the many things caused by the three-body civilization. But now, is it a coincidence? Lin Chaoyang felt his heart beating faster. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chaoyang slowly understood the huxia spoken by Xuan. 0-0-087, the endless stairwell. Item level, safe level. 0-0-087 is an unlit landing staircase with 13 steps on each floor, with an inclination of 38 degrees. Recalling this scene, Lin Chaoyang hurriedly asked, in this staircase of 9844, how many steps are there on each floor? 9844 replied without hesitation, Level 13, sir. 13th step. This is almost exactly the same as what the Wallfacer said. Is it a coincidence? And why 13 floors? You must know that here in Dianzhou, the steps of the stairs are mostly even numbers, such as 10, 12, 14, etc. There are very few steps up to 13 floors. Especially when it was relatively superstitious decades ago, 13 floors were even rarer. Lin Chaoyang's pupils constricted. Are there no windows or any light between each stair floor? Is it a smooth concrete wall? What is the approximate angle of inclination? 9844 froze for a moment, as if he didn't understand why he asked this question, but he still observed it quickly and answered. Sir, there is really no light here, and there are smooth concrete walls around. In terms of oblique angle, it's about 38 degrees. Hearing this, Lin Chaoyang's heart beat faster. It's really 38 degrees. Why is it so consistent? Could it be Wallfacer Xuan had been to this place? But soon this idea was rejected by Lin Chaoyang. After becoming a Wallfacer, Xuan's life experience has been thoroughly researched. In the past 20 years of his life, he has never been to Dianzhou, let alone the remote ruins of the campus in Guancheng, which is completely out of reach. The light within 0-0-087 will be swallowed, and the visible range is about 1.5 steps. The light beyond this distance will be swallowed. And a light source higher than 75 watts proves not to have a good effect. Recalling this sentence, Lin Chaoyang asked 9844 to change to a light with a lower power and compare it with a high-power searchlight. The result made Lin Chaoyang tremble with fear. 9844, sir. These two kinds of light sources actually illuminate almost the same, about 1.5 steps, which is too strange. 9844, could it be that the magnetic field only affects high-power light sources? Strangeness? Isn't it surprising? Talking about all this, the surroundings were clearly brightly lit, but Lin Chaoyang only felt darkness in front of his eyes. Because of this weird stairwell. Basically exactly as described by Ji Xian. What's happening here? Is this a coincidence? No, this must be a coincidence. How could there be such a thing as a strange containment object in this world? Lin Chaoyang tried his best to deny that the tenacious scientific materialist worldview for decades was unshakable. But a ray of chill lingered in his heart like a maggot on a tarsal bone. Suddenly, as if Lin Chaoyang remembered something, his eyes widened suddenly, and he hurriedly asked. Wait. 9844. How many floors have you descended in this stairwell? How many floors? About 40 floors, estimated to be 520 steps, it should be underground. 468 meters. While talking, 9844 seemed to have realized something, and his pupils gradually widened. Wait. Damn it. 468 meters underground. How is this going? Chapter 13. How did we descend so many steps? In the dark platform. 9844 and others suddenly panicked. This is not because they are 400 meters underground. After all, they have been to even deeper underground when performing tasks. To their horror, they forgot the fact that they had already descended more than 400 meters. Not only 9844 and others, but even Lin Chaoyang, the middle-aged man and others on the ground all changed their expressions suddenly. 40 floors underground. What's happening here? In ancient times, was there really an ancient tomb that could be built so deep underground? And judging from the picture coming from the front, the building material of this stairwell is clearly an unusual reinforced concrete structure. This is not what the so-called ancient tomb can explain. The key is, we didn't realize all this. The middle-aged man, the person in charge of Guancheng, broke out in cold sweat behind his back. Why? It's obviously such a big problem, so obvious, why didn't we notice it? Everyone's complexion turned ugly to the extreme. Even the top special forces such as 9844, who were exploring underground, felt a wave of letters down their spines. More than 400 meters underground. Such a major factor, this kind of problem, they shouldn't ignore it. Only Lin Chaoyang's brain suddenly roared. Because he rang the most outrageous line of Ji Xian. This weird containment has a very special feature, that is, it is endless, and people who walk in it will not realize that they will never reach the end. And don't realize that you can never reach the end. Endless, elevator halls. Lin Chaoyang's pupils shrank for a while. This, isn't it exactly the same as the current situation? Gudong. Lin Chaoyang raised his head mechanically, looked at the pitch-black campus buried in the darkness in the distance, and swallowed hard. Could it be? Here is the weird containment of SCP. 0-0-087? More than 400 meters underground. After discovering this fact, everyone was in shock. Even a person who is calm on weekdays has sensed that something is wrong. You know, these special forces and scouts are the top existences in the country. How could they have forgotten such an important thing at such a critical moment? And them. They were watching all this on the ground, exploring the stairwell, and they didn't even remember how many stairs they walked. Lin Chaoyang's scalp was numb, and he felt a chill from head to toe. If he hadn't heard what Ji Xian described, he wouldn't have been able to recover just now. However, the shocking thing is far from over. The following scenes made Lin Shiyang's pupils dilate even more. Because as the exploration team led by 9844 went down, more and more anomalies were discovered. In this stairwell, corpses began to appear continuously. Every few floors, corpses will emerge. They died in a variety of strange ways, some were stripped of their skin, some had their necks twisted, and some lost their limbs. But they all have the same feature. All of them had their eyes gouged out, their bodies were cut open, and their internal organs were neatly pulled out and placed nearby, forming an altar-like appearance. There was even a stairwell where a corpse was completely turned into blood plasma. Flesh and bones were evenly smeared on the wall, leaving only a liver on the platform. In this bloody scene, many Special Forces soldiers couldn't help turning pale at this moment. What the hell is it? The 6 explorers were terrified. The stairwell was so dark and dripping with blood. What happened here? Why is there such a weird thing? And how far down have they gone? Are there really children in such a deep underground? Please. Come down. Help me. The child's whimpering and choking cry for help came from the darkness of the deep stairwell. Listening to this incomparably immature pity for help, 9844 and the others swallowed with a thud, feeling a chill from the solace of their feet to the skull. They had already descended a full 400 to 500 meters, but the sound still didn't seem to mean approaching. What's the situation? Do you want to walk down the stairwell for the rest of your life? Where does this darkness lead? Sir, I think this stairwell is very abnormal. 9844 said this. Not only is it abnormal. Above the ground, everyone watched what happened below, and their scalps were already numb. Does such a deep stairwell really exist? How could it be so bloody inside? And what is that eerie sound? Is it really a child? Compared to the stupefied crowd, the only one who was still awake was Lin Chaoyang. He recalled everything Ji Xuan said in that meeting, and his face suddenly changed wildly. Wait! The child's cry for help. I remember that when Ji Xuan described 0-0-087, he seemed to say that in this endless stairwell, there would be faint crying sounds. Lin Shiyang's scalp was numb. This voice, could it be? And Lin Chaoyang also remembered one thing. When Ji Xuan introduced 0-0-087, he also said a word at the end. There are still ghosts living in this weird containment called Endless Stairwell. Although he still doesn't fully believe what Ji Xuan said, Lin Chaoyang still firmly believes that ghosts and monsters cannot exist in the world, but... His hands moved involuntarily. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and yelled anxiously. Wait! Stop exploring! 9844! Stop exploring! Bring your people back! However, Lin Shiyang's order was still too late. Almost at the moment when his words fell. The screen of the live broadcast suddenly shook violently, and then there was an extremely miserable scream from the other side of the camera. Chapter 14. F***CK. What the hell is this? Get out! Don't stay here with me, get out! The hysterical screams came back from the other end of the camera. The original calm scene has disappeared more completely, and the voice from the camera shows that 9844 and others who are exploring underground have obviously fallen into a great panic. They kept wailing and screaming hysterically, with hoarse throats, and even the sound of gunshots and flames. Metal bullets hit the flesh and concrete walls, making popping sounds. Damn it! Has this thing been behind us all this time? No, don't let him come, don't let him come! What? Shoot! Shoot! Kill him! Da-da-da-da-da! There was a burst of dense bullet sounds, but it was followed by even more miserable screams and panic. What? Help me, save me, don't let him come over! Everything that happened in the camera was so sudden. No one could have predicted all this. What's wrong? What happened? Many people on the ground were extremely anxious and hurriedly asked. However, the pictures and sounds coming from the underground are too mixed and chaotic, and it is impossible to hear clearly at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Chaoyang was impatient. What's happening here? Could it be that there are ghosts in this underground? No, it's impossible. Damn it! How is this going? On the ground, countless people waited anxiously, not knowing what happened. However, this confusion did not last long. Within a few minutes, the sound from the camera stopped, and the gunshots and screams gradually disappeared. But everyone's hearts sank. No sound anymore. Could it be that? Are they all dead? Lin Chaoyang clenched his fists tightly, his face was ashen. That is the most elite special forces and exploration experts, how could it be? Thoughts haven't settled yet. There was another sound on the screen. It was the voice of a panting man who seemed to be running. Someone survived? Everyone was extremely excited and hurriedly looked towards the camera screen. However, after everyone looked at the camera screen and saw what happened inside, their pupils suddenly shrank. The imagined 9844 did not appear in the picture. In its place is a face. It was a face that was extremely pale. It is similar to the head of an ordinary human, but there are no holes above the facial features, and the eyes are pale with light. Obviously the camera was shaking uncomfortably, but this face just stood still in the air. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Everyone on the ground stared at this pale face, their brains buzzing. What is this? Where did this come from? What about Team 9844? The scene was constantly running, and there was a panting sound from the camera, but what was strange was that no matter how bumpy it was, this pale face just floated in front of him calmly. Moreover, this face seems to have seen something, a pair of eyes without pupils, just staring straight at the camera. As if through a camera. Staring at Lin Chaoyang and the others. It is looking at me? Lin Chaoyang opened his mouth wide, only to feel a chill down his back, and then a warm thing landed on his mouth. Lin Chaoyang wiped his nose. Blood. The next moment, an emotion called panic seemed to be magnified instantly, and fear crawled all over his body. Ghost. Is this the ghost that Wallfacer Ji Xuan talked about? The ghost that resides in 0-0-087. In this world, there really are weird contained objects. Wallfacer Ji Xuan, everything he said is true. But didn't the Wallfacer say that the monsters residing in this endless stairwell would not kill people? Now it's more than that. Almost at the moment when this idea first appeared, there was a broken sound from the camera, and then the face on the screen suddenly expanded countless times, occupying the entire screen in an instant. A sob that was so clear passed from the dark abandoned campus. A person patrolling nearby froze in place. Next moment, fear filled their hearts. The blood suddenly began to accelerate rapidly, and the capillaries all over his body were inflated and exploded like balloons. Countless people passed out on the ground. Countless blood fell into the ground. Under the illumination of the red and blue revolving lights, a large amount of blood stained this strange abandoned campus red. The whimpering and crying of a child slowly echoed in the gloomy jungle. Snapped. In the distant Yanjing underground fortress, Ji Xuan, who had waited for a week without any news coming back, put down the pen in his hand, and raised his head suspiciously. Okay. Why did you suddenly increase so much trust? Is there any boss who believes what I say? Just when Ji Xuan frowned and was extremely puzzled, a calm system voice slowly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 trust points. Reward SCP Mobile Task Force X1. Reward Site X1. Reward B-Level Containment Doctor X1. Reward C-Level Combatants X100. Reward D-Class Personnel X1000. Containment number 0-0-087, has now completely descended into the real world. The value that can be obtained from this containment has reached the upper limit. The task is now open, contain the strange containment object 0-0-087, and you can get rich rewards when you complete it. Master Host, please go and contain it as soon as possible. Seeing the system notification sound, Ji Xuan's expression froze for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly brightened. 0-0-087. The summoning was successful. Chapter 15. 1 SCP Mobile Task Force, 1 Large Site, 1 B-Class Containment Doctor, C-Class Combatants 100, D-Class Personnel 1000. Seeing the awards for this play, Ji Xuan was extremely excited. It can be regarded as summoned. It's not in vain that I look forward to it. You must know that although Ji Xuan is now a Wallfacer, he can mobilize a lot of resources, but things like SCP weird containment objects are not something you can contain with resources. Each of these strange contained objects is beyond common sense, mysterious and abnormal, and it is extremely troublesome to contain. Originally, he wanted to use the power of the Wallfacers to forcibly accumulate and contain resources. But now with these rewards, especially after the mobile task force, everything will be solved easily. You must know that the mobile task force is almost equivalent to the top soldier king on the earth, and has sufficient experience in containing strange objects. Either in containment all year round, or on the way to containment. Especially the mobile task force Zayden 9 he rewarded, Mole Rats, is best at investigating, exploring, and containing abnormal phenomenon SCP that appears underground or in closed areas. Especially those with abnormal terrain or unstable space-time properties, have contained many strange anomalies many times. The most important thing is that Zayden 9, a large site rewarded by the system, has extremely powerful concealment ability and cannot be tracked and located at all because of the system reward. Even the Siphons of the three-body civilization spread out from the four-dimensional space, and they couldn't locate the existence of the site. You can't even notice its existence at all. You must know that the entire Earth is being monitored by Siphons of the three-body civilization all-pervasively. Having a place that cannot be monitored is absolutely extremely important to Ji Xuan. Without any hesitation, Ji Xuan dialed the phone number of Dr. Hermann Keter, the director of Site Zayden 9, through the existence of the system in his heart. "Hello, Dr. Hermann Keter," Ji Xuan said in his heart. "Hello. This is the Zeta site. May I ask who you are?" After a short period of stupefaction, the person on the other side seemed to realize who the person on the phone was, and suddenly there was a sound of a glass breaking. "My Satan, my God! Damn it! This is my favorite cup, oh, sorry. Dear O5 Senator, I am a bit incoherent, I am honored to receive your call. Dear members of the O5 Council. This is Dr. Hermann Keter. Very pleased to have you call. You know, this is the first time I've received a call from an O5 since I joined the Foundation." Hearing some helpless words on the other side, Ji Xuan smiled. "Forget about gossiping, there is a containment object in Huaxia Dianzhou, not far from where you are, and I need you to contain him." The other end of the phone froze for a moment, and then came a serious and slightly fanatical voice. "Containment? I know. For the sake of all mankind, your will is our direction. We control, we contain, and we protect. Very well, next, I will provide you with the detailed information of 0-0-087. Ji Xuan, immersed in the joy of successfully summoning, is discussing with Dr. Hermann Keter how to contain 0-0-087. At the same time, many high-level Huxia officials outside have completely exploded the pot. "What did you say? 0-0-087, is it real?" In the southeast region of Daxia, Shi Ling, the general manager, sat in front of the online conference table, looking at the information in his hand. His expression was shocked to the extreme. Shi Lin has an ancient grey beard and a bright face. In the past, he was a calm old man, with a demeanor that is not chaotic in front of the collapse of Mount Tai. But now, holding the detailed report in his hand, his beard is trembling in shock. 0-0-087, the endless stairwell, Lin Chaoyang, ghost faces. Looking at this detailed report, Shi Ling's heart was beating wildly. As the general manager of Huaxia Dianzhou, Lin Chaoyang's accident was soon discovered. At the same time, the existence of 0-0-087 spread to the entire high level of Daxia almost immediately. It's like a strong wind. In an instant, thousands of feet of waves were stirred up. Impossible. In the parliament, a prominent figure in Daxia stood up suddenly. One can imagine how much this report had an impact on him. What's going on with this report? Where did it come from? It's impossible, it's too mysterious. Endless stairwell? This is not in line with common sense at all, and it does not conform to any scientific law today. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could things like ghosts appear in the real world? Have you really studied it seriously? What Wallfacer Xuan said is, after all, just. The leader, the old man in the fuchsia tunic, knocked on the table. Boom, boom. Quiet. Don't forget, Xuan is still around. Hearing this, the big man sat down again, but he still frowned and looked dignified. Actually, it's not just this one big shot. Other important figures such as Shi Ling also stared at the report in their hands, their brows almost knit into a ball. 0-0-087. Totally unreasonable. How could such a strange containment object really exist? Is it true that Ji Xuan did not arrange it through means? Reason tells them that it is impossible, but reality tells them that since they can hold a meeting here, it is impossible to make a small fuss. The time of the old man in the fuchsia tunic suit is not for jokes. As if he had seen through their thoughts, the old man in the tunic suit said, I've confirmed that this is not an arrangement or falsehood. The old man in the tunic suit spoke calmly, but everyone could feel the shock surging in his heart. So are they. All of this is true. The old man in the tunic suit stated slowly. Comrade Lin Chaoyang lost the news about an hour ago. Comrades from the relevant departments rushed there as soon as they noticed it. When they arrived, Comrade Lin Chaoyang and the comrades around Guancheng were in a coma. There are many wounds on their bodies, and many blood vessels are broken. Now they are out of danger. And according to the descriptions of the rescue comrades, they could clearly feel a depressive atmosphere within 1 mile of this abandoned school, and they felt fear for no reason, and their adrenaline soared. And there are many animals around the school, not limited to sparrows, squirrels, insects, etc., falling to the ground and dying. Studies have shown that most of them suffered extreme shock during their lifetime. The old man in the fuchsia tunic passed a piece of information to everyone and spoke calmly. This is the video at that time. After rescuing Comrade Lin Chaoyang, I found it on the computer. Take a look. Be mentally prepared. And there is another very strange thing here. It was obviously the dead people in the video, but in the end they were all found in Curry, the abandoned warehouse of this school, and they are still in a coma. But life is worry-free. Everyone accepted the document and hurriedly clicked in. The dark stairwell, 13 steps, airtight concrete, walls that seem to be squeezed down, the stairs that can never see the end, can only illuminate the light of 1.5 steps ahead. There is also the bloody corpse, with its internal organs turned upside down, and the bloody mud smeared on the wall. Scene after scene appeared in front of many big figures in Daxia. They looked at the shaky screen and felt the dark stairwell, as if they were in it themselves. Before he knew it, he was sweating and his scalp was numb. Especially when they came back to their senses, they were shocked to the extreme when they saw Lin Chaoyang yelling and asking how long they had descended, and they still didn't know when they were more than 400 meters underground. Wait! 400 meters! I didn't notice. It's been so long. It's impossible, why didn't I notice it? This video interfered with our cognition. Chapter 16. Cognitive interference. It is a new vocabulary that has been produced since the Trisolaran civilization used Xuans to block the basic physics technology of the Earth. The cognitive interference of Xuans has a clear basis and strictly abides by the quantum mechanics of the universe. The reason why Xuans can block the physical cognition of the Earth is because of their powerful control over basic matter. The basic principle is that the target particles in the high-energy accelerator are lurking behind the high-energy accelerator of the Earth people, and the target particles in the high-energy accelerator are replaced to receive the impact and cause chaos. As a result, it is impossible for human beings to find the correct result, and it is also impossible to effectively explore the deep structure of matter, resulting in the inability to produce breakthrough development. And then to the point of cognitive interference. But now, what is the situation with this video? A video actually interfered with their cognition. After reaching this conclusion, almost all the important figures present were sweating profusely behind their backs. Is this interference at the molecular level or at the quantum level? Or neither? You must know that even the siphon blockade of the three-body is only blocking the physics of the Earth, and it is still through extremely rigorous interference. And now? How is this going? Just watched the video, and was disturbed. What the hell is it? Watching the video, Shi Linggu swallowed hard, his heart was completely agitated. Keep reading. The old man in the tunic suit said. The crowd continued to watch. However, before waiting for a long time, their pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead. They saw that pale and irrelevant face. Almost at the moment of seeing them, the adrenaline in the body of these big men suddenly rushed. A nameless fear suddenly appeared in their bodies. This kind of fear is completely different from the fear of watching ghost movies in the past, and it arises without any reason. Then they all responded simultaneously. Some people were startled and screamed, some stood up in shock, some turned pale and smashed the computer in front of them. This is entirely a biological instinct. But after regaining consciousness, their faces became more and more ugly. Want to know who they are? The top big shots in Daxia are gentle and humble in the past, and the city is profound. Even if they watch the most terrifying horror movies, they will not have any problems. But in front of this video, she lost her composure. And what did they see? A face, suspended in the air. Is that real? You must know that this is the top conference in Daxia, and the cameras used for shooting are also the most advanced military ones. It is absolutely impossible to be a movie with light and shadow special effects. Even this grimace wiped out several teams of police officers, as well as a team of top Huxia special forces and investigators. However, what made them feel weird was that when the rescuers arrived at the end of the video, these team members and police officers who were supposed to be dead actually appeared in the abandoned warehouse of the school. Although unconscious, with scars all over his body, his vital signs are stable. This is... What happened? How did they come out? Everyone was stunned. Shouldn't they be dead? Especially that team of explorers, who faced the ghost, unexpectedly, survived. And which discoverer named Lu Fugui has been confirmed to have died in the stairwell, but why did he appear in the abandoned warehouse curry? If this is Lu Fugui, who is that disfigured man in the stairwell? After re-entering the session, all the big names were silent. Too weird. So many unsolved mysteries. No wonder the old man in the tunic told them to be psychologically prepared at the beginning. Did not expect. This is the reason. Many big figures in Daxia looked dignified. Reason told them that there could be no SCP or weird containment in the world, all of which were just nonsense by Ji Xian. But now, the naked reality is in front of them, making it impossible for them to refute. All of this is true. In this world, there really are weird containment objects. At this moment, many members of the council saw this message in the eyes of each other. They were shocked, hesitant, and confused. But soon, those emotions were replaced by excitement. The weird containment of SCP actually exists in the world. The words of Wallfacer Ji Xian are actually true. If many important people in Daxia knew about this endless stairwell before knowing about the three-body civilization, they would definitely feel that it was a hot potato and extremely troublesome. But now, this extremely mysterious 0-0-087 may become an important means and weapon for them to deal with the Trisolaran civilization. And you know, this is just the 20th ranked SCP weird containment. Then how powerful the remaining 19 should be. At this moment, the eyes of many big figures in Daxia are burning with the light of hope. This matter needs to be kept secret. Enter the explorer, give condolences, but inform those who know everything about it, don't let it out, and sign a confidentiality agreement. That's right, it must not be spread at will before it has been fully researched. The siphons of the Trisolaran civilization should have detected all of this, but they can't interfere with everything on Earth. The Edo block is about to be completely eliminated, and they can't interfere with all of this. Protect Wallfacer Ji Xian. At the same time, send personnel as soon as possible to study 0-0-087. This may be one of the reasons why Mr. Ji Xian became a Wallfacer. Three-body civilization, maybe they feel threatened because of this. Is this the rumor in the Edo organization, a direct confrontation with the Trisolaran civilization. Thinking of this, the heartbeats of many big shots accelerated. They looked at each other. One order after another. There is almost no need to speak at all. Many big shots at the highest level in Daxia understood what they were thinking just by looking at each other. And got up slowly and firmly, and started to move silently. However, many of Daxia's top figures did not expect that the research difficulty of 0-0-087 far exceeded their imagination. Chapter 17. What the hell is this shit? Near the abandoned school in Guancheng, Dashi was sitting in a simple hood, wearing a pair of flowery underpants. His two black hairy legs were shivering in the night, and he was angrily cleaning his pants. Surrounded by blockade lines, tents, and scientific research personnel have been set up one after another, and the huge searchlights illuminate the place as if it were daytime. Sitting opposite him was a man in a white scientific research suit. He looks to be in his 30s, and his name is Wang Miao. He is a famous Huxia scientist who has made outstanding contributions in the field of nanoscience. The raw material for the Guhan operation that eliminated the three-body worship and prevented Ito was Wang Miao's masterpiece. As a well-known military scientist in Dianzhou, Wang Miao, who had nothing to do after physics was blocked, came almost immediately after receiving the order. And after knowing everything, he was deeply involved, unable to extricate himself, almost fanatical, and even took the initiative to apply to become a temporary research team leader. Stop complaining here, come on, Dashi, tell me what you saw in this abandoned school. Wang Miao ran over rubbing her hands and handed Dashi a bench. Looking at the excited nerd, Dashi rolled his eyes. What else could we see? We didn't dare to stay inside for too long. We felt hot as soon as we entered, and the adrenaline soared. I even felt like my heart was beating 300. That's impossible. Wang Miao waved his hand, 300, you're already dead. Dashi rolled his eyes, why didn't he realize that this kid had such a talent for making cold jokes before? After lighting a cigarette, Dashi began to elaborate. Obviously, I have made all the preparations, and I found the most daring police officers and soldiers to explore, but after entering, there will still be unstoppable fear. Moreover, the people who had been confirmed to be dead all inexplicably appeared in the abandoned warehouse curry. Police officers, special forces, and explorers are all there. Although he is in a coma and has many injuries on his body, his vital signs are stable, and the DNA monitoring is his own. It was detected that there seemed to be some other things mixed in it. In addition, in Curry, an abandoned warehouse below, various bones were found, including those of humans and birds and animals. No one knows where it came from. Think carefully. Anyway, this dilapidated school is very weird. You can't get in at all. After you get in, you only have the word fear in your mind, so you can't study it. Dashi waved his hands, even the machine camera I can't shoot, it's broken, and there's no magnetic field here. It's just that it can't be studied, which is the sharp weapon against the three-body civilization. Wang Miao squatted on the ground with a notebook in his hand with a frenzied expression, and recorded everything Dashi said. What else, what else? Say what you can remember. How did you pee your pants? Wang Miao asked, pointing to the pants in Dashi's hand. Dashi was speechless. Which pot is not opened and which pot is lifted? But Dashi still explained everything he knew in detail. Wang Miao left satisfied, and went to work overtime with a frenzied expression. Team after team of exploration teams went to the abandoned campus to study all this. By the time Dashi finished washing his trousers, about 6 or 7 team members came back cursing and peeing on their trousers. Dashi lit a cigarette and enjoyed himself. Just then, the phone in his hand rang. After seeing the caller ID, Dashi suddenly narrowed his eyes. Getting up and coming to a deserted place, Dashi connected the phone while smoking a cigarette and asked. Oh? Brother Luoji? Why did you suddenly call me? How is it? Is it comfortable to live there? I didn't mean you. Look at the other Wallfacers, and then look at you. After all, you are one of the saviors of mankind. 1. How much work is up? On the other end of the phone came Luoji's helpless voice. Forrid. To be honest, I don't know what my mission is. But I have a mission here, and I want your help. Dashi was taken aback. What's wrong? Inconvenient? Luoji asked. A little bit. Dashi stubbed out his cigarette, staring at the dark abandoned campus in the distance. Although I really want to go, I can't get away now. What's up? The fifth Wallfacer has something to do here, and I was sent here. Mr. Xuan? What's the matter with him? Luoji on the other end of the phone was visibly shocked. You don't know? The big shots should have sent you the documents. I've been a little lazy lately. Come on, let me tell you. Dashi recounted everything that happened before, and when Luoji finished listening to Dashi's narration, he was stunned. What? You said 0-0-087. That's actually true. On the shore of the picturesque lake, Luoji stood up suddenly, clutching the phone with a shocked expression. How could this thing be real? Isn't that what Mr. Xuan said casually? You know this thing without looking at it. Dashi on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. Yes, Mr. Xuan held a meeting and explained where 0-0-087 was at that time. Luoji said, his expression shocked to the extreme. Isn't it a coincidence that you can't find anything after you've broken through the iron shoes? Brother Luo, hurry up and tell me about it. After being silent for a while, Luoji slowly told everything. And after Luoji finished speaking, Dashi suddenly felt his scalp go numb. FK. This thing is exactly the same as what the fifth Wallfacer said. What's going on? Everything that happened here was actually predicted by the fifth Wallfacer. On the other end of the phone, Luoji's heart was also extremely restless. Didn't you agree that we are the best? I lay flat here, you take off over there? Have you played TM like this? However, what shocked Luoji the most was that what he thought were just Xuan's casually made up words turned out to be all true. Just after hearing the 0-0-087 described by Dashi, he felt an unstoppable shudder all over his body. Weird. Thriller. Unknown. Isn't this kind of thing really made up? It actually happened. Feeling ups and downs in his heart, Luo Jixiang believed all of this. He rushed to the house to find the documents. After watching it, my head is big. It was sent by an old man in a Huxia tunic suit. This. Absolutely impossible to be fake. A sentence that I thought was random nonsense is actually all true? Luoji felt a whirlwind. But after a while, he came back to his senses, and hurriedly told Dashi, this place is too dangerous. If it is really what Mr. Xuan said, Dashi, you'd better leave. I want to leave, but my son who doesn't live up to expectations has done something wrong, and I want to beg for mercy. Dashi said relaxedly, and judging from the current situation, no one has died here. Although the people in the video were dead, it was found that they all appeared in the abandoned warehouse. What's more, didn't you say that Mr. Xuan, the fifth Wallfacer, revealed that the creatures or ghosts that reside in the endless stairwell have no intention of killing people for the time being? Hearing this, Luoji didn't know how to persuade him. After hanging up the phone, Luoji retrieved the documents, staring at the paragraph after paragraph of text, and fell into a deep shock. Luoji still hasn't recovered from the shock. As for the Guanchang exploration team, they also ran into trouble. Because they found that they couldn't understand what happened in this weird abandoned school anyway. Endless stairwells, inexplicable ghosts, and unexplainable fears, people who are clearly dead appear in the warehouse. Everything shrouded them like a mystery, making countless scientists restless. And just when many of Daxia's top scientists came to inquire, their hearts were extremely shocked. Xuan's SCP Mobile Task Force has also slowly reached the edge of the abandoned school. Looking at the brightly lit camp, the leader of the mole rats, the captain of the mole operation chuckled. Action! The team members. Let them see what a real profession is. Chapter 18. Dalan Kori was wearing a black mask, antivirus type, containing a small amount of compressed oxygen, an infrared see-through device, and a huge black package on his back. Behind him are 16 men in black who are also dressed in the same clothes. There is also a huge black package on their backs. These are his mole rats, members of Mobile Task Force Moles. Be careful. In the dense jungle, Corey led 16 people quietly bypassing the defense and entered the campus with 0-0-087. A huge sense of fear suddenly appeared. There is no reason for this kind of fear, which is enough to make a normal adult collapse. Corey knows that the many Huxia Task Force scientific research teams around him are struggling because of this. However, this poses little threat to his mole rats, members of Mobile Task Force Mole Rats. Before coming again, Dr. Herman Keeter performed a minor operation on them, cutting off a part of the brain's nerve transmission channel and isolating the stress level of the amygdala. This permanently lowers all of their emotional reactivity levels and permanently affects some of their judgment. But for the effect of the operation, Corey felt that it was nothing. As long as it can contain this weird containment, what is it? Not to mention a small operation, if it takes his life to contain the weird containment of SCP, Corey will never have any hesitation. We are born in darkness, we die in chaos, we control, we contain, we protect. We cannot back down because behind us is all humanity. We fight these darkness in the dark, so that those who don't know can be bathed in the light. We are the foundation. Fear he had had before, but not now, and never again. Corey felt that after returning from this mission, he might be able to propose to the higher UPS to scale up this minor operation. After all, fear is really something that their foundation doesn't really need. They came to the blocked wooden door and stairs. Proceed with caution. While allaying fear does not mean that 0-0-087 has no other means of attack. The object parasitic in 0-0-087, tentatively named as 0-0-087-1, should have small reality distorting power, but certainly not too strong. In the first judgment, its intensity should be related to the degree of fear. Everyone nodded. 17 figures filed in. Corey walked in the front, and the infrared night vision device clearly illuminated everything in the darkness. Before becoming the Foundation Action Commissioner, he was the youngest university professor in Texas, the kind with all-round development of morality, intelligence, physique, and beauty. In a strange containment incident, he came into contact with the secrets of the world. He saw the appearance of the strange containment with his own eyes, and killed all his disciples in just 10 minutes. Corey no longer remembers how he survived. His nose was filled with blood, his ears were filled with gunshots, and his head was full of chaotic wailing. He only remembered that his arm was torn at the beginning, and the blood do not flow like money. Later, he saw a few men wearing clothes with 3 centripetal arrows in a circular inner ring walking over, holding a needle in his hand. "Are you okay?" someone asked in English mixed with Indian taste. "Still alive?" Corey replied. "Great, don't be nervous, you'll forget about it," said the 3 arrows man. "Can I ask, what exactly happened?" Corey struggled, he remembered, only to find that he had no strength left. The man with 3 arrows froze for a moment, then smiled. "Hurt like this and still want to ask questions? You are a good kid, you are a talent. How about it, if you can survive, I will explain to you." Corey survived and knew about the existence of the Foundation and SCP. "Want to join?" the man asked. "Need to say more?" Corey joined the Foundation, and quickly distinguished himself in his own right, becoming the commander of Mobile Task Force Zeta 9 Site, Mole Rats. He has contained a lot of weird containment objects of SCPs. Although the containment objects this time seem to be extremely simple, there is actually an O5 member who personally issued the order. However, no matter how he searched for the information of 0-0-087, he only came to a conclusion: this is an ordinary, most easily contained object. Why do you need an O5 member to personally order it? Corey couldn't figure it out, but he and Dr. Herman Keeter agreed that the operation would require full force. According to intelligence, the creatures parasitic in 0-0-087, called 0-0-087-1 for the time being, will make calls similar to human children. His voice is full of whimpering, crying, and asking for help. Most of them are the 3 words in Huxia: "Please, help me, and come down." And after entering the interior of 0-0-087, the living body will focus all its attention on the dark corridor, the subconsciousness will descend, and it will not be aware of the reality of this stairwell will never end. According to intelligence and observation analysis, 0-0-087-1 will awaken the fear of entering the living body inside 0-0-087, and when they turn around, they will suddenly appear. 0-0-087-1 is a colorless white face with no pupils, nostrils, and mouth. Slowly reading the note I wrote down. The modified cognitive memories of Corey and the 16 mole team members reappeared and began to recover. Are you all ready? Corey checked his equipment, especially the huge package behind him. Ready. Corey nodded, and turned his head, looking towards the entrance of 0-0-087. No surprises. A colorless human face appeared in front of him only about 60 centimeters away without any signs. Corey was silent. So simple? Many members of Mobile Task Force moles also turned their heads and looked at this face. A face suspended in the air meets 34 eyes. Throughout 0-0-087, there was a moment of silence. 0-0-087-1 showed a hint of confusion on his face. It seemed that he didn't understand why the group of people in front of him were not the same as those who came in before, but they were just looking back at the first step. And after discovering him, he didn't even show a frightened expression. 0-0-087-1 moved forward 40 centimeters. Still no effect. Across from him, Corey couldn't figure it out. With such a simple containment, what are those people outside doing? Have they not studied it thoroughly for so long? However, doubts are doubts, but he still opened the package behind him, revealing the small nuclear warhead. At the same time, the remaining 16 members of Mobile Task Force mole rats, also opened their boxes. Not surprisingly. 16 small nuclear warheads. Chapter 19. Boom. Dashi was woken up in his sleep. The huge explosion made the entire tent tremble, the car windows rattled, and the glass shattered into snowflakes out of thin air. A huge heat wave hit our faces, setting off strong winds and sand and stones, blowing large tents into the sky. What's wrong? What happened? Dashi didn't have time to put on his trousers, so he ran out with his big black hairy legs in his flowery trousers, but when he saw everything in front of him clearly, he was suddenly taken aback. A dazzling light rose in the distance. The blazing red flames seemed to rise briefly as the sun, overshadowing the starlight. Searing temperatures set forests on fire. That huge destructive aura, even for a fearless person like Dashi, his brain was completely dazed at this moment. The light came and went as fast as it could. Countless people stared dumbfounded at everything in the distance. And after being dazed, Dashi also reacted. FK. This is where the 0-0 abandoned school is located. Who put a bomb here? Who told you to blow it up? This is how much equivalent it exploded. Dashi cried out anxiously. After hearing this, the faces of countless researchers around Huaxia all changed wildly. Abandoned school. Where is the location of 0-0-087? It is one of the 20 locations mentioned by Wallfacer Xuan, and it is most likely related to the confrontation between the Earth and the three-body civilization. Now, something went wrong. Quick! Go and see. Wang Miao, who had just come out, also panicked, and hurriedly ran over there in a white coat. Many soldiers were extremely anxious, and Dashi hurriedly grabbed his pants and ran over there. But as he was running, Dashi sniffed his nose a few times, smelling the air, and suddenly his face became extremely ugly. The smell in the air. You can't go wrong. When he was trying to capture Ye Wenjia, her bodyguard, a girl from the Ito organization, carried a small nuclear warhead and detonated it not far from him. As someone who had encountered a nuclear explosion at close range, Dashi reacted almost immediately, grabbed Wang Miao and backed away, and at the same time raised his head and roared angrily. Wait! Don't go there, this smell is AFG nuclear bomb. Hearing Dashi's words, many soldiers and researchers slammed on the brakes. Really? Damn it! Wang Miao hurriedly fetched a detector. Looking at the radiation that was almost reported, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Quick! Prepare the protective clothing. Notify the personnel to retreat. It's okay now, don't move on. The faces of many researchers and soldiers changed wildly. Is it really a nuclear bomb? Who the hell did this? Are you crazy? Detonate a nuclear bomb in such a place? Dashi's face was also extremely ugly. While backing away, he looked in the direction of the abandoned teaching building in the distance. His eyes were cloudy and uncertain. But before he could look away, a white light came through from the distant jungle again. FK. And also. Dashi cursed angrily, quickly closed his eyes, and at the same time pushed Wang Miao down, lying on the ground under a bunker. In the next moment, a wave of air that was hotter than before erupted suddenly. Even though the two nuclear bombs were small-yield nuclear bombs, they were terrifying enough. Almost all the staff present were exposed to varying degrees of radiation, but they breathed a sigh of relief after inspection. The yield of this nuclear bomb was controlled just right, and the distance was also well grasped. Although it caused a little damage to their bodies, it was still not that fatal after all. Only occasionally a few unlucky ones were still looking over there during the second nuclear explosion, and their eyes were blinked. It is estimated that they will have to wear highly myopic glasses in their next life. Who the hell did this? Wearing extremely thick protective clothing, everyone came to the center of the nuclear explosion. Dashi's expression turned ugly. The abandoned teaching building that originally stood here has completely disappeared, replaced by a huge pit. SCP Strange Containment 0-0-087. The stairwell has disappeared, the ground is scorched yellow, the surrounding trees are still burning, and the police officers are anxiously fighting the fire. It was pitch black. Seeing all of this, the high-ranking military officers in charge of this place almost exploded with anger. Who can tell me why there is a nuclear bomb here? He roared and roared, but at this moment, Dashi narrowed his eyes and came to the bottom of the nuclear explosion pit. After watching it for a short time, he narrowed his glasses immediately. Sir, please take a look at this. Have you heard of this code name? Hearing the words, the top military officials hurried over, and following Dashi's fingertips, he saw a piece of flat land appearing at the bottom of the nuclear bomb crater. There appears to be a boxy thing that was once embedded in the rock, but has now been dug away. At the same time, beside the rock, a pattern was carved out at unknown time. Those are two circles with 3 arrows pointing inward at 0 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 8 o'clock. In addition, there is another sentence carved here. We control, we contain, we protect. The weird containment object, 0-0-087, has been contained. Containment Team, Mobile Task Force of Zayden 9. Mole Rats, Moles. Chapter 20. What are you saying? 0-0-087 was taken away. After learning what happened in the abandoned campus building, almost all the big shots in Huaxia were shocked. Who did this? They have been studying 0-0-087 for so long, but there is no result, and they can't even approach it gradually, but why are they directly taken away by others now? And, a nuclear bomb was used. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Are they crazy? Where did the nuke come from? Even if it's a small nuclear bomb, it's definitely not something that normal organizations can take out. Is it made by other countries? The United States? Or who? Who leaked the news? The equivalent of the 2 nuclear bombs was quite ingenious. No casualties were caused, but the place where 0-0-087 was located was completely razed to the ground. At the bottom of the crater, a rock was also found. This rock withstood the blast of the nuclear bomb. On top of it, there is an obvious square hole. We suspect that this is the body of 0-0-087. In the emergency parliament, countless big figures in Daxia looked ugly. They are seriously analyzing here. Although they tried their best to keep calm, the shock in those words can't be concealed. We have been unable to find any news of this so-called Zayden 9's mobile task force and Molerats moles. There is no such team and number in the world, and our personnel can't find any traces of their existence at the scene. Damn! What's going on? Hearing this, the faces of many people in the council suddenly became more and more ugly. Who did this? How did they do it? In front of so many troops and researchers, how dare they take away 0-0-087 alive? Where is this organization from? You know, this is top secret information revealed by Wallfacer Xuan. It is very likely that it is a sharp weapon for them to deal with the three-body civilization. In the end, he was taken away without waiting for the research to figure it out. Find. On the parliamentary table, the leader, an old man in a tunic suit, had a low voice. He took a picture with 3 concentric rings on his shoulders and a message in his hand. His old eyes flashed with anger. Must find out. 0-0-087 is the hope given to us by Wallfacer Xuan. Absolutely not to be lost. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find out this mouse named Molerats and the so-called Zeta. Yes. Everyone nodded, their eyes were filled with chills. In the next period of time, with the orders of countless big figures, not only the vicinity of the abandoned campus building, but almost the entire southwestern region of Daxia, completely boiled up. Countless people took action. Countless search parties were dispatched, looking for news of Mobile Task Force Mole and Zayden 9. However, no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find any information about the Mobile Task Force Zayden 9 belonged to and the Molerats, moles. Let alone found it, how many have not been found even if there is no trace. In fact, this is not because of Huaxia's poor ability, but because of the Mobile Task Force Molerats, moles, who haunt the dark all year round, fighting with all kinds of weird dangers, and their anti-tracking experience has almost completely disappeared. Coupled with the explosion of 2 nuclear explosions, the traces of their actions were completely covered up. As for Site Zayden 9, it is impossible to search for it. You must know that this site is under the hiding of the system, let alone Huaxia, even the Safans of the three-body civilization cannot detect its existence. However, although Safan could not observe Site Zayden 9 under the shield of the system, the containment process of Mobile Task Force Molerat and 0-0-087 was completely monitored by it. Coldness and dead silence are the only themes of the universe. Hundreds of millions of stars, colorful rays of light emanated from the dead stars, covering the icy universe with a layer of dead silence. Sir. Anomalies of Earth civilization have been detected. Starry. The 300 light spots in the universe are like shooting stars, cutting through the lonely chaos. At the beginning, these lights were still very weak. But after about 1 breath, they crossed the meteorite belt and appeared here. Each one is the size of a mountain. After the 2nd breath, they had gone far away, crossed here, and turned into 300 faint light spots again, appearing in the universe behind. This is the fleet belonging to the Trisolaran civilization. The 300 starships were divided into 2 parts, the front and the back. The distance between the 2 was 90 million miles, and they were advancing rapidly at 1/20th of the speed of light. This distance and speed sounds very fast and wide, but in the vast universe, it is definitely not far. I saw it. The so-called 90 million miles can only prevent the Trisolaran civilization from having at least enough time to react in case of emergencies, so as not to be completely destroyed. The hulls of the starships of these Trisolaran civilizations are spherical substances of extreme brilliance. The materials are unknown, and each one is tens of miles in size. The molecular structure on the surface is completely squeezed and arranged together by strong interaction force, forming an absolutely brilliant surface and perfect circle. This technology is the same as the weapon they are researching, water droplet. The strong interaction force forms a strong atomic film on the surface of the starship, which can isolate the detection of other civilizations that may exist. In the dark forest, the Trisolaran civilization is advancing silently. And inside this absolutely smooth sphere, there are intricate channels like an ant's nest. These passages are shimmering with light blue light, and the walls are filled with unknown energy, which looks extraordinarily dreamy. Trisolarans were supposed to live here, but now under extreme circumstances, the agreement came into effect, and millions of Trisolarans were successfully dehydrated, turned into cortex, and stored in every inch of the 300 search fleet. Middle. From time to time, small holes would be opened on the walls shimmering with light blue light, to provide the most basic water source for life maintenance to the Trisolarans who were distributed on various shelves. Chapter 21. Survival is the first need of civilization. Under the threat of the bad environment in the same sky for 3 days, the Trisolarans evolved the ability to dehydrate themselves and store themselves in absolutely dormant. In the latter group of starships at the core of the fleet, there are dozens of life forms active. They are about 3 meters tall and have a humanoid form, but they have no hands or feet. Their limbs are slender, with smooth tentacles at the end. They are suspended in the air, with 3-color luster all over their bodies, and their skin is also a mirror of absolute brilliance. I don't know if it's the clothes or the body, they are as exquisite as pieces of art. Because of the highly developed life population, the Trisolarans do not have organs for communication, but use higher-level brainwaves to communicate with each other, similar to telepathy. In the past, the communication between them was peaceful and calm, but today, the Trisolarans responsible for observing the quantum entanglement of Xuans have obvious fluctuations in the amplitude of brain waves. Sorry, sir, although you have seen it, I feel the need to repeat it. Just now, Xuan detected the disappearance of an item that should not belong to the level of civilization on Earth today. 5th Wallfacer, Xuan, named it Weird Containment, 0-0-087. This 0-0-087 was taken by a team called Mole Rat Squad just a few minutes ago. The leader of the Trisolarans is a taller existence with a slender body, and the color that shines on his body is actually 4-color luster. In fact, he watched it all from the beginning. Not only Xuan, he closely observed all activities of the 5 Wallfacers through Xuan. From the meeting held by Xuan at the beginning, to the appearance of 0-0-087, and finally to the mobile task force. Everything is under his surveillance. What makes the 4-color Trisolarans a little puzzled is that there is no record in Xuan when this team named Mole Rats appeared. This is not normal. You must know that Xuans are deployed in 4-dimensional space, but there is no reason why they cannot be observed for anything that has existed on the Earth. And not only that. Did Xuan detect when this 0-0-087 appeared? The chief of the 4-color 3-body star asked. Sorry, sir, Xuan also didn't detect when this 0-0-087 appeared. Not the same. The 4-colored 3-body star was stunned for a moment. How can that be? That's where the problem lies. Sir. The 3-colored 3-body star blinked anxiously. According to many observations, the civilization on the Earth is about 0.75 level, which is less than the level of first-level civilization, and there is at least 6 times of technology gap from us. After the Xuan has blocked the basic science of the Earth, it should be able to monitor everything that happens on the Earth. You can even extend the timeline for a short time, and observe everything on the Earth within a certain period of time. But we, not only did not check how 0-0-087 appeared, nor did we detect how this team of mole rats, named Mole Rats, appeared, or even how they disappeared. And I just collected all the databases on the Earth, and there is no existence on the Earth that matches the number of the mobile task force that the Mole Rats, the mole team, just said. Everything about 0-0-087 seems as if it suddenly appeared. Hearing this, the brilliance of the 4-color 3-body star body flashes sharply, which is a sign of their emotional instability. Suddenly, appeared. The 4-color, 3-body starman looked a little dignified. Something is indeed abnormal. Judging from the content shown by this 0-0-087, although there are some things that are not well understood, human civilization has only used 2 small-yield nuclear bombs to solve them. Logically speaking, it would not pose any threat to their Trisolaran civilization. After all, they can use an impact that exceeds the equivalent of tens of thousands of nuclear bombs at any time, enough to shatter stars and stars. But the problem is not here. But the Mobile Task Force Mole Rats, the appearance and disappearance of moles, Xuan has no observations and records. There is no record of the appearance and disappearance of the so-called Containment 0-0-087. It's as if they appeared and disappeared out of thin air. Even to this day, they don't know exactly where this 0-0-087 was taken by the mole rats, moles. This mole rats are that force from human civilization, and they can't find their minds at all. This kind of thing should never happen. The quantum entanglement of Xuans and the expansion of four-dimensional space are enough to split everything that happened on the Earth into a videotape, which they can call and watch at will. But now, on this videotape, something suddenly appeared and then disappeared. And there is no logic in disappearing, and there is no reason at all. This is incomprehensible to them. On the Earth, why are there things that their Trisolaran civilization cannot understand? 4 colors of light shone, and the leader of the Trisolaran star was thinking, his whole body was shining brightly. Soon, he raised his head and sent out a burst of cold brain waves. There is an old saying in human civilization, it takes all your strength to fight a lion against a rabbit. Maybe the Earth still hides some secrets that they don't know. In the face of an existential crisis, nothing is allowed to be ignored. He raised his head, and his body like a diamond version sent out brainwave commands one by one, with a biting chill. Manipulate Xuan, monitor the world, and find out all the changes about the 5th Wallfacer Xuan. Be sure to erase any crisis in the first place. Wake up 300 dehydrated people, notify the fleet, speed up, and recalculate the shortest distance into the solar system, so as to reach Earth as soon as possible. At the same time, release the water droplet to make it go to the Earth to solve the crisis. Hearing this order, many Trisolarans froze for a moment. Water drop? That is one of the crystallizations of their technology. Although it is not too complicated, it is extremely difficult to make in the harsh universe, and the current water droplet has not been fully charged. Is it really necessary to release it in advance? Release early. The brainwaves of the 4-color Trisolaran star headed by were shining coldly. I need to see all danger wiped away. Let the water droplet take care of it all. 3 body. Eternal life. In the cold and silent universe, following the order of the leading Trisolaran, each Trisolaran who was like a work of art was revived from the dehydration state. The faithful went to work. Not long after, a small water droplet was released from the Trisolaran starship. Like a shooting star, tore apart the pitch-black universe, and blatantly rushed towards the Earth. And on the Earth, which is extremely far away from here, numerous notification sounds suddenly sounded in Xuan's mind. Congratulations! SCP-Sword Containment has been successfully contained, 0-0-087. Congratulations on obtaining all the characteristics of 0-0-087. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Elementary Fear Control. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Illusion, Endless Stairwell. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Elementary Cognitive Change. Under the distant Yanjing air raid shelter, Xuan, who was thinking about how to deal with 0-0-087 and guessed how to contain it successfully, got up with a squeak. Look surprised. The containment was successful. So fast. Chapter 22. Numerous notification sounds rang in Xuan's mind. Hearing these hints, even Xuan was a little surprised. Very high operational efficiency. Can it only be said that it is a mobile task force? The entire Huaxia high-level researched the containment for a full week and failed to get it done. How long did it take him to notify the mobile task force before the containment was successful? Worthy of being professional. Just when Xuan was thinking this way, Dr. Hermann Keter's phone rang through the system. Dear members of the O5 Council, Zayden 9 has fulfilled its mission. Dr. Hermann Keter's voice was happy. We just received a report from Mole Rats, Mole Squad Captain Terry that they have successfully contained 0-0-087. I already know the news. Xuan replied. Through the system, he can directly talk to the site without worrying about any detection, including Xuan. According to Xuan's observation, Xuan just continued to rest here with his eyes closed. That's natural. As a distinguished member of the O5 Council, you must have countless ways to know. Dr. Hermann Keter said respectfully. Compared to this, I'm curious, how did you contain it? Oh! Dear members of the O5 Council, it is natural to use the characteristics of our foundation to contain it. As you know, the so-called ghosts and ghosts in a broad sense are actually activities and fluctuations at the quantum and molecular levels. If the impact equivalent in a certain area is strong enough to trigger an impact at the quantum and molecular levels, it will often be the miraculous effect of being able to go, we solved it very easily. However, I'm sorry, this is obviously the simplest containment object, why did you personally instruct it? Of course, I am not questioning the professional ability of the members of the O5 Council, just curious. This containment is very important, it is part of the plan. Xuan calmly picked up a cup of tea, and replied calmly, continue to report on your mission. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity. Long live the Foundation! Dr. Hermann Keter said excitedly, as if Xuan could answer his questions more happily than the containment was successful. The mission was actually quite simple, it was to send the mole rats. After the moles got inside 0-0-087, they brought out 0-0-087-1, and then we detonated 2 nukes. Xuan! Puff! Hearing this, Xuan was so hung up that he didn't spit out the tea from his mouth. What? You detonated a nuclear bomb? In Guancheng? Relax. Dear Mr. O5. I understand your concerns. I guarantee that we have not wasted resources, and we have solved the problem with only 2 pieces. Although the facts show that using a large equivalent current the same effect can also be achieved. But after all, this is the first time I have received an order from an O5 member, so it is understandable that the boys are a little excited. No, it's not a question of resources. Xuan rubbed his eyebrows, suddenly feeling dizzy. You must know that there are many Huxia scientific researchers around 0-0-087. Where to detonate a nuclear bomb, isn't it a bit too much? Even though Xuan doesn't think he's a bad guy, it's a bit outrageous to directly detonate a nuclear bomb in order to contain 0-0-087. Fortunately, what Dr. Hermann Keter said next made him heave a sigh of relief. Don't worry, no innocents were hurt. With this level of containment, there is no need to cause casualties. Even if one person dies, it is disloyal to the Foundation and you. I have personally studied the equivalent of this nuclear bomb, and the radiation has also been processed. Only 2 of them were detonated, and the maximum affected area was only about 2 kilometers in radius. It just so happens that the fear range of 0-0-087 is also about 3 kilometers. The test team members are all on the periphery. It's a perfect circle. Long live the nuclear explosion! Xuan! Just detonate 2, how many did you take? 17. Dr. Hermann Keter replied. Xuan! It's outrageous! Where did you pull out so many miniature nukes? Xuan was speechless here, but it was obvious that Dr. Hermann Keter didn't realize his mistake. He was still basking in the excitement of successfully completing the mission of the O5 Council members and successfully containing 0-0-087. Xuan pressed his eyebrows helplessly. No matter what, it's best if no casualties were caused. Dear members of the O5 Council, we have accepted 0-0-087, and it has been properly placed in the Zayden 9 site. We have also compiled a part of the detailed report on 0-0-087 and sent it to in your hands. Hearing this, Xuan turned on the system. It didn't take long for him to find a folder in the system, which contained a file that was encrypted with countless layers and passed through multiple channels to cover up. Click to open. Mission Report. Item number, 00087. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures, 0-0-087 is located in a 10x10x10 closed artificial stairwell made of titanium alloy, with a door. The doorway leading to SCP-087 is constructed of reinforced steel plate with an electronically controlled locking mechanism. The entrance has been disguised to be consistent with the design of the abandoned campus in Guancheng where it used to be. The locking mechanism on our handles will remain locked unless a voltage of volts is simultaneously applied and the key is turned counterclockwise. The door is lined with 6 cm thick industrial foam padding. Project description: 0-0-087 is a larvae humanoid corpse wrapped in a sarcophagus. The race is unknown. The DNA test does not belong to humans. It still has life characteristics, but it is very weak. It is estimated that the minimum survival time is 10,000 years. When the gate is opened, all life forms close to 0-0-087 will hear a cry for help similar to that of a human baby, and will feel fear, acceleration, and an obvious surge of adrenaline indiscriminately. After entering the gate, 0-0-087-1 will appear, and the illusion will be applied by materialization, so that the internal space of the stairwell originally 10x10x10 will be extended infinitely, and part of its cognition will be changed and erased, making it impossible to detect when entering the living body the cognition of never reaching the end of the stairs. Addendum: after the containment was successful and placed inside, several researchers reported that they heard a knock on the door with a frequency of 1 to 2 seconds /time from 0-0-087. The door leading to 0-0-087 has been filled with 6 cm thick industrial foam. All reports of knocking have been discontinued. Chapter 23. Looking at the dense 0-0-087 reports, Xuan nodded. The report was similar to what he remembered, but he didn't expect that the body of the endless stairwell of 0-0-087 was actually a life form of an unknown race in a coffin. Have the larvae lived for 10,000 years? No wonder they can make a cry for help. After hanging up the communication, Xuan was not too anxious, and slowly made a cup of tea again, and analyzed the mission report sent by Dr. Hermann Keter. The 3 newly acquired abilities are all good, but they obviously need to be tested, and the specific choice of the 19th weird containment will have to be considered next. Xuan is here leisurely drinking tea and thinking about things. On the other side, with many high-ranking figures in Daxia, the atmosphere can't sit still. Have you found it yet? How long has it been? In such a huge southwest area, you can't even see 2 abandoned school buildings. I really want to know how you guys managed to sneak in a team carrying a nuclear bomb. On the parliamentary table, the old man in the tunic suit spoke calmly. His words didn't fluctuate too much, and his tone was the same as normal. But anyone could hear the anger in his words. Now those who can sit on this table are all the top big shots. In addition to those in charge of the 4 major directions of Southeast, Northwest, and the Bohai Sea, the Yellow Sea, the East Daxia Sea, and the South Daxia Sea, etc. are all listed here. But at this time, they all lowered their heads and said nothing. The whole house. Dead silence, depressing to the extreme. In the bright light, the black walls seemed to be constantly expanding, as if they would fall down at any moment, collapsing and burying them. Everyone's faces were ugly, which was rarely encountered in their ruling careers. In order to find the team named Mole, the top scouts in all of Daxia were transferred to Guancheng. But what they didn't expect at all was that there was still no sign. The 2 nuclear explosions covered up all traces, and finally found some traces, but they disappeared into the forest before they could seriously track them down. This team is like a ghost. It appears quietly, and it also disappears quietly. It's hard to imagine who trained this terrifying team. The big man in charge of the Defense Military Department spoke in such a deep voice. He has been in charge of military defense for decades, and he has never seen such an elite team. Compared with this mole, the Marine Corps of the United States is like an elephant and an ant. They are not at the same level at all. He has never seen such a difficult opponent. Actually, it's good to be able to do this step. You must know that the site is under the protection of the system, even if the Trisolaran civilization relies on Safan, no abnormalities have been found. The old man in the tunic suit took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Is there any news from other places? Hearing this, the faces of many old people in the council became even more ugly, and they shook their heads slightly. Not in the north. Not on the west side. There is no news from Europe or Australia. According to the information sent back from other countries, I have not found any news about Zayden 9 and mole rats for the time being. After the old people finished speaking, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Where did this mole team come from? Why can't they find it at all? And the shot is too fast, too ruthless. 2 nuclear bombs went down, covering up almost everything. As if he had expected all this long ago, the old man in the tunic suit gently rubbed the center of his brows. Continue searching for 0-0-087. I'm going to meet Xuan. Maybe Mr. Wallfacer, you know something about it. Why do you have time to come here? The door opens. In the Yanjing Underground Defense Station. Xuan, who was drinking tea and researching abilities, froze for a moment, then got up hastily. In fact, Xuan still respects the old man in the tunic suit. At the critical moment of the three-body crisis, he could clearly feel the anxiety and helplessness of the old man. It is very likely that the old man believed in the level of trust that was above the first council. Knowing that his remarks were almost nonsense, the old man still chose to believe them. I even heard that after his description spread, the old man personally selected the team overnight, and when he was running around to believe in the value, the old man also squeezed out time from his busy schedule to go to several places with him. During this process, he is still dealing with many political issues. It can be said that it is for the sake of the country, human beings, and the old man is really worried. The old man in the Huxia tunic suit was obviously tired. He waved his hand and spoke with a smile. Mr. Xuan doesn't have to be like this. When it comes to international status, you must be above my old bones. Xuan shook his head lightly. You are overrated. Sit down slowly. Are you here today because of the matter of 0-0-087? The two obviously didn't have too many polite words, and the old man nodded slightly. Mr. Xuan, you already know about the hijacking of 0-0-087. Xuan nodded. This is what Dashi told him. The big boss was just spraying, saying he didn't know that BD sent a team to release 2 nuclear bombs, blowing their entire team into the hospital. He didn't know that the person he sprayed was right across from him. I already know, it's a pity. Xuan said with a soft sigh. The old man also looked a little helpless, and smiled wryly. What do you know about SCP, Weird Containment, 0-0-087, Zayden 9, Mobile Task Force, Mole Rats Moles? I don't know, but they should have good strength. The reason for Ito is not ruled out. Ito. The old man in the tunic suit nodded slowly. Then you don't know exactly where this mobile task force named Mole comes from? Xuan shook his head lightly. Sorry, I don't know yet. Regarding the fact that he contained 0-0-087, Xuan did not intend to announce it. One is that the belief value of each contained object has an upper limit, and publishing it will not only do no good to oneself, but will also bring unnecessary troubles. Secondly, although Safan cannot monitor the site base, he can clearly monitor it here. If he is monitored by the three-body problem, he will most likely be assassinated. The threat to the three-body civilization is imminent. He must secretly increase his strength as soon as possible. With this 0-0-087 alone, it is no match for Trisolaran. For the time being, it is still necessary to accumulate food widely and become king slowly, so there is no need to rush to expose it. Is that so? The old man in the tunic suit frowned and thought, looked at Xuan, and asked softly, then, is this part of the plan? The whole room seemed to be quiet for a moment, and the ancient pendulum clock made a clanging sound. Xuan didn't know how to answer. He was silent for a long time before continuing to speak. It should be considered. I understand. The eyes of the old man in the tunic suit obviously brightened a little, and he nodded slowly. I have one last question. What else can you tell us about the weird containment object 0-0-087? Is it? No more. After a pause, Xuan continued, but I'm still researching. If there are no accidents, the 19th weird containment object will be announced soon. The eyes of the old man in the tunic suit became brighter, and he nodded slightly without asking what was going on. That's a good thing. Mr. Ji Xuan, Huaxia will cooperate with all your actions. Thank you. For humanity. Ji Xuan nodded. For humanity. The old man in the Huaxia tunic suit got up, took his leave and walked out lightly, without staying too long. And it wasn't until he was sure that the old man in the Huaxia tunic suit was gone, that Ji Xuan let out a sigh of relief, and gently pressed the center of his eyebrows. Call. So tired. As expected of the top existence, just sitting here and talking, the feeling of oppression is full. In the old-fashioned elevator, a group of dignitaries watched the frowning and pensive old man in the Huaxia tunic come back, and finally couldn't help but speak. How? How did Mr. Ji Xuan say it? Does he know exactly where 0-0-087 is? Any news about the mole squad? Facing everyone's inquiries, the old man in the Huaxia tunic shook his head. He didn't say it. A gleam of disappointment flashed in everyone's eyes, and then a wry smile appeared. Yes, the Wallfacer is just an ordinary person after all. Although he announced the existence of 0-0-087, he has only stayed in the secret room these days. How is it possible to know so much? Just when everyone was sighing and feeling helpless, the old man in the tunic suit spoke again. But he said that the 19th weird containment object will be announced soon. Click. A bolt from the blue. Almost in an instant, many big shots suddenly turned their heads, and the light that burst out from their eyes almost illuminated the entire elevator. The 19th weird containment. Is it going to be released so soon? Chapter 24. Wallfacer Mr. Ji Xuan is going to announce the next weird containment object. After hearing this news, many big shots in Huaxia immediately swept away the slump on their faces. Regarding the fifth wall person, Ji Xuan, the attitudes of these big shots have long since changed drastically from before. At the beginning, everyone thought that Ji Xuan was just talking nonsense, and he didn't know what to say here. But when 0-0-087 really appeared in front of them, they had completely abandoned their original idea. There really are SCP weird containment objects in this world. There really is a power that can fight against the Trisolaran civilization. Although there are still a few people who don't quite believe it and still have a suspicious attitude in their hearts, more than 90% of the high-level Huaxia insiders have completely believed it. The only pity is that the 20th ranked weird containment object was not successfully contained, and it was snatched away before they could study it thoroughly. The 19th weird containment object, just the 20th strange containment object makes us helpless. What should this 19th look like? Be prepared, there must be no mistakes this time. Yes. It must be contained successfully this time. Many big figures took action one after another. As for what Ji Xuan said, as well as a lot of news about 0-0-087, the high-ranking figures in Huaxia are still relentlessly investigating. At the same time, all this has not been announced for the time being. Because if it is made public, it is bound to cause quite a stir. All kinds of dangers will appear at any time. Although the entire human race is now unanimously resisting the Trisolaran civilization, and has implemented the Wallfacer project based on the ideological characteristics of the Trisolarans. But now, after all, it is the initial stage of unanimous foreign policy. Who knows what attitudes are in the hearts of all countries? It doesn't count that each has ghosts, but at least they all have their own reservations. The most important thing is that 0-0-087 was taken away before it was found. They haven't researched anything, so even if they talk about it, it's useless. In this regard, Ji Xuan has no big problem. Anyway, the trust value of each contained object has an upper limit. The trust value temporarily provided by these high-ranking Huaxia figures is enough, whether it is announced publicly or not. And a little less people know that it is a good thing for him to believe that the value is enough. After all, although more than 90% of the current Edo has died, there are still many elites alive. For example, the previous logic was that the Edo organization used a gene virus, which resulted in being forced to sleep for 300 years. He doesn't want to sleep 300 years in that dark storage curry. Meanwhile, the Huaxia executives were preparing for many things, handling government affairs at hand, selecting the best scouts in the army, and waiting for Xuan to announce the 19th weird containment object. The old man Zhou Bin, who is in charge of Huaxianan region, received a report. Sir, people in America have become more and more arrogant recently. They began to test our bottom line frequently. The person in charge of contact was a middle-aged man with a square face, tall, dark complexion, and an empty deck behind him. This is Lu Yunhe, the head of the 6th Division of Huaxianan region. His face was rather ugly at this time. Just in the early hours of yesterday, we received a report that the U.S. Naval Special Forces had landed on the Nanliu Islands, and were wandering back and forth near the established border. Multiple warnings to no avail. They've set up camp here. Hearing this, the old man Zhou Bin's face gradually became gloomy. The Nanliu Islands are a small island located between the South Daxia Sea and the high seas near the Philippines. The main island and the attached island together cover about 500 square kilometers. At the beginning of the last century, it was occupied by Daxia. As a result, at the time of the war, extremely rich nuclear resources were found on it. Because it was on the high seas, it was not fully included in the territory, so it was controlled by the US by force, and about half of the area was cut off. With the passage of time, the importance of nuclear weapons has grown day by day, and the navies of the United States and Daxia are also eyeing this small island. For decades of peaceful time, they have been eyeing each other and fighting for each other. But now, the United States has stationed military camps above the border of the island, which is obviously beyond the border. Oh, it's ridiculous. The three-body crisis has not yet been resolved, and these Americans are still engaging in these infighting things. The old man Zhou Bin sneered. He didn't mean to get used to them at all, and directly ordered Lu Yunhe to transfer all the armament warships of the 6th Division to patrol the island. Lu Yunhe executed it without hesitation. As a result, that night, the big figures related to the Military Defense Department of the United States came to the phone. This is a Caucasian man who looks to be about 60 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with narrow eye sockets sunken deep into his cheeks. The long hooked nose gives people a cold feeling. Hello, Mr. Zhou Bin, I think it is necessary for me to explain to you the military deployment of the United States on the Nanliu Islands. No need to explain, Mr. Kate, no matter what, part of the Nanliu Islands belongs to Daxia. Old man Zhou Bin said indifferently. I know, Mr. Zhou Bin. Kate pushed her gold-rimmed glasses and spoke calmly, but now is a special situation. The three-body crisis is imminent, and the survival of civilization is at stake. We, the entire human race, should unite and speak out as one. It's just a small island. I don't think there is any need for Huaxia to continue competing with us on such trivial matters. Chapter 25. Don't have to compete with you? Hearing this, the old man Zhou Bin suddenly sneered. It's unanimous to the outside world, very good. Then you can also give up the right to use this island. You know it's impossible, don't you? Kate said calmly. And you should also know that in our Wallfacer, Frederick Taylor's plan, it is necessary to build an extremely large space fleet. And the weapon of this space fleet is a weapon of macronuclear fusion, which requires an unimaginably huge amount of nuclear material. As the hope of the entire human race, it is nothing more than nuclear materials on an island. Why can't Daxia provide assistance? And strictly speaking, I think there are actually only 3 Wallfacers in the world, Mr. Frederick Taylor, Mr. Norman Ray Diaz, and Mr. Bill Hines. The actions and efforts between them are clearly visible to humans all over the world, especially the plan that Derek Taylor showed up, which is the best plan among them. Kate was eloquent. Compared to these 3 Mr. Wallfacers, the 2 Wallfacers on the Huaxia side really don't know what to say. One of the Wallfacers, Mr. Logic, only has fun and play, while the other Wallfacer, Mr. Xuan, mobilizes the entire Daxia to find dilapidated buildings. This is a huge waste of resources, a waste of resources. Your 2 Wallfacers are useless at all, this is a fact. At this time, you should let go of your prejudices, and even the whole world should act together and use all your strength to support Mr. Taylor, the Wallfacer of our country. This is the only way to save the planet, and this is the only way to save human civilization. Looking at Kate, who was talking eloquently, the old man Jobin only felt a nausea, and he spoke indifferently. If you need it, Huaxia can lend you some temporarily. No matter what, you don't want to invade the Nanliu Islands. But Mr. Jobin, this is the open sea. Kate said calmly. The high seas? Who defined the high seas for you? You invaded half of the islands of the Philippines during the war, and now you're attacking the other half. I'm telling you, as long as I'm here, you'll never get a finger in it, no matter what era it is. After saying this, the old man Jobin hung up the phone directly, and then notified Lu Yunhe to strengthen his patrol. During the next period of time, with Jobin's warning, especially after the appearance of the Huaxia patrol fleet, the country of the United States has indeed kept its law and order a lot. But this kind of law-abiding obviously won't last for too long. Ji Xian in the air raid shelter didn't know what happened outside. In the past few days, he is still seriously studying the 3 abilities of 0-0-087. Under the site's more and more data experiments on 0-0-087, his use of these 3 abilities has gradually increased a lot. At the same time, Ji Xian is also carefully selecting the 19th SCP weird containment that will be exposed. The contents were selected one by one, and then rejected by him one by one. If I didn't guess wrong, the 0-0-087 matter should have been targeted by the 3-body civilization. Under the shielding of the site, the Trisolarans may not find him for the time being, but relatively, Ji Xian guesses that more than 90% of the Trisolarans may respond. As it turned out, he was right. According to the latest documents and information of Edo officials pursued by Daxia's high-level officials, the Trisolaran fleet launched an extremely small object to the Earth yesterday. What this object is temporarily unclear, but its speed far exceeds the advancing speed of the Trisolaran civilization fleet. It will reach the Earth in a short time. To be honest, Ji Xian broke into a cold sweat when he saw this information. Even if you think about it with your toes, you can know what this tiny thing sent by the 3-body civilization is. That's right, water droplets. But according to the timeline of the original book, shouldn't this drop of water appear only 300 years later? Why is it being thrown over here now? Ji Xian's face was livid. Fortunately, the distance between the Earth and the Trisolaran fleet is still very long, as much as 4 light years. Even if the water droplets appear in advance, according to common sense, it will take a long time to reach the Earth. But the ghost knows if there will be another moth. Looking at the information in his hand with an ugly face, the oppressive feeling in Ji Xian's heart was already full. That's a drop of water, just one drop, completely destroying more than 2,000 interstellar warships on the entire Earth in just 10 minutes. And now on the Earth, let alone something that can defend against water droplets, there is not even a star warship. Isn't this bullshit? The corner of Ji Xian's mouth twitched. Time waits for me. We must improve our strength as soon as possible, and speed up the containment of strange objects. If you want to deal with existences of the level of water droplets, you must at least get a few Keter, destroying the country, level, or even Naomiel, destroying the world, level. But now with my strength, I can't tolerate so many powerful SCPs. Especially this rubbish system, I don't even know if the summoning is successful, and the more dangerous the month is, the more difficult it is to summon a powerful SCP, and the greater the possibility of failure. It's still a step by step. For the next period of time, Ji Xian completely buried himself in rummaging through the weird containment of the SCP. After several days of hard work, Ji Xian finally found a suitable one among thousands of SCP weird containment. Looking at the information about the contained object, Ji Xian's eyes are bright. About there. If it's this, it shouldn't be too difficult to contain it. You are the one. Convene a council. Chapter 26. What? Finally, the 19th SCP weird containment is going to be announced. After Ji Xian released this news, almost all the high-level figures in Daxia are boiling. These days, they've given up on finding traces of 0-0-087. Because this mobile task force called Mole really disappeared without a trace, as if it had drilled into the ground. Even if they searched for it, they couldn't find any trace at all. Although they regretted not being able to study 0-0-087, they all stood at the top of the pyramid and quickly adjusted their mentality. This time, absolutely nothing can go wrong. With this mentality in mind, one after another Huxia big shots came anxiously from all over the world. Even the logic of escaping for the elderly by a certain lakeside came with incomparable curiosity. "You are welcome, Mr. Logic." Ji Xuan smiled and shook hands with Logic. He still likes Logic quite a lot. Although the guy is a bit cynical and scruffy now, that doesn't hinder his charisma. After shaking hands with Ji Xuan, Logic asked mysteriously, "Mr. Ji Xuan, how do you know about the weird containment of SCP?" As soon as these words came out, the whole room became quiet. All the big figures in Daxia raised their heads and looked at him with piercing eyes. Ji Xuan smiled lightly, without any intention of explaining, but asked instead. "Then Mr. Logic, can you tell me why you became a Wallfacer?" Logic froze. "I don't know." "Then I don't know either." Logic. Without delaying too much time, he patted Logic on the shoulder, returned to his position, and spoke slowly. "Sorry for the wait." Compared to the first time the meeting was held, the number of big figures from Daxia who came this time was obviously much more than before. At this time, all of them were dignified and extremely silent, each holding a pencil and notebook, waiting silently. "Before the announcement, I need to reiterate the existence of SCP's weird containment. These weird containment objects are not all the exact living and dead things, they have more or less various weird abilities. The reason why I announced it here is firstly for human beings to have the weapons and power to deal with Trisolaran civilization, and secondly for containment and control of these abnormal objects, individuals, and manifestations. Until Trisolaran civilization arrives, we need to maintain normality so that civilians around the world can survive and avoid situations of fear, suspicion, or loss of faith. And use strength from the threats of extraterrestrial, different dimensions and outer space to maintain the independence of human beings and resist the three-body problem." Ji Xuan's words echoed in the vast hall, and all the people present looked extremely serious. Many old people, without anyone interrupting, used the pencils in their hands to record every word he said. "As the fifth Wallfacer, I think our main task at this stage has three aspects. 1. Control. We should control anomalies to prevent them from falling into the hands of civilians or Trisolaran civilizations, through extensive observation and monitoring, and take action to intercept them as early as possible. 2. Contain. We contain anomalies to prevent the spread of their effects, either by relocating, disguising, dismantling them, or by suppressing or preventing the public from disseminating their knowledge. 3. Protection. I protect humanity from anomalies, and protect anomalies themselves until they are fully understood and new scientific theorems emerge from their properties and behavior. Because this will be one of our main means to deal with the Trisolaran civilization. Even the Trisolaran civilization itself should be a kind of weird containment object for us." Explaining slowly. In the hall, there was silence. Everyone was shocked beyond words by Ji Xuan's words. Is it a bit too exaggerated to include a civilization into the category of weird containment objects? But this time, no matter how outlandish Ji Xuan's words were, no one jumped out to stop him. Everyone is recording quietly. Seeing all this, Logic clenched its fists slightly, looking at Ji Xuan beside him, feeling extremely complicated. Although they are both Wallfacers, other people respected him when they saw him in the past. But it is obvious that he cannot have such prestige among many big figures in Daxia like Ji Xuan. Now, I'm really the best. Ji Xuan doesn't know the logic and the thoughts of many big figures in Daxia. He just looked at the extremely serious occasion below, and felt that the timing should be about the same. Not much to say. Next. What I'm going to announce is the 19th ranked weird containment. Its existence is somewhat different from 0-0-087. Its existence itself is a level higher than 0-0-087. It was very quiet. Everyone stared at Ji Xuan seriously and pricked up their ears, for fear of missing any word, Take a deep breath. Ji Xuan opened his mouth slowly. Item number, 0-0-1512. Project title, Irrational Roots. Object level. Euclid, City Extinction, Class. It can grow to Keter, destroying the country, level. Hearing this, the pupils of almost everyone present shrank suddenly. Keter class. Destroy the country level. Has this 19th strange contained object reached the level of destroying the country? Chapter 27. Quiet. Unbelievably quiet. After hearing Ji Xuan's words, the whole room was silent. Euclid class? Can grow into Keter? Everyone frowned. It's Keter level so soon? You should know that this announcement is not the first time. After witnessing the horror of 0-0-087, everyone has a certain degree of awareness of the strange contained objects. 0-0-087 definitely has the power of trouble. Fears, ghosts, cognitive alterations, reappearance of the dead, endless stares. The top scientific research team in Daxia has been researching for a full week and nothing has been researched. Those members of the expedition team who are unconscious are still lying on the hospital bed. And such a terrifying 0-0-087, the object level is still the lowest safe level. The safe level is already so terrifying, how terrifying should the Euclid level be? Not to mention Keter class. Originally, they thought that the 19th ranked strange containment would only be at the Euclid level at most, but they didn't expect it to be Keter as soon as it came up. If before seeing 0-0-087, Ji Xuan said that there are safety, Euclid, destruction of the city, Keter, destruction of the country, and even Thou Meal, destruction of the world, and unclassed, God, levels in this world, they still have just listened casually, don't take it seriously. But now, their mood is different. Their expressions became serious. While apprehensive, there is also a trace of anticipation in my heart. You know, the basic technology of the Earth has been completely blocked now. Countless physicists have committed suicide because of the cognitive changes of Safans. The whole world is shrouded in heavy gloom and despair. The Wallfacer plan is their last hope. And during the short observation period of 0-0-087, they discovered that the power of these strange contained objects cannot be explained by any technology they know today. This also means that the strange containment may be a brand new power system. If it can be studied thoroughly, maybe it will really be their power to fight against the Trisolaran civilization. Mr. Ji Xuan, I would like to ask, is this weird contained object named 0-0-1512 unreasonable root a power from the technology side? Zhou Bin, the person in charge of the South Daxia Sea region, spoke in anticipation. It's not technological power. Ji Xuan's words are very serious. This kind of power is another system different from technology, it does not belong to any system today, and Safans cannot block it. Like 0-0-087, if it can be found and studied thoroughly, it will definitely be a huge help in our fight against the three-body problem. And 0-0-1512 is not the same as 0-0-087, he will almost certainly grow into a Keter level. Give it enough time, and he will be able to grow to the Keter level, enough to destroy the country. Quiet. Unbelievably quiet. Almost all the top bigwigs in Daxia are all short of breath. The strange containment of the third power system. And it's still at the level of destroying the country. Not on the tech side. Although this level of weird containment is terrifying, if it can really be contained and thoroughly studied, it may really change the current situation. It is destined to become a great help for them to fight against the three-body civilization. The expressions of many big shots became a little excited. However, there were also one or two important people who were surprised, but also somewhat suspicious. They were not sure if there was an exaggeration, so they could only continue to listen with half-belief. But soon, Ji Xuan poured cold water on everyone. Please don't get too excited. According to the known content, 0-0-1512 is not so contained. Everyone's face suddenly collapsed. Really? Safe level containment is so difficult to contain. After studying it for a long time, I couldn't figure it out. and finally it was stolen. This Euclid level will even grow into a Keter level weird containment object, destined to be more difficult to contain. Next, I will announce the known content of 0-0-1512. I hope you can find 0-0-1512 as soon as possible. As Ji Xuan's words fell, everyone in the hall was silent, clutching pencils and paper, listening carefully to Ji Xuan's words. On the basis of the basic physics that the Sifan civilization has completely blocked the Earth, the third power system represented by the strange containment mentioned by Ji Xuan is like the sun piercing the dark clouds, bringing them the last ray of hope. At this critical moment of life and death, how could they not be serious? Looking at everyone's expressions, Ji Xuan announced it without hesitation. Item number, 0-0-1512. Object class, Euclid Keter. Item description, SCP Weird Containment 0-0-1512 is a pile of root-like organic matter. It consists of a tangled network of vines and roots. Each root is hundreds of meters long, branches every few meters, and curls or changes direction in an indescribable pattern. Listening to Ji Xuan's description, the expressions of many important figures in Huaxia began to become strange. Another weird thing. Last time it was a weird stairwell, but this time it's a bunch of roots? This thing really has such a powerful force? But despite all the thoughts in their hearts, the pens in their hands never stopped. SCP Strange Containment 0-0-1512, it was confirmed that it first existed in the human brain, the cause of which is unknown. Its appearance is similar to the human brain, these curly shapes are also somewhat similar to the human brain. The diameter of these roots it ranges from 0-50 m. They have a reddish-brown outer surface with a mottled, smooth cortex that secretes a corrosive, foul-smelling grey thixotropic slime. Attention, this mucus will cause extremely serious burns to biological tissues after contact. Moreover, exposure of any living organism to these mucus will cause inexplicable chemical changes in the brain, resulting in disorientation and dizziness. It has been confirmed that the maximum growth of 0-0-1512 is unlimited. And its growth does not require any substance intake. Chapter 28. Unlimited growth, and no need for any substance intake. Hearing this, almost all the big shots present looked up in shock. This is impossible. The entropy value has a limit. Everything will follow the laws of the universe. Even the universe cannot grow infinitely. It will stop after growing to a certain level. And what's the matter with not needing to ingest any matter? Isn't this completely contrary to physics and Einstein's formula of matter relativity? Facing the surprised words of several big shots, before Ji Xuan could speak, the leading man in the Huxia tunic calmly spoke. Physics and Einstein's relativity formulas do not apply to SCP's weird containment. Everyone. Looking at Ji Xuan, the old man in the tunic suit said in a deep voice, "Mr. Ji Xuan, please continue." Nodding, Ji Xuan continued to announce. 0-0-1512, as a growable Keter-level containment object, has many characteristics. But one thing to note is that the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root is a characteristic of the living state. This kind of possibility is not like a plant, but more like an animal. The roots pulsate slightly, as if they're circulating or breathing inside. Undoubtedly, compared with the previous release of 0-0-087, Ji Xuan has much more descriptions of 0-0-1512 this time. On the one hand, it is necessary to increase the trust value. Although there is already a foundation of 0-0-087, everyone will believe it, but the item level of 0-0-1512 unreasonable root is much higher than 0-0-087. Whether it is the difficulty of summoning or the trust value, it is several times higher than the endless stairwell. The second is that 0-0-1512 is really extremely difficult to contain. If you want to contain it, you must have sufficient containment measures. So even if there is a basis from last time, he must describe it more accurately. 0-0-1512 will not move because of this, unless it is because of the growth of these roots themselves, which will grow until they touch the edge of the object. According to calculations, 0-0-1512 has calories, just like a mammal with the same weight and a high metabolic rate. And it also produces what we consider to be brawn noise. Hearing Ji Xuan's description, everyone was silent in the huge meeting room, and it felt very strange. Roots living like a brain? And also pulse and circular breathing? Born in the human brain? And can grow without limit. The most important thing, doesn't need any substance intake yet. In the Parliament Hall, hearing Ji Xuan's announcement, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Let's imagine a mass of twisted, reddish-brown roots curled up like a brain, exuding warmth. The moment it appears, the brains of all the people around will mutate and react chemically, and even lose their sense of direction and become dizzy because of it. The most important thing is that this 0-0-1512 is infinitely growing. Is this thing really so weird? Is it a little exaggerated? Mr. Ji Xuan, I would like to ask, is this 0-0-1512 unlimited growth? Is there no limit? Asked the old man of Xuan, the person in charge of the southeast region. I haven't found any restrictions for the time being, but they will stop growing after they grow to fill a certain space. And according to observations, 0-0-1512 is now in its juvenile stage, and its weight is between 10 and 100 tons. 10 to 100 tons? Hearing this, many high-level Huxia officials breathed a sigh of relief. Although it sounds heavy, compared to the national level of Huaxia, it is not a big deal. As long as you find it before it grows, you should be fine. Just when they thought so, what Ji Xuan said next made their faces change immediately. The containment difficulty of SCP's strange containment 0-0-1512 is much greater than that of 0-0-087. According to calculations, 0-0-1512 grows extremely rapidly. Its roots can grow at a speed of 8m/s, and although these roots are obviously composed of organic matter, they have an unimaginably high Vickers hardness. Preliminary calculations show that its Vickers hardness can reach at least 100,000, and it is immune to damage from cutting, burning, laser, corrosive acid or other similar items. Its defense is enough to resist attacks from the fourth dimension. What? A growth rate of 8m/s? The Vickers hardness has reached 100,000. Immune to cutting and burning laser corrosion, and can also resist attacks from the fourth dimension. All the big figures in Huaxia stood up in shock, and a few of them even screamed out loud. What's happening here? An inorganic substance with a Vickers hardness of more than 100,000? And with its body, it can resist attacks from the fourth dimension. And it grows infinitely, and the growth rate per second can reach 8m/s. This is too outrageous. Are you really not exaggerating? You must know that diamond, the hardest substance on Earth, has a Vickers hardness of only about 100. Even if the substance discovered by the latest research, cubic boron nitride, is harder than diamond, its Vickers hardness is only 108 GPa. What the hell is this 100,000 GPa? 100,000? This, the planet's core cannot be destroyed by an explosion. Chapter 29. After hearing Ji Xuan's description of 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, almost all the big shots became suspicious. Of course, it's not that I don't believe that 0-0-1512 irrational routes don't exist, but I think this thing is too outrageous. It is not a substance that can be born in the ecological circle at all. Especially the Vickers hardness of 100,000 GPa. The corner of the big man's mouth twitched. Such a hard thing, even if it is hard to resist the explosion of the planet, it might not be a problem, right? There is nothing on Earth today that can destroy it. And this kind of thing can actually grow at a speed of 8m/s per second. And also unlimited. How can you fight this? Are you sure this thing is only at the level of destroying the country? Will Daxia be destroyed before the Trisolaran civilization arrives? Mr. Ji Xuan, is this exaggerated? They thought so. Fortunately, Ji Xuan's words made them feel alive again. Although 0-0-1512 is tricky, before encountering danger, the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route is still very gentle, and will not grow and destroy at will. As long as it is found during its infancy and a space relatively large enough to accommodate it is created, then 0-0-1512 will become mild again after filling the space and stop growing. And after encountering danger, if the danger is not detected, the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root will not grow infinitely, but will gradually shrink. Hearing this, the big shots felt like they were on a roller coaster today, ups and downs. In just 1 hour, it was even more than their previous months. Mr. Xuan, next time you release the information, can you please release it all at once? This situation is very unfriendly to us old people. The old man Zhou Bin, the general manager of Huaxia Nanhai, said with a wry smile. Xuan let out a sorry ear smile. Sorry, I will pay attention to it later. And it's worth mentioning that although I can't figure out where 0-0-1512 is for the time being, and its composition is weird, 0-0-1512's unreasonable root still has some plant characteristics. It prefers salt water, and the most likely place where it appears should be in coastal or island areas. Unreasonable root likes salt water? The eyes of many big figures in Daxia lit up one after another. In the coastal area, this time the scope has shrunk a lot. Once this kind of weird life form appears, there will definitely be awareness and early warning everywhere. It won't be like last time 0-0-087, looking for abandoned buildings all over the world. The difficulty of searching will be much smaller. Since this is the case, it is not too late, everyone, let's go quickly. The old man in the tunic suit spoke in a deep voice, without any hesitation. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold. 0-0-1512 unreasonable root is too special, it must be controlled before it grows. Although most of them think that 0-0-1512 unreasonable root is probably not as outrageous as Xuan said, but it is definitely something that needs to be paid attention to. If it really grows, it doesn't need to be so big, just the size of a building is enough to be a terrible disaster. The most important thing is to grow to such a large size. For it is only a short 10 seconds. High Vickers hardness enough to withstand the fourth dimension, I really don't know what can destroy it. The old man in the tunic suit smiled wryly and pressed his eyebrows. Unlimited growth does not require any resource intake. No wonder it is called unreasonable root. It is completely unreasonable, violates all the concepts of physics and technology today, and treats Einstein's theory of relativity as a toy. This is no longer a creature, is it? If it weren't for its gentle temperament, this thing might not be a simple Keter-level containment. It is definitely a proper level of extermination. It's just fake, if it's true. Still kind of outrageous. But no matter what, 0-0-1512 must be contained by their Huaxia. Never be taken away by that mole again. Thinking of this, many Huaxia bigwigs took a deep breath, stood up one after another, bid farewell to Xuan and went to search. Even the big shots who didn't believe much before, all looked extremely serious at this moment. After all, it is better to believe what is there than not to believe what is not. 0-0-087 is a naked example. One after another the figures went away. After everyone left, the logic sitting next to Xuan retracted his gaze. Mr. Xuan, is the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root you mentioned, really so terrifying? Infinite growth and no need for resources, as long as you feel the danger, you can grow infinitely. Is this born from the heart? And it's hard enough to withstand attacks from four-dimensional space. Mr. Xuan, you said, what if you allow it to grow infinitely to cover the entire Earth, and use it to deal with Trisolaran civilization? Can it withstand the attack of the Trisolaran civilization? Let 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots grow all over the Earth. Xuan looked at the logic and spread his hands. I don't know if it can stop the attack of the three-body civilization. But one thing is for sure, all life forms on Earth have completely died out of brain mutation before then. Of course, maybe the plants will survive. Logic. It's a horrible thing. Xuan nodded, as if pointing. Who said it wasn't? It didn't take long for the logic to scurry away. Xuan returned to the underground air raid shelter again. After opening the system, I believe the value has come to 300. Sure enough, although the higher the level of the item is, the harder it is to summon, and the probability of failure will increase, but relatively, the upper limit of the trust value that can be obtained by the higher level of the item will also increase. In fact, there is a reason for Xuan to choose the container of 0-0-1512 unreasonable root for the second time. The most important of these is the unlimited growth of 0-0-1512, and the feature of not requiring any resources. In particular, the high-dimensional hardness enough to withstand 4-dimensional space attacks is extremely difficult for the same level of containment. In addition, the containment of 0-0-1512 unreasonable root is very special, except for people like him who know special countermeasures. Almost no one on Earth can contain it. Normal containment methods are of no use to 0-0-1512 at all, which is why Xuan is able to release so much information at will. But looking at them, it seems that they don't fully believe in the power of 0-0-1512's unreasonable roots. Pressing the center of his brows, Xuan smiled wryly. In fact, this matter is understandable. Even if he was told the news about 0-0-1512 unexpectedly, he would not fully believe it. Because this thing is too outrageous, too weird, it is completely impossible to be born in this world. But it doesn't matter. This time the trust value should be able to be summoned, and the rest of the trust value will naturally be filled up when they see 0-0-1512. Looking at the sunlight outside the window simulated by the computer, Xuan slowly brewed a cup of tea, talking to himself silently. 0-0-1512. I don't know what surprises this strange containment can bring me. Chapter 30. Do you think Mr. Xuan's 0-0-1512 unreasonable intelligence is trustworthy? In the quiet council hall, several top figures in Daxia are sitting here. There were not many people present, but all of them were important people. Those in charge of the 4 sea areas in the southeast, Bo, Huang, and the 4 land areas are all listed here. Zhou Bin, Shi Lingwu, and Zhao Changling were also impressively present. In a dark room, facing the questioning of the old man in the Huxia tunic suit, the 8 old men did not speak. Because they all know that they are absolutely under Sifon's surveillance, and every word they say will be recorded by the Trisolaran civilization light years away. They looked up at each other, staring at each other. The experience and tacit understanding accumulated over decades of work have played an extremely important role here. With just a few glances and a few movements, it is easy for them to understand their thoughts. So that's how it is. The leading old man in the tunic suit said with a smile, I see. It looks like we are all thinking the same way. Many old people laughed. This silent conversation made them seem to return to their youthful years. In the era when the ancient country was just built, in order to prevent the ubiquitous monitoring of other countries, the old people used to talk like this. In this case, let's act quickly. Many old people nodded slowly, and the light in their eyes flickered. They all believed more than 90% of what Xuan said in the parliament. After having the experience of 0-0-087, they are convinced that there is such a thing as SCP weird containment in the world. But compared to the 19th 0-0-1512 unreasonable root, they still have some doubts. Not to doubt the existence of 0-0-1512. Rather, it is doubtful whether it is as powerful as Xuan claims. After all, the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root described by Xuan is too outrageous. Are there any creatures in the world that can resist the attack of the 4-dimensional space? Will it be exaggerated? They felt a little doubt. Some are skeptical. Moreover, that meeting was also under the surveillance of the 3-body civilization, perhaps deliberately exaggerating the existence of the 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots, which is also part of the Wallfacer plan. After a long time, the old man Huaxia spoke slowly. But anyway, the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root should exist. Execute. In the next period of time, the people in charge of many large districts spoke up one after another, making suggestions and making suggestions. The meeting went on for several hours. It didn't end until after dark. However, Just after they stepped outside, a bad news came. What did you say? The group of people from the United States forcibly occupied and expelled our people in the Nanliu Islands. How dare they? Lu Yunhe, the head of the 6th Division of the Nanhai District who was in charge of the report, was panting and dusty, and obviously rushed here in a hurry. The already dark face was congested with anxiety, and it became blacker like the bottom of a pot. He hastened to explain everything here. After hearing his explanation, many of Daxia's top and high-ranking figures all had gloomy faces. Nanliu Islands. As an island adjacent to the high seas of the South Daxia Sea region, it is covered with extremely rich nuclear resources. As early as the last century, it had already belonged to Daxia. As a result, during the Great War, it was intervened by the Philippines controlled by the United States, resulting in a joint split. And a few days ago, Frederick Taylor, the first Wallfacer in the United States, announced his Wallfacer plan in a high-profile manner, requiring a lot of nuclear materials, and called for the help of the entire world. And because of the Wallfacer plan, the United States sent a large number of troops to station on this small island. He even specifically called the old man Zhou Bin, the general manager of the South Daxia Sea region, trying to occupy this place, saying that the 2 Wallfacers in Huaxia were a complete waste of resources, and that it would be better to give them to the Wallfacers than to waste this island of nuclear resources. Countries all over the world need to help Taylor, the Wallfacer of the United States. The result is naturally impossible. Daxia and the United States, the two sides have dispatched many troops, watching here. Originally, after Zhou Bin's warning, Mi Guo calmed down a little, and did not dare to continue to behave mischievously. As a result, as soon as he went to Yanjing from the South Daxia Sea area to attend the meeting, these people from the United States actually took advantage of the fact that they found countless smoke bombs and took advantage of the negligence of the 6th Division's defense to occupy this place. Seeing this scene, some fiery officers almost fired directly. If it weren't for some calm people stopping them, maybe they would have already fought in the Nanliu Islands. Let's fight. Commander. These Xiaomi people really don't know how much they weigh. They thought it was some time ago. Our dozens of warships are ready, just waiting for your order. Lu Yunhe's eyes were red, and he clenched his fists, feeling extremely angry in his heart. Even if all human beings in the world are working together to deal with the three-body civilization, how can the sacred land be violated? Even if the Nanliu Islands are in the high seas, we, Daxia, were the first to discover them. Their Wallfacer Taylor needs resources, so our Wallfacer doesn't need it. How dare they act like this? The anger in Lu Yunhe's heart burned like a flame, almost bursting out of his eyeballs. Several people in charge of the Huaxia region all had uncertain faces at this moment. If at any other time, Meguo dared to act like this, they would definitely go back and kill him directly, and beat him to hell. But the timing of the current situation is too delicate. Wallfacer Mr. Ji Xuan has just announced the 19th Weird SCP Containment, 0-0-1512 Unreasonable Root, saying that this thing has mutated plant characteristics, likes salt water, and is very likely to be born near the coast. Moreover, the growth cycle of 0-0-1512 is very short. If he is allowed to grow up, it is destined to be a disaster. And the mysterious force mobilizing the mole team doesn't know where it is. If the thing 0-0-1512 Unreasonable Root is also caught by them first, many people in charge of the Huaxia region will definitely explode with anger. Searching for 0-0-1512 Unreasonable Roots will inevitably require a large number of warships and marines. But now something happened in Nanliu Islands. The faces of the big figures in Daxia were ashen. And the old man Zhou Bin, the general manager of the Yellow Sea district who is in charge of this area, also frowned and his eyes were tightly wrinkled. Sir! What are you still hesitating for? Give the order. Lu Yunhe looked at the old man Zhou Bin, and said anxiously, we must not let the country of me do anything wrong. Hearing this, the old man Zhou Bin frowned and remained silent for a long time. Just when Lu Yunhe and others were so anxious that their mouths were bubbling, the old man finally spoke slowly. For the time being, don't worry about the affairs of the United States and Nanliu Islands. Mobilize all warships and troops in the South Daxia Sea. I have another task that you need to complete quickly. Okay. I'll just... The red-eyed Lu Yunhe nodded, turned around and wanted to leave, but was stunned halfway. Turned back sluggishly. What? Sir, you said. Don't care about the United States for the time being. Chapter 31. Hey, have you heard? There seems to be a big move up there recently. I know this too. Recently, near Sucheng, there have been many more police officers patrolling. It's not just us Sucheng, it seems that the entire coastal cities of Daxia have increased their patrols. It's not just cities, even our villages in Gata have patrols. What is this? I even saw warships patrolling the seaside. That's right. I saw it too. There seems to be a big container hanging behind these warships. It's the same on your side? The warships are patrolling, and the superiors have just issued a report saying that fishing is banned along the coast of Daxia. It seems that the opening of the sea has been postponed for half a month. After Xuan announced the existence of 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes, the heads of the 8 major regions in Huaxia quickly took action. There is no doubt about their execution ability, and they quickly made a plan almost immediately. One order after another was continuously issued, and Daxia's terrifying military manufacturing capabilities were fully revealed at this moment. The general managers of the 4 major inland regions immediately stopped the largest military factories in their respective regions and started producing giant containers. In just 2 days, hundreds of huge 100x100 steel containers were built. Even these containers can be disassembled and deformed, and combined in twos to form larger steel containers in a short period of time. At the same time, they also dispatched military and police forces to support the coastal areas and increased patrols near coastal cities. The density of guards and patrols in almost all coastal areas and islands has more than doubled. Many police officers also began to work overtime to investigate all the murders in the past week to the end. As for these actions, Huaxia netizens are not stupid, they noticed it almost immediately, and there was a lot of noise on the internet. Oh my god! What's wrong? Why did you suddenly patrol the sea area? Is this the plan of the Wallfacers? Who knows? My god, is this our shot? Is this a plan to deal with the 3-body civilization? Is there any secret weapon in that container? In this environment, the people in charge of the 8 major regions began to deliberately guide public opinion and take preventive measures for many people. Guide them once they see something weird, don't panic, don't provoke it, and report it as soon as possible, the country is their most reliable backing. As for these weird things, because of what? Everything is pushed to the Trisolaran civilization. It is impossible to expose the weird containment of SCP. Before this kind of thing is thoroughly researched, it is destined to only bring chaos. Nowadays, only a few high-level dignitaries are aware of the existence of SCP's weird containment. In order to search for 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes, they mobilized almost all available resources at the moment. In particular, the person in charge of the 4 sea areas activated all warships and sea forces to patrol the sea areas back and forth. In the words of the old man in the tunic suit, after discovering the mission target, within an hour, at least 3 Huaxia fleets should show up near it. For this order, many military leaders are a little confused. They don't know that Xuan exposed the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route after holding a meeting, and they don't know the existence of some SCP weird containment. I just feel that these orders from the top management come without a beginning and no end. I really don't know what those high-level figures are thinking. The sea area does need to be patrolled, but why do we need so many? What is the whole army attacking? Shouldn't we increase military training now to resist the Trisolaran civilization? This is an order from a big man, don't you know? Our 5th Wallfacer, Xuan, is a moth again. That's right, I heard that this time, after the big shots held a meeting with Xuan, the higher UPS gave orders. What the hell is this Wallfacer Xuan doing? A few days ago, the Wallfacers held a meeting, and sent a lot of troops to collect unfinished buildings and schools. This time another meeting was held, and the whole army was actually looking for things by the seaside. One military boss after another complained angrily, especially those officers and bosses from the South Daxia Sea. Their faces were livid with anger. You must know that now they are very busy because the United States has captured the Nanliu Islands. In the end, you gave an order, let us take all the fleets to patrol the sea to find things. Also made so many big steel cube cages. What about trouble? Is this going to catch a whale? They weren't in a good mood at all, they were completely in a bad mood, and they were completely annoyed. Look at Taylor, the Wallfacer from the United States, Heinz from Europe, and Ray Diaz. Of these three Wallfacers, which one is not a serious job? Even if you can't do it, at least you have to be logical, right? Even if it's useless, don't waste resources here. What the hell is it that you send out the whole army to find things for you when you have nothing to do? If you want me to say, you should rush back to the Nanliu Islands now, and give those Xiaomi countries a hard time. Instead of being here, listening to a Wallfacer who hasn't graduated from college, giving orders. Many members of the South Daxia Sea Navy were very angry. On the side, Wu Yu, the captain of the Chang'an destroyer patrol fleet, patted the political commissar beside him and spoke with a smile. What's the matter? Old Zhang, can you say something? The man named Lao Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Bahai, was a tall man. He was wearing a simple military uniform, his face was neither dark nor white, and he had a peaceful smile on his face, but it was impossible to see clearly, as if there was always a bottomless grey buried in his heart. I have nothing to say, just execute the task above. Another incomprehensible smile, Wu Yu thought to himself. But he can be sure that this smile is from the heart. Since he can't understand what comes from the heart, Wu Yu can basically be sure that he has no hope of understanding Zhang Bahai. Are you going to join the Space Force? Everything is subject to the organization's arrangements. If you need me, I will join. I still want to go? I want to go too. Wu Yu didn't have any scheming answer. He and Zhang Bahai had always cooperated successfully, and I heard that the two of them would continue to serve as the captain and political commissar of the future aircraft carrier Tang. But the success of cooperation does not mean understanding. Of course, Wu Yu himself knows that he must be fully transparent in Zhang Bahai's eyes. From the sailors on the ship to the highest captain, Zhang Bahai could always easily see the depths of their hearts. He must be the most competent political commissar. Not only everything on the ship, but almost everyone he has seen should be transparent to Zhang Bahai. I don't know if he can see through the thoughts of the Wallfacer. Wu Yu thought so. Chapter 32. And just when the military bosses in Huaxia had no choice but to patrol. The military over there in the United States has also heard what Huaxia is doing here. Knowing that Huaxia did not choose to counterattack immediately, but gave up the Nanliu Islands to patrol, and even took all the warships away. They suddenly became excited. Ha 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 ha. I knew they didn't dare to do anything. God bless us. The United States is the most powerful country in the world, and only we, the United States, can lead mankind to victory. Ha ha ha, our country is the strongest. The two Wallfacers, Ji Xian and Logic, are all bullshit. Only the Wallfacer of our country, Frederick Schiller, is the real Wallfacer. The whole world should use all the resources to cooperate with the great first Wallfacer. Ha 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 ha. Don't say it's useless, come on, quickly mine the nuclear resources here, it's their honor to help the great Mekhane. On the Nanliu Islands, many American military officers rejoiced. They celebrated it all, despite all the warnings, to no avail. The United States even called a congratulatory call immediately, instructing them to act quickly and collect all the resources on the Nanliu Islands as soon as possible. If possible, try to draw down the Nanliu Islands. After all, the resources here are too rich. In addition to nuclear resources, there are more heavy metal minerals. After getting a hint from the relevant department, Kate, the full-fledged person in charge of the Nanliu Islands in the United States, also made a pre-announcement unscrupulous. Even in the face of a phone call from the old man Zhou Bin, the general manager of Huaxia Nanhai region, there was no intention of launching it at all. Not only did he brazenly explain his military intentions here, but he also flatly rejected the old man Zhou Bin's words. Oh. Sorry, dear Joe, I think you should understand all this. Now is the time to test a planet and a race to work together for the future of mankind. It's just a small archipelago. We, Frederick Taylor, the first Wallfacer in the United States, are in need of a large amount of nuclear resources. This Nanliu Islands is the most suitable place. Thank you for your generosity. Hope you guys find what you're looking for. Kate smiled and talked to the old man Joe Bin, completely ignored his warning, hung up the phone, then curled her lips in disdain, wanting to let him go with a few words. What a dream! Beckoning, Kate excitedly commanded several scientists who got off the plane behind him. Quick! Quick! All take action! Look at this geomantic treasure land, look at this rich resource! Hurry up and finish collecting the resources on this island as soon as possible. If we can finish mining here, the national strength of our country of the United States is destined to be greatly improved again. What? The half of Huaxia? Oh no, no, there is no half of Huaxia now. Don't worry. They are now carrying out the plan of Ji Xuan, the fifth Wallfacer, driving warships and containers, and fishing in the coastal areas. Ha 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 ha. After hanging up the phone, the old man Joe Bin was almost trembling with anger, and his white hair seemed to stand on end. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, otherwise they should show them the power of the newly developed Dongfeng series. Punching on the table and putting down the phone, the old man Joe Bin took a deep breath for a long time before he calmed down his anger. After thinking for a long time, old man Joe Bin spoke slowly. Notify all departments in the South Daxia Sea region to increase search efforts and make sure to find the target object within 10 days. After a pause, old man Joe Bin's eyes flashed a cold light. By the way, inform Lu Yunhe, Zhang Bahai and Wu Yu to come to the South Daxia Sea regional headquarters. I have an important task to give them. On Daxia's side, countless troops and warships were dispatched to search for 0-0-1512 unreasonable route near the coast. The United States is also stepping up the implementation of Frederick Schiller's Wallfacer plan. And just when everything seems to be working normally. One thing. But it happened quietly on the Nanliu Islands. Nanliu Islands, in the laboratory of physics, nuclear atoms, and mathematics. A middle-aged man with grey temples, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, was working on a notebook. Outside is the roar of machines, countless soldiers are mining the latest nuclear fuel resources, but the middle-aged man seems to be completely immersed in his mathematical world, as if he didn't care at all. He has two big dark circles, and his eyes are bloodshot. He looks like he lacks sleep. He is tall and thin and malnourished. He is young, and his hair is almost completely bald. But none of the scientists around him dared to disturb him. The man's name is Nils Yael. He is a doctoral supervisor at an Ivy League university in the United States and one of the most famous mathematics and nuclear professors at Washington University. After Frederick Schiller became the American Wallfacer, he was selected and joined Schiller's plan. Being able to work for a Wallfacer is the dream of countless scientists in the world today. Nils Yael is no exception. Especially after learning about Schiller's plan, Nils Yael poured everything he had into the Wallfacer's plan. Not long ago, he was sent to preside over the calculation of the nuclear material experiment of Nanliu Islands. But on the way here, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In the past, a mathematical formula that had been proven to fail countless times in the past suddenly had an inspiration for no reason. So after getting off the plane, he studied here almost day and night. It's coming, it's coming. Genius idea, limitless thinking. Ha ha ha. Xuan, Trisolaran, although you have locked up our basic physical science, you will never be able to lock up human beings' desire to explore. Fanatic voices kept shouting from Nils Yael's mouth, and the surrounding scientists felt a little helpless seeing all this. Dr. Yael, do you want to take a break? A researcher stepped forward and asked worriedly. Get out of the way. Don't bother me, it's almost a success. Nils Yael interrupted him violently. I am meeting God in the Temple of Science. You don't want to stop me. Genius, the spiral structure of genius. Oh, can this picture really appear in the world? It can be called unsolvable hardness. Looking at Nils Jaer, who was in a frenzy and constantly sketching in his notebook, many scientists sighed helplessly, turned and left. Time passed minute by minute. With the departure of many scientists, only Nils Jael is left here. The dark night sky gradually enveloped the entire laboratory. Suddenly, Nils Jael felt his head itch. He scratched his head hard. A large piece of white hair was pulled down by him. However, Niels Jaer didn't have any intention of paying attention to it at all, and continued to fall into the proof of the mathematical theory fanatically. I don't know when. Darkness engulfed the laboratory. Nils Jael suddenly covered his head. The notebook in his fingers dropped to the floor. Wow! The notebook was opened. And the latest page of this notebook records nothing else. It is the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry named 1512 structure. Chapter 33. Hi! Have you heard? Several people have passed out today. Someone is in a coma again? What's going on? This is the 16th coma in 3 days, right? How come there are so many? I don't know. It stands to reason that the nuclear radiation here is not high. Why are you in a coma? And I'm still a scientific researcher. Let me tell you some gossip. I heard that after testing, the heads of these comatose people have mutated. Some people's facial features are even distorted. Don't scare me. The nuclear radiation here has not exceeded the standard. In the cafeteria of Nanliu Island's laboratory, a number of scientific researchers were talking here in low voices, and their expressions were not very good looking. And in a remote corner of the cafeteria, there was a person sitting there. There seemed to be a faint stench on his body, causing the researchers within a few meters around him to leave quickly with their rice plates in their hands, even though they respected him very much. But he himself didn't seem to realize what it meant, and while eating hungrily, he looked through his thick notebook over and over again. Hello, Dr. Nils Jael. A young scientific researcher waited for a long time with a plate of rice in his hand before mustering up the courage to step forward. He straightened his hair, a little uneasy, and came to greet him politely. I have listened to your lectures when I was in college. I admire your achievements in mathematics and physics. It is a great honor to work with you. But Nils Jael ignored him. He just wolfed down the food in front of him with a spoon, never taking his eyes off his notebook. Eric was a little embarrassed. He tidied his hair, and at the same time, he found that Nils Jael's dinner plate was full of high-calorie foods, fried chicken, burgers, and barbecue, and he couldn't find any vegetables. Is it really healthy to eat like this? Just thinking about it, Nils Jaer, who was eating, suddenly seemed to be choked, and his face flushed suddenly. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Choking, he opened his mouth and coughed up some of the food he had just eaten. Cough 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 cough. Nils Jael waited for a while in a daze, as if he hadn't realized what was going on. After a while, he picked up the water glass, but found that it was already empty. You can drink mine, I haven't used this cup yet. Seeing this, Eric hurriedly handed over his water. Seeing the water glass, Nils Jael raised his head, staring at Eric with a pair of chaotic eyes. Not a word. Eric felt his scalp tingle from seeing him. Just when he felt that he was a little abrupt, Nils Jael suddenly spoke. His voice was a little hoarse, and he was not used to it. Thanks. Nils Jael took out a jar of white sugar and poured half of it into the cup. Then gulped it down. Gudong. 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 Nils Jael's stomach gradually grew. This formed a very strong contrast with his thin body. After drinking the water, Nils Jael sat down again and ate all the food. Even the meat that was coughed up was cleaned up again. Then return the dishes to the washing point, turn around and leave. While doing all this, Nils Jaer never took his eyes off his notebook. The above record is the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure, right? Watching the leaving figure of Nils Jael, Eric smacked his mouth. Such a profound mathematical problem can only be said to be worthy of being a senior? Even when eating so seriously. While thinking about it, Eric made another cup of coffee, and suddenly found that the senior's sugar bowl was not taken away. Eric brought over the jar of sugar, scooped a spoonful into it, and stirred it twice. However, as soon as Eric took a sip of coffee, his expression changed and he spit out the coffee. Puff! What smell? Salt? Wiping his mouth, Eric picked up the jar of white lens and tasted it. His face suddenly looked weird. It really is salt. Did Dr. Yale just pour out half a can? How much sweat must this be? Horrified, Eric sat down to eat again. But he suddenly smelled an extremely strong stench. After looking up, I realized that there was a puddle of light grey mucus on the seat where Niels Yale was sitting before. It looked wet and had a cloudy light under the light. What is this? Dr. Yale, so unkempt. Eric was holding the plate, and suddenly felt that he couldn't eat lunch at noon today. That's right there, when Eric gets really frustrated because his lunch was ruined. Niels Yale on the other side also returned to his laboratory while staring at his notebook. And just when he took out the key and planned to open the laboratory, several figures came in front of him, blocking his movement to open the door, each of them wearing a heavy military uniform. Niels Yale raised his head and looked at the soldiers blocking him like a city wall with cloudy eyes. His eyes were a little dull with thick dark circles, and he didn't speak. And these American soldiers were a little uncomfortable under his gaze. Several of the soldiers frowned, and found that Niels Yale had an extremely strong stench, as if he hadn't bathed in several years, and there was even grey-brown mucus overflowing from his neck. That's disgusting. Was Niels Yale always this slovenly? They pulled out their papers. Excuse me, are you Dr. Niels Yale? Please go to the base with us, we have something to ask you. Niels Yale didn't respond, he was still a little sluggish, but he spoke, his tone was a little jerky and hoarse. Flash, get out of the way. Several American soldiers frowned, and their tone became more serious. Dr. Niels Yale. Recently, more than a dozen scientific researchers in the base were injured. All of them suffered inexplicable mutations. After inspection, it was not caused by nuclear radiation. These dozens of scientific researchers have one thing in common. They have all worked in your laboratory within 3 days before the onset of the disease. And I want to ask, when was the camera in your room destroyed? Why can't it connect and continue to work? Chapter 34. A series of questions. The tone of several soldiers was obviously a little bad. Because they already have enough evidence to prove that the dozen or so researchers who disappeared in the base definitely have a great relationship with this Niels Yale in front of them. After a period of investigation, they easily came to this conclusion. However, what they didn't understand was why Niels Yale would do these things. You must know that even the soldiers with guns like them know the name of Dr. Yale. This is the assistant of Taylor, the #1 Wallfacer in the United States. Niels Yale still had the blank expression. He was holding the key, and the key ring was already covered with slime on his hand. I'm going to keep forgetting. The hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure. I've come to understand. I've gradually been able to untie it. He continued to walk forward, as if he was about to open the door. Seeing this scene, several American soldiers looked at each other, and their eyes turned cold. How is it possible to let him go? Anyway, take them back first. Suppressing the nausea and stench, they stretched out their hands and grabbed Niels Yale's thin body. It was full of mucus, and almost caused the soldier in the lead to spit it out, but he still took a deep breath to suppress his nausea and opened his mouth. Dr. Niels Yale. We seriously suspect that you are related to the disappearance of 16 scientific researchers at the nearest base. Please come with us. Fuck. What is this? Just halfway through the conversation, the soldier who was holding Niels Yale screamed. As if he had been electrocuted, he frantically shook his hands. Clap. A piece was thrown out by him. Everyone hurriedly looked, and suddenly their pupils shrank. Because that is a piece of human skin. The grey and black mucus covered the skin, like pigskin, sticking to the wall, exuding a very strong stench. What is this? The pupils of several soldiers shrank, they looked at the skin on the ground in horror, and then turned to look at Niels Yale. That was the skin on Niels Yale's shoulder. About 30 centimeters of skin on his shoulder was torn off. Instead, It was a distorted pattern. It was a reddish-brown, smooth, and mottled substance, very similar to the roots of some kind of plant. Each root had many branches, and there were dozens of branches within a distance of only about 30 centimeters. These things seem to be alive. They are constantly breathing, and secrete gray mucus, and slowly wriggling under the skin. These things curled up in an incomprehensible pattern, much like a piece of human brain, placed at the shoulder. But it is clear that this brain seems to be all over Nils Yael's body. A small, indistinct noise continued to emanate from behind the broken skin. The heads of several American soldiers suddenly buzzed. After hearing this sound, their heads stopped working as if they were hit by something at the same time. What is this? How is this going? What's going on with this Nils Yael? Tentacle? Slime? Brain? Their limbs suddenly became weak. With a plop, they fell to their knees on the ground. It can be felt that the ground seems to be vibrating under this small noise. Tick. Tick. Dark red blood fell. They touched it, and then their scalps became numb. That is their blood. Their facial features began to bleed, and there was a buzzing sound in their ears. The faces of several American soldiers turned pale. What? They screamed, and subconsciously wanted to get up and back. However, they were horrified to find that instead of standing up, they were lying on the ground forcefully. What's wrong? They are terrifying. Soon, they reacted, almost subconsciously wanting to draw their guns. However, no matter how they reached out, they just couldn't reach the pistol. It is obviously pinned to the waistband of the trousers. How could it be? The eyes of several American soldiers were bloodshot, and a wave of despair surged up. Because they found that with the passage of time, the entire ground seemed to be covered with that grey-black slime. The mucus had a stench that made their brains tingle. They feel that their facial features seem to be shifting. Unimaginable scorching pain came from their limbs. These slimes seemed to be unimaginably corrosive. Their skin that came into contact with the mucus was festered and burned almost immediately, exposing the scarlet tendons and muscle blood vessels underneath. Ho! Ho, ho! Several American soldiers screamed and wanted to call for help, but found that their throats had been filled with grey-black mucus at some point. As if drinking the smelly magma, their throats were completely ruptured, and even blood could not flow out. Do not! Do not! What's wrong? They were extremely panicked, their scarlet tendons strained, and they wanted to leave with both hands and feet. The tenacity of life supported them with their last breath. However, to their despair, instead of retreating, they were moving towards Nils Yael. They even did it themselves, crawling forward on the ground. However, in the face of all this, Nils Yael didn't care at all, and still stood there blankly, as if he didn't see everything around him at all. Save! Help me! On the mucus-filled ground, several festering human bodies were twisting and crawling. They want to stay away from Nils Yael. But no matter what, they are constantly moving forward. Like moths to a flame. The lights in the corridor flickered, flickering, and the dark night enveloped the corridor. Their eyes are dissolving. Their skin is peeling off. Their facial features are distorted. Their muscles are crumbling. Their bones are corroding. Their traces are fading. In a minute, all traces of their ever existence are gone. Whether it's a pistol, a skeleton, or a suit. All were corroded by the grey-black slime. The air was filled with an extremely strong stench. While doing all of this, Nils Yael didn't do much at all. His eyes were empty, and he seemed to realize it after a long time. He came to the torn skin, picked it up and placed it on his shoulder. More than a dozen twisted tentacles grew out, but he opened the door of the laboratory with a key as if he hadn't seen it. A strong stench came over the surface. Inside were dozens of dead bodies. While doing everything, Nils Yael never took his eyes off his thick notebook. The hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure. He muttered in his mouth. Chapter 35. Someone is in a coma again? And there are still people missing. What's going on? Did someone from Huaxia do it? No. According to the satellite, no one from Huaxia has entered the Nanliu Islands. On the contrary, according to the monitoring, it can be seen that the few people who disappeared in front of the number 15 laboratory. Lab 15. That is the laboratory of Dr. Niels Yael, and according to observations, the remaining dozens of missing persons are also related to his laboratory, and comatose people have also entered it when they were awake. Why did you only find out now? Kate got up angrily, her old face was full of anger, and her questioning voice was full of killing intent. What are you doing? This. The person in charge of the report stammered, Dr. Niels Heyer's authority is too high, second only to you, and we usually don't have authority to view his surveillance at all. Fuck. Kate rubbed her eyebrows, go and see. Yes. The sky gradually darkened. Dark clouds gather in the night. In the building of the experimental base, the lights are brightly lit. Even though it is already late at night, there are still dozens of scientific researchers working here. The outside of the building is full of roses and mint, and there is a faint fragrance of flowers under the breeze. 7 jeeps stopped in front of the temporary laboratory base, and 30 tall and burly Special Forces members got out of the vehicles. The surrounding researchers just glanced at them and then looked away. It is normal for soldiers to go to the scientific research building, and there is nothing worth noting at all. Where is Dr. Niels Yael's laboratory? Room 1301 on the right-hand side on the 13th floor. Thanks. Taking the elevator to the 13th floor, the corridor lights here seem to be not very good, flickering on and off. But this is nothing to many soldiers, and there seems to be a rotten smell in the corridor. Dozens of soldiers frowned. Before they came to the room, the captain who led them made a gesture. Dozens of soldiers nodded, dispersed from each other, and sealed off the entire building. The captain stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Jingle bell. The crisp and sweet bell echoed in the corridor, breaking the tranquility of the silent night. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. The captain kept ringing the doorbell, but there was no sound of footsteps in the room. On the contrary, many other laboratory personnel on this floor were alarmed by the big battle, and they stuck their heads out one after another. Eric also saw all this, his face turned pale. How is this going? Where is Dr. Niels Yael's laboratory? Why so many soldiers? Many soldiers waited patiently for a few minutes, but still no one wanted to open the door. The leading captain frowned. Dr. Niels Yael, please open the door and cooperate with the investigation. We suspect that you are related to the recent disappearance of dozens of Al-Qaeda personnel. If you do not answer the door, we have reason to suspect that you may be one of the participants in these incidents. As soon as these words came out, many people in the laboratory on the same floor showed surprised expressions. However, to their surprise, there was still no echo in the room. The captain's expression gradually became serious. He raised his hand and signaled the blasters to come forward. The latter took out a miniature explosive and wanted to put it on it. As a result, he suddenly saw a gurgling stream of water gushing out from under the crack of the door. These streams were initially pure and transparent. But it soon turned red. Blood like crimson, extremely rich crimson. The red eyes attracted everyone's sight and attention. At this moment, they all smelled an extremely strong stench. This smell is different from the rotten smell, with a pungent smell that makes them a little painful to breathe. A hoarse voice came from behind the door, with jerky and hoarse voice. You, looking for, who? Looking at the crimson blood, the emerald green eyes of the leader soldier captain were extremely deep. He raised his head and stared at the closed door. Dr. Niels Heyer. Please open the door. What the hell are you doing in there? The gurgling crimson that was originally flowing stopped suddenly, and after a few seconds, it continued to flow again. I calculate. 1512. I'm about to figure it out. 1512 structure of hyperbolic, non-Euclidean geometry. Before the people outside could speak, the voice suddenly became a little weak. Yes. My way is not right. But, they disturbed Niels Yael, I told him, the calculations. Me with him? Niels Yael? The soldier captain immediately noticed something. Is there anyone else in the room? Who is it? You open the door. You've been arrested. It's kind enough to tell you so much. The soldier captain waved his hand, his soldiers nodded, and put the miniature explosives on the door. The voice inside seemed to have noticed all this, and his voice was a little flustered. No. You can't. You can't do this. You'll be surprised by it. They're not dead, they're fine. They can count. It's just trying to solve this problem, it's just trying to solve 1512, please don't bother us, we'll be able to. Yet he was not finished. The captain indifferently pressed the blast button. Boom. There was a loud bang. Dust flew everywhere. Reinforced concrete flew in all directions. Then, everyone saw grey, red, sticky, twisted tentacles covered on the stone slab in the foyer. Chapter 36. Look forward. Move up gradually. The ceiling, floor, round table, instruments, and sofa have all been covered with grey slime. A thick layer of red, scarlet tentacles grow here, and they present an incomprehensible twisted arc, coiling around the entire room. They pulsed like peeled mammalian skin. A foul-smelling heat surged out of his face. Nils Yael's head hangs upside down from the ceiling, connected by a twisted skin tree root like a flowering tree. A pair of livers and a twisted heart are connected to his forehead and cheeks. A thick notebook was in front of him, a pair of pupils without eyebrows and whites extended from the ceiling, looking indifferently at the people at the door. In addition, there are dozens of distorted people. Their facial features are mutually distorted, their limbs are distorted and put together, 2 eyes grow on the chin and chest, the person holds a notebook, and is calculating something, and the joints are all distorted sticky reddish-brown tree roots object. Look. I said, they're fine, right? Nils Yael showed a bright smile, he's fine, you think so, right? As soon as he opened his mouth, he could see sticky tree roots growing, and a large piece of sticky grey liquid fell down. See it all. Almost everyone is fooled. They just feel a buzzing in their brains. What is this? What is this? Where did this come from? Am I dreaming? A huge weirdness appeared in the room, like the cerebral cortex, twisting, changing, and secreting viscous liquid. Life that should not exist in this world is manifested in front of your eyes. The huge impact made everyone's sanity disappear. However, the next moment, a soldier couldn't control himself, aimed at the head hanging upside down in the air, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The HK-416 automatic rifle made a precise collision, and a 5.56 x 45 mm metal bullet hit Nils Yael's forehead impartially. Clang! As if hitting a diamond, the solid metal bullet instantly deformed and bounced off. Nils Yael was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, his face began to deform. Piles of reddish-brown tentacles kept pouring out of his brain, twisting, almost instantly, covering the entire room. The whole room was shaking violently. What are you doing? The special captain turned his head and roared at the pale soldier. In the end, before the soldier could answer, an indescribable low-frequency zhao-yin erupted. OM! Burst of unimaginably low brawn noises. Almost instantly, everyone's brains buzzed, as if they had been hit hard on the head by something. Blood spurted out from the 7 orifices at the same time. And a thick reddish-brown mist was emitted, and an extreme stench rushed straight to the sky of everyone. Their respiratory tracts and brains seemed to be completely ignited. Be careful! The Special Operations Captain knelt on the ground and grabbed his gas mask almost immediately. But when he caught it, he froze. Because my hand didn't go back, but pressed into the front door instead. It should have been a staggering step back. But it turned into a step forward. What's wrong? There is no time to think about it now. He gritted his teeth and roared. Fire! The terrified soldiers raised their guns and crazily poured fire power at the strange life forms in front of them. However, what made them stunned was that their guns were not aimed at the monster in front of them at all, but themselves. Bang 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 bang! The muzzle of the black hole glowed with a cold luster, like the sickle of death. They raised their guns, pointed at their companions, at their friends, at the scientists onlookers, at the wall, and at themselves. Only none of them aimed at the huge monster. Plop! Plop! The smoke was flying. Countless soldiers fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. They died without understanding what had happened. The soldier captain who fell on the ground looked at the blood hole on his chest, and just about to say something, a reddish-brown tentacle galloped towards him, smashing his head with a slap. However, after killing these people, the twisted tentacles didn't seem to have finished venting their anger. Unimaginable bursts of brawn noise. The next moment, the thick grey slime suddenly shot up into the sky like a sea wave, instantly flooding the entire corridor. Wow! The grey, foul-smelling slime surged and boiled away everything. Whether it was the dozens of soldiers who died, or the many scientific researchers who fled after watching it, all of them were involved in it. Grey slime covered the entire floor of the building within seconds. Crack! The huge pressure shattered the thick tempered glass, and pieces of scarlet slime rushed out like a waterfall. Crash! The unique smell swept the entire building in an instant. Almost everyone smelled this brain-burning smell. What's wrong? What happened? Sky! My God, what is this? Look out the window! What is that? Shouts sounded in the U.S. Scientific Research Base building. And soon these screams turned into screams, wailing, begging for mercy. But soon, all these voices were silent. The grey slime didn't blend into the ground and spread slowly. The pungent smell filled the forest. Countless birds in the jungle were alarmed. They were at a loss and flapped their wings, trying to rush into the air to avoid disaster. But all of them were belly up, fell to the ground in the opposite direction, and were corroded by the grey mucus in an instant. Countless animals want to leave, squirrels, snakes, fish, ants. But the more they want to go out, the closer they get. It was as if he had completely lost his direction. Countless animals rushed into the thick grey mucus in panic and anxiety, howling and being corroded. Under the dark night, the huge experimental base slowly twisted and collapsed, and a huge pile of reddish-brown organic matter like tree roots slowly appeared under the starlight. Congratulations to the host for reaching 800 trust points. Reward SCP Mobile Task Force X1. Reward Resurrection Scroll X1. Bonus Site Large Site X2. Reward B-Level Containment Doctor X2. Reward C-Level Combatants X300. Reward D-Class Personnel X3000. Containment number 0-0-1512, has now completely descended into the real world. The credit value that can be obtained from this storage has reached the upper limit. The task is now open, contain the strange containment 0-0-1512, and after completing it, you can get the abilities Corrosion, Brain Mutation, Cognitive Confusion, 4-dimensional hardness, brawn noise, infinite growth. Master Host, please go and contain it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. The moon and stars are rare. Yanjing. A light drizzle fell down. In a military corps compound. Ji Xuan, who was drinking, making tea, and resting his eyes with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Listening to the notification sound from the system, Ji Xuan's eyes are shining. Finally, the summoning was successful. 0-0-1512 Irrational Root. Faced with the system's prompts, Ji Xuan didn't show too much abnormality, thinking with his toes, he knew that Xuan must be watching everything at any time. He sat here cross-legged, drinking tea and making wine, and at the same time silently turned on the system, watching the past seriously. Is the upper limit of belief value this time 800? Sure enough, the more powerful the contained object, the higher the upper limit of value I believe it can obtain. 2 large sites, 1 SCP Excited Task Force, 2 B-Class Containment Doctors. C-Class Combatants and D-Class Personnel are also 3 times 0-0-087. Looking at the reward, Ji Xuan's eyes burst out with divine light. The most important is, there is actually a resurrection scroll. Staring at the resurrection scroll quietly lying in the system space, even Ji Xuan became a little excited. Resurrection Scroll. This is a good thing. It never occurred to me that the Resurrection Scroll was rewarded just by summoning the second containment object. Although the use of this Resurrection Scroll is very limited, it must be used at the moment of death. But it's an extra life, isn't it? As we all know, in the world of the SCP Weird Foundation and the Three-Body Civilization, life is the least valuable thing. Especially in the SCP Weird Foundation. There are too many weird containment objects inside. Not to mention the only divinity such as Mary of the Mountains, the Crimson King, and the Broken Lord. The rest alone is scary enough. Get a slightly stronger one, a few lives are not enough. Especially as the only member of the O5 Council and Wallfacer of the Foundation in today's world, it is even more like walking on thin ice. Originally, after completing 0-0-1512, Xuan was still thinking about whether to try to summon the 0-0-500 elixir or the 0-0-2000 mechanical descendant. Now it seems that you can take a break. You still have to strengthen your power. If they wait until they have enough power, there is no need to worry about the three-body civilization. Hurry up to improve your ability, and after confirming the trust of the public, go to the site to hide. Where is the safest place? Xuan was in a good mood, took a sip of tea, and narrowed his eyes as he watched the containment mission of 0-0-1512. Corrosion, cognitive confusion, brain mutation, 4D hardness, infinite growth, brawn noise. They are all good abilities. We need to hurry up and contact the mobile task force for containment. I just don't know where this 0-0-1512 was born. It's very bad. But it won't be long before you know. While thinking, Xuan turned on the system and dialed the numbers of these two large containment sites. Here, Xuan is drinking tea and cooking wine calmly in the high-rise compound, familiar with his two site subordinates, and he is in a good mood because of the birth of 0-0-1512. On the other side of the Nanliu Islands, the situation is different. Fake. 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 Who can tell me? What's going on? How did that damn thing appear? What the hell is this? Fack. In the smelly jungle, there is a reddish-brown mist. Grey-black slime is everywhere. There was an extremely pungent smell in the air, and they felt that their throat, trachea, and brain seemed to be burning, as if they were being roasted on a fire. Kate, the general manager of the Nanliu Islands in the United States, was running in a panic at this time, and was dragged along by a tall special soldier. Her face was the most ugly. At this time, Kate has long lost the high-spirited look that just occupied the Nanliu Islands. He was like a frightened rabbit, with ragged clothes, multiple burns, trembling, running for his life in the jungle in a panic. After running again and again, I still didn't forget to look back, with unimaginable fear in my eyes. That thing didn't catch up? Beside him, there are more than a dozen members of the SEAL team who are in charge of guarding. At this time, they were not much better, the firearms in their hands had long since disappeared, only a few daggers were left, and there were also large wounds on their bodies. One of them was even more miserable, losing an arm and half of his body was corroded and scalded. Looking at the deep reddish-brown mist behind them, their faces were ugly, with unimaginable fear in their eyes. Sudden. Too suddenly. What happened to all of this was too abrupt. Completely beyond their imagination. As the most elite special team in the United States, they have fought countless battles throughout their lives, and have been born and died countless times in the oil country. It is no exaggeration to say that they licked blood, everyone's hands were covered with blood. But in their more than 20 years of military career, they have never seen such a strange scene. Never seen such a terrifying scene. Half an hour ago, the headquarters received news that dozens of soldiers dispatched to the scientific research building had lost contact. This caught the attention of the Navy SEALs. As the top defense leaders on the Nanliu Islands, they convened the parliament almost immediately. As a result, before they mobilized and dispatched personnel to investigate, they saw a reddish-brown mist sweeping over from the scientific research base like a sandstorm. Chapter 38. At first, when everyone saw the reddish-brown mist, they were a little confused, so they didn't know what it was. There were even a few scientific researchers who took out their mobile phones to take pictures. But soon their faces changed. Because as the reddish-brown mist advanced, they found that the surrounding animals began to flee. Countless birds wailed and fell from the sky, countless trees withered, and a large piece of rancid slime appeared at some point, clinging to the ground. They were covered by these reddish-brown mist almost without defense. An extremely strong stench rushed towards the face. Just one mouthful made them cough up blood, and the throat and trachea seemed to be burning. Ahem! Cough 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 cough! It would be fine if it was just the mist and mucus. After all, as the key military base set up by the United States in the Nanliu Islands, it has ample air purification capabilities. However, before they could use these instruments, a terrifying thing appeared in the distance. The SEAL leader still doesn't know how to describe that thing. It looks like a pile of roots, intertwined and deep reddish-brown in the night. Each root is hundreds of meters long and several meters wide. They twisted, curled, or turned at indescribable angles. It seems that a person's head is spread out, but it only takes a few minutes to cover the ground in the distance. Like a flood, it is covering the military base. It was obviously a monster-like thing, but everyone present seemed to feel its pulsation and breathing. It seems like a living large mammal, with warmth, blowing towards the face. Faced with all this, as the captain of the SEAL Special Forces, he gave the order to fire almost immediately. Countless artillery and missiles aimed at that strange red-brown monster. However, before he gave the order to open fire, the extremely low noise erupted from that monster. OM. Brawn noise. As one of the lowest sounds in the noise, brawn noise contains extremely powerful energy. Just like the red light in the visible spectrum, it has extremely high destructive and impact. In the previous laboratory, only the brawn noise produced by 0-0-1512 with a radius of about 10 meters can make dozens of soldiers sluggish, causing varying degrees of damage to the body's physiological functions. And as a 0-0-1512 unreasonable route covering a small half of an island, almost 200 square kilometers, what kind of horror should it be? The terrifying red noise destroyed all the electronic equipment in the base almost instantly. Windows shattered. Steel twists. Everyone's ears were impacted to varying degrees, and their brains were buzzing. The terrifying energy caused by the noise even changed the magnetic field of the entire island. Almost all the lives near 0-0-1512, whether they are humans or animals, were instantly turned into flesh and blood. Countless electronic devices were scrapped, and there was crackling fire. Countless cannonballs were covered in red noise in the warehouse, and then detonated impressively. Boom 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 boom. Groups of explosions, soaring into the sky. In order to defend against Daxia's possible counterattack, the United States has hoarded equipment here, which caused a chain reaction at this moment. The SEAL commander almost saw with his own eyes that the military bunker not far away was blown up to the sky. The explosion with a super-large equivalent, and the terrifying shock wave that erupted, soared into the sky like a raging wave. The hill that was responsible for covering it fell apart in an instant. Like a volcanic eruption, hundreds of tons of rocks cracked and flew into the sky like pebbles. The horrific blast wave leveled the mountains, smoothed the forests, and evaporated the rivers. The round shock wave was like an eraser, erasing everything on the earth in the world. All the things that stand in front of the shock wave will be erased in an instant, just like the wrath of the blazing sun, blooming on the earth. However, when the blooming sun met the monster, it was a completely different scene. The seemingly soft monster like a reddish-brown brain is still growing. It twisted and split, as if it hadn't seen it, and crashed into the shock wave. Then, the huge shock wave completely covered the bottom. The bloody monster overwhelmed the blazing sun's fury, and the blooming sun was extinguished. Impossible, this is impossible. How could there be such a terrifying thing in the world? I shivered. Trying to run wildly in the jungle, the SEAL captain put on a new gas mask and dragged Kate to run wildly. Recalling the previous scene, he was still sweating all over his body. When he first fled for his life, he once saw a terrifying scene. His companions pointed their guns at their colleagues, and pointed their daggers at himself. All those fleeing for their lives frantically rushed towards the red-brown monster. In desperation, the captain of the SEAL Special Forces realized the existence of the problem at the most critical moment. This damned monster can actually change people's perception of direction. Everyone who inhales the red mist and the stench will have disorientation. Obviously he was running for his life in the distance, but he involuntarily moved towards the monster, he obviously raised his gun at him, but the gun was aimed at himself. The captain of the SEAL Special Operations roared, looking at the scattered soldiers around him. He took out his dagger and directly pressed it on Kate's neck. His emerald green pupils were blood-colored, and he roared angrily. "Mr. Kate! Your mother who messed with fake, can you tell me what the FK is behind this damn fake thing?" Chapter 39. The blade cut the skin, and the dark red blood protruded out. At this time, Kate had long been frightened. Running in the jungle, he was dragged by the Special Operations Captain by one hand. If it wasn't for the Special Operations Captain putting on a gas mask for him at the last moment and leading him to flee for his life, he would have died in the hands of monsters at this time. Looking into the murderous eyes of the Special Forces Captain Senlu, Kate was breathing heavily while wearing a gas mask. The fat on her body was trembling crazily, crying bitterly. "I don't know. I really don't know. I never knew these things were still here. Please, don't leave me, don't leave me. For God's sake. Don't forget who pulled you up." Looking at Kate, who was almost terrified and peed and pooped, the captain of the SEAL's face turned ugly to the extreme. Clenching his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead popped out. He originally thought that the biggest enemy of this mission would be Huaxia's powerful counterattack, but he never expected that it would be this kind of thing. No wonder Huaxia didn't continue to recover. This is a pit. A sinkhole. Damn Huaxia! Looking at the jungle surrounded by thick red mist, the SEAL captain roared and kicked Kate flying. He gritted his teeth again and quickened his pace. These Huaxia people even called to denounce them. Let them think that they have taken advantage of it. I didn't expect such a thing to be hidden inside. It's shameless. What exactly is this? How did Huaxia research it? Are they really crazy? But it's too late to say anything now. What? No, no, no. You cannot do that. Kate's miserable cry came from behind. Without the help of the SEAL Special Captain, how could Kate, who has been in a high position for a long time, run 0-0-1512? Not long after, there was a scream from behind. The scream stopped abruptly at the beginning, accompanied by a poof sound of flesh and blood shattering. Many members of the SEALs simply didn't care about what happened later. They took out the radio and found that the surrounding magnetic field was completely confused, and they couldn't dial at all. "Captain, what should I do?" a dark-skinned man asked anxiously, turning his head from time to time with horror in his eyes. "Continue to fight. Sooner or later we will get it." The SEAL commander roared, "Let's go to the watchtower by the sea, whichever is the farthest from the scientific research base, maybe it will be better." Many Special Forces members nodded, looking at the grey slime that had gradually increased and the approaching reddish-brown shots. They could only run crazily for their lives. They fled frantically. Along the way, I passed many strongholds in the United States. There were people in charge of mining resources and soldiers in charge of management. "Captain. In front, what happened in front?" they asked in horror. However, the SEAL captain didn't talk nonsense to them at all, kicked those people off the jeep, and roared. "Everyone, run for your life! Run away!" After finishing speaking, he didn't care what these people were like, and drove his team members straight away. The soldiers at the back hadn't reacted, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. After a few minutes, they saw the overwhelming reddish-brown twisted roots growing like animals. "Fuck! What is this? It smells so bad. Shoot! Fire! What are you doing? Why are you pointing your gun at me? No! Fuck! God! Damn it, I don't want to go there. Help me, save me. Why are armor-piercing bullets useless? It's impossible. What?" A large number of screams came from behind. Numerous soldiers and researchers died. In front of 0-0-1512, there is no one or creature that can resist. Finally, the SEAL team ran wildly, and when they were about to reach the beach, the communication was finally connected. It's just that these communications cannot be transmitted completely because of the disturbance of the magnetic field caused by Braun noise. "This is the headquarters of the United States. What do you guys report?" The voice from the communicator was hoarse and not long. but it was enough to make everyone ecstatic. Fuck. Damn it. Finally connected. The SEAL captain grabbed the communicator and almost roared. This is the Nanliu Islands. All the personnel stationed in the Nanliu Islands, except us, have been wiped out by more than 70%. Repeat. Except for us, all the personnel stationed in the Nanliu Islands have been wiped out by more than 70%. Destruction. 7. There was a rustling sound on the radio, and the other side was obviously extremely surprised, with an extremely dignified tone. What happened? How the hell do I know what's going on? The SEAL captain roared. He drove the car and felt that the sea was getting closer. The monster behind him was also getting closer. Chapter 40. There are monsters here, there are FG monsters, come to the rescue. This is a brain-like monster, completely incomprehensible to describe, you. Fuck. Just halfway through the words, the fragile communication was broken. Fake. 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 The captain of the SEAL team ran wildly in the jungle in a jeep, beating the steering wheel frantically. Captain. I'm catching up from behind. A team member said in horror. I know. He frantically continued to increase the communication, trying to reconnect. However, to his surprise, he was connected quickly this time, and the signal was almost full. However, the next voice stunned many SEALs. Hello. This is the Huaxia South Daxia Sea Patrol Fleet Chang'an, and I am Zhang Bahai, the political commissar of Chang'an. Excuse me, have you encountered any danger? A gentle voice came from the communicator. This is the language of Huaxia. All the SEALs looked weird. This is connected to Huaxia. The faces of all the SEALs were ugly, and some even cursed fuck inwardly, trying to hang up the communication. But soon, the leader of the SEAL Special Operations captain stopped him, took a deep breath, pretended to be frightened and called for help. This is Nanliu Islands. We are members of Daxia's friendly country, the United States. Monsters have appeared on the Nanliu Islands, and the losses have been heavy. We need support, we need support. Please, come and save us. After the sound fell, there seemed to be silence on the other side of the communicator, and everyone in the SEAL team waited nervously. They had never felt that a few seconds were so long. Finally, that gentle voice sounded again. Received the request and will go to help soon. My bearing is the Huaxia cruiser Chang'an, not far from the Nanliu Islands, and it is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Please report the location. It worked. Hearing this, everyone in the SEAL team was ecstatic. He would actually agree. These idiots are really here. Ha ha ha. God will not kill me. As soon as I run out of here, we're going to take all of this to the International Court of Justice. A group of goddamn bastards dared to trick me in Rice country. They clenched their fists, with angry hatred in their eyes, and reported their location without saying a word. It's almost on the edge of this sea. There's a lighthouse there, we'll be there in 10 minutes. Allies, please help. Got it. Zhang Bahai hung up the communication. And many members of the SEAL Special Forces grinned grinningly, driving wildly all the way like chicken blood. Drive up to 80 miles in the rugged, slime-filled jungle. Finally ran all the way to the vicinity of the lighthouse. After rushing out of the red fog and sticky jungle, they saw a huge warship near the distant coast. The two characters of Chang'an were deeply engraved on the warship. Looking at the huge warship, many SEAL field members were a little disappointed. Such a large warship, it seems that they should not be able to hijack the plan alone. But soon, they were happy again. It doesn't matter if it can't be hijacked. As long as they can get out alive, report directly to the higher UPS. When the time comes, wipe them all out. The Huaxia must give us an explanation for what happened on the Nanliu Islands today. Not far from here in the Philippines, there are several US warship ports, not far away, and this warship will definitely be surrounded and captured before other Huaxia warships arrive. I thought so in my heart, but these SEALs did not show it at all. They had already taken off their military uniforms and put on their regular uniforms. Here. Here. AIA. A small boat was lowered off the Chang'an. Zhang Bahai drove to the shore with a few crew members. At this time, the shore already had a faint smell, and a lot of mucus was already spreading in the distance, and the reddish-brown mist gradually covered it. Under the starlight, it seems that some kind of distorted colossus can be vaguely seen, circling in the jungle. But Zhang Bahai still spoke here with a calm expression. Drop the gun, hug your head, and squat on the ground. We don't have a gun. One of our companions was injured on the island and needs treatment. The leader of the SEAL Special Operations captain held his head, squatted on the ground very obediently, and pointed anxiously at a companion with a broken arm. The latter groaned in pain. Zhang Bahai didn't look at that side, raised his gun and spoke calmly. Call out the communicator. The SEAL commander's eyes changed slightly. Communicator? This is not in compliance. Before he finished speaking, Kong! A sudden gunshot rang out on the coast. The captain of the SEAL Special Forces stared wide-eyed, looking at the tall man with slightly dark skin in disbelief, full of disbelief. A bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. How? Poof! The dead body fell down, blood stained the gravel. The other SEALs were stunned for a moment, and almost subconsciously raised their daggers, their eyes were full of murderous intent. However, the next second, Kong Kong Kong! Blood splattered everywhere. 9 bullets precisely hit the foreheads of 9 people. Zhang Bahai put away his gun and looked calm. As for Wu Yan, who was watching all this in the monitoring room, his eyes almost popped out. My grass! Old Zhang, what are you doing? You are crazy! Faced with the questioning, Zhang Bahai's expression remained unchanged, and he raised his head as if he hadn't heard it, and looked at the Nanliu Islands in the distance that had been completely covered in reddish-brown. The strange light flickered in the eyes. Is this what the higher UPS are trying to find recently? No wonder even the Nanliu Islands are ignored, so anxious. It's just that I never expected that this thing would appear here. Chapter 41. What did you say? A monster appeared on the Nanliu Islands? And it also wiped out the American army? They are asking us for help. Where are you waiting first? Don't act rashly, I will send someone to support. Attention! Don't offend this thing. Nanliu Islands monster appeared, suspected 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. This news was soon reported by Zhang Bahai. Countless Huxia big shots looked excited. Especially the old man Zhou Bin, the person in charge of the South Daxia Sea region, turned on the satellite positioning immediately, wanting to observe that area. But 0-0-1512 unreasonable route is too complicated. The emitted brawn noise carries extremely strong magnetic interference, and the satellite cannot observe that area at all. Even for Zhang Bahai's communication and photography, it will not be affected if he dials in an extremely distant sea area. As for the camera system on the fleet, it couldn't be used at night. Only the infrared camera captured a huge mass of red light spreading across the Nanliu Islands. Without hesitation, old man Zhou Bin immediately dispatched all the nearest fleets to move towards the Nanliu Islands, and proceeded to block all routes related to the waters of the Nanliu Islands. After the fleet approached, the sky had gradually cleared up. And it wasn't until this moment that everyone finally saw the monster in front of them clearly. That is a huge piece of matter. It is reddish-brown in color and resembles a network of intertwined branches and roots. Each of these root systems is several thousand meters long, and branches appear within a few tens of meters, twisting and changing directions in an indescribable pattern. It almost occupies the entire surface of the Nanliu Islands. From a distance, the originally verdant Nanliu Islands have turned into something like a red brain. Countless reddish-brown roots are squirming, occupying every inch of space on the island. Seeing all this, almost all the big figures in Daxia had their eyes glowing and their expressions were excited. Especially the old man Zhou Bin, the general manager of the South Daxia Sea region, laughed out loud. 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. It actually appeared in Nanliu Islands. Ha 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 ha. I'll let you Americans rob, keep robbing, this is all right, the whole army is wiped out. The people in charge of other major regions also knew about the Nanliu Islands. After seeing the 0-0-1512 growing on it, they all laughed too. It's really hard to find a place to go through iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. Originally, I used warships to patrol all day long, carefully warning along the coast, for fear that this 0-0-1512 would cause disaster in the city. Never expected. It actually appeared on the Nanliu Islands. It's God's will. Especially after they confirmed through satellite monitoring that no fleet of ships left the waters near the Nanliu Islands last night, they were even happier. In order to occupy the Nanliu Islands and exploit nuclear resources, the United States has dispatched a lot of forces. There are several patrol ships dispatched in the team alone, and there are even SEALs. Now, it's probably all explained in it. 0-0-1512 is awesome. Mr. Ji Xuan predicted well. In the Parliament Hall, many Huxia dignitaries looked at 0-0-1512 unreasonable route and felt very happy. And in the sea area, many Huxia military leaders and soldiers looked at everything on the island, all dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes, then slapped themselves. It hurts? Not dreaming. The machine looked up stiffly into the distance, looking at the huge twisted and weird that occupied the entire area for hundreds of miles. Almost all the heads of the Huxia military and the soldiers present all fell into a shutdown state. Who I am? Where am I? What is this? The reddish-brown roots spread across the sky, twisting and wriggling, and the brain-like smooth-mottled cortex covered the entire island. All the military bosses and navy soldiers who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. Is this what the higher-ups have asked us to search for these past few days? This is too scary. No wonder the whole army has to be dispatched, all the warships are in action, and even a big cage is built. It turned out to be this thing. The weird monster that occupies the entire island, does it really exist? Is this what the Wallfacer predicted? It's outrageous. Especially those military bosses and soldiers in the South Daxia Sea area were even more sluggish on the spot. When they first accepted the order, they were unwilling and didn't understand. They felt that the high-level officials were sick and that the Nanliu Islands were all occupied. They didn't rush to go back to get it back, but insisted on driving a warship to find something. The result was unexpected. It turned out to be such a thing. Looking at the terrifying tentacles that are thousands of meters long and tens of meters wide, many naval bosses shivered. Thank goodness I didn't go to the Nanliu Islands. If you really encounter this thing in a fight in the Nanliu group, no amount of warships will work. Swallowing, the many military leaders standing in front of the warship felt a wave of fear. But while they were shocked, they were also a little puzzled. Is it really enough for such a big monster with the few containers we built? Chapter 42. 0-0-1512 appeared in the Nanliu Islands and wiped out all the US soldiers, leaving no survivors. Countless bigwigs laughed and laughed when they found out about this. They were very happy. It can be regarded as a bad breath. Let you be arrogant. Let you take over the island. Feel comfortable now. Keep grabbing. However, it didn't take long for many big figures in Daxia to stop laughing. Because 0-0-1512 is unreasonable, it is really difficult to deal with. When Ji Xuan explained the unreasonable route of exposing 0-0-1512, he actually told everyone the detailed data of 0-0-1512 in detail. But everyone didn't believe it too much. Because the 0-0-1512 described by Ji Xuan is really terrifying, completely beyond the laws of physics and beyond their cognition. Especially the many characteristics of 0-0-1512, it is simply impossible for a living body to have. This inevitably made them doubt whether Ji Xuan was exaggerating. However, after they actually met 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, they felt that Ji Xuan was a bit conservative. Be careful. Leave. Get out of there quickly. Hurry up and dodge. Choppy. Nanliu Islands. To the northwest, in the sea area of about 600 meters, there are more than a dozen Huxia Special Forces members. They were wearing heavy soundproof suits, oxygen masks, and life jackets. Like frightened rabbits, they kicked their legs wildly, trying to escape for their lives. And behind them, there are dozens of reddish-brown root systems more than 30 meters wide and kilometers long. These roots meander and twist, constantly changing to form strange angles, Each root is like the legendary Yamata no Orakai, covered with stinky mucus, red as blood. Every time it falls, everyone feels like a building has smashed into the sea. It's nothing else. It is the root system that 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots spread out. Wow! The raging waves are deafening. Looking back at the 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots that spread nearly a kilometer from the island and covered the sky, all the special forces felt suffocated for a while. IMDNMD. Can this thing really grow on the earth? It's outrageous. More than a dozen special forces members had pale faces, soaked in the sea water, frantically paddled and pulled the water, and ran for their lives. They tried their best to feed their milk, and they threw the demeanor of the Huaxia soldier king beyond the sky. Looking back from time to time, I just feel dizzy. How did this thing come about? Not long ago, they were performing missions all over the country, and they received a mission from the highest level, asking them to give up all the people at hand, return to the team immediately, and go to the Nanliu Islands to collect samples. They are accompanied by Daxia's top soldiers, King of Kings. When I first borrowed this order, many soldier kings were still a little confused. What kind of mission actually requires all Huaxia's soldier kings to take action together? However, after they arrived and saw the mission description clearly, they were completely confused. Monsters covering the entire island. Huge as a mountain. It seems to be a pile of roots piled up like a brain. To be honest, when I saw the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root, even many soldier kings were shocked. But after all, they are all the elites among the Huaxia elites, the kings of soldiers. They have been rolling in mountains of swords and seas of fire all year round. What dangers have they never encountered? Licking blood from the edge of a knife is a daily routine, and they soon calmed down. After a calm analysis, they thought it was not a big problem. Because according to past experience, the bigger the creature, the slower the response. The monster in front of me is so huge, I just cut a fist-sized sample. No problem at all. Leave the organization to us with confidence. Thinking back to what he said when he set off earlier, the faces of many special forces kings soaked in the water were as black as the bottom of the pot. I just want to find out that BD who talked earlier and beat him up. The bigger the body, the more sluggish it is? Where did you hear this evil theory? Wow! The huge root system fell from the sky, with the breath of destroying everything, and the raging waves caused everyone to be like a boat in a storm, ready to collapse at any time. The terrifying impact of the water waves made them feel like they were about to be shattered, and their bones were crackling. How did this thing come out? It's too scary. Looking at the huge root system that is still spreading and growing, many special warrior kings only feel a burst of sincere powerlessness. This thing is too abnormal. Looking at it from a distance, maybe it's nothing, because it's not clear because of the magnetic field and line of sight. But as soon as he got close, the desperate scene could almost make everyone's scalp tingle. The dark water is full of rotting corpses. There are humans, animals, birds, and fish. All were corroded beyond recognition. The island is eerie and weird, the whole beach is covered with sticky, smelly grey slime, and countless trees are covered with sticky slime. Stepping on the ground is like stepping on a quagmire. The extremely dense reddish-brown mist covered every inch of the corner. Especially the twisted root system, which is tens of meters wide and kilometers long, may look nothing from a distance, but when it comes to the bottom, the oppressive feeling cannot be described in words. The reddish-brown roots twisted like a pulsating brain, covering even the sky. Walking here is not like walking on an island at all, but more like walking in the brain of some kind of weird creature. Faced with such a weird thing, even they were unwilling to stay longer, so they hurriedly took out the laser knife and prepared to take samples. However, when they took the samples, they were dumbfounded. Because their tools can't cut into this monster's body at all. The reddish-brown root system is extremely soft to the touch, with folds and grooves, much like the skin of a mammal, with a touch of warmth. But its hardness is really hard to the extreme. Huaxia's most advanced polymer laser scalpel cut it, just like picking up a pencil knife and cutting it on a rock. Not only did it not cause any damage to the root system, it even broke somewhere directly. Chapter 43. Near the distant Nanliu Islands, many special forces fled in embarrassment, and a meeting was also held in the Huaxia Yanjing Parliament Hall. A group of figures are sitting here. In front of them is the real-time video of many special forces broadcasting from a long distance. Looking at the people fleeing in embarrassment, the atmosphere in the Parliament Hall was quite silent. After a long time, the old man in the tunic finally took a deep breath and broke the silence. For the exploration of the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, what happened to the result? As soon as the words came out, the entire Parliament Hall suddenly became more silent. All the persons in charge had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, it is too difficult to deal with. Originally, they thought that the previous 20th SCP Strange Containment 0-0-087 was already tricky enough. Even the mysterious mole team used 2 miniature nuclear bombs to successfully contain it. But now, compared with 0-0-1512, 0-0-087 is not too simple. I really don't know how Mr. Ji Xuan predicted all this. In order to try to contain 0-0-1512, many senior officials in Daxia have used almost all means. As early as the initial stage of the containment attempt, they had fully shown the content announced by Ji Xuan to military leaders everywhere. However, even watching it is basically useless. Even if they had all kinds of preparations and listed all kinds of countermeasures, without exception, they all failed. There was even an overreach where experimenters mishandled an explosion, resulting in a 0-0-1512 response. Directly let 0-0-1512 grow and spread more than 4,800 meters in 1 minute, smashing a submarine below the sea surface. This is also due to the fact that the people in the submarine ran fast and did not sink deep, so the pungent smell in the water was diluted a lot, otherwise there would be no place to die. Ugh! Some trouble. 0-0-1512 is simply too large. There is a 0-0-1512 the size of an island, and Huaxia has no countermeasures at all. Coupled with the fact that 0-0-1512 unreasonable root will grow infinitely after receiving damage, and does not need to consume any nutrients, now Huaxia dare not provoke it at all. I can only wait here, waiting for 0-0-1512 to shrink and restore itself. Originally, before they saw 0-0-1512, they didn't believe that there would really be such horrible and weird containment objects in the world as Ji Xuan said, thinking that what he said would be exaggerated and not in line with the facts. But now it looks like it's because they don't understand the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. The characteristics of 0-0-1512 are simply too unreasonable. Brawn noise strong enough to alter Earth's magnetic field on a small scale. A pungent odor that causes cognitive confusion, disorientation, and brain mutations in humans and animals. Gray viscous slime that can corrode thick steel plates. Ultra-high dimensional hardness enough to withstand all impacts. There is also the most terrifying infinite growth and spread that does not require any conditions. The scene of crushing and exploding the submarine, which spread 4 kilometers in 1 minute, almost made all the big figures in Daxia gasp. The crystallization of the most advanced human civilization was torn apart like a toy in front of this monster, and even the terrifying nuclear radiation had no effect on it at all. That is to say, on the small island, the range is so large that it will not grow when it spreads to the edge. If this thing appeared in the interior, it would definitely be a disaster. It is definitely a terrifying existence at the level of destroying the country. I really didn't expect that 0-0-1512 unreasonable route is so terrible. The only good news now is that it has not appeared in our country. Lucky in misfortune. Faced with this 0-0-1512 unreasonable route that can't be beaten or touched, almost all the high-level Huaxia leaders have a headache. But while they were having headaches, they also knew in their hearts that 0-0-1512 is unreasonable and absolutely cannot be let go. As the existence of the third power system, if the unreasonable route can be subdued and thoroughly studied, it will definitely be an unprecedented breakthrough for Daxia and even the entire human civilization. Block the news. Continue to study. Mobilize more human and material resources to go. No matter what you say, you must thoroughly study this 0-0-1512. We must not disappoint Mr. Ji Xuan's expectations of us. On Daxia's side, they are dispatching forces to the Nanliu Islands to study the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, trying to understand the reasons for its various anomalies. But on the far side of the ocean, the high-level officials of the United States can't sit still. What did you say? There is an anomaly coming from the Nanliu Islands, and it seems to be completely wiped out. In the White Palace of the United States, the person in charge of the highest defense listened to the report from below, and his eyes widened, almost in disbelief. It's like this, sir. Just now, we received the last call for help from the seals of the Nanliu Islands. The voice on the other end of the phone was also very dignified. They said they encountered danger on the Nanliu Islands, and more than 70% of the station members have died. And according to the report, there was a large-scale mobilization of the Huaxia Navy last night. Hundreds of warships were unanimously transferred to the vicinity of the Nanliu Islands. Now all routes near the Nanliu Islands have been forcibly stopped by Huaxia. Moreover, the magnetic field near the Nanliu Islands has also become disordered, and the satellite cannot take any useful pictures. Listening to the many reports from his subordinates, the face of the highest defense officer in the United States was extremely gloomy, and his whole body was shaking with anger. Fack! How dare they act like this? The Nanliu Islands are the territory of the high seas. We went there only to collect nuclear resources for the Facing Wall project, but for the hope of all mankind. How dare they act like this? Get me through. I'm questioning them head on. What are these people trying to do? Chapter 44. You are irresponsible, extremely irresponsible. Nowadays, the entire human civilization is working hard for success. We exploit nuclear resources for the progress of all mankind. Huaxia actually ordered them to be wiped out. In the department in charge of the U.S. Defense Department, a figure's face was livid. Although there are not many troops dispatched on the Nanliu Islands, even if they lose it, it is equivalent to a drop in the bucket for them. But the books can't be calculated that way. If the news of the complete annihilation of the U.S. Army in the Nanliu Islands spreads, it will be an unimaginable blow to their U.S. dignity. Sir, I have already explained, the accident of the troops you sent to the Nanliu Islands has nothing to do with Daxia. We just surrounded the Nanliu Islands, and it was only after all your troops were killed in battle. A calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Ridiculous. The blonde old man didn't believe it at all, and said under suppressed anger, then tell me. What is it that wiped out our entire 3,000-strong army and one of the most elite SEALs in the United States? On the other end of the phone, the tone was still calm and steady. I'm sorry sir, but not now. This is part of the plan of the fifth Wallfacer in our country, Mr. Ji Xuan. Part of the Fok Wallfacer plan. The old man in military uniform bristled his few hairs, and he roared tremblingly, who are you? Can you answer the phone? Hand the phone over to me. To your superior. I need someone with real weight to talk to me. Where is the head of the South Daxia Sea region? Where is Zhou Bin? My name is Zhang Bahai, Political Commissar of the Chang'an of the Huaxia South Daxia Sea Regional Fleet. The voice on the other end of the phone was still so gentle, repelling people thousands of miles away. Mr. Zhou has handed over your country's negotiations on the Nanliu Islands to me. Then you are talking about what is going on with all this. Did you Huaxia do it? No. Who is that? Philippine. Sorry I can't say. It's part of the plan. Fake squid. Listen to the roar coming from the phone. Outside the office, the old man Zhou Bin, the general manager of the South Daxia Sea region, was passing by, watching all this with his mouth twitching. This chapter Bahai. It can really piss people off. It's all nonsense after going around for a long time. The most important thing is that I haven't asked anything. Why haven't I seen this kid with such an annoying talent before? Shook his head. After coming to the chief executive's office and sitting down, old man Zhou Bin opened the online meeting. On the other side of the video is Lu Yunhe, who is on the fleet at this time, and not far behind is the huge 0-0-1512 Unreasonable Root Island. Countless fleets are surrounding here, like a flock of sheep who have no way to attack a sleeping tiger. How's it going? Zhou Bin asked. What else? The international public opinion these days is all upsetting. Everyone is discussing why we have so many fleets and what to do, both at home and abroad. Lu Yunhe smiled wryly with two big dark circles under his eyes. As a veteran who had followed Zhou Bin since the Vietnam War, he was not too restrained when there were no outsiders. Rubbing the bloodshot eyes with his calloused hands, Lu Yunhe smiled wryly and said, now everyone is guessing whether this is the plan of the fourth Wallfacer or the fifth. Let them guess, as long as 0-0-1512 is unreasonable and not leaked. Lu Yunhe nodded, but they don't seem to know the news of the death of the American troops. The United States will not announce it. Announce it before finding out the truth, they will only slap themselves in the face. It is true, but now dozens of groups of American personnel have been intercepted, and drones were found in the sky just yesterday. Don't worry about it, just shoot down all the ones that come. Zhou Bin said calmly, our main goal now is to contain and study 0-0-1512. Have you figured out how to deal with it now? As soon as this topic was mentioned, Lu Yunhe's face collapsed. No. He replied with a wry smile, we have done the research according to what Mr. Ji Xuan said. To be honest, when I saw 0-0-1512, I always thought Mr. Ji Xuan's words were exaggerated. But now it seems that Mr. Ji Xuan's description is still too conservative. The hardness of the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root is at least 150,000 or more. 150,000, the old man Zhou Bin gently pressed the center of his brows. How did you detect it? Physicists observed it, but who the hell knows how they know, but it's definitely not that simple. Lu Yunhe said helplessly, now the entire research team has numbed their claws. They have tried various methods, but they can't find any hope of containment at all. And 0-0-1512 still maintains its original size, and there is no intention of shrinking at all. Hearing this, old man Zhou Bin sighed. Invite people to come, our military scientists alone should be enough. Call more people over. The 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots must be contained as soon as possible. The time left for us by the three-body civilization. Not much. What's wrong? Lu Yunhe frowned, sensing the tiredness in the old officer's words. Just now, Australia captured a batch of remaining Edo strongholds, where we got a news that not long ago, the Trisolaran civilization fleet launched a very small object. It's a very small spaceship, only about a few meters away. It's impossible to observe its appearance. It's surrounded by starlight. We only know that it is rushing towards the Earth at an extremely fast speed. After a pause, old man Zhou Bin spoke slowly. We call him Water Drop. Chapter 45. Daxia. Yanqing Supreme Physics Research Laboratory. In the empty room, a bearded man in his 30s was doing experiments. In front of him was an extremely complicated scientific instrument. This instrument is a precise bright silver color, about 100 meters high, and occupies half of the warehouse. The only operating point is an operation table that is only about 2 meters high. There are no less than 200 buttons and push rods densely packed here. A heavy buzz roared inside the machine, like lightning before thunder, without too much noise. The exquisite silver body is like a fantasy instrument of the future era, where unknown colors and experiments are carried out. However, such a complex and technological instrument does not have any electronic screens. All patterns representing instructions and results are displayed in the simplest way of the last century. In Ding Yi's words, the original is the most reliable. Without electronic screens, it can minimize the interference of Safans on the experiment. Although he himself knows that this reduction is minimal. Lying on the desk full of documents, Ding Yi is calculating something. It will undoubtedly take an unimaginable amount of time and energy to calculate purely by hand without a computer. But this is no way. Safans are constantly monitoring and interfering with the Earth. Although this primitive method is difficult, it completely avoids the interference of Safans on the experimental results. After all, although Siphons exist in the fourth dimension, they can monitor the earth at all times. But it can't interfere with people's thinking after all. Since Yang Dong's death, Ding Yi has devoted all her time and energy to fighting the three-body civilization. He is obviously one of the most outstanding scientists in Daxia, but he is only in his early 30s, but at this time he is already unshaven, as if he is over half a century old, not at all what he should be at this age. Just as he was frowning and thinking, and continued to sketch the next calculation sketch, there was a knock on the door suddenly, interrupting his train of thought. Boom boom boom. Who? Ding Yi frowned and looked up. It's me, what's the matter? It's only been a few months, you can't hear my voice anymore. It seems that the smoky smell can be felt just by listening to the sound. Ding Yi was obviously taken aback. Then he hurried over and opened the door. Big history. Ding Yi said in surprise. In front of the door was a tall figure, and the thick shadow almost blocked the entire door frame. He was wearing a thick leather jacket, and he smelled extremely strong of cigarettes. He still had a bottle of wine in his hand, 2 roast chickens, and a had man in the corner of his mouth. Professor Ding, long time no see. Looking at the visitor, Ding Yi looked surprised and a little happy. Why are you here? What kind of wind? What's the matter? Can't you come if you have nothing to do? Dashi walked in carelessly, looked at the chaotic and noisy room, finally found a place to put down the roast chicken and wine, and curled his lips. Look at your spirit, if you stay here for a few more days, you will have problems keeping your spirit. Ha ha ha. Ding Yi smiled, seeing Dashi, obviously in a good mood. Ding Yi and Dashi are old acquaintances. He is the boyfriend of Ye Wenjie's daughter Yang Dong, and he is also the first group of people to know about the three-body problem. After knowing the existence of the three-body for the first time, Ding Yi was almost disheartened by the almost hopeless technological gap. Siphon projected UR bugs in the Supreme Combat Command Hall, which made him feel the whole world lost hope. Fortunately, at this last moment, Dashi in front of him took him and Wang Mi out to the wheat field. Infinite swarms of locusts came into view, and the miracle of life on Earth was magnified in front of him. Is the level of science and technology of people on Earth and Trisolarans higher, or is there a big gap between the level of technology of locusts and us? Humans have tried their best to destroy them, exhausted all kinds of poisons, sprayed them with airplanes, introduced and cultivated their natural enemies, searched for and destroyed their eggs, and sterilized them with genetic modification. Burn them with fire, flood them with water, every family has a pest control spirit to deal with them, every desk has a weapon like a fly swatter to kill them. This long war is accompanied by the entire human civilization, the outcome is still undecided. Insects have not been extinct, they still roam proudly between the heavens and the earth, and their numbers are no less than before the appearance of human beings. Trisolarans, who regard humans as bugs, seem to have forgotten a fact. The worm has never really been defeated. In the evening of that day, Dashi's Mandarin words with a cigar between his fingers, like a flame, rekindled Ding Yi's world and led him through the most desperate time. Until now. I know my problem. Ding Yi waved his hand, casually dragged the file to the side, took a roast chicken and was ready to start building. After knowing the existence of the three-body civilization, he was already quite informal. It's you seem to be the agent of the fourth and fifth Wallfacer now, right? What's wrong, you're so busy, come to comfort me. Dashi poured a cup of Urquata for Ding Yi, and asked furtively, Old Ding, I want to ask you something. Do you think there are gods in the world? Are there any monsters? Ding Yi tore up the roast chicken and drank wine, and looked at Dashi with disdain. I'm a scientist, why are you talking about gods? How can there be gods in the world? If there are, it can only be because technology is not enough. It's incomprehensible, as if the ancients worshipped the father of thunder and the mother of lightning in front of the rain. Wiping her mouth, Ding Yi continued, I'm not talking about you, Dashi, as the contact person of the Wallfacer, you can't just talk about it. Is it great to engrave words on the retina? Is it great to let the whole universe flash for you? If the Siphon of the three-body civilization was placed in ancient times, it would definitely be a god, and it is also the true God in the mouth of the Emperor. But in fact, this thing is something that exists in a high latitude and unfolds in a low latitude, just like the theory of macroatoms. I was recently inspired by the matter of Siphons. Macroatoms are probably the expansion of ordinary atoms in low dimensions. After a period of research, I found that all the atoms in this universe will eventually expand to low dimensions over a long period of time. The final outcome of our universe is to become a macrocosm composed of low-dimensional atoms. This can also be regarded as an entropy. Let's grow. Hearing Ding Yi babbling here, Dashi felt dizzy. Stop, don't talk about anything here. I will ask you, if there are really gods or monsters in this world who can fight against the three-body civilization, and they have not been blocked by the three-body civilization, what should you do, manage? There really are gods and monsters? Haven't they been blocked by Siphon? Ding Yi sneered, and his tongue was a little bigger after eating Urquata twice, but he still poured down the third cup with his head up. Because this can slightly extinguish the unwillingness in his heart. Come on, how is this possible? Chapter 46. Hypothesis. I'm just talking about a hypothesis. In the smoky room, Dashi exhaled smoke rings, and put brackets on his hands. If there is such a thing in the world, what do you do? Really? Ding Yi pouted her tongue, her messy hair looked like a chicken coop. She lay on the table and spoke boldly. If this thing can fight against the three-body problem, let alone gods and monsters, even if Satan comes, I will risk my life to study it thoroughly for you. Bugs. You three-body, damn it, is a bug. Hearing this, Dashi immediately slapped the table. Brother is arrogant. I'm just waiting for your words. What do you mean? Tell you good news, brother. Recently we discovered a weird thing. It's hard for me to explain this thing to you. According to your theory, it can be called a god. Do you want to study it? Hee. Ding Yi rolled his eyes, continued to tear his roast chicken, and pouted, come on, Dashi, how could there really be gods and monsters in the world? Hurry up and go back, I'm still busy here. Although the most cutting-edge theories such as particle colliders have failed, even if they have been discovered, we still have a lot of room for improvement. Thank you for coming to see me. Look, your knowledge is short. Brother, let's go. Brother, I will take you to learn more. I said that you are in your 30s, don't stay in the house like a child every day. Dashi, don't do it, I still have the data in my hand, me. What are you doing? Before Ding Yi finished speaking, Dashi dragged her downstairs, got into the car, and ran all the way towards the airport. Seeing all this, Ding Yi was speechless. You came to me at night because you were drunk? Red light. I didn't get drunk with you. You'll know when you go. I've never convinced anyone in my life, and Mr. Ji Xuan is one. Dashi made a handsome drift. The fifth Wallfacer? Does this matter have a lot to do with him? It's very big, and it can be said to point out a new way for us. Ding Yi couldn't understand at all, and looked confused. He had also heard about Ji Xuan, the fifth Wallfacer who jumped out of nowhere, and looked up relevant information. No matter how you look at it, this is a person who is too ordinary. But before Ding Yi asked, he saw the plane on the tarmac in the distance. Especially after getting off the plane and after Dashi took him to a ship again, Ding Yi was really anxious. I said, Dashi, what are you doing? Time is precious now. No one knows when the three-body civilization will come. Where are you taking me? Knowing God, didn't you say that if you really have it, you will definitely be able to study it? How could there be a god in this world? Blown by the sea breeze, Ding Yi became a little anxious. His experiment is now at the most critical time, and there is no need to delay it. Hurry up and let me go back. I still have a research topic that I haven't finished. If I can succeed in the research, it will definitely help human civilization. Before he finished speaking, Dashi threw him a telescope. What is this? Binoculars, come on, brother, look in this direction, Dashi said with a smile, still holding a cigarette in his mouth, and Ding Yi wanted to give him a punch with his foolish look. I'm afraid you won't believe me, so I decided to show you the evidence. It's a pity that today's weather is bad and the fog is too heavy, otherwise I would be able to observe it directly with the naked eye. See God? Ding Yi now only feels like a fool who was dragged here from Yanjing by a roast chicken and a bottle of Urquatu. There is a fart god in this world, why don't you hurry up and let me, huh? What is that? Before she finished speaking, Ding Yi saw the distance through the telescope. It was a piece of crimson mist floating on the sea, covering an extremely vast area. Red mist. Continue to look in and adjust the multiple. Ding Yi turned the knob suspiciously. Next moment. Clang. The telescope in his hand fell to the ground at once. Ding Yi's face changed wildly, as if he saw something incredible. He staggered back a few steps, but almost in the next second, he hurriedly bent over to pick up the binoculars, and hurriedly looked again. The sun was covered by dark clouds. A crimson mist covered the entire sea area. Huge monsters grow on the island. The reddish-brown body is like a devil's hell. The twisted and strange arc is like a wriggling brain. The strange breath makes every cell in Ding Yi's body tremble. Bang! Ding Yi's legs went limp, and she knelt down on the ground all of a sudden, holding a binoculars in her hand, her eyes staring straight. She lit his cigarette again, but his eyes couldn't see clearly in the thick smoke and sea fog. How is it, do you believe me? It took 5 full minutes before Ding Yi came back to his senses. Swallowing with a thud, he got up trembling, and looked at Shi blankly. This. What is it? The monster predicted by the 5th Wallfacer Mr. Ji Xuan, your so-called god. Shi smoked on the bow of the boat. Also known as SCP Weird Containment. No 19. Number 0-0-1512. Unreasonable Roots. Chapter 47. Ding Yi has never believed in the existence of gods in the world. Whether it was the peaceful period of the Golden Age or the era of crisis, he was a firm atheist. But now, he believed it. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? It's so FG awesome. The 13 eV radiation particle light can't see through it. This is almost at the level of a gamma ray burst. It's outrageous, it's terrifying. I can't believe that there is such a thing on the Earth. The minimum hardness is 150,000 GPa. Believe me, this is definitely our strongest weapon against the Trisolaran civilization. This kind of hardness has surpassed the limit of the star's core explosion, and even a black hole can't smash it. With hardness alone, it can even resist the entry and invasion of 4-dimensional space. Unbelievable. In the messy cabin, dozens of fanatical scientists are doing research here. This is obviously the combat command room of a certain captain, but now it has been completely requisitioned by dozens of fanatics. They looked fanatical, watching all kinds of experiments from the military on the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, and almost fell into a state of complete excitement. While yelling, he took out a pen and sketched something on the notebook, completely intoxicated and forgot about himself. Dozens of scientists are debating fiercely here. In the modern age when Sifons have blocked basic science, the appearance of 0-0-1512 in Ji Xuan language seems to have opened up a new path for them, making them almost forget to eat and sleep. 2 old men in their 70s were sipping instant noodles, keeping their eyes on their laptops, their faces flushed red from arguing. This is definitely a plant, a type of plant. We should study according to the characteristics of plants. FK your shit. The Wallfacers have said that this is an animal. Didn't you see that he was breathing? Its skin feels like a mammal. So what? The Wallfacer said has the characteristics of living, the most important thing is has the characteristics of plants. 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots like salt water, this is the most important proof. One after another silhouettes are heading towards them, and their respective professions are different. Some are physicists, some are botanists, and some are zoologists. From grey-haired people in their 70s to outstanding scholars in their 30s, there are all of them. The only thing in common is that these are all Daxia's top experts. Just like the 2 old people who were arguing with each other just now, Ding Yi recognized them as his university tutors in his student days, who had published countless papers that shocked the world and abroad in their respective fields decades ago. But at this time, because of the basic nature of 0-0-1512, they are blushing. They were just like you when they were invited. Dashi smoked a cigarette and looked around the room with a smile. Every one of them is hanging to the point of death. They don't believe in the existence of any weird containment objects. They use various methods to prove that what the Wallfacer said is false. But after he took a look, it all became like this, and he couldn't leave. Dashi, here is the most important thing to deal with the three-body civilization. Why are we leaving? A figure answered Dashi's words, laughed and hugged Ding Yi vigorously. Wang Miao. Ding Yi looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Have you recovered from the Guhan project? That happened a long time ago, and I've been slowed down for a long time. I even participated in the first research of the strange containment of SCP by Mr. Ji Xuan, the Wallfacer. Don't talk so much nonsense. Come and see, look at this. As a professional in the quantum field of macroscopic physics, Ding Yi quickly integrated into the discussion. During the discussion, he was horrified to discover that this weird containment called 0-0-1512 root of irrationality was completely beyond his imagination. Unresolved hardness. Immortal body. It can grow infinitely without any resources, and it can change biological cognition and cause brain mutations. How can that be? How does this kind of thing exist? Ding Yi was completely horrified. When he first saw 0-0-1512 unreasonable root, he just thought it was a huge monster of flesh and blood, beyond normal imagination. But after he studied it carefully, he finally realized how outrageous this thing is in front of him. He even doubted that even the three-body civilized wise man who could expand in the four-dimensional space could penetrate the thing in front of him. Because the many physical conditions on it far exceed the signs that human civilization can detect, and have almost reached the level of hard resistance to dimensional changes. It's really unimaginable that something that looks like a pile of huge tree roots can be so hard. No wonder it is called God. Ha ha ha. Awesome. I really don't know how Mr. Ji Xuan predicted it. I apologize for what I said to Mr. Ji Xuan before. This is definitely an unprecedented discovery. He is the most competent Wallfacer. Perhaps, all this is really an important opportunity for us to fight against the Trisolaran civilization. Chapter 48. Facing the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root, all scientists including Ding Yi went crazy. They put down everything at hand, and studied the nature of 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots here day and night. But as the extremely high-level Keat-level containment in SCP's weird containment, 0-0-1512 is really powerful to the extreme. That unsolvable hardness, even if the highest and most outstanding scientists in Daxia are gathered together, they still cannot study and understand the 0-0-1512 in front of them. Not to mention finding containment procedures. It is like a high wall, standing in the center of the sea. No matter how the surrounding waves hit, it can't shake it at all. After a full week, they were unable to research any characteristics of any 0-0-1512 irrational roots. It even angered 0-0-1512 unreasonable root because of several experiments, emitting a scarier crimson mist. Huge brawn noise, soaring into the sky. The vast magnetic field was disturbed, and countless grey slime spread from the island, covering the seawater like an oil film. The pungent stench and crazy hum made everyone within a few kilometers feel dizzy for a while, and they couldn't even get close. In order to avoid the noise, vibration, and smell, they had to retreat 10 kilometers away. What should I do? How should I study this 0-0-1512? It's completely beyond imagination, and it's impossible to study at all. Now you can't even get close, how can you contain it? Looking at the huge 0-0-1512 on the sea in the distance, the original blue ocean has been completely dyed grey-black. The viscous oil film covered a radius of 10 miles, and the terrifying corrosive force could even burn the iron plate. Seeing all this, many Huxia scientists felt helpless for a while. How to do? A sharp weapon capable of fighting against the three-body civilization is in front of us, so why don't we just stand here and watch? In the past, it was possible to get close at any rate, but now with the red mist, oil film, and noise, it is impossible to even get close. Right in the fleet, all the Huxia scientists were extremely anxious. looking at the time when they were anxiously dried by the grey mucus. The surface of the sea not far from the Huaxia fleet. Under the thick grey mucus oil film, 5 dark shadows appeared under the sea surface. Then the shadow expanded. 5 figures like penguins emerged from the water. The sticky grey goo slid down the heavy spacesuit, and they immediately removed the backpack and connected it together. Chi! The pure gas rushed in, and a few seconds later, a kayak with the same material as the spacesuit was completed, and they climbed on it. After climbing up, a figure cursed in a low voice. Shit! I'm sure I'll be in the dark about swimming in the future. Swimming near 0-0-1512 is like swimming in a septic tank. Didn't Dr. Altoclef say that this is the latest spacesuit material? Can it resist the smell of 0-0-1512? Shit! Facing this person's cursing, the leading captain didn't pay much attention to it, and she immediately observed the surroundings. Through the super-strengthened ceramic glass mask, one can see that in the spacesuit is a super beautiful woman, with bright eyes, blonde hair, and blue eyes, and facial features that seem to come from the hand of God, without any pickiness. Her voice is also very beautiful, like a lark in the forest. It is refreshing. Dudu's words are as cold as bricks. Say one more nonsense, and I'll crush your 2 heads. Report your respective data. After observing, Jane Weiss looked at this person with a cold expression, and there was biting coldness in the charming Tianken's eyes. Normal. 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 I'm normal here too. Although the magnetic field near the 0-0-1512 irrational route is extremely distorted, which has a strong impact on communication, you can still hear clearly when you use the radio face-to-face. Jane Weiss's complexion remained unchanged, and there was no expression on her white, angelic face. Looking at the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route faintly flickering under the red mist in the distance, she narrowed her eyes slightly. I repeat, this time our team is operating with Zayden 9, the Mole Rats, Mobile Task Force Mole Rats. The target content is to contain 0-0-1512 irrational route. Containment methods and measures, do you all remember? As soon as they talked about business, the expressions of the 4 became serious. Remember? Very good. Jane Weiss nodded, with a hint of fanaticism on her perfect face. For the specific description of the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, I won't repeat it. The basic level Euclid, which can grow into a Keter, already explains everything. For this level of containment, I was also in contact. If the containment fails, you should know that death is the best result. Are you afraid? Facing the inquiry, the 4 team members raised their heads, all with fanaticism in their eyes. Mobile Task Force never backs down. As a member of Mobile Task Force, I have already dedicated my life to all mankind. Humanity can no longer live in fear. Nothing can protect us, we must protect ourselves. We control. We contain. We protect. Chapter 49. The loud voice, with frantic colors, echoed above the calm sea. That's right. This squad is nothing else. It was the second mobile task force that Ji Xuan obtained, from Thetan 90-1, the mobile task force controlled by the 2 large sites of Thetan 90-2. Angle grinders, angle grinders. As a mobile task force of 2 large-scale sites working together to prevent the construction, angle grinders are few in number, but each one is an extremely elite member. Participated in the containment of SCP Weird Containment objects no less than 20 times. The leader, Captain Jane Weiss, is not only the dream lover of all men in the 2 sites, but also an extremely rare reality bender. Although the reality distortion ability of Jane Weiss is only the lowest level of green harmless, and cannot be released outside, it can only be used to protect oneself. But it is enough. Relying on her innate advantages and unremitting efforts, Jane Weiss has participated in the containment of SCP's Weird Containment objects 36 times. The most important one of them even prevented the destruction of several large sites. And the Angle Grinder Mobile Task Force led by her is unique in the containment of abnormal topology, geometry, and similar mathematical problems. This is also one of the main reasons why Xuan chose to send them to contain 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes this time. Jane Weiss applauded vigorously, her blue eyes were full of unimaginable colors. Very good. The mole rats led by Corey, the mole team, has perfectly executed a containment task assigned by members of the O5 Council. This time, our Thetan 90 site must not lose to them. As Jane Weiss spoke, she kept taking out small nuclear bombs from the hidden compartment of the kayak. Her eyes were wild. After assembling these small nuclear bombs, she took out a suitcase from nowhere and took out a huge small rocket launcher. The latest weapon at the Thetan 90-1 site. While the nuclear bomb exploded, it added a little bit of my low-risk ability. For this mission, Dr. Alto Clef and Dr. DiMaxio almost emptied the entire base of the most precious materials, and equipped us with the highest space suits. Even the honorable members of the O5 Council have helped us. This is the first time a member of the O5 Council has operational command of our Angle Grinder Mobile Task Force, and even of the two large sites at Thetan 90. Angle Grinders, the Angle Grinder Mobile Task Force leader Jane Weiss's beautiful eyes are full of fanatical colors. This time contain 0-0-1512 irrational route, I don't want anyone to go wrong. She pressed one hand on the inner triangle foundation pattern on her heart was hot, with a belief that normal people could not understand. Even if it is death, we have to complete the containment mission. For humanity. For the Foundation. Has everyone understood? Clear. 4 Angle Grinders, members of the Angle Grinder Mobile Task Force answered loudly, pressing their right fists hard on the Foundation logo on their chests, roaring. For humanity. For the Foundation. For normality. Very good. Jane Weiss' beautiful eyes flickered. When you're ready, start moving. Number 1 and Number 2 operate the kayak and move forward. Number 3 check equipment. Number 4 is staring at Huaxia. Once someone disturbs the containment of 0-0-1512, you can decide whether to attack or not. Jane Weiss threw the rocket launcher with a small nuclear warhead to Number 4. The latter licked his lips. Yes. Captain. Dear members of the O5 Council, have you finally agreed to use nuclear bombs on humans? Fuck. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. No. He didn't agree, you anti-socialist, this is the nuclear bomb that I came up with, mainly for deterrence. No for. Of course, if the deterrence fails, maybe you can do it lightly, as long as you try not to hurt people. Obey. In the thick red mist, Angle Grinders, the Angle Grinders Number 1 and Number 2 members operate the kayak, advancing silently in the sea water full of mucus and corpses. And on the sea not far from here. On the deck of the Chang'an, Ding Yi and Wang Miao, who couldn't understand, were discussing the history of physics, and they were talking on the video with logic on the other side. Does she, have you heard? Recently, the United Mansion seems to have held a ladder plan, which seems to want to send a human brain to the Trisolaran civilization. I really don't know who came up with this perverted plan. I've heard that it seems to be from our place. It's a girl named Cheng Xin. When you became a Wallfacer, she was still sitting in the corner. She was a good scholar, but her means was a bit shabby. Does she smoked a cigarette? Send your brain, why doesn't she go by herself? Don't mention this, it has nothing to do with us. I heard that there has been a lot of rumors about wall breakers in the West recently. It seems that the three-body civilization controls Ito to deal with Wallfacers. What do you think? Thinking? What can I have? Ha ha ha, I don't even know why I became a Wallfacer, and what kind of Wallfacer am I worried about? Logic said with a smile. How about Mr. Xuan's 0-0-1512 unreasonable route containment? That's an evil product. The two are chatting here. But while chatting, Dashi suddenly narrowed his eyes, and then his expression became serious. Huh? What's the matter? Logic wondered. Dashi didn't reply, but took out his binoculars and looked in the direction of the island filled with crimson mist. After a while, Dashi's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead, and then he turned around suddenly and roared. Come on! Look what that is. Is there a fishing boat? Near 0-0-1512, why are there fishing boats appearing? Chapter 50. Fishing boat? After hearing this, many people were stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly took out their binoculars to look. In the range covered by the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, all complex machinery is basically unusable. Only this most primitive optical telescope still maintains the basic working characteristics. After a short moment, their faces changed. Really, it's a ship. There are people up there. A low growl came from the headset, with anxiety. Damn it! Isn't the sea area here blocked? What's going on? Where did he go over here? The report said there was no radar detection of a ship passing by at all, but it was most likely the fellow's ship. There is a fishing village on the nearest island, and they all live by fishing. How to do? Now 0-0-1512, the sea area around unreasonable routes is covered with mucus, which is extremely corrosive, and even warships can't stay in it for too long. Try radio communication. Suddenly someone acted quickly. In fact, in the magnetic field disorder caused by such a huge brawn noise, more than 90% of the radios were confused and unusable. But fortunately, I don't know if it's because the reception signal is good there, or because they are outside, they naturally miraculously connected to the communication. Connected. Everyone was overjoyed at once, and Lu Yunhe even spoke anxiously. This is the Huaxia Navy Division. This is the Huaxia Navy Division. Can you hear me, fellow? It's dangerous ahead, don't go there, hurry back. There was a rustling sound on the radio. They were clearly connected, but no matter how Lu Yunhe yelled, there was no response from the other side. And is still moving forward. Oops. All the officers became anxious when they saw this, they didn't respond. This fishing boat must not stay for long. Command ship. Pull up the lights. She responded immediately. Quickly issue a warning. Bring them back. Never let them approach that island. It's too dangerous. Make them stop. However, in the face of Dashi's suggestion, Lu Yunhe's heavy voice came from the headset. It's too late. They're getting close to the danger zone of 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes. Going to the island soon. What? Harsh warning, upload in the open sea. The yellow light was in a trance, flashing and flashing in the red mist, sending out a danger signal that all fishermen at sea knew. And all this obviously has no effect on Jane Weiss and the Angle Grinder squad who have fallen into a frenzy. Fellow? Who is with you, fellow? This is the first command of an Honorable O5 Council member. Their Thetan 92 large sites, how can they lose to a mere Zayton 9 site? On the smelly sea, the small kayak is advancing rapidly. Countless rotting corpses piled up on the beach, and the sticky grey mucus slapped on the reef, corroding the reef that had not been shaken for thousands of years. You can see one after another corroded and disfigured corpses piled up between these reefs. They are wearing military uniforms, and there is despair on their faces that have not rotted. Looking at these faces, the members of Angle Grinders can easily imagine their desperation when facing 0-0-1512, desperate and falling from the cliff, smashed to pieces. Pay attention to vigilance and check the status equipment. Jane Weiss opened her mouth in a deep voice, looking at the hellish scene around her. The strange containment of SCPs on this scale was unprecedented even for the Angle Grinder team she led. After the inspection, everything is normal. Angle Grinders, the members of the Angle Grinder team became serious at this time, even the most sloppy number 4 held his breath, carrying the nuclear bomb launcher, with an extremely serious expression. Ask for flowers. Snow White mist spits on the oxygen mask. Jane Weiss looked up. The heavy spacesuit did not bring the slightest sense of security. The coastline of the island is less than 100 meters. The gigantic and ferocious monster as huge as a mountain has covered all sights. The distorted reddish-brown strange pattern looks like a mountain, and the sky is divided into two halves, which are usually crowded with huge strange creatures. Countless corpses rotting in the jungle, snakes, birds, fish, insects, flowers, and trees. 0-0-1512 Wherever it passes, everything is dead. Strange creatures occupy the island, their heavy strength and hard skin are enough to crush any life. The grey slime and root system spiraled and branched, like a brain, constantly wriggling, and the brawn noise emitted was like the whisper of a devil, ringing in their ears, and their brains became drowsy. Although there are super-strength spacesuits made by the 2090 bases out of money, it isolates the danger of being directly exposed to 0-0-1512. However, the close contact with the abnormal singularity of 0-0-1512 unreasonable root still caused them to receive a slight mimetic influence. The moment Jane stepped into the island, Jane Weiss felt like she was falling into an abyss, and everything in front of her eyes began to become distorted. Actinium Scorpion rubs the file. One after another of chaotic ravings, like a baby whispering, blowing in her ears, her whole soul seemed to be twisting and changing, and the world was in chaos. Jane Weiss staggered. As a low-risk ability to activate, her brain was kept awake for a short time while eating words. At the same time, she saw the 4 angle grinders. Members of the angle grinder team quickly began to become confused, their eyes began to dim, they acted unconsciously, and their cognition gradually collapsed. Number 1 squatted on the ground, number 2 and number 3 began to try to take off their spacesuits. And number 4 muttered unknown words, and put his hand on the trigger of the miniature nuclear bomb launcher. Chapter 51. Shock ready. Start. Seeing that no 4's hand was pressed on the trigger, Jane Weiss broke out in a cold sweat, and gave the order without hesitation. With an order, the high-intensity currents in the 5 sets of spacesuits rushed through the whole body in an instant. Crack! The numbing pain made Jane Weiss and the 4 team members turn pale for a while, and their hair stood up like ant tentacles. But at the same time, the powerful electric current also shattered the raving, allowing their brains to regain their sobriety. It's really exciting. Number 4 let out a foul breath. Are you all ready? Jane Weiss looked at 0-0-1512, which was close at hand, and asked with a pen and paper from her backpack. Ready. The 4 nodded. 407 Start action. Without any delay, Jane Weiss took out a piece of paper from the equipment box, threw it on the box, grabbed the pen, and began to calculate something seriously. As for the remaining 4 people, except number 4 who was still carrying the launcher to guard the surrounding area, the remaining 3 did the same. They took out a pen and paper, and began to draw and calculate on the equipment box. There is no doubt that this is definitely a weird picture. On the grey beach full of corpses, there is red mist. The huge red-brown monster squirmed like a mountain, like the noise of a demon echoing in the sky and the earth. And below the monster, a group of bloated figures in spacesuits were earnestly calculating things on white paper with pens and ink. But Jane Weiss and others didn't care. The 4 of them are still sketching seriously. It didn't take long before a complex, rigorous, and correct mathematical calculation appeared here densely. If 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots birth of the abnormal singularity, Wallfacer Taylor's assistant Liz Yale is here. You will definitely recognize what these formulas are at a glance. Hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure. To be precise, it is the rule of differential pseudo-Riemannian topological asymptote theory at the 1512 origin. At this time, the angle grinders, 4 team members of the angle grinder, are manually evaluating it in real time. As members of the angle grinders, several of them, even number 4, have excellent minds. Especially Captain Jane Weiss, as a rare low-risk monster, she has been a math genius since she was a child, and she has already completed all the math theories in the 3 years of college by herself in junior high school. Although it is difficult to calculate manually the differential pseudo-Riemannian topological asymptote of the origin of 1512, it is not difficult for her as it is just a calculation and does not need a result. Time passed by every minute and every second. Number 4 grasped the nuclear bomb launcher, constantly turned on and off the electrical system to keep his brain awake, and stared nervously at 0-0-1512 not far away. As time goes by, 0-0-1512 seems to have discovered this place, and is gradually approaching here. Aren't you alright? Number 4 asked nervously. It's almost there. Jane Weiss said in a deep voice while calculating the mathematical theory. Try to hurry up, Captain, 0-0-1512 seems to have spotted us. I know. The hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure gradually evolved and gradually filled the entire blank paper. And with these math formulas, that covers 0-0-1512 for the entire island. It also seems that there have been subtle changes. Angle grinders, the Angle Grinder Squad is working on their own project here on the island. But in the Huaxia warship, which is not very far away, it is a little anxious. They landed on the island. What? What's going on here? Why don't they come back? Is it because they can't see the signal? It shouldn't be. Maybe I inhaled the poison gas of 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes, and the direction is disordered. Are you going to save someone? That's too late. And just when they were extremely anxious, someone in the warship finally brought high-precision electric telescope equipment. Hurry up and see how it goes. Adjust the angle, and the picture suddenly becomes clearer. The image thousands of meters away gradually came into view. Although it is still not so clear, but some outlines can already be vaguely seen. But after seeing everything on the island clearly, everyone was stunned for a moment. How is this going? What are they doing? 5 people, painting on the island. On the Grey Island, 5 vague figures were crouching on the shore of the Nanliu Islands. One of the figures was carrying a dark object in his hand, while the other 4 figures were lying on the ground, as if holding a pen, sketching something on a piece of paper. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little dumbfounded. What's happening here? Aren't they fishermen? Didn't they absorb poisonous gas and cause confusion? How? Draw a picture here? What are they wearing? Are they protective suits? Why does it look so much like a space suit? Many scientists were stunned for a while, but Dashi and many senior naval officers stared at the dark thing in the hands of the standing figure, and were stunned immediately. Because on the top of the thing, there is a yellow logo with a piercing 3.2 eyes. That's a miniature nuclear warhead. Ding Yi's eyes suddenly widened. Nuke? Where did these people get the nuke? Dashi and Wang Miao, who were beside them, suddenly widened their eyes. Because after a short observation, they found that it was not only the logo of the nuclear bomb. These 5 people wearing white full-body protective clothing also have a huge logo. Concentric double rings and 3 inner arrows. Wang Miao's pupils gradually dilated, and her voice suddenly rose 10 degrees. This is Mobile Task Force. These people are not fishermen. They are Mobile Task Force. Chapter 52. Mobile Task Force. Hearing this name, many navies were a little puzzled. Although they know 0-0-1512 root of irrationality, most of them only know part of the content. As for the previous 20th ranked SCP Strange Containment 0-0-087 Endless Stairwell, they don't even know it at all. They are just a little puzzled. Mobile Task Force? Is this the number of a team in Daxia? And those who knew about it, such as Wang Miao and other scientists, all changed their expressions in an instant. Without saying a word, I lay down on the screen and began to distinguish carefully. A moment later. Really, it's them. How did they get here? Looking at the double circle 3-piece head-to-heart symbol on the 5 people in the team, everyone's expressions changed. They are still very impressed with this mobile task force that cracked the 0-0-087 that they haven't researched in a week overnight. Especially those 2 small nuclear bombs are still fresh in my memory. Not long ago, I just snatched 0-0-087 in front of them, and this time again, is this going to come again for 0-0-1512? Thinking of this, many scientists quit immediately. How did this go back to 26? How did they rush past the defense line? Did they come this time to grab 0-0-1512? How can this work? Last time 0-0-087 was snatched away, causing us to lose a weapon against the Trisolaran civilization. We must not let them succeed this time. That's right. They must not be allowed to succeed, hurry up. We're going to contain them too. This 0-0-1512 unreasonable route is much stronger than the previous 0-0-087 endless stairwell, and it must not fall into their hands. Actually, I doubt that these people are likely to come from the Ito organization. Only Siphons from Trisolaran civilization can help them escape from our Revo. There are some hot-tempered high-ranking military officers who, after understanding what a mobile task force is under the explanation of scientists, let go of it. If it doesn't work, we will launch an attack. We can't do anything about 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, can't we do something about some Ito? But many calm military bosses have ugly faces. Because these MTF guys are so close to 0-0-1512 route of irrationality right now. If there is any accident, the attack may affect the backing. If it is attacked, if you feel the crisis with 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes and will expand infinitely, the result may be unimaginable. Just the size of an island is enough, the sticky and corrosive mucus has already spread for several kilometers, if it continues to expand, it is no joke. Don't act rashly. I'm going to report to the superior. Lu Yunhe spoke anxiously, turned and left in a hurry. While Lu Yunhe was reporting, many of Daxia's top scientists were also staring at the mobile task force on the screen with ugly faces. No wonder there was no response from the previous radio communication. It turns out that they are not fellow villagers at all, but a mobile task force. The safety of the township, the co-authors, and they came for 0-0-1512 from the very beginning. How is it possible to retreat? You said, what are they doing? Are these people wearing spacesuits? That is, only the level of spacesuits can barely resist the corruption of 0-0-1512. Harmony. Impossible, what can they research? We haven't researched anything for so long, and they only came for a few minutes, what can they know? Not necessarily, I think maybe it's not that simple. Impossible. In terms of current technology, 0-0-1512 is definitely an extraordinary existence. Without a long time, it is absolutely impossible to analyze. What's more, what do you see them doing? Painting. The figures in the fleet were discussing fiercely. All the top scientists in Daxia hardly believed what this mobile task force could research. Only Wang Miao, Ding Yi, and Da Shi sporadically looked into the distance with frowns. Wait. Look. 0-0-1512 the unreasonable route, moved. It seems to have discovered the existence of this team. Suddenly someone yelled, and the person hurriedly turned his head to look. As predicted. At some point, on the distant sea, a huge monster took action. The twisted monsters like brains were just like a nightmare just piled up there, but now this nightmare seems to be completely alive. One after another twisted reddish-brown tentacles squirmed, part of the brain disintegrated, intertwined branches and root networks spread strangely, a beam of light fell from the cloud, and was stained with blood in the red mist color. Are you done? On the beach, number 4 roared, his muscles tattooed all over his body. Facing this terrifying monster, the miniature nuclear bomb in his hand was more like a speck of dust. Jane Weiss didn't answer, and she was lying on the beach covered in grey slime with the other 3 people and writing quickly. Damn it! Without any warning, a thick root system with a length of a kilometer and a width of tens of meters twisted and fell from above. The heavy force seemed to crush the air, reminding him of the broken high-rise building in the United States. Number 4 dropped the nuclear bomb launcher in his hand, desperately dragged the 4 of them, and with the help of the exoskeleton power of the space suit, brought them out of the land of death in a dangerous way. Boom! The dust was all over the sky, and the thick mucus sounded like a wave of several meters, hitting number 4, causing him to cough up blood. If it's not finished, Counselor 05's mission will be messed up. Number 4 got up and said anxiously. The sky suddenly darkened. Number 4 raised his head, his face suddenly changed. It's over. Dozens of roots as thick as mountains meandered and squeezed into the sky, the reddish-brown roots became the only color, and the shadows covered a radius of 10,000 meters. This kind of intensive attack cannot be dodged at all. It's not just number 4 who thinks this way, but also the people who watched the battle from a distance in 337 have this thought in their hearts at the same time. Can't escape. It's too late, the coverage is too big. On the fleet, looking at the thick root system, everyone's eyes widened. It seemed that the bloody scene would be seen in the next second. However, just when the thick root system fell down like a cloud hanging from the sky. On the beach, the one who had been writing furiously raised his head suddenly, and pointed the densely packed paper in his hand at 0-0-1512. Next moment, the huge reddish-brown root system that was violent like a falling mountain suddenly stopped in the air. No symptoms. From extremely dynamic to extremely quiet, it is completed in an instant. Even the terrifying wind pressure that fell blows away the slime on the beach. Huaxia military. What's wrong? 0-0-1512, T. Everyone was stunned. However, before they came back to their senses, their pupils shrank in the next moment. Because as those figures raised the sheets of paper to the sky, the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root, which was originally violent, suddenly made a noise that had never been made before. Then, slowly began to shrink. Huaxia. What's happening here? Chapter 53. On the Island of Terror, everything is silent. Crimson like blood covered the surrounding area, the sea turned into a grey swamp, and death is synonymous with this place. However, at the very center of it all, 0-0-1512 irrational root stopped in mid-air. The wind blows through the white paper. 0-0-1512 slowly began to shrink. Seeing all this through a telescope, no matter who it is, they all stand up suddenly. What's happening here? 0-0-1512, shrinking. They wiped their eyes vigorously, thinking that they had made a mistake, and looked again seriously. After a while, they were completely sluggish. Actually, it's really shrinking. How did they do that? Isn't 0-0-1512 in an unstable state? Just now, someone even offended it, causing it to release a large-scale crimson mist. Facing the intruder who entered the range at this time, shouldn't it be directly obliterated? Why? Stopped? Even shrinking slowly. This is impossible. Wang Miao's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at everything in the telescope, he felt his world spinning for a while. What is the principle? It's just a piece of paper, why can 0-0-1512 be reduced? Not just Wang Miao. Among the Huaxia fleet, countless people who were paying attention to all this were all stunned. Countless people are crazy. They look at everything in the distance, unbelievable. In front of 0-0-1512 covering the entire island, the figures of the 5 mobile task forces are as tiny as dust. And the paper in their hands is even worse than dust. But why? Why does that piece of paper stop 0-0-1512? What's written on it? Unbelievable. Countless people screamed crazily, their expressions dull. Even people at Ding Yi's level frowned, with a serious expression on their faces. How did this mobile task force do it? Why can 0-0-1512 unreasonable route be stopped? The distant Huaxia fleet was completely shocked by the scene in front of them. And here on the island, everyone in the Angle Grinder team became a little excited. Actually, really possible. There was a brilliant light in Jane Weiss' eyes. Looking at the 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots curling up in front of her, even shrinking, she was so excited to the extreme. As expected of a distinguished member of the O5 Council. As expected of a member of the Foundation with the highest level of authority. Really strong to the extreme. In fact, Jane Weiss was still very apprehensive when she first received the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route containment task. Although she has rich experience in containing SCP weird containment objects, it is the first time for a Keter-level containment object. Especially when she looked at the many characteristics of 0-0-1512, even she was a little bit at a loss. And just when she was most at a loss as to what to do, Dr. Alto Clef walked in and handed her a phone nervously. At that time, Jane Weiss never thought that a member of the O5 Council would call her personally. You, Hello. I'm Thaden 90-1 Large Site, Angle Grinder's captain of the Angle Grinder Special Mobile Task Force. Jane Weiss. The blonde girl got up excitedly, and the coffee on the table clanged and spilled all over the floor. Do not be nervous. The voice on the phone is very gentle and calm, giving people an indescribable sense of power, as if just listening to it makes people feel calm. He made a suggestion. According to my deduction, the birth of the 0-0-1512 irrational root was born from the head of a mathematician named Niels Yael for the abnormal singularity. The subject he was studying before his death was the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure, that's why I numbered it 0-0-1512. If you can't find a way, maybe you can find a few pieces of paper and try to calculate the relevant mathematical structure by his side. The differential pseudo-Riemannian topological asymptote at the origin of 1512 is pretty good and shouldn't be a problem for you to estimate manually in real time. 0-0-1512 is very gentle. When Jane Weiss first heard this suggestion, she still couldn't believe it. Although reason told him that the orders of the O5 Council members could not go wrong, she was still a little suspicious. Especially when she saw 0-0-1512 occupying the entire island like a demon brain, she was a little bit less convinced. Sometimes, anomalies are contained for no reason. It's actually, really possible. Jane Weiss looked at 0-0-1512 unreasonable root standing in front of her, her beautiful eyes were gorgeous, and her face was full of shock and surprise. And Angle Grinders, the remaining 4 members of the Angle Grinder, when they saw 0-0-1512 that stopped moving and gradually shrunk, they were all stunned for a moment. Then he yelled excitedly. Ha 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 ha! As expected of a distinguished member of the 05 Council. Success! Success! Captain! We are also the team that successfully contained Keter-level weird containment objects, and we are the next Red Gloves. Never expected. It turned out to be a success. Worthy of being the boss of O5. It's awesome. As expected of a member of parliament, he is really tough. The giant curly 0-0-1512 hangs a root system from the air. It exudes a friendly air and reaches out to the Angle Grinders, the Angle Grinder Squad. An arm-thin root tendril grew out in a curly direction, curling like a kaleidoscope-like tree, and then continued to protrude several smaller kaleidoscope roots. They rolled up the paper on the ground, and stretched out their hands to Jane Weiss. Trademark O. Jane Weiss reacted without fear, and handed her pen to 0-0-1512 with sparkling eyes. As predicted. The latter made a pleasant noise, and the thick grey mucus secreted faster. Its roots curl and turn into a platform, hold the white paper, and then skillfully open the pen begin to calculate the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 15,121 structure on the paper. During this process, several roots spread down from the air, directly covering the nuclear bomb launcher and the pile of small nuclear bombs on No-4's body. They only heard a dull roar, and then the miniature nuclear bomb, which was almost equivalent to half a super high-yield nuclear bomb, was crushed and exploded. All explosions and radiation were completely blocked by 0-0-1512's terrifying defense. After 0-0-1512 loosened the roots, the red-brown skin was still as soft as before, without any scars. Pieces of nuclear waste were pinched down to the size of marbles like Yi, Qian Li's, cans. Seeing all this, the corners of the mouths of the Angle Grinders twitched. Is this the defense power of 0-0-1512 unreasonable root? Are you pinching a nuke or a beer can? If it is only by force, I am afraid that it will never be able to deal with it, right? Thinking of this, everyone's reverence for Ji Xuan deepened. As expected of a member of the O5 Council. Even this kind of terrifying monster can clearly know the weak point. They don't know how on earth the members of the O5 Council came to know the reason for the birth of 0-0-1512. B. As a member of the O5 Council, is it okay to know that this is not normal? Successful. Looking at the 0-0-1512 that was constantly grasping the paper and pen to calculate, and calmed down, and began to shrink at 1m/s. Jane Weiss' eyes were shining. For humanity, for the Foundation. Notify Mole Squad over there. Get moving too. Yes. Chapter 54. On the island, Jane Weiss and other members of the Angle Grinder team were very excited. But in the outer waters, many people on the Huaxia fleet, whether they were scientists or officers and soldiers, were all dumbfounded. Oh my god! It actually succeeded. Even the old man Zhou Bin, the head of Huaxia South Daxia Sea region who just got the report, and many bigwigs shrank their pupils. How did you do that? And just when everyone was confused, another report appeared. Report, sir. Just now, a mobile task force appeared in the north of the Nanliu Islands. They also landed on the Nanliu Islands, and made the same move as this mobile task force. Under their actions, D0-1512 Yuan Legion on the Nanliu Islands has obviously calmed down a lot. According to observations, the fog, magnetic field, and noise around 0-0-1512 have shrunk to varying degrees. Are we going to stop these two MTFs? There's still one. Behind the wide wooden table, old man Zhou Bin lowered his head in thought with his eyes shining. After a long time, he spoke in a deep voice. Not needed for now. Don't make a move? Sir, this second SCP's weird containment must not be taken away by this unknown team again. Some people around were anxious. It's not about letting them take 280 away. The old man's eyes were shining. Zhou Bin stared at all the pictures on 0-0-1512, and spoke in a deep voice. Yunhe, you immediately notify the other 3 regions of this news, and send all the warships that can be mobilized. Lu Yunhe froze for a moment, and then a brilliant light burst out in his eyes. What do you mean? That's right, hold your breath. Although I don't want to admit it, it is indeed very difficult for us to contain 0-0-1512 now. If a 0-0-1512 grows here, it may cause a lot of trouble. This mobile task force wants to contain it, so let him contain it. But the old man Zhou Bin spoke in a deep voice, tapping on the table with one finger, his eyes flickering. Containment is fine, take it away, you have to ask the battleship in my hand if it agrees. The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the Oriole follows. I have so many warships in Huaxia, no matter how elite this squad is, could it still make him escape? Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. Seems like, that's right. And now we really don't have a good way of how to contain 0-0-1512 and other weird containment objects. This mobile task force containment is a very good learning opportunity. Maybe we can learn from it, imitate it, and see how they contain 0-0-1512. That's right. Next time we will follow suit. Notify the frontline personnel, observe carefully, study carefully, and be prepared. Don't disturb the mobile special enforcement team to contain the strange objects. The orders of the old man Zhou Bin and the big shots were quickly passed on. The persons in charge of Huang, Dong, and Bohai Sea areas were immediately shocked when they heard the news. They mobilized all the fleets that approached the South Daxia Sea almost immediately, and let the old man Zhou Bin dispatch them. In fact, after the discovery of 0-0-1512, these fleets have been wandering around the South Daxia Sea for precaution and preparation. After the mobilization order was issued this time, almost 2/3 of Daxia's fleet has gathered here. And after hearing the news, many military leaders and high-level officials cheered up. Praying mantis catching cicadas and orioles in the back? This is good. They are worried about how to deal with 0-0-1512, and they can also learn how they contain weird containment objects. It's a feat. Everyone started to observe excitedly, and many people even took out pens and papers to carefully observe the containment process of the Angle Grinder team. Only Dashi Logic and others frowned slightly, always feeling that it would not be that simple. What are they doing? Are you drawing? I can't see clearly. It's too far away. It's densely packed. It seems that a lot of things have been written. The most central thing. One person frowned and said, it seems that, you drew all the gossip diagrams. Bagua map. Everyone hastily watched the past. The distance is so far away that even the most advanced Huaxia optical telescope can't see it too clearly, and can only vaguely see the patterns in the middle of the characters. It is a coincidence that some of the images of the hyperbolic non-European set of the 1512 structure are somewhat similar to the Bagua diagram. That's right, I also saw it's like gossip. Someone's eyes lit up. Like it. Really like it. Look. They are constantly drawing. Could it be, is it really the gossip map of the ancestors? With the passage of time, the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route is also shrinking, and the surrounding crimson mist and magnetic field are also shrinking. Their observation became a bit more obvious. Very similar, really similar. I can almost see clearly. It's really the gossip map of our ancestors. A military member exclaimed excitedly. And the breathing of many scientists became a little heavy. Bagua map? It's really a bit like it. It is indeed the stuff of the ancestors. As the time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, 0-0-1512 has shrunk by a large part, about 1/5. At the same time, everyone in the mobile task force has gradually entered in the woods. I couldn't see clearly. But that doesn't stop many people from getting excited. Bagua diagram, that is definitely a Bagua diagram. It's probably written like this. Absolutely. We learned that too. I just said that the things passed down by the ancestors are no problem. Everyone was discussing in a hurry. Although many scientists still felt that something was wrong, they still didn't say much in the big atmosphere. Finally, they couldn't take it anymore. Since this mobile task force can rely on the gossip map of the ancestors to enter and contain 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes, then there is no reason why we can't. That's right. Quick. Let's contain it too. Without hesitation, an excited and impulsive military leader immediately took action, led the team into the red mist, and tried to go to the Nanliu Islands with the gossip map. And what's different from before is that this time the warship is close to 0-0-1512, and it really hasn't been attacked all the way. Very peaceful. Maybe it really works. Ha ha ha, we have also learned to contain 0-0-1512. The ancestors are amazing. However, just when the military boss was excitedly holding the gossip map, he came to the shore of the Nanliu Islands and was just about to log in. An incomparably thick root system that is more than a kilometer long and tens of meters wide spreads like a kaleidoscope. There was a sweep on the spot, and with a bang, the battleship was sent flying out, and it was overturned on the surface of the sea. Countless expressions of excitement and anticipation froze on his face. What's happening here? Why I can't. Chapter 55. The 1,000-meter root hairs grow in curls in disguise, strangely like a kaleidoscope. The squirming slime fell down, sizzling the steel corrosion, and the huge steel warship was lifted up by it like a toy, and as the roots curled, it made a teeth-piercing crunching sound. The warships next to them were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. Their hulls were indeed huge, but compared to the 0-0-1512 roots, which were thousands of meters wide and hundreds of meters wide, they were really not enough. But fortunately, 0-0-1512 seems to have been attracted by the mobile task force, and became peaceful, and did not attack the soldiers who fell into the sea. The twisted and weird monsters gradually disappeared into the red mist, and only then did the surrounding battleships dare to approach. Quick! Go save people! Although the people on these fleets were impulsive, they also put on corrosion-resistant protective clothing before leaving. Fortunately, otherwise, they would be corroded to death the moment they fell into the mucus on the sea. Gudong! Climbing onto the boat in embarrassment, everyone was terrified, and those who saw all this from a distance swallowed. This Nima! It seems something is wrong. This mobile task force doesn't seem to be drawing some gossip diagrams. Why don't you just sit here and wait, Rabbit? Everyone in the mobile task force does not know about things outside the sea area. At this time, Jane Weiss is leading the Angle Grinders members of the Angle Grinder team walking in the jungle. The grey jungle is full of dead silence. The sky is filled with blood, and the ground is covered with corroded plants and animals. The earth exudes a rotten smell and is covered with fine and dense root systems. Everything around is extremely terrifying. Looking ahead are all twisted and wriggling weird reddish-brown tentacles. Even with a touch of warmth, they crawled over every inch of the area, emitting a faint brawn noise. Walking here is not like being on an island at all, it is more like walking in the brain of some animal. Every step is like stepping on dumpling stuffing. Even number 4, who was the most courageous in the past, was as scared as a quail at this time, shrinking his neck and not daring to breathe. Although there has long been a lofty ideal of dedicating oneself to normalcy, one should still be afraid. He is not a group of perverts like moles, who have undergone surgery to cut off their heads to eliminate fear. Fortunately, under the guidance of Ji Xuan, although the surrounding scene is terrifying, 0-0-1512 irrational root seems to have been completely immersed in the research on the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure, and appears extremely docile. Along with the rustling sound, the only sound on the silent island is the sound of pencils writing on paper. Jane Weiss noticed that the mathematical formulas written by 0-0-1512 irrational roots were not accurate. Although they looked correct, they were more like a useless mathematical draft. However, 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots still enjoyed it, and urged them to continue writing calculations. Along with writing, Jane Weiss accurately discovered that the shrinking speed of 0-0-1512 has been accelerated, gradually increasing from the original 1m/s to 3m/s. And with the shrinking of 0-0-1512, the surrounding red mist is also decreasing, the slime is also dissipating, and the ubiquitous brawn noise is also gradually reducing. In the back, the shrinking speed of 0-0-1512 even reached 8m/s. This speed is obviously extraordinarily amazing, but 0-0-1512 did not leave by itself, but was wrapped in sticky tentacles. Angle grinders, squad of angle grinders, shrink together. Feeling the sticky tentacles that could crush herself at any time, Jane Weiss was not afraid, and her green eyes were filled with excitement. It looks like it won't be long before the containment is complete. The speed of 8m/s is still very fast. In just about 2 hours, 0-0-1512 has shrunk by more than 99%. With the shrinking of 0-0-1512, the slime and mist on the entire Nanliu Islands are also much thinner, and the surrounding magnetic field is gradually recovering. Countless trees have reappeared on the island. Angle grinder squads have seen American troops killed on the road, scientists, and unfinished nuclear material excavation sites. After waiting for nearly 3 hours, the Angle Grinder Mobile Task Force led by Jane Weiss met with the Molerats Mole Mobile Task Force led by Ron DeCory. The two teams did not hesitate, and they came to the center where the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route originated, which is a dilapidated scientific research base building. All the team members were distributed near the base. After taking a little D-amphetamine, they began to seriously write the differential pseudo-Riemannian topological asymptote proving the origin of 1512. Along with their writing, the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route became more and more gentle, and began to shrink further. The curly roots all over the sky retracted again, the kaleidoscope-like scene disappeared, and the smelly mucus gradually dissipated. Two mobile task forces walked into the dilapidated building while writing. They went up the stairs, and they could clearly see the skeletons lying in the corridors and corners. They didn't stop and continued to move forward. Finally, on the 10th floor of the shattered building, the abnormal origin of 0-0-1512 was found. It was a broken laboratory. A person who has long been out of shape is sitting in front of the table, with twisted roots lingering around, reddish-brown roots covering the entire room. His head is hanging upside down and connected to the ceiling. Corpses pieced together are working, lie on the table and calculate the non-Euclidean hyperbolic geometry of the 1512 mode. With the writing of the two mobile task forces, the anomalies are shrinking. In the end, all of them were retracted to the center of the head on the ceiling, which turned into his brain, wriggling constantly. This is it. With bright eyes, Jane Weiss took out a tempered glass box. Although she was wearing a heavy space suit, it did not affect her vigorous body in the slightest. Ask for her flowers. Stepping on No 4's thigh and shoulder, Jane Weiss jumped up and took off the head, and then put it in the glass box. The pencil fell on the white paper, and the rustling calculation sounded near the 0-0-1512 irrational root singularity. 0-0-1512, who was imprisoned in the tempered glass alley, gradually spread reddish-brown tentacles. But in the end, it did not forcefully break through the tempered glass, but gradually stopped, slowly wriggling inside. Call. Containment complete. N. Almost at 0-0-1512, the moment when the head of the singularity was born from the root of irrationality. Suddenly, unimaginable changes took place in the entire Nanliu Islands. The golden sun hung down from the sky, tearing the red sack. The colorless breeze brought the salty taste of the sea. Countless slime slowly disappeared from the island, even the slime on the sea surface gradually dissipated. The originally chaotic magnetic field of the island has gradually returned to its original state, and the terrifying brawn noise that filled the entire island has completely dissipated. Almost in an instant, dense reminder sounds rang in Ji Xuan's mind in the distant Yanjing. Congratulations! SCP Weird Containment has been successfully contained. 0-0-1512 Unreasonable Root. Congratulations on getting all the features of 0-0-1512 Unreasonable Root. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Corrosion. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Brain Mutation. Congratulations on your ability, Cognitive Confusion. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Four-Dimensional Hardness. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Brawn Noise. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Infinite Growth. Numerous notification sounds sounded in Ji Xuan's mind, causing him to suddenly open his eyes. And at the moment when Ji Xuan opened his eyes, on the distant sea, many members of the Huaxia fleet who had been waiting for a long time, also detected that everything on the island had returned to its original state almost at the same time. Report. It has been detected that the Nanliu Island's magnetic field has returned to normal. It is detected that the waters of the Nanliu Islands are normal, and the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root mucus has disappeared. It is detected that the red mist has disappeared. Brawn noise dissipation detected. It is now impossible to observe the 0-0-1512 entity. The Baidu 7-star satellite has been activated, positioning, and the positioning is successful. The Nanliu Islands have been scanned, and there is no 0-0-1512 entity. 0-0-1512 irrational root is suspected to have been contained. Mobile Task Force X2 was discovered, with a total of 16 members, and the coordinate markers have been sent. Numerous reminders sounded in the huge council hall. The old man in the Huxia tunic suit, who had been preparing for a long time, took a deep breath, and the divine light burst out in his eyes. About there. Notify all Huxia fleets in the 4 seas. Start to act. Operation Code, Abnormal Container. Chapter 56. In the Yanjing headquarters, the old man in the Huxia tunic gave the order to start action without any hesitation. And in the ruins of the remote Nanliu Islands research base, the team of Jane Weiss has also restored the communication with the site base. Angle Grinders, MTF Angle Grinder Mission Report. The SCP Strange Containment located in Nanliu Islands, number 0-0-1512 Unreasonable Root, has been contained. It was almost as soon as Jane Weiss' words fell. From the other end of the communication, there was a rush of voices. Okay. Accept, containment completed. Ha ha ha. Well done. I knew it would be absolutely no problem to send you there. An old voice came, full of fatigue and excitement, mixed with noisy cheers. Obviously, Dr. Altoclef is not the only one waiting on the other end of the phone. In the next period of time, Jane Weiss briefly narrated the previous containment process, which immediately caused many people in the base on the other end of the phone to exclaim. This is really a perfect mission. As expected of a member of the O5 Council, you are really tough. Oh. My God, Ms. Jane Weiss, you've done a beautiful job. I swear. I'm going to claim one of the richest bonuses for you and your Angle Grinders. A group of figures spoke excitedly, and Dr. Alto Clef, the person in charge of the Thetan 90-1 large-scale site, was also extremely excited. You know, this is the first exclusive containment task for members of the O5 Council. Such a wonderful success in containment, how can he not be excited? But soon, Dr. Alto Clef came back to his senses, and began to exhort with a solemn expression. Although the containment has been successful, you must pay attention and don't be careless. The Foundation's submarines can't get too close to the island, where all the Huxia submarine fleet is below. Damn, the water is only a few kilometers deep, why do they have so many submarines? In short, the danger has just begun. According to the information, at the same time you started to contain 0-0-1512, there was a large-scale mobilization of warships in the Huaxia Four Seas area at the same time. More than 100 warships have already gone to Nanliu Islands. You must be vigilant, don't relax, go to the submarine coordinates to return, and don't lose 0-0-1512. Be sure to bring back the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. Apart from the fact that it is our responsibility to contain the weird containment objects of SCP, this is also the first mission assigned by O5. Listening to Dr. Alto Clef's words, Jane Weiss looked at 0-0-1512 wriggling slowly in the transparent glass box in her hand, with a dignified expression. Receive. Guaranteed to complete the mission. After confirming the coordinates, Jane Weiss hung up the phone and looked up at the captain of the mole team, Rondo Corey. The two nodded, and at the same time took out a black folding box from the backpack. After opening it, Jane Weiss put 0-0-1512 inside. At the same time, both members of the Angle Grinders Angle Grinder team and Mole Rats Mole team opened their backpacks and took out a black folding box. Then put it all on your back. They looked at each other, then lightly placed their fists at the concentric position of the three arrows of the Foundation, and spoke in a deep voice. For humanity, for normalcy, and for the Foundation. We control, we contain, and we protect. The oath is over. Jane Weiss and Alon Carey looked at each other, without any hesitation, led their respective mobile task forces, rushed out of the ruins silently, and moved forward in two completely opposite directions. And when the two mobile task forces began to retreat, the order from the old man in the tunic had already arrived. Almost at the moment when the old man in the Huxia tunic gave the order, many Marines who had been preparing for a long time, took action in an instant. Do it! Hundreds of warships launched at the same time, approaching Nanliu district. At the first moment when they entered the range of the Nanliu Islands, many soldiers frowned at the same time. Because they smelled the familiar pungent odor, their brains were dizzy for a while. But they quickly overcame the dizziness and acted quickly. Countless assault boats have fallen. Thousands of soldiers drove the assault boats, rushing into the Nanliu Islands like a torrent. At the same time, because of the dissipation of the Braun noise and magnetic field disturbances, Daxia's Baidu 7-star satellite locked onto the trajectories of the two mobile task forces almost immediately. Report. The target is moving. The target has set off from the scientific research base in the United States. They are divided into two teams, one with 5 people and one with 11 people. They are heading in two directions, due east and due west. In the two teams, each person is carrying a huge black box behind his back, unable to determine the living target 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes. Repeat. Unable to determine mission objective 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. Clear. In the huge battleship command platform, the eyes of several military leaders are bright. Want to disperse and flee? Such a low-level method can also be used. Looking at the satellite cloud image sent back, they quickly issued an order without hesitation. Squads 1 to 5, blockade the Zhengdong Sea area where you are. Go to support from 6 to 10. Squads from 11 to 15, block Gensi. Go to support from 16 to 20. The rest of the action team is fully dispersed. Turn on the detector. Search in a fan-shaped carpet. Operation team received. The jungle was dead silent, and there were loud responses from 20 teams. The grey dead land is full of corpses, the pungent smell in the air has not dissipated, and everything around is still so terrifying. But these warriors were fearless, they shuttled through the broken jungle, and their heavy military boots crushed the corroded bones into a pulp. They are well trained, with sharp eyes, armed with live ammunition, scanning every inch of land like eagles. Follow every order faithfully. Seeing this scene, the military bosses commanding at the core of the warship nodded and continued to speak. How's the preparation going outside? Sir. There are a total of 213 fleets in the 4 major regions, all of which are on standby in the waters 1 kilometer away. There are more fleets deployed further away, or on their way. Nansha Airport has received instructions, and the fighter jets and helicopters are taking off, and it is expected to be within an hour. Very good. Their eyes were shining brightly. Be careful when searching, and don't fire unless it is absolutely necessary. Repeat, no fire. 0-0-1512 is unreasonable in these people, firing it may cause adverse consequences. Do not fire until you are not sure who 0-0-1512 is on. But no matter what, they can't be let go. Did you hear that? Yes. Very good. Let's all act. We must not let this group of people continue to take away 0-0-1512 today. Order after order. Orderly delivery. Facing the people of the Mobile Task Force, the soldiers of the Huaxia army didn't rush aimlessly at the first moment. Instead, relying on the advantage of numbers, they besieged from all directions. They were very strategic. After blocking the east and west, they spread the encirclement network to the entire island. After slowly setting up one after another encirclement nets around the outermost periphery of the island, they slowly tightened their pockets. It's a waste of time, but the benefits are obvious. The 2 mobile task forces are the most elite teams, with high quality, advanced equipment, and elusive. They can definitely be called extremely tricky teams. Even if you pick out the most elite special forces on the planet, they may not be the opponents of these 2 mobile task forces. However, this kind of power has a limit after all. But in the face of this kind of defense like an iron barrel, no matter how powerful these 2 mobile task forces are, they can't break out of the encirclement. Oops. Jane Weiss and Alon Corey looked ugly. They rushed from left to right, leading their respective mobile task forces on a rampage, launching attacks from various dangerous and weak places. But it has no effect at all. Not only that, but with the passage of time, the scope is constantly being reduced, and the escape space is constantly being compressed. Looking at the news from the satellite cloud image, looking at the mobile task force that the 2 teams are constantly being forced to reduce the scope of activities and cannot leave, even if it is De Shi Wang Miao Ding Yi and other rear personnel. Also bright eyes. This is it going to be caught? It looks stable. The encirclement has shrunk to such a point, more than 90% of it is going to be successful. With so many people chasing and intercepting, it is finally going to succeed. 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes will finally be contained by them. And many military leaders and big shots in command were quite excited to see all this. Finally got it. Thousands of elite soldiers, 300 warships, dozens of layers of encirclement circles. The power of these words is more than enough to deal with even a small country. And now it's only used against 2 small MTFs. In order to capture them, even the Baidu 7-star satellites were mobilized. This is absolutely unprecedented. But it's all definitely worth it for weird containment 00-1512. However, the result was not as simple as they imagined. With the compression of the activity space, these 2 mobile task forces seemed to be a little anxious, and started to come out frantically. All kinds of weapons came out, and their marksmanship was extremely precise, causing a lot of damage to the Huaxia soldiers. Don't worry, don't push them too hard, go and treat the wounded first. They still have 00-1512 in their hands, so they can't be rushed. Wear it out slowly. They're all wearing heavy space suits, they won't be able to run for long. When they can't run and take off their space suits, they will directly fire tear gas and sleep bombs. As for the nuclear bomb, don't worry. It was crushed by 0-0-1512 when I first landed on the island. Hearing this, the soldiers quickly implemented it, and the effect was remarkable. Just an hour passed. It is the members of the mobile task force who have already begun to be injured, arrested, and unconscious. In the past 2 hours, 7 of the 16 members of the mobile task force have been arrested. 3 hours later, 13 people had already been arrested. The remaining 3 people have also been forced back to the ruins of the American Science and Technology Building. Thousands of naval soldiers appeared from all directions, besieging the 3 of them. Give up. Come out and surrender. Hand over 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes, don't do futile moves. Leniency for confession, strictness for resistance. Where did you guys come from? The last 0-0-087 endless stairwell was also taken away by you. Where is this weird SCP containment? Don't make senseless resistance. However, facing their persuasion to surrender, the 3 mobile task forces in the ruins had no intention of agreeing at all, and rushed left and right, trying to break through. But there are only 3 people, how did they break out? No matter what, I will be ruthlessly suppressed back. Seeing this scene, many soldiers and naval bosses who were in charge of participating in the siege all laughed. Take care of this. Even in the hall of the parliament, with the old man in the tunic suit who was holding a video conference and other important figures in Yanjing, they couldn't help laughing and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally got it. 0-0-1512. Ranked 19th Weird Containment. It's not easy. Sir. The remaining 3 mobile task forces have been trapped in the rubble. After testing, there are faint brawn noises and pungent odors coming from it. But, Wang Zhao can confirm that the SCP Weird Containment 0-0-1512 unreasonable route is in it. An attack. Hearing this, many high-level naval personnel in charge of the battle command were excited. For 0-0-1512, they now clearly know what it means. This almost represents one of the weapons of human beings against Trisolaran civilization. Almost without hesitation, they announced their attack. Attack. Be careful not to hurt 0-0-1512. One order. Countless soldiers poured into the ruins. Looking at the ruins of the American Science and Technology Base, countless big figures in Daxia all had rapid heartbeats, shortness of breath, and clenched their fists tightly. Are you going to succeed? Is containment finally going to be successful? The first SCP Weird Containment. Boom. Boom. The sound of heartbeats seemed to echo in their ears, and they were fully absorbed. However, just as everyone was staring at the dilapidated ruins, waiting for 0-0-1512 Yuan Legend to appear, Dashi behind the battlefield suddenly frowned. An unfounded fear. Suddenly, without any warning, it swept through his whole body. Okay. With a bang, Dashi got up in shock, pulled out the gun in his hand, his pupils shrank, his forehead was covered with blue veins, and he looked around. What happened? Wang Miao and Ding Yi, who were sitting next to him, were startled by the sudden uproar, and the tea on the table was spilled all over their bodies. Dashi, what are you doing? It's the key to containing 0-0-1512. FK. Before Ding Yi finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. Because at this moment, he suddenly discovered that the world was distorted. No sign of it. The surrounding world suddenly expanded countless times. Chapter 57. No symptoms. Everything around began to expand without any sign. Almost in a breath, Ding Yi watched helplessly that the originally crowded and messy cabin expanded countless times in an instant. Copy floor tiles out of thin air. Space is expanding. The 2 light sticks above the head seemed to have turned into 2 parallel train tracks, and disappeared at the end of the ceiling in an instant. Ding Yi subconsciously wanted to catch Dashi, but when she grabbed it to the side, she was shocked to find that the distance between him and Dashi had expanded dozens of times without any warning. The ground was pulled away like a jelly bean, and the round thermos cup was suddenly pulled into a flat shape. The people who were close at hand suddenly seemed to shrink in size, appearing 100 meters away, or even 1,000 meters away in an instant. Shrunk directly to a point. Even the table in front of him suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away. Pieces of checkered cabin floor appear underfoot. Everything is moving away from him quickly. If the original cabin is compared to a guest room, then now he seems to appear in the center of the Sydney Opera House. Everything is far away from him. Open. Unbelievably empty. Wow! Ding Yi stood up in shock at the tremendous changes in the world. He staggered, his expression shocked to the extreme. Big history. Wang Miao. What's wrong? Before the words fell, an invisible fear swept Ding Yi's whole body. This fear can't find the reason, can't tell the source, it comes out of the blue. It was like a cold, dark hand passing through his back, tightly holding onto his heart. It was only for a moment, and he was covered in cold sweat, and he knelt down on the ground with a thud, feeling like the world was spinning for a while. How is this going? What happened? 820, what? Ding Yi knelt in pain in the weird cabin, the square floor and train-like ceiling invaded like a dream. And actually, it's not just that Ding Yi and Da Shi have encountered anomalies. At this moment, almost all the people around the Nanliu Islands, and even many people who watched the hunt through the video, also felt a headache. Then everything in front of me suddenly began to expand without warning. What happened to them was exactly the same as Ding Yi's. Everything, start to stay away from them. The distance between the two suddenly expanded wildly without any warning. Comrades, stay away. Guns away. Desktop away. Even the tables, projectors, teacups, and the ruins of the technology base that are close at hand. All are crazy back. Space is expanding. Everything around seemed to be pulled, the trees were pulled flat, the tables began to deform, and the distance between them and the objects skyrocketed. But in just a few seconds, it was as if they were the only one left in the whole world. The indescribable emptiness directly made everyone dumbfounded. What's wrong? The people standing in the empty center were completely stupefied, almost shocked beyond measure by the sudden change in front of them. However, before they were shocked for a long time, an invisible fear suddenly descended on them. Let them hug their heads and kneel on the ground in pain. At the same time, the whole world suddenly began to become endless. Sunny. In the waters near the Nanliu Islands, more than 200 Huaxia warships are docked on the sea. A pure white seagull fell from the sky and landed on the side railing of the ship. It screamed softly, tilted its head in some doubts, and looked at the many soldiers lying on the deck sleeping soundly, as if it didn't understand why they were sleeping here. Slowly falling down, the seagulls are gently scratching the bread in the hands of a crew member. However, it has not waited for it to peck a few times. The seagull suddenly seemed to be drunk, its eyes became hollow instantly, and then showed a fearful expression, staggered back and swayed a few times, fell to the ground with a thud, and fell into a deep sleep. The breeze blows. The grey jungle rustled. Crabs on the beach turned their legs upside down and fell into a deep sleep. Countless fish in the sea floated to the surface of the sea with their bellies glowing, their fins flickering, and their tails twitching in their sleep from time to time. The pitch-black assault boats were suspended in the fleet's warehouse, and they had never been released from the beginning to the end. Countless Navy soldiers were lying in the cabin, fully armed, but sleeping soundly. There were no footprints in the sand. There was no trace of a chase or fight in the jungle. The broken bones lay quietly in the jungle, never crushed by heavy military boots. An officer was lying on a chair in the command room, the projector in front of him had never been turned on, and the Baidu satellite had never been called. Nothing ever happened. The army has never landed on the Nanliu Islands, the officers have never commanded a battle, even those big bosses watching here through video from a distance, the old man in a Huxia tunic in the Yanjing Council Hall, etc. far away. They all fell asleep on the table. Without knowing it. As expected of a member of the 05 Council, just such a small gadget can actually cause such a large-scale meme effect. I heard that he made it casually. The jungle was silent. Jane Weiss came out of the woods wearing a heavy spacesuit, holding a small sachet in her hand. And beside her, are Angle Grinders 11, all members of the Angle Grinder Squad, and Molarats, all members of the Mole Squad. 3 people in the latter's team are carrying a large tempered glass box, in which there is a withered head and a singularity, surrounded by 0-0-1512 unreasonable, Gia, roots that have fallen into a stable state. slowly wriggling. And the 3 members of the Angle Grinder team are still writing and proving the complicated mathematical theory beside 0-0-1512 unreasonable root, in order to suppress and maintain the calm and stability of 0-0-1512. The 2 teams never acted separately. Not to mention being hunted and besieged. As for the last stubborn resistance, it never happened. Looking at the completely forbidden fleet in the distance and the many sleeping naval officers and soldiers, Mole Rats, Mole Squad Captain Delon Corey showed an expression of admiration on his face. Naturally, that's 05, the one with the highest authority. And I know this meme. This should be a Xiang made by respecting Counselor 05 with our last containment, number 0-0-087 Endless Stairwell. Its function is to make people fall into unreasonable fear, and produce cognitive changes, and fall into an illusion of endless distance. Endless illusion. Jane Weiss was a little surprised. QE 0-087. It seems that you have contained that strange containment not long ago. Delon Carey didn't put away his reverent expression, and nodded with a smile. It's only a little over half a month. More than half a month. This time it was Jane Weiss's turn to show admiration on her face. My God! Is it possible to thoroughly study a strange contained object and use its ability in just half a month? This is really terrifying. I'm afraid it's not just that. The respected members of the O5 Council have never even visited our base. Just through some information, they understand its characteristics and how to use its abilities. Jane Weiss' beautiful green eyes were almost about to sparkle with little stars. God! This is definitely the strongest Q5, isn't it? It may even be the strongest among the previous 05s. I really want to meet. No. Wait. Not only that, but his knowledge must also be profound. Otherwise, it would be impossible know the weakness of 0-0-15152. Delon Carey nodded noncommittally. That's natural. The 2 continued to discuss for a while how powerful the respected O5 was, but they didn't stop moving forward. Because although the Xiang that Ji Xian gave them is powerful, it can only last for about half an hour, and they will wake up when the time is up. If they don't take advantage of this time to leave, it will definitely be an extremely troublesome thing for them to be surrounded by so many fleets. Without too much hesitation, the 2 mobile task force teams took out their backpacks and put together a kayak. Before leaving, Jane Weiss did not forget to carve a quotation from the foundation on a large rock on the beach. We contain, we protect. Strange containment, 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes, containment has been completed. Containment team, Thetan 90-1, Thetan 90-2 belong to mobile task force. Angle grinders. After finishing all this, they swaggered into the kayak, took out 2 paddles, and left the Nanliu Islands slowly. The sea breeze is gentle. The blue waves are vast. All members of the Huaxia fleet fell into an illusion and fell into a deep sleep. Even the big shots who watched all this through the screen fell into an endless illusion due to meme infection, and fear fell. Not long after the 2 mobile task forces left, a piece of space suddenly distorted on the silent sea level. The next moment, a particle appears. A curtain that was so dark that it could almost swallow all the light expanded. A ball of light that cannot be described in words unfolds in the 4-dimensional world, leaving a huge projection in the 3-dimensional world. At this moment, the endless quantum entanglement traveled through the distance of time and space, and sounded on the fleet 4 light-years away. Almost instantly. It's the sirens. Anomalies of Earth civilization detected. Suspected level 2 hazard warning. Please deal with it quickly. Chapter 58. Huge brainwaves resounded in the universe. In the pitch-black universe, coldness and silence are the only themes. This place is empty and lonely. Even if stars are shattered and black holes are annihilated, the light and energy blooming in the universe will not be much more conspicuous than a speck of dust. But today's Trisolaran civilization fleet is obviously not peaceful. Why? Why is this happening? 300 clusters of starlight pierced the darkness, and the powerful antimatter energy engine pulled the material particles in the universe all the time. Originally, these antimatter particles could not be observed with the naked eye, but now under the full speed of the Trisolaran civilization fleet, they emit bright visible light in the universe, and are dragged behind the hull like a star swirl. Inside the Trisolaran star fleet wrapped by these stars is a honeycomb-like room. Light blue, more than 90% are designed as warehouses and storage pools, used to store dehydrated three-body civilized people. Resources are very precious in the universe, not to mention their civilization that has left their homes. In the past, only 1/10,000th of the stars of the three-body culture would stay awake to keep the fleet moving forward, control the direction, and monitor the civilization of the Earth. Most of the person in charge of this person is the Trisolaran Civilization Fleet Consul, that is, one of the 9 Trisolaran Civilization Consuls. But even the most expensive one of the 9 consuls, the 4-color 3-body star who ordered to launch the water droplet, is not awake all the time, and most of them will spend time in the sleep switch. The cruel environment of the 3-day space allowed the Trisolarans to evolve many characteristics. In addition to dehydration, the sleep switch is also one of them, which can make them fall into the deepest sleep in a few seconds. But today, the fleet consul is filled with the most water and nutrients. And wake up all your level 1 leaders. There were even several level 2 leaders with outstanding abilities who were fortunate enough to be awakened. A Trisolaran whose name is crystal clear like a diamond artwork shuttles through the honeycomb-like battleship, feeling the brainwave images transmitted by Xuan. All of them look dignified. Why is this happening? Was it just a hallucination? Why? I seem to see 2 pictures. This is not normal. 0-0-1512, affected us. It's impossible, and there's no reason for that. Then how do you explain what happened earlier? Mobile task forces named Angle Grinders and Mole Rats moles were captured, but now they are here intact. Intact? That's not right. They have never been injured from the very beginning. All the Xuan navy fell into an unknown sinking when they were still some distance away from the Nanliu Islands. 17. Wrong. In the command hall of the battleships at the forefront of the 300 fleet, at the core of the huge 19-sided honeycomb, a huge amount of brain waves are communicating here. One after another Trisolarans were discussing intensely here, their bodies flickered, full of puzzlement and prudence. In fact, the Trisolaran civilization fleet has never relaxed its surveillance on the Earth. Especially after the last 0-0-087 endless stairwell incident, they increased the monitoring of the 5th Wallfacer Xuan. In particular, one of the 9 major consuls who are sober, the fleet consul, is the first living body in almost 2 civilizations to notice the first appearance of the 0-0-1512 root of irrationality. Even Nils Yael, who grew 0-0-1512 irrational roots, didn't know this. Almost at 0-0-1512, the unreasonable root appeared on the bug scientist named Nils Yael. Xuan sent back a report. It is no exaggeration to say that the 3-body civilization knows more about 0-0-1512 than the Xuan people on Earth. Since then, the fleet Archon has watched the 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots grow and sprout the whole process of destruction. In the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root. After all, whether it is the red mist of 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots, grey poisonous gas, brain mutation, or brawn noise, it will not have any effect on the Xuan in the 4-dimensional space. The only thing that makes them suspicious is the almost indestructible physical properties of 0-0-1512 root of unreasonableness. The hardness of this characteristic almost exceeds the dimension. Even if a Xuan wants to enter the body of 0-0-1512 from the 4-dimensional space, it is not so easy, and it will take a long time. As for the 3-body civilization, the most important thing is the characteristic of 0-0-1512 unreasonable root that can grow infinitely without resources. This kind of characteristic is rare, even the Trisolaran civilization has never seen it. But the people of the 3-body civilization didn't take it too seriously. Because after knowing that human beings can deceive, everyone in the three-body civilization has taken precautions, and no longer trusts Xuan's monitoring as before. After all, who knows what they say is true or not? In particular, this 0-0-1512 unreasonable root grew out of the head of a human bug, which is not worthy of their seriousness. However, with 0-0-087's endless stairwell ahead, the three-body civilization still observes everything carefully. After some observation, the Trisolaran civilization came to a conclusion. It is impossible for humans to contain 0-0-1512 irrational roots. Especially what happened next in the United States and Daxia made them confirm this conclusion. Regarding this situation, everyone in the three-body civilization is quite happy to see it. After all, the root cause of Xuan's blockade of human civilization technology is to curb the development of Earth technology. As for developing yourself with the help of 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots, it's simply impossible. Your Earth civilization can't even do containment. How can you study it? 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots is really extraordinary. It seems to be a new direction. This is a great gift. You can wait for their Trisolaran civilization to arrive, and start researching. But, why is this happening now? In the huge azure blue honeycomb room, the only sober fleet consul of the Trisolaran civilization, shone with three-color luster, and his body, which was as exquisite as a porcelain work of art, was in a trance. Because just now, on the Nanliu Islands, another pair of mobile task forces appeared. This task force is called Angle Grinders, and is obviously different from the last one. And during Xuan's contraction monitoring, they didn't notice the appearance of this team at all. Even after checking their faces, the Trisolaran civilization did not find any data about this Angle Grinder team from the Earth. It's as if they just appeared out of thin air. Exactly the same as last time in 0-0-087 Boundless Stairwell. How is this going? Once can also be said to be an accident. But why did it appear again this time? Can this still be explained by accident? Not only that, but this team named Angle Grinder also took action directly, using a method that their three-body civilization did not understand, and contained 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots. It is simply unimaginable. To contain the 0-0-1512 irrational root is actually to count by its side, to prove the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry deconstructed by 1512? This extremely simple question can be answered clearly even by beginners of three-body civilization. And now, with this kind of thing, it is actually possible to contain 0-0-1512? What is the logic? But in fact, this is not what makes the three-body civilization the most shocking, nor is it the root that makes one of the 9 consuls of the three-body civilization so cautious. What the fleet consul did not understand the most was the sachet called Angle Grinders. The Angle Grinder team took it out. According to the information sent back by Xuan, almost not long after this sachet appeared, all the people in the Trisolaran fleet seemed to see 2 different pictures. In one picture, the Huaxia fleet logged in, chased and intercepted, the Angle Grinder team and Molerat's Mole team were completely wiped out, and 0-0-1512 unreasonable root was intercepted by Huaxia. And in another picture, that is, the picture sent back by Xuan's monitoring, all the Huaxia fleet stopped not far from the Nanliu Islands. All people and animals have all fallen into a deep sleep. Mole rats, mole squad Angle Grinder squad walked out in front of everyone. What the hell is going on here? Which sachet is it? Where did this team appear from? Xuan can't monitor it at all. Where did they recruit this kind of sachet? This level of civilized weapons is simply not something that the Earth can have. A member of the Trisolaran civilization quickly came to his senses, realizing that he must have fallen into a strange illusion. But this surprised them even more. You must know that it is a full 4 light-years away from the Earth. How could a small sachet affect them? Although it didn't affect the whole body, it was only a part, about a quarter of the sober Trisolarans, but it was scary enough. What is the origin of the SCP Weird Foundation they are talking about? 05? Councilman. From what they said, there seems to be a base, but Xuan has searched all the bases that meet the requirements, and even entered the center of the Earth, but there is no weird SCP containment base at all. This should be a kind of cognitive interference, but it is different from the cognitive interference of Xuans at the physical level. It can ignore distance, and it should be more inclined to quantum entanglement. It's not very powerful. Don't worry. But it must not be underestimated. These mobile task force members? Each of them is extremely outstanding in human civilization, and they shouldn't be unsearchable. A three-body literary star was discussing fiercely, and the light on his body was shining like rain. In fact, the reason why the Trisolaran civilization cannot detect the mobile task force and the base is not complicated. These things are obtained by Xuan from the system rewards, and everyone in the mobile task force is not from this Earth plane at all. Even if Xuans can invade the entire human facial recognition gene pool, and even briefly search back in the four-dimensional space, they are doomed to be unable to find a match. As for the site base, it is even simpler. Under the protection of the system, let alone the level civilization represented by Xuan, even if it is a higher level civilization, it is impossible to search for it. However, for the evaluation of the mobile task force, the three-body civilization is correct whether it is the angle grinders, or the mole rats moles, they are the most elite group of humans in the world. The Mobile Task Force, MTF, is originally composed of people drawn from various departments of the Foundation. An elite unit of personnel mobilized to deal with specific threats, or situations that sometimes exceed the capabilities of ordinary field personnel, and the scope of expertise. As their name suggests, mobile task forces represent the best of the best in the Foundation. When they are carrying out tasks, they can almost mobilize more than 90% of the resources in the large-scale sites. The establishment of each site requires the direct support of one or more O5 Council members. Receive approval. As for the O5 who is the member of the highest council in the Weird Containment Society of SCP, Xuan is the only one now. Naturally, it is impossible for everyone in the Trisolaran civilization to know about these issues. Their bodies flickered, and there was no sound in the quiet blue honeycomb space, but at the level of brainwaves, they were already inseparable. Especially for Xuan who predicted these two weird containment objects of SCP, many Trisolarans paid more attention to it. In fact, when they assassinated Xuan at the beginning, it seemed that there was an undetectable fluctuation in his quantum level because Xuan retrieved him. No one cares at all, just to kill a small variable casually. But now I didn't expect that this small variable actually predicted these things. Strange containment of SCP. These things actually exist on the Earth. This Xuan predicted things that Xuan has never detected. How did he know? Is this related to the previous quantum changes in him? 903 chances are high. Could this Xuan also be the weird containment object of the SCP, he said? After all, the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root grew out of Nils Yael's head. Not too possible. This should be a special case, but Xuan should know something about the appearance of SCP's weird containment. Need to focus on Xuan. That's right, every SCP's weird containment should not be able to appear at the current civilization level of the Earth. According to the information, Xuan announced that there are 20 weird containment objects in SCP. The first 2 are already beyond the level of civilization. What will happen to the next 18? Needs to focus. We also have to start trying to contain these weird SCP objects, and we can't let them fall into the hands of human civilization. Yes. The light shines. A Trisolaran was arguing violently, and their brain waves were extremely chaotic. And at the very center of the core of the azure blue hive hall, the leader of the fleet consul is always shining with 4 colors of light, listening to the quarrels of the 3-body literary stars around him. There was no answer and no brain waves came out, as if blending into the starry sky behind. After a long time, the quarrel finally quieted down. They remembered one of the 9 archons. Sir. How we act? A group of Trisolarans asked together, their brain waves filled with respect and doubt. The 4-color star people in the lead have been looking at the dark universe, as if they didn't feel their brain waves. 4 colors of light shone on his body, disappearing indefinitely, endless starlight shone on his body, and slowly scattered, as if bringing him into the universe together. Beautiful, but chilly. All the stars are waiting respectfully for the order. I don't know how long after that. The leading four-color three-body star talent turned around slowly, and the slender body like an exquisite work of art was covered with stars all over the sky. Survival is the first law of the universe. In the duel of civilizations, there is no negligence and carelessness. The brainwaves of the Trisolaran Starfleet console are extremely peaceful. In the distant universe, a star has come to an end, and the brilliance of that moment instantly illuminates a large area of light. But more is still dark. Notify the water drop, speed up. Assemble Safan, capture angle grinders and mole rat mobile task force. Take away 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes. The fleet console turned around slowly, and layers upon layers of ripples spread from the place where the star was shattered, and a small black hole appeared, swallowing everything around it. And inform the Wallfacers among the members of the Ito organization that Safan will help them complete the wall-breaking plan of the Wallfacers as soon as possible. After a pause, he opened his mouth slowly. Focus on the fifth Wallfacer. Xuan. Try to find out the characteristics and description of the 17th SCP's strange containment from his mouth. Chapter 59. Beyond the endless starry sky, the three-body civilization looked serious and dispatched Safan to target the mobile task force to capture the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. And activated the only remaining Ito organization, approached Xuan, trying to learn more information about the weird containment of SCP from his side. It never occurred to them that the black hand behind all this was this harmless young man sitting in the yard in front of them. Googling. The fire boiled. The faint scent of tea lingers around the courtyard. In a heavily guarded compound in a core area of Huaxia Yanjing, Xuan is sitting under a ginkgo tree, making wine and tea. At this time, he didn't know that the three-body civilization had raised him to the same level as logic in his heart, but he was still studying the few abilities he had just acquired while making tea. Corrosion, brain variation, cognitive confusion, 4D hardness, brawn noise, infinite growth. Looking at his newly acquired ability, Xuan felt extremely comfortable. If you add the previous success rewards, then this time the exposure of 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes absolutely called a lot of rewards. Especially the resurrection scroll, the sense of security brought by it is completely incomparable with ordinary skills. However, there are still some things that don't work. While drinking the tea, Xuan felt the strength in his body. Although he already has quite a few skills, he is still far from being an opponent of the three-body civilization. Not to mention the three-body civilization, even the Earth army is hard to deal with. Although there are many skills, they are too unskilled, and most of them are only the most elementary skills. It's like the sachet given to the angle grinder team. Although it looks powerful, the effect can only last for half an hour at most. The actual effect is that it can only make people enter the illusion for a while, and it is far from being as familiar as 0-0-087. And this kind of sachet is extremely difficult to make, and it is not as calm as Jane Weiss said. After holding back for several days, Xuan was able to finish the production. After finishing the work, he was still weak for several days, because his mind was dizzy. Fortunately, when making the sachet, Xuan used the system space to complete it, avoiding Safan's detection. Otherwise, if it is detected by Safan, it will definitely be an extremely troublesome thing. In fact, regarding the three-body civilization, it's not that Xuan didn't think about exposing the Dark Forest Law to the three-body civilization in advance, building solar radio wave transmitters, and allowing mankind to enter the era of deterrence in advance. But the law of the Dark Forest is really a double-edged sword. Now is the era when the golden era of mankind has just ended and the era of crisis has just begun. All mankind is far less united than it will be a few hundred years ago. The small calculations of various countries are all crackling here. The ghost knows that if he really builds this thing, there will be a second Yawenja appearing. If you really want to go all out, Xuan thinks that instead of announcing the law of the Dark Forest, it is better to let 0-0-1512 grow infinitely and parasitize the Earth to be safe. But before that, Xuan is enough to survive. Moreover, the three-body civilization is not only greedy for the Earth, but the entire solar system. Your 0-0-1512 unreasonable route destroyed the Earth, so the three-body problem will go to Mars. Anyway, for a civilization like Trisolaris that has reached the super level, the resources of the entire galaxy can be used as they do. As long as the solar system is stable, it will not be a big problem whether it is Mars or even Jupiter and Saturn that occupy the Earth. The method of killing each other should never be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Xuan is not alive enough. What's more, one of his final tasks is to defeat the Trisolaran civilization and help the Earth reach the super civilization. If you want to smash the Earth, you need to complete it with a hammer. Don't think so much, the current situation, we still need to improve our strength as soon as possible. With a sigh, Xuan drank another pot of tea. In any case, the current three-body civilization is still very threatening to him, especially the DNA molecular bomb developed by the lunatics of the Ito organization. He was even more impressed. I don't know what's going on with the mobile special service team. After the news comes from Thetan 90, let's start announcing the next SCP's weird containment. For the next one, what would be better to announce? It can't be too weak, and it can't be too strong. In the distant Yanjing compound, Xuan frowned, thinking hard about the announcement of the next SCP's strange containment. On the other side of the Daxia South Daxia Sea, the angle grinders and mole rats, the situation can be TLJ. Is it locked already? Reporting to the Sir, the weird containment object 0-0-1512 has been locked. Very well, start observing. In the pitch-black universe, the calm brainwaves of the Trisolarans echoed. In the Azure Hive command hall, a Trisolaran star has already taken their positions. They operate Safon, and under the influence of powerful computing power, Safon catches up with the two mobile task forces within 10,000th of a second. The nuclear submarine where the team is located, and without any difficulty is approaching the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. In the process, it did not attract the attention of any mobile task force. Because in a sense, Safons are not simple four-dimensional space objects. Going back to the source, the Safon can be called a half 11-dimensional object. The level of the Trisolaran civilization has reached the middle and high level of the level civilization, and their research on dimensions has reached the 11th dimension. The Safon is the crystallization of the wisdom of the Trisolaran civilization. In order to manufacture the first Safon, the Trisolaran civilization consumed the resources of the entire space fleet. The Safon is to expand the 9-dimensional proton into a 2-dimensional space, then transform the 2-dimensional proton into a supercomputer through circuit etching, and finally turn it back to the microscopic 11-dimensional one. It can use the microscopic high-dimensional space to freely enter any object without being noticed by anyone. In particular, entering the 3-dimensional space from the macroscopic particle level of the 4-dimensional space is as simple as 1 + 1 for the Safon. After entering, many Trisolaran civilizations did not control Safon to launch an attack, or snatch 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. Because compared to attacking and robbing 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes, they paid more attention to the forces behind the two mobile task forces, and how their ability to evade Safon's tracking and observation came from. So at the moment of arrival, the fleet consul issued an order. Don't attack. Continue to follow up and observe in the nuclear submarine. Until the so-called SCP Weird Containment Foundation is discovered. Yes. Scan fleet. Almost at the moment when the brain waves fell, Safon had already scanned the entire fleet. It constructed a complete 3-dimensional image, including the fleet, the bottom of the sea, waves, fish, birds, gravel, etc., and scanned everything in the surrounding 20 nautical miles. After shrinking hundreds of times, it was sent back to the Trisolaran fleet 4 light-years away through quantum entanglement. The complex and huge amount of calculations will take a long time to complete even if the supercomputers of all countries on the Earth are fully powered. But half a breath is not necessary for Safon. It is no different from addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 10. Sophisticated three-dimensional images appear in the Azure Hive fleet, all the data are clear at a glance, there is nothing to hide from Xuan, even the breathing, heartbeat, and even pulse of the two mobile task forces are completely recorded together down. But the only exception is, why hasn't the analysis of the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route been completed? The fleet consul looked at the incomparable exquisiteness, but he couldn't open the three-dimensional model inside the analysis, which looked like a brain. Anomaly detected. 0-0-1512 unreasonable route anomaly. To analyze this item requires huge computing power, and the estimated time is 11 trisome hours. 1 trisome time is roughly equal to 0.8766 Earth time. Whether a primary analysis is to be performed. Hearing this, many Trisolarans were stunned for a moment. 11 trisome hours? Such a long time? Although it was previously known that the physical hardness of the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route is very strong, it has almost reached the peak of the three-dimensional level and touched the level of the four-dimensional level. But, after all, it is also the existence of three-dimensional space. Why does it take so long to parse? Is his interior complicated? A researcher asked. I can't answer it for the time being. It needs to be analyzed before it can be analyzed. Xuan replied. The Trisolarans were helpless, but fortunately they had plenty of time now, while observing 0-0-1512 and the two mobile task forces, they also had time. Start parsing. Follow. Parsing begins. The huge amount of calculation is constantly unfolding at the level of macroscopic particles. At the same time, many Trisolarans also stopped discussing, observed silently, and tracked quietly, trying to use these two teams as the foundation to dig out the emergence of the weird SCP Foundation. In the Earth nuclear submarine, the two teams did not know all this. But fortunately, they are aware of the existence of Xuans, and know that the Trisolaran civilization can monitor the entire Earth at any time, so no matter whether it is the members of Mole Rats Mole or Angle Grinders, they all remain silent. Angle Grinders. The four members of the Angle Grinder are still holding notebooks and pencils, sketching around the 0-0-1512 irrational route, calculating and deriving complex mathematical models to appease the 0-0-1512 irrational route. Everything seems to be peaceful. Until 0-0-1512, the irrational route had a subtle reaction because of the scanning observation of the Xuan in the four-dimensional space. Mole Rats Moles and Angle Grinders, all members of the Angle Grinder team, almost simultaneously noticed the change of 0-01512 unreasonable routes. Okay. What happened? Because Xuans are expanded in high dimensions, when crazy calculations and analysis of 0-0-1512 irrational routes, there will be a few moments its dimensional space will change. Especially when the analysis is difficult and the moment it is blocked by 0-0-1512, its projection in the three-dimensional space will appear obvious shaking. These shakings have always existed, but they are too small, even the creators of Xuans like the Trisolaran civilization have not noticed it. But MTF is different. Dealing with abnormal as a perennial. The organization, almost all members of the SCP Weird Foundation, are extremely sensitive to things such as environment and abnormality. Because of all kinds of strange things, no one knows what kind of fatal problems will be caused by neglected details. In the countless times of containment of weird containment objects, the containment methods are all kinds of strange and unconstrained, and sometimes maybe a detail is the most important thing to contain SCP's strange containment objects. Factor. So over time, all SCP Weird Foundation members are extremely sensitive to all the details around them. And as the front line of fighting against abnormalities all the year round, I have experienced all kinds of weird Mole Rat Squad and Angle Grinder. The Angle Grinder team is the elite among the elites in the SCP Weird Containment Foundation. So they discovered the abnormality after observing silently. Something is projecting from 4D space to 3D space. Although it was only for a moment, it was almost invisible, but what kind of elites are the two mobile task forces? especially angle grinders, Captain of Mobile Task Force on Angle Grinders, Jane Weiss. Before joining the Mobile Task Force, I worked as a doctor's assistant at a large site, and was responsible for observing a group of weird SCPs from four-dimensional space. So when she saw the projection of this four-dimensional space, her pupils stood up. Something has invaded. No doubt. Something is projecting from 4D into 3D. Immediately afterwards, Jane Weiss and Alon Carey reacted at the same time. Tomoko. Three-body civilization. Invincible. The two judged the exact situation almost in no particular order. According to intelligence, the current Siphon is an 11-dimensional object existing in the four-dimensional space. The two mobile task forces did not prepare corresponding weapons at all, and they were completely unable to interfere with the four-dimensional and higher-dimensional spaces. The only way to get rid of Siphons is the nearest Thetan 90-1 base. They both made the right choice. Escape. Being watched. Run away. The three-body civilization may be aimed at 0-0-1512. Tomoko, Nyohahao, is here. They are so close. Big negligence. Jane Weiss and Alon Curry are still doing their own things, talking and laughing without any flaws, but the two of them pressed the already prepared button almost without hesitation. Nice panic button. In an instant, the emergency alarms on all members of the fleet vibrated. They quietly convey a message. Leave here. There are enemies invading, don't show it, don't show it. The whole team is preparing for the first level battle and the nuclear submarine is fully accelerated. Target, Thetan 90-1 base. The invisible ripples swept across. Untraceable horror flashed in the eyes of countless people, and after disappearing in an instant, they were still chatting and laughing happily, but their fingers had already pressed the password. Console received. The nuclear power reaction chamber is under attack. The fleet will advance at full speed in 3 seconds. Please get ready. Although they didn't understand why such an order was issued, the submariners in charge of the submarine still faithfully carried out the order. The Foundation personnel in charge of the control did not hesitate at all, and directly fully charged the entire power of the nuclear submarine. A slight hum came from the rear half of the ship, and 2 members of the Foundation pressed the button to fully open the reactor while playing cards. Buzz buzz. An azure light shone. Countless neutrons are crushed by the glass, and hit the uranium-235 in the core on the particle acceleration channel. Atoms fission, neutrons merge, the nucleus splits into 2, and then 3 neutrons burst out from the acceleration channel again. A terrifying chain reaction broke out in the nuclear reactor. A steady stream of power gushes out crazily, and under the deep seabed, the pitch-black steel giant slowly reveals its fangs, begins to tear the ocean, and advances at full speed. However, I haven't waited long for this giant steel beast to roar. Tomoko's attack arrived. Chapter 60. Siphons are not capable of attacking. As the technology of the three-body civilization is close, the Siphon itself is just a high-latitude macroscopic particle. Although it is a supercomputer, it has no attack power. Its outstanding feature lies in the switching between high-dimensional space and various dimensions. From the high-dimensional space, it can enter every corner of the three-dimensional space unscrupulously and randomly, and explain the entire Daxia. Compared with a weapon, Siphon is more like a monitor of the Trisolaran civilization. If Siphons were really allowed to attack humans, their power would be equivalent to a harmless virus hitting the human body, and the power would not even be able to destroy a single platelet. After all, its body is just a high-dimensional proton. But, no attack ability. It doesn't mean Siphon doesn't have destructive power. Almost at the moment when the Trisolaran civilization observed that the 2 mobile task forces were aware of the existence of Siphons, they issued the order to attack. The next moment, 4 light-years away, under the seabed of the Earth, before the eyes of all members of the Mole Rats Mole and Angle Grinders Angle Grinder team, a row of chaotic numbers appeared. This row of numbers kept beating, like a countdown, appearing in the center of their sight from left to right. Like a thin golden thread. It is said that their world is cut into 2 precise parts, one is divided into 2. What is this? Many members of the Mobile Task Force and members of the SCP Weird Foundation were stunned for a moment. They subconsciously reached out to grab it, but found that they couldn't touch it at all, and no matter how they looked, even if they moved left, right, up, down, and all directions, it would still appear in the center of their sight. Jane Weiss' pupils contracted, and there was no blood on her white face. She realized that this line of words appeared on the retina. Her heart immediately went cold, and the blonde beauty rarely showed panic. "How did you do that? Be careful. The attack is coming." Jane Weiss had just finished speaking. Without warning, a painting appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This painting is composed of lines of text, which are opened and closed vertically and horizontally, like a messy code, dividing all their sights. This is followed by a tiny text enlargement in the painting. The line of sight seems to be moving forward. The golden text turned into red, red, gold, black. Expand 410 infinitely. In the end, it overshadowed everyone's sight. How is this going? I can't see. What? My eyes. In an instant, everyone on the entire fleet fell into a state of blindness. Some people's eyes are dark and colorless, covering all the light. Some people have a golden light in front of their eyes, and the dazzling light makes their eyes shed tears uncontrollably. But more people's eyes are filled with 10 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, gray, white and black. In the end, it completely turned into a black curtain. All sights covered. The original screen disappears. Everyone's pupils are expanding. Black covered the vision. At this moment, all the personnel on the fleet attacked 152 completely lost their sight. That's right. This is one of Xuan's means of influencing the Earth. Vision blocked. As one of the pinnacle weapons of the Trisolaran civilization, Xuan has the speed of light and can circle the Earth in 0.16 time. This almost instantaneous speed allows the Xuan to maintain an unimaginable impact frequency. This kind of impact can be accurate to any atom, so that the atomic collider of the Earth civilization can never observe accurate data and laws, so as to achieve the purpose of blocking the basic technology of the Earth. At the same time, it can hit the retinas of humans and any creatures. A large spot of light is formed in their eyes, playing out beating mathematics. Just like when Xuan was first sent to Earth, Xuan used this method to type a series of beating numbers in the pupils of an Earth scientist named Wang Miao. It even hit and shook the retinas of countless scientists, and on a certain night shook their retinas, making the entire universe flicker for these scientists, thus triggering the suicide of a large number of scientists. And now, Xuan is using the same method to block the sight of everyone on this fleet. Hit the retina countless times. Expand the numbers countless times. Zoom in countless times to maintain the speed, thereby amplifying the digital in the retina into an image and finally turning it into a black screen. Completely block their sight. This kind of calculation is undoubtedly huge, because it is equivalent to the fact that Xuans are constantly hitting the retinas of 152 people in a submarine at a super high frequency. But there is no pressure at all in front of a high-energy computer whose two-dimensional expansion is as huge as a galaxy. Even while attacking the retinas of these people, maintaining the collision, and maintaining the shady scene, Xuan still has the strength to go to the nuclear reactor behind the nuclear submarine. Where did the attack come from? Why are there no signs? Is my vision blocked? Why didn't I feel any pain? Darkness is coming. Line of sight blocked. A dark world descends on each team member. They closed their eyes and wiped them vigorously, but found that they could not get rid of this weird state no matter what. When everyone panicked because they fell into blindness for a moment, only Jane Weiss reacted immediately. Visual memes. There was a big black curtain in front of her eyes. It was good to not see her fingers. Her eyes seemed to have completely lost their function, and she couldn't see everything clearly. But at this critical moment, she still kept her cool. No. According to intelligence, the three-body civilization is a technological civilization. They will not have a third power system, and they will not have visual memes. This is the impact of macroscopic particles in the four-dimensional space. Jane Weiss' pupils shrank, and she returned to the state she had when she faced 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots. She flicked her long golden wavy hair and let out a roar. Everyone! Keep calm. It's just a temporary blindness. It will come back after a while. Continue to steer the submarine forward. Target the 90-1 base. As a member of the SCP Weird Foundation, although the complete darkness in front of them was caught off guard, under the order of Jane Weiss, they quickly recovered and did not collapse. Relying on intuition and feeling, they quickly moved on. Especially Mole Rats, Delon Corey, the captain of the mole team, even touched the control room in the dark, took out a gun and smashed the combination lock with a bang, and then kicked both of them open. The controller in a hurry successfully started the nuclear submarine. Keep going. Turn on the sonar automatic navigation and set off at full speed. Delon Corey said indifferently. Yes. The two sea-level researchers who smelled gunpowder hurriedly replied. After one operation, the pitch-black giant steel beast came back to life, and the sonar radar became its eyes, tearing apart the seawater and moving forward crazily. However, this time, before running out for a long time, the nuclear submarine made another bang 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 sound, and then turned off the fire. What's the matter? Jane Weiss roared. Sir! What happened to the nuclear power engine? It's so incredible. Just now, I received an order that the ongoing nuclear fission in the nuclear reactor was forcibly terminated. Something attacked the nuclear reactor, shooting down hundreds of millions of fission neutron atoms. This is unbelievable. What? Jane Weiss was shocked. No doubt. This is naturally Tomoko's method. As a microcosmic particle, it really doesn't have a very good attack method on humans, but at the microcosmic particle level, it has an overwhelming dominance. Almost at the moment when the nuclear reactor was reignited, the siphon hit a circle around the nuclear reactor. This circle shattered all the uranium-233 atoms that were about to undergo fission, and completely cancelled their imminent fission reaction. Jane Weiss reacted immediately. This siphon's speed is too fast. It actually knocked out all the fission reactions, even maintaining a visual blockade of more than 100 people during the process. Light it up again. Yes. However, the second ignition still failed, the indicator light kept beeping, and many fission atoms were crushed one after another. Before they could emit energy, they were shot down mercilessly by siphon. Even during this process, the Trisolaran civilization dispatched several siphons from other parts of the Earth to jointly suppress the nuclear submarines. After several ignition failures, Jane Weiss finally understood that it might not be worth a siphon to reach the nuclear submarine. Their goal is for the SCP Weird Containment Foundation and 0-0-1512. With the extinguishment of the nuclear power reactor, the submarine quickly lost power and stopped advancing. Even because of the blocked vision, several members of the angle grinder team could not continue to accurately calculate the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometric model of the 1512 structure, causing the 00-1512 irrational roots that were originally trapped in the transparent glass to gradually become irritable. BD. Jane Weiss's face was ugly and anxious. This was her first order from the 05 Council. She finally succeeded in containment, but was she intercepted by the three-body civilization at the last moment? How can this be accepted? But no matter how she struggles and fights, under the deep sea, without the power of the nuclear submarine, she can't move forward. It was pitch black in front of the eyes, and it was impossible to find an effective solution. And at this most desperate moment, a communication from Dr. Alto Clef, the head of Thetan 90-1 site, finally arrived. Angle Grinder Squad, what happened to your side? Why did the fleet suddenly fall into chaos? Doctor. Jane Weiss was pleasantly surprised, and then hurriedly reported everything that happened to the past, and the situation of being monitored was no longer considered. And after hearing Jane Weiss report, Dr. Alto Clef was a little dumbfounded. What? The siphon in the four-dimensional space is eyeing you. Damn it! This is not easy to deal with. Now there is no decent containment in the Foundation, and there is nothing that can deal with the four-dimensional space. Hearing this, the hearts of Jane Weiss and Delon Corey suddenly turned cold. Hold on for a while. I'll look for it, and I'll look for it to see if there is anything that can help me. Dr. Altoclef yelled, anxiously rushing to find a way. And when Dr. Altoclef went to search for a solution, the Trisolaran civilization on the other side looked serious. Do you want to make a final interception? Go ahead. The observation is almost done. Needs to put the finishing touches on. After all, they knew very little about this mysterious SCP Weird Containment Foundation, so they no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly let go of Siphon's impact on the nuclear submarine reactor. Almost at the moment when the Siphon let go of the impact on the fission reaction, in the nuclear submarine of the SCP Weird Foundation, Darren Corey yelled in surprise. Huh? Lit. Is it on? Hurry up. Speed up. Maybe the Siphon calculation and speed have reached the limit. Jane Weiss also said in great surprise. However, after only a moment of surprise, everyone in the fleet heard a piercing notification sound. Danger. Detected that the nuclear reactor was affected by unknown factors. Nuclear reactor fission reaction is accelerating. Nuclear reactor fission has exceeded the capacity limit. Nuclear fission is about to reach the critical value. A huge siren sounded in the deep sea. Jane Weiss and Delon Curry turned pale in an instant. Nuclear fusion reactor explodes out of control. This is. Siphons did not prevent the fission reaction, but accelerated the fission reaction, causing the nuclear reactor to exceed the upper limit. If it goes on like this. Delon Corey made a quick move and pressed the joystick, trying to stop the fission reaction that continued to occur. But it's too late. Behind the nuclear submarine reactor, there was a roar like an angry dragon suddenly. Crack! The whole fleet is shocked. Then the piercing alarm sounded even more frantically. Danger! The nuclear reactor is completely out of control. The nuclear reactor is expected to explode out of control in 13 seconds. Fleet members please evacuate quickly. All members please evacuate quickly. 109. Hearing this report, almost all fleet members turned pale in an instant. Plus. This madman. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. At the last moment of timing, Siphon let go of the sightseeing blockade of everyone on the fleet. The next moment, they heard the twisting sound of teeth acid. Then I saw the steel walls of the surrounding submarine hull twisted like twists. An orange flame. Suddenly oncoming. Jane Weiss blocked all the members in her sight and looked at the oncoming flames. With a pale face, she blocked the alley with 0-0-1512 in front of her and spat. Gan Linyang's three-body problem. Chapter 61. Under the deep sea bed, the weird SCP Foundation is in crisis. The three-body civilization manipulates Siphon to ignite the nuclear reactor to accelerate nuclear fission and completely trigger a nuclear explosion. And on the Nanliu Islands not far from here. Patter. Pat. Ding Yi supported her tired body, not knowing how far she had traveled in this vast space. There is a boxy cabin floor under your feet, and two lamp sticks that look like train tracks hang above your head. Everything is empty and unchanged, and the cabin that should be closed seems to be infinitely extended, endless. Following the two light sticks that looked like train tracks, Ding Yi walked forward in a panic. His mind was already filled with unknown fears, his ears echoed like a baby begging for help, repeating the words please, come here and help me from time to time. Every time he took 2 steps, he would look back nervously, as if there was an unknown face behind him staring at him. Sends a chill down his spine. I don't know how long this situation has passed, it seems like an hour, and it seems to have gone for dozens of days. Under a highly tense spirit, Ding Yi walked in this deserted area, her voice was already hoarse. Looking into the distance, there is still no end to the road, Ding Yi's eyes are empty, and his mind is already in chaos. Where is this? Exactly. Where am I? Who I am? Numbly raising her feet forward, Ding Yi continued walking. At some point, he suddenly felt his face start to hurt a little. And there seemed to be a quarrel ringing in my ears. Wake up! Brother! Wake up! Wait a minute! Hey, does she wait a minute, you should *CK lightly. Easy? Look at Brother Ding's current situation. In a while, he will be incontinent like you. It's better to wake up quickly. Crack. Crack. Hey! You big BD, which pot can't be opened and which pot can't be lifted, right? Finally! Amidst the loud applause and the growing pain in her cheeks, Ding Yi felt that the endless cabin in front of her eyes was broken, and the two dazzling light sticks seemed to start to twist. Immediately afterwards, two familiar faces appeared in front of him. Hey! Wake up! Wang Miao, whose face was a little swollen, rushed forward immediately, pushed De Shi out with his sleeves rolled up, and asked anxiously. How is it? Ding Yi, do you remember anything? Looking at the surrounding environment, looking at the anxious Wang Miao in front of him, and the tearing pain on his face. Memory gradually recovered. Ding Yi's pupils gradually brightened. Where is this? He got up, looked around, and found that there were many people lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. The scientists who were supposed to watch the hunt with him in the combat command room all fell to the ground and fell asleep at this moment. It's just that they all frowned, as if they had fallen into a nightmare, and would twitch a few times from time to time, and some of them even got a puddle of water under their bodies. I slapped you a few times, brother, don't mind. De Shi, who was beside him, came over and handed Ding Yi a glass of water. Aren't we, in the command room, watching the hunt for 0-0-1512 Irrational Root and the Mobile Task Force? What's going on? Ding Yi was still a little confused. What kind of mobile task force? We never went down at all, everything you see is an illusion. Hallucinations. Ding Yi took the water glass, but didn't drink it. Now his eyelids are swollen like apples. No mistake, De Shi lit a cigarette, and began to go to the other scientist's side, and said carelessly. When I first entered, I was also taken aback by TM, but after all, I experienced 0-0-087 at close range, and it didn't take long for me to realize that we should be cheated. The distance is infinite, the fear for no reason, and the ravings in my ears. This is definitely 0-0-087's endless stairwell ability not running. While De Shi explained the endless stairwell of 0-0-087 to Ding Yi in detail, Bian Wen woke up several scientists. While listening to De Shi's explanation, Ding Yi's pupils gradually dilated. What? Everyone is hallucinating. Everything that happened before, didn't happen. All of us have fallen into a fantasy world of the mobile task force, been deceived. What about 0-0-1512 Irrational Root? Mobile task force. I ran away a long time ago. De Shi spread his hands. It's impossible. Ding Yi was shocked. How can there be such things as illusions in the world? It doesn't conform to the laws of physics at all. Does 0-0-1512 match? De Shi rolled his eyes. Existence is reasonable, not only us, but even the big shots in Yanjing watching through remote video have fallen into hallucinations. What? Ding Yi was shocked and hurried out to watch. Sure enough, the Nanliu Islands in the distance were extremely peaceful. The jungle that should have been destroyed due to the hunt still stood there intact, and many assault boats were neatly placed in the warehouse. There were no footprints on the beach, and many soldiers were downcast on the deck. Looking from a distance, only a few lines of large characters were carved on the sand. As if bragging against them. We control, we contain, we protect. Strange containment, 0-0-1512 Unreasonable Routes, containment has been completed. Containment Team, Thetan 90-1, and Thetan 90-2 are mobile task forces. Angle grinders, angle grinders. Seeing these few paragraphs, Ding Yi felt dizzy, and sat on the deck with a plop. Is this the power of mobile task forces? How long have they contained this endless stairwell of 0-0-087, who can create such a large illusion and use his abilities so freely? And the second SCP weird containment has also been contained. Or take it away in front of them. Ding Yi clenched her fists tightly. Where did the two mobile task forces go? What about 0-0-1512 Irrational Root? To know the characteristics of 0-0-1512 Unreasonable Root, it is definitely one of the most precious samples in the world today. Unlimited growth and firmness beyond imagination is definitely a sharp weapon bestowed by God on human civilization to fight against the three-body civilization. And now, it's gone. Ding Yi lost his mind for a while. How shocked he was when he saw 0-0-1512 at the beginning, how disappointed he was now, and the whole person began to feel empty. The last one was 0-0-087, and this one is 0-0-1512. Wang Miao also came, and his face was ugly. Who is this behind-the-scenes force that can dominate the mobile task force? At some point, Dashi had come to the two of them. He was smoking a cigarette, looking at the sea level in the distance, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his eyes. The difficulty factor to find is a bit high. The last time they were in the jungle, their signs disappeared halfway. Like a ghost, it might not be so easy to find this time. If you can't find it, you have to find it. Ding Yi got up in despair. As predicted. In the following period of time, Huaxia searched all the waters around the Nanliu Islands, but did not find any traces of the mobile task force. Really can't find it? Can they still disappear from the world? In the hall of the Yanjing Council, many big figures had ugly expressions on their faces, so they directly mobilized half of the Baidu 7 stars to come and start scanning frantically. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. After expanding to Nanliu Islands with a radius of more than 100 kilometers, they even explored near Indonesia and the Pacific Ocean without telling the Philippines, but still found nothing. Almost everyone is desperate. Even Ding Yi smiled wryly helplessly, and slowly slid down to sit on the deck. Her whole body seemed to be completely drained in an instant. I can't find it, I can't find it. Dashi frowned and smoked vigorously. The smoke is lingering, but no one has the heart to talk about him now. The entire fleet command cabin, and even the Yanjing Council Hall, are extremely silent, and everyone looks lonely. Mr. Ji Xian anticipated the appearance of the second SCP Sword Containment. Could it be that this time, are they still going to miss it? Just when everyone lost their minds and didn't know what to do next. Near the Nanliu Islands, an observer manipulating the Baidu 7-star satellite scan was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed wildly. Report. Report. It is detected that there is a super high-energy reaction near the Palau Islands, which is about 400 kilometers southwest of the Nanliu Islands. According to satellite monitoring, a suspected large equivalent nuclear fission reaction has occurred. Next moment, a picture of real-time monitoring was cut out on the big screen. And almost at the moment when this picture was cut out, the originally calm sea level suddenly surged violently. Boom! Endless bursts of light. A dazzling light rises from the bottom of the sea. The terrifying fluctuations of nuclear fission pushed the sea into a bow shape, and then this huge force directly penetrated the sea level hundreds of meters thick. Outrageously above the vast sea area, a huge cloud of water mist was set off. The terrifying water vapor directly formed a group of iconic mushroom clouds. Even the Huaxia fleet, which is hundreds of kilometers away, seems to have vaguely heard a huge roar. In the silent council hall and the command cabin, many people raised their heads with dazed faces. Ask for flowers. Is this nuclear fission? Who the hell dropped a nuke on the Pacific? Countless people were stunned when they saw all of this. What's the situation? In that area, why would there be a nuclear explosion? In the command cabin, Dashi stared at all this dumbfounded, but he suddenly remembered the scene of containment in the endless elevator room of 0-0-087 earlier. He hurriedly grabbed the communicator and spoke. Quick! Go mobilize and search. Look what's going on. Everyone did not refuse. Baidu's 7-star satellite hastily transferred part of its computing power, pointed the camera at the sea area, and looked carefully at the location of the nuclear bomb explosion. The monstrous water vapor dissipated. The huge mushroom cloud dissipated. However, when the Baidu 7-star satellite came back, everyone suddenly stood up. Because in one. After the cut dispersed, a huge monster appeared on the sea level. It was a huge submarine. This submarine is comparable to Daxia's largest tonnage today, and a dangerous nuclear weapon logo on the head shows its power source. However, this nuclear submarine seems to have suffered a huge trauma, and almost 2/3 of it has disappeared. The remaining 1/3 or so is surrounded by a mass of reddish-brown huge roots. These root systems are particularly familiar. Each of them is 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. The curly and weird roots are spreading the iconic gray slime, which is constantly eroding the sea surface. It seems that just looking at it, you can smell the pungent smell. What appeared was nothing else. It is the culprit who trapped them in the illusion just now. Mobile Task Force. And that weird Containment 0-0-1512. Unreasonable route. What's happening here? In the command room, looking at the pattern transmitted from the distant sea, all the military chiefs were dumbfounded. Originally, my brain was still a bit confused because of being in the illusion, and I still had a lost mood, so I completely woke up. Didn't the tracking fail already? Why is this team here? On the surface of the sea, a huge monster squirmed, clinging to the broken nuclear submarine, wrapping around the remaining 1/3 of the hull, covering most of it. Obviously, it was because of the 0-0-1512 package that the hull survived the huge explosion. But even if it survived, this area was not complete, and it was hit by an unprecedented impact in the explosion, because some parts looked tattered. Wait, 1512? Look at the crack. See what's inside. Dashi said with his eyes wide open. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly shivered as if they had thought of something. No one cared about Dashi's overreach, they hurriedly assembled to watch. The satellite line of sight looks from the broken position of the hull. It didn't take long before they found everything they wanted. It can be seen that the 2 mobile task forces that were previously on the Nanliu Islands are in this broken hull. Everyone, count them all. All of them were seriously injured, their faces turned pale, and they fell down among the wreckage of the submarine with bleeding from their 7 orifices, extremely weak. What's wrong? The expressions of many beings in the Huaxia fleet became a little weird. Is this a containment failure? 0-0-1512 unreasonable route broke up with mobile task force, and then triggered a nuclear explosion. The eyes of many Huaxia existences lit up. Chance. Opportunity. Never thought I would be so lucky. I thought that the mobile task force lost it, and it was going to lose another SCP strange containment. Unexpectedly, this scene actually happened. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, I became excited because Shuhua really existed. Quick! Go contain and take over all of this. We must not let them escape again. However, before Huaxia's fleet set off, and within a few minutes of being happy, another mutation appeared. I saw that the originally calm void above the hull of the broken mobile task force nuclear submarine suddenly became distorted for no reason. Then, within a 10,000th of a second, an extremely dark curtain like a deep space slowly opened between the sky and the earth. This curtain is really too big, and it seems to have no thickness, floating above the sky in illusory form, like a layer of curtain, giving people an unrealistic feeling. However, when almost all the scientists in the Huaxia fleet saw this curtain, their eyes widened in horror. What is this? Dashi looked at the screen in doubt. Ding Yi stood up with a bang, her 2 pupils were fixed on the almost transparent curtain, with disbelief and hatred shining in her eyes. Spit out 2 words one by one. Tomoko. Mouth. Chapter 62. A pitch-black curtain covers the ocean. It has no thickness, it is a simple 2-dimensional plane, like a black curtain, swaying in the wind. Tomoko? Hearing these 2 words, Dashi's cigarette butt fell to the ground. He raised his head dumbfounded. This is Tomoko. Why is Tomoko here? Not just Dashi. Almost all the high-level Huaxia officials who saw this also had this question in their minds. Why is Tomoko here? And why expand in 2 dimensions? Looking at the broken nuclear submarine below, at this moment, the same thought rose in everyone's mind. Could it be that Xuan is here for Mobile Task Force and 0-0-1512? This Mobile Task Force did not detonate the nuclear reactor by accident, but Xuan detonated the nuclear reactor of this nuclear submarine. 707 But, How is this possible? Some physicists shouted, their eyes filled with disbelief. Although siphons are powerful and almost incomprehensible products, they can block the technology of the entire human civilization by themselves, but siphons have no attack power. It's just a detector. How could he blow up a nuclear reactor? Countless people looked sluggish. Only Ding Yi still clenched her fist tightly, with unimaginable anger in her eyes. It can do it. Everyone looked at it in unison. Don't forget that the nuclear fission in the nuclear submarine reactor is also a reaction at the macro-particle level. The basic principle of nuclear fission is that after thermal neutrons bombard uranium-235 atoms, it splits and releases 2 to 4 neutrons, and then these neutrons hit other uranium-235 atoms, thus forming a chain reaction. This is also the principle of nuclear reactors. Then when the nuclear submarine starts the reactor, the siphons replace the neutrons at an extremely fast speed and hit a large-scale uranium-235 atom at the speed of light, which can definitely cause a large-scale chain reaction. The energy of the explosion is far beyond that of a nuclear reactor. Constraints? Impossible. An old physicist summoned and said, the body of a siphon is a high-latitude proton, which is charged in nature. It cannot replace the neutron for collision. Forcible collision will only crush the uranium-235 atom. Unless. The old man suddenly seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked at the huge two-dimensional space curtain. His face was extremely pale in an instant. Unless the siphon expands the two-dimensional space of the electron it carries. Ding Yi answered word by word, staring fixedly at the picture coming from the screen. The words she said made everyone present turn pale. As long as the siphons expand the temporary two-dimensional space of the electrons they carry just like it is now, they can temporarily replace neutrons and carry out nuclear fission collisions. This is also the best way we have found controllable nuclear fusion now. But there are still difficulties. A physicist retorted, as if he couldn't believe it. Even if a siphon can temporarily eliminate electrons and de-electronize them in two-dimensional space, it still cannot hit too many uranium-235 atoms, even at the speed of light. The speed shouldn't be enough either. Ding Yi suddenly turned her head and stared at the scientist with a pair of dark pupils that seemed to be filled with endless panic. Then, what if there is more than one siphon? It was almost Ding Yi's voice that had just finished speaking. Above the vast ocean, a void suddenly blurred. Then there were 6 pitch-black curtains that slowly appeared between the heaven and the earth. Seeing all this, almost everyone's face changed. 3 pieces of electrons expand in two-dimensional space. This also means there are 3 whole siphons here. Silence. Unimaginable silence. 3 two-dimensional planes without thickness are now above the sea surface, which is a geometric plane without thickness in the true sense. The range covered by the expansion of the 3 siphons seems to cover the entire sky. Dashi looked out the window and found that there was a thin black curtain above his head in the already almost dusk world. Not even just Dashi. At this moment, even the old man Zhou, who was far away in the Huaxia Xingai General Headquarters, saw the black curtain in the sky. Even 1/3 of the Pacific Ocean, the entire Indonesian West Asia, the Philippines, and a small part of Australia, everyone can observe this layer of tulle like a curtain with the naked eye. Gah! Dashi raised his gun and pointed it at the curtain, subconsciously wanting to shoot. But before he finished raising his hand, the huge curtain covering 1% of the world disappeared. Just blink. The only chance in human history to crush the 3 siphons is gone. But now everyone in the command cabin has no time to be upset. They stared at the picture sent back by the satellite, their eyes were tearing apart. Several siphons gather here. Even at the risk of the two-dimensional space being destroyed. This is obviously an unprecedented dangerous game for the 3-body civilization. And the main purpose of this risky game. You can almost figure out what it is without thinking about it. 3-body civilization wants to snatch 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes. Even for this reason, he did not hesitate to risk the 7 siphons being destroyed by humans. But isn't the mobile task force organized by Ito? To think that the 3-body civilization Akko would do it himself. The hearts of countless big figures in Daxia were beating wildly, and questions kept popping up in their minds. But now, obviously, is not the time to ponder these questions. The top priority is absolutely not to allow organizations related to the three-body civilization to come into contact with 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots. In particular, they must not be allowed to contain unreasonable roots. You must know that something that even the three-body civilization attaches so much importance to is absolutely incomparably precious. If the three-body civilization is really successfully contained and thoroughly studied, it will definitely be an extremely bad thing. All fleet helicopters and the nearby aviation waters belong. All turn and go to the location where the mobile task force was killed. Quick! Send the fleet, full speed ahead. Go to coordinates. Be sure to take it back before Xuan takes away the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. We still have a chance. With our defenses in place, Xuan will never dare to carry out two-dimensional expansion again. Although Xuan is powerful, it cannot take away 0-0-1512 with it alone. There is still a 5.5 chance. However, as soon as their words fell, the picture from the satellite cloud image immediately made their faces turn 100. Because just after the 7 Xuans re-elevated to the 4-dimensional space, dozens of speedboats approached in that broken sea immediately. These speedboats are full of dense armed personnel. And judging from their clothes, they are not others. It is a member of the Earth Trisolaran's organization. Ito. Ga. This group of shit-stirring sticks. Looking at the member of the mobile task force who was seriously injured, who lost half his life in a nuclear explosion, with less air intake and more air output. He was looking at the members of the Ito organization who were fully armed and drove a speedboat with live ammunition. The faces of all the big bosses in Daxia have changed. Quick! Act quickly! Speed forward! Never let Ito take away the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. Chapter 63. The three-body civilization is here. The 3 Xuans separated the electrons, spread out locally at low latitudes, and crazily hit the nuclear reactor at the speed of light, triggering a large equivalent nuclear fission that directly led to a nuclear explosion, severely damaging the 2 mobile task forces. Immediately after Xuan's high-dimensional contraction, the Ito organization arrived, armed with live ammunition, ready to come and take away the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. Seeing all this, the big shots in Huaxia and the big bosses in the military are really impatient. Quick! All fleets set sail at full speed. Notify all departments of the Air Force to send fighter jets to the target sea area. The Ito must not be allowed to prevent the containment of 0-0-1512. They anxiously issued orders, but the answers they received made their hearts feel cold. Report, sir. The destination is 398 kilometers away from our fleet. If the fleet advances at full speed, it will take at least 8 hours to arrive. Even if the nuclear submarine sails at full speed, it will take 5 hours. 5 hours. The hearts of countless big figures in Daxia are cold. They were just unconscious and searched for about an hour or so. How did these members of the mobile task force run 398 kilometers in 1 hour? Is that a nuclear submarine or a high-speed train? But now is not the time to think about the black technology of the mobile task force. Even illusions can be produced. What is there to be surprised about? The main problem now is that Ito 0-0-1512 must not be allowed. At the risk of destroying the two-dimensional expansion, you have to shoot, which shows the value of 0-0-1512. Never let it fall into the hands of the three-body civilization. What about helicopters and fighter jets? Didn't there be a batch of fighter jets going to Nanliu Islands before? Already dispatched. They turned around and went to the target location, but they all reported loss of vision. Can't continue to fly. Lost sight. Countless people were surprised, but they reacted quickly. Tomoko. Tomoko made the move. Xuans flying at the speed of light can continuously hit the human retina with their super high speed, thus causing large-scale light spots. Before the three-body civilization was announced, countless scientists committed suicide because of the beating countdown that appeared in their eyes. Obviously, there are more Xuans joining this hunt. 26. They block military aid. Just when they were in a hurry, an excited voice suddenly came out. "Report, sir. I just received a message that one of our patrol fleets is returning from exercises in the Pacific Ocean. It's very close to the target location, and it takes about 40 minutes to reach the sky. This patrol fleet consists of 6 warships, with a total of 2,000 members." Countless Huxia big shots were taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly became excited. 40 minutes. That's so much better than 5 hours. With 2,000 members, even if Xuan can move at the speed of light, it is absolutely impossible to visually block all the members. Send them to the target location. Aid Mobile Task Force. Order the fleet to discard all supplies that have nothing to do with firepower, lighten the load, and be sure to arrive at the first time. Repeat, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. After the order was issued, on the distant sea, the Huaxia exercise fleet abandoned its luggage and advanced at full speed to support the mobile task force. And in the conference room of Yanjing and the warehouse of the military council, countless people watched all this with extremely anxious expressions. 40 minutes. Can I make it in time? Before encountering the three-body civilization, they had scolded the mobile task force countless times for its weirdness and outstanding combat power. But now, they extremely hope that these two teams can hold on. The unreasonable route of 0-0-1512 must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the Ito organization. In fact, it's not just Huaxia executives who are impatient. On the distant sea, everyone in the mobile task force is also impatient. Xuan's attack came too suddenly. No one thought that the three-body civilization would be so decisive, directly using Xuans to hit the nuclear reactor. Aren't they afraid that these Xuans themselves will collapse when they hit the reactor? You must know that two-dimensional Xuans are infinitely weaker than those in four-dimensional space, and the cost of each of these Xuans is comparable to a space fleet. But it's useless to say anything now. Tomoko won the bet. Xuan was intact, but the Foundation's nuclear submarine exploded on the spot. If Jane Weiss hadn't reacted quickly at the critical moment and blocked 0-0-1512's unreasonable routes in the front, I am afraid that all the mobile task forces would have been completely buried in the bottom of the sea. But even if he survived, the current situation is definitely not optimistic. Among the broken nuclear submarines, Jane Weiss got up from the ground with a pale face. The original manpower has been cut by more than half, and there are only about 30 districts left. Even the remaining 30 or so were seriously injured, their brains were humming, their eyes were bloodshot, their ears sounded like someone was beating a gong, and their temples were constantly throbbing. Huge trauma. But even in this situation, number 1 and number 2 are still holding 2 pieces of paper, lying on the ground, using a pencil to continuously write and prove complex mathematical and physical formulas, and study the hyperbolic Fiao geometry of the 1512 structure principle. It can be clearly seen that one of No 1's arms is gone, and No 2's facial features are bleeding, but even so, they are still writing desperately. It was because of the desperate efforts of the two of them that the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route that was almost completely out of control did not completely explode. Crash! Jane Weiss walked over, her brain was still a little dizzy, and there was a sharp pain all over her body. She understood that she had suffered from unimaginably huge radiation, and her body cells were undergoing crazy lesions. If she didn't hurry back to the base for treatment, she would definitely die. Number 3 and number 4 came over, and they also suffered from radiation and severe injuries. Delon Curry is also up from the ground, and beside him are the half-living mole rats, members of the mole squad. This human tragedy did not make Delon Curry lose his fighting spirit. He slowly got up and drew a cross on the ground with his own blood, and after mourning his teammates, he picked up a gun from the ruins and stood up, looking at the enemies called speedboats from outside, vulture eyes. We were born in darkness. We cultivate the light. For the Foundation. For normality. Next moment, the gunfire exploded. A smoke bomb precisely landed on the shattered hull from the distant sea. Boom! Toxic gas spread. Those members of the Ito organization who came from afar didn't even give the two mobile task forces a chance to breathe, and directly launched an attack from a distance. Bang 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 bang. All kinds of corrosive poisonous fog, all of them reached the broken submarine. Be careful. Although he was seriously injured and his brain was buzzing, many members of the mobile task force are elites who have been fighting against weirdness all year round. They responded instantly. Pull off the gas mask belt from the waist directly, then roar and fire. Counterattack. Da-da-da-da-da. The ear-piercing gunshots echoed in the empty ocean. The battle is imminent. There is no doubt that whether it is Delon Corey's Mole Rats Mole team, or Jane Weiss Angle Grinder's Angle Grinder team, they are all elite fighters who have experienced in strange wars. If it is in normal times, they don't have to make any effort at all. Just a simple charge can defeat Ito. After all, their opponents are all kinds of weird containment objects with all sorts of strange shapes. It should be too easy for those who can survive those strange containment objects and contain them. But things are different now. Although Jane Weiss used the high latitude hardness of 0-0-1512 irrational route to block the nuclear explosion and 90% of the damage, but even the remaining damage and radiation still caused them serious injuries. Now their heads are about to explode, and their bodies are in excruciating pain, as if a group of arhats are constantly beating, and ants are constantly crawling out of their bodies. At this time, Dr. Alto Clef in Thetan 90-1 base has finally reconnected. I found it. I found a method that might be able to deal with Xuan, spread out a part of the base, so as to shield Xuan. What the hell happened to you here? Halfway through speaking, Dr. Alto Clef screamed in astonishment. With blonde hair fluttering and her pretty face pale, Jane Weiss quickly told him everything that happened just now. What? Xuan detonated a nuclear reactor. Damn it! Dr. Alto Clef was very anxious, but no matter how much he wanted to break his scalp, he couldn't think of any solution. The nuclear submarine was sent to pick up the mobile task force before because of the high speed and high power of the nuclear reactor. But never expected that this would actually be a favorable condition for Xuan to defeat the mobile task force. But it would not be so easy for Xuan to defeat the mobile task force with an ordinary submarine. Damn Tomoko! Gunfire roars. With the passage of time, the two mobile task forces led by Jane Weiss and Delon Corey began to be a little unable to support. They began to retreat steadily, relying on the hard wreckage of the nuclear submarine, and resisted with difficulty without fear of death. But anyone can see that this is just stubborn resistance. No matter how powerful and invincible these two mobile task forces are, they are definitely no match for hundreds of members of the Ito organization when they are severely injured. Faced with all this, Dr. Alto Clef was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, but no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't think of any solution. In fact, this means that the members of the Ito organization have received Xuan's information, and they dare not directly attack with heavy firepower, for fear of angering the unreasonable route of 0-0-1512. Otherwise, it would have been taken already. But even with soft attack methods such as smoke bombs and gas bombs, the encirclement is still shrinking. About there. It's time to make a move. In the starry sky of the distant universe, the Trisolaran civilization fleet Archon watched everything that happened on the Earth, calmly sending out brain waves. Break this team. Let the Ito organization capture 0-0-1512. Yes. The Trisolaran researcher stretched out his star-like tentacles, and lightly clicked two buttons. Next moment, the Earth has re-accepted the three intelligences of the two-dimensional unfolded electrons. Sun, it is another shot. The pitch-black field of vision came back to everyone in the mobile task force. The world is dark. On the retinas of the members of the Ito organization on the opposite side, a 3D transparent image of the interior of the entire damaged ship suddenly appeared. This is Xuan. Amazing. Lord. Almighty Lord. Have you finally noticed me? For the Lord. For the three-body problem. Eliminate human tyranny, the world belongs to the three bodies. Looking at the message Xuan sent to them, many members of the Ito organization frantically launched an attack. On the other side, after the eyesight is blocked, even if the mobile task force has full body force, they are completely unable to display it at this time. The battle is almost on one side. No. I can't hold it anymore. Looking at everything on the battlefield on the sea surface in the distance, many important figures in Daxia and the military leaders are completely impatient. How long will it take for the exercise fleet to arrive? Report, sir, at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Looking back at the picture from the satellite, looking at the members of the Edo organization who have narrowed the distance to less than 10 meters, they are really anxious. Let alone 20 minutes. 5 minutes may not be able to hold it. Quick! Make them hurry up. The ants on the hot pan can't describe their inner anxiety. Even Da Shi, Ding Yi, and Wang Miao were all red-eyed at this moment. Are you going to lose it again? 0-0-1512, 800. Although the 0-0-087 endless stairwell was also taken away last time, it is still in the hands of humans. But now this one is different. If 0-0-1512 is captured by the three-body civilization, it is definitely the worst result. None of them. But no matter how anxious they are now, it is of no use at all. The battleship in the distance is advancing rapidly, the distance is very far. And on the battlefield, many Edo speedboats have already approached the broken submarine. Bang! A ladder was thrown from the speedboat, and the extended claws tightly grasped the broken hull. A member of the Edo organization rushed forward with eyes full of fanaticism. Hold on! Don't let them take away 0-0-1512. Jane Weiss roared, her eyes closed tightly, and she was heroic. Several members of the Edo organization rushed up and pressed them to the ground. However, no matter how strong the mobile task force is, they can't resist when they are severely injured, their vision is locked, and their physical strength is exhausted. Retreat steadily. Members of mobile task forces continue to be mobbed and captured. In the end, only Jane Weiss and Alon Curry, 4 and a few other people were still fighting desperately. There are even some members of the Edo organization who have given up fighting, took out pens and paper, and began to follow the description of the three-body civilization, besides 0-0-1512. Simulate complex mathematical formulas. Seeing this scene, under the stars in the distance, the bodies of many Trisolaran civilizations shone with transcendent light. If they had 5 senses, they would already be smiling. The 2 mobile task forces have been settled and almost stabilized. Nothing can stop them anymore. Number 19 SCP Weird Fund Containment 0-0-1512 Irrational Root. It's their Trisolaran civilization. When Huaxia saw all this, the eyes of countless big shots were tearing apart, their expressions were anxious, and their faces were ugly. And when they were extremely anxious and restless, they could only watch helplessly as 0-0-1512 was taken away by Safan and members of the Edo organization from the Trisolaran civilization. A stray bullet, coming from nowhere, pierced the number 2 arm who was desperately researching the formula to maintain the peace of 0-0-1512 irrational roots. Blood, along with flesh and blood, spilled on the pure white mathematical formula. In front of number 2, the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root that originally spread out 2 small tentacles and sketched on the white paper was suddenly splashed with blood. 0-0-1512 The unreasonable root froze for a while. Slowly bow your head. Looking at the mathematical formula blurred by blood, 0-0-1512 fell silent. The next moment, originally slowly twisting and curling, like a group of 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots growing peacefully on the hull of the ship, it suddenly shook violently. The next moment, an unimaginably terrifying brawn noise suddenly broke out on the vast sea. Chapter 64. Huge noise, sweeping the world. The noise came so suddenly. Almost everyone was caught off guard. The powerful brawn noise emanates from the strange monster like a brain, like a tsunami, unscrupulous. The shattered wreckage of the submarine trembled, the sea was bubbling like boiling, and countless precision instruments made crackling sounds in an instant. And the first to be affected are the few Edo members who tried to prove the mathematical theory. What? There was no time to react at all, their ears and eyes exploded like red balloons, and the capillaries all over their bodies couldn't bear the surging blood, as if they were blooming in pieces. As if they were hit by a heavy hammer, they turned into a puddle of mud and flew out. Even in the air, they had already lost their vitality. What? What is this? Damn it! Not just them, other Ito members are not much better. The terrifying brawn noise was like a hell chant. Under the impact of powerful energy, almost everyone was screaming. Their brains hummed violently, their limbs trembled crazily, their hearts seemed to be thrown into a blender, and they kept hitting. Puff puff! They screamed, their bodies were covered in blood, and the blood vessels and muscles all over their bodies were shattered. The most frightening thing is that the root system of 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots has also begun to grow. 8m/s growth rate let the curly and tangled branches shoot out like spears. A member of Ito couldn't recover at all, and was nailed to death in the air. Tick! Tick! Asterisk! Blood dripping. Accompanied by a huge explosion, a tentacle of the grown 0-0-1512 unreasonable root rose up, completely crushing the already shattered submarine wreckage on the spot. In just a few short breaths, it suddenly turned into a group of terrifying monsters with a length and width of nearly 1,000 meters from the original range of less than 10 meters. The pungent viscous breath spreads. Shadows are reflected in the pupils. Members of many Ito organizations almost petrified on the spot. My God! What's this? Although it is said that the Lord asked them to contain a monster, can this thing really appear on the earth? Like the brain, floating above the sea, it is as big as a mountain. The reddish-brown root system is twisted, and the grey pungent mucus floats on the sea surface like oil, and it actually floats by this. Only the members of the mobile task force felt something was wrong the moment they saw 0-0-1512 stiff, and hurriedly lay down on the ground or jumped into the sea, narrowly avoiding most of the noise impact. But even so, they were still bleeding from their mouths and noses, and their already seriously injured bodies were completely broken, and they no longer had the ability to continue fighting. The occurrence of this scene stunned everyone. With one roar, all directions are destroyed. Not only the members of the Ito organization, but even the people in Huaxia were shocked. But after a brief shock, they immediately became anxious again. Although 0-0-1512 unreasonable root seems to have fallen into a state of rage, temporarily solving the containment of Ito, but it is obviously not a long-term solution. 0-0-1512 is indeed powerful, but if it really fights, it is destined not to be the opponent of the three-body civilization. Because as the crystallization of the wisdom of the Trisolaran civilization, Xuan 0-0-1512 has an insurmountable dimensional gap. That's dimension. Unless Xuans are deployed in three-dimensional space or two-dimensional space, no matter how strong 0-0-1512 is, even his most powerful ultra-high hardness will not be able to make any progress at all. Place. Especially after those 2 MTF containment. With that special containment method, they couldn't clearly see what the members of the mobile task force wrote on the paper, but Xuan and the Trisolaran civilization definitely could see it clearly. By now most of you have learned the true containment method of 0-0-1512. Today's Xuans have no difficulty in dealing with 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots. As predicted. Looking at the 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots in a berserk state, among the distant universe galaxies, the four-colored Trisolarans, there is no big fluctuation at all. Start containment. Execution plan. Yes. One order after another, through quantum entanglement, the sky is instantaneous. Host. This is the instruction of the Lord. How can I be so virtuous that I can let the Lord personally issue orders? A member of the Ito organization looked at the order displayed on the retina, tears filled their eyes, folded their hands together, and knelt down on the ground excitedly. After getting up again, the panic and fear in their eyes had long since disappeared. Instead, there is unimaginable frenzy and madness. Host. For my Lord. Come on. 0-0-1512. They yelled, wore gas masks, drove speedboats, completely ignored the corrosive slime, and launched an attack on 0-0-1512 frantically. Instead of continuing to attack with guns, they took out paper and pens, and kept calculating and writing the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure beside the 0-0-1512 irrational root. These people are naturally not all mathematicians, and few understand such complicated topics. But with Xuan's help, they don't have to think at all. Just write down the numbers and pictures on the retina. Facing the berserk 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, they drove the speedboat and kept shuttling, and every time they narrowly escaped the tentacles of 0-0-1512. The huge tentacles curl and change direction, stirring up large waves. But pass by every time. It's dodgeable every time. Dangerous every time. Seeing that it was about to hit, but in the end it couldn't hit no matter what. Seeing all of this, countless high-ranking people in Huaxia were dumbfounded. How is this going? How did they escape the attack of the unreasonable root? You must know that when the 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots in a berserk state were on the Nanliu Islands, they also faced it. In this state, the speed of 0-0-1512 will be greatly enhanced. Even the king of the special forces with the quickest response will not be able to escape at all. And now, how do members of these Edo groups do it? Can you avoid the 0-0-1512 attack so easily? Even, still in a boat situation. Countless people looked dull, only Ding Yi and many other top scientists in Daxia had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Compared with many big figures and military leaders in Daxia, their research on Xuan's and four-dimensional space is more profound. Seeing the battle scene in the distance, they immediately understood the reason. What's wrong? Do you know the reason for all this? Does she hurriedly asked. Should know. Looking at the Edo personnel who were constantly avoiding 0-0-1512, Ding Yi clenched his fists with an extremely ugly face. I didn't expect Xuan to be so tricky. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep 0-0-1512 now. Brother, why are you playing charades here? Get to the point. Dashi asked anxiously. Regardless of Dashi's rudeness, Ding Yi stared at the screen. If I'm not wrong, it's not that Ito escaped the attack of 0-0-1512, but that Xuan is on the timeline of the four-dimensional space, predicted the attack direction of 0-0-1512 in advance. Four-dimensional space? Timeline? Prediction? Dashi's eyes widened, not understanding anything. The two-dimensional space is the length and width, and the three-dimensional space is the length, width, and height. You all know this, right? Each dimension has one more factor than the previous one. Then what is more in the four-dimensional space than in the three-dimensional space? It is very simple, that is time. On the distant sea, many members of the Edo organization became more and more proficient at evading. 0-0-1512 The unreasonable routes have expanded to a range of several kilometers, and the curly branches that spread out are like the demons from hell descending. But what stunned everyone was that these branches and root systems could not touch any Edo organization member boats at all. They drove a speedboat on the sea, no matter how 0-0-1512 attacked them, they could easily escape at the most critical moment. You can even take out the pen and paper, and constantly calculate and write complex mathematical and physical formulas containing 0-0-1512 irrational roots. Just as we look at two-dimensional space, everything can be seen at a glance, and there is nothing to hide from us at all. And we look at our three-dimensional space from four-dimensional space. It's just like this. Ding Yi stared at the picture, her heart was completely chilled. Length, width, height, and the timeline. From the perspective of Xuan in the four-dimensional space, everything is easy and predictable. But we can't understand everything in four-dimensional space. Just as a point is the center, you can draw two perpendicular lines on a piece of paper, but you can never draw three perpendicular lines. But in three-dimensional space, you can easily draw three vertical lines. And at a point in three-dimensional space, you can only draw three vertical lines at most, but you can never draw the fourth line. But in four-dimensional space, you can draw the fourth line as easily as comparing two-dimensional and three-dimensional. This line is time. Xuan's in the fourth dimension can easily see time. Wait. Dashi's head was a little muddled, and he stared at Dashi, what point is straight and vertical, speak human words. Okay. Then use a simple metaphor. In the eyes of the four-dimensional space, everything in the entire three-dimensional space is like a movie. Ding Yi said with an ugly face. And Safan can pull the progress bar of the movie forward, and clearly see what you are going to do next. But Safan's mass is too small to pull the progress bar too long, and it can only be watched in a short period of time, but it is enough. 0-0-1512 is a three-dimensional existence after all, and every step of it is transparent to the three-body eye. Progress bar. Hearing this, Dashi finally understood, and his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Predict future? Watch everything like a progress bar? This, how to fight. But it's not right, even if Safan sees everything clearly, it won't be able to interfere, Ga. Can Safan engrave words in his eyes for the Edo people to see? Dashi's eyes widened. That's a light spot. Ding Yi stared at the screen. At this time, the Edo team has become more and more proficient, cleverly avoiding the attack of 0-0-1512, and at the same time constantly writing mathematical formulas. Under the influence of the hyperbolic non-Euclidean geometry of the 1512 structure, the movement of 0-0-1512 obviously started to slow down. Come. Then why didn't we know that Safans can predict the future? Why didn't Safans show it before? Some dignitaries in the council hall asked anxiously. Ding Yi clenched his fists tightly and watched the battle at sea, but didn't reply. On the contrary, Wang Miao, who was beside him, turned pale and smiled wryly. Why? Because they think we are unworthy. Not worthy. Those two simple words made all the high-ranking Huxia executives and big shots present change their faces. Although I don't want to admit it, this is Trisolaris' attitude towards Earth civilization all along. You are bugs. After knowing this, almost all the high-level Huxia officials are a little desperate. What else can deal with this Safan? The existence of 11 dimensions can freely enter the 9 dimensions, which means that the quality of Safan's body is too small. If it is true that if the mass is greater, it can perfectly enter the 4-dimensional space, then the entire human race will have absolutely no chance of winning. Beyond 1 dimension. That's already the domain of God. It is obviously just a small proton, not even an atom, but in front of them, it is like a deep chasm hanging above the Milky Way. Like a moat. The Huaxia side was silent, and everyone was completely shocked by the power displayed by the three-body civilized wise man. However, the more shocking thing is yet to come. As the war progressed, the brain mutation of 0-0-1512 began to affect the actions of members of the Edo organization, causing their direction cognition to become confused. But Safan actually relied on his own thinking, vision, and powerful computing power to calculate the wrong plan that these people should have been correct, and it was reflected on their retinas. This has become the theory that negatives make positives. Even if they have confused direction and confused actions, as long as they can happen in the future, they will all be rewritten on the right path. Seeing all this, everyone in Huaxia is almost desperate. And at this moment, the fleet sent another message. Report, sir. The three-body civilization sent 2 other Safans to go together, blocking the sight of everyone in the exercise fleet. There are 3 on the battlefield, 3 on the exercise fleet. A full 6 Safans were dispatched. This is almost half of the Safans and the number of Trisolaran civilizations, right? Seeing this scene, the hearts of almost all the high-ranking officials in Huaxia went cold. 6 Safans block 0-0-1512. This is, how to fight. As time went by, 0-0-1512's unreasonable route was forcibly stabilized, and its body gradually shrank, from a size of several thousand meters to a size of about 100 meters. Right. Feeling all this, all ETD members are excited. 3-body immortality. Destroy human tyranny. The world belongs to 3 bodies. Seeing this scene, the fleet consul also laughed in the distant space starry sky. 0-0-1512? Really good. But so what if you go berserk? How could it be Tomoko's opponent? Command, don't let Ito delay too much, quickly contain 0-0-1512. After receiving the order, the encirclement circle of the Edo people shrunk and became smaller, gradually suppressing it back to a radius of about 10 meters. And just when everything was proceeding as planned by everyone in the three-body civilization, 0-0-1512, who was originally immersed in calculation and mathematics problems, suddenly seemed to notice something. 0-0-1512 Raise your head, and your sight came to a void of high-dimensional space. Here it sees 3 dots. These 3 small dots are circling crazily around it at an extremely fast speed. 0-0-1512 raises a tentacle. At this moment, the tentacle exploded at an unimaginable speed in a very short period of time, before a small point could react. He pumped heavily on it. The next moment, in the Trisolaran civilization fleet 4 light-years away, an incredible brainwave suddenly came out. Among the members of the Edo organization, the words in the eyes of Trinity disappeared, and the whole world began to become clear again. Click! There was a crisp sound in the void. Then a particle that was traveling rapidly in the 4-dimensional space was in a daze for a few moments. The next moment, a grey 2-dimensional layer covering the entire Earth unfolded between the sky and the Earth. And it is filled with cracks within 100,000th of a second. Then, there was a crisp sound. Tomoko. Broken. Chapter 65. Strands of silk whiskers fluttered down one after another, like catkins, reflecting the light of the sun. The sky seemed to have a rainstorm of transparent silk threads. At this moment, half of the countries near the Pacific Ocean can clearly see the sparkling rain falling around them. The flashing filaments, fleeting, gathered into piles and floated down, spreading a tiny flash of light on the ground. People from countless different countries raised their heads and looked at the sky suspiciously. What is this? Silk. Their doubts did not last long, because the silk threads in these fringe areas disappeared quickly. Or fall to the ground with the geomagnetic influence, or be blown to all parts of the world with the wind. Only in the sea areas and islands near 0-0-1512, these line fragments fell like a torrential rain, reflecting the glare of the sun. This is, what the hell? Dashi stared dumbfounded at the silk thread falling down like catkins, and stretched out his hand to grab it, but it was in vain. Catkin. Dashi is suspicious here, and beside him, many scientists such as Ding Yi and Wang Miao are also a little confused. This. What is it? Transparent filaments are falling down one after another. It is so huge, like a cloud, covering all directions, even easily covering the entire Nanliu Islands. But these things are much lighter than clouds, even an ant can easily push the silk whiskers the size of this cloud. No one can know what this actually means. Only 1/3 of the members of the Edo organization in the distant seas and the Trisolaran civilization in the distant space exist, and their expressions have changed wildly. How can that be? In the Azure Beehive Hall, countless stars of the three-body Wen suddenly stood up. Their bodies shine with 3-color luster, like ripples on the surface of a perfect work of art. Looking at the dimmed screen ahead, dozens of Trisolaran civilization researchers felt dizzy for a while. What happened? What just happened? Why is this happening? Too suddenly. Everything is so sudden. People on Earth don't know what those transparent silk threads are, but they know them clearly. This happened to me when I first made Tomoko. That transparent sight that reflects the sun's rays is nothing else. It is the fragments of siphons unfolded on the 2-dimensional level. It took less than 100,000th of a second for the siphon to show its 2-dimensional form from the collapse of chaos to its shattering. The plane outlined by lines without thickness collapsed, enough to cover the entire Earth in 0-30 degrees. Part of the silk thread was taken away by the solar particle storm, but the rest floated towards the Earth under the gravitational force of the Earth. But how is this going? Why siphon breaks? No one can react. Even the 4-color Trisolaran, the fleet consul, who was the leader floating in the center of the Azure Hive, was stunned at this moment. The colorful ripples of confidence stayed on the surface of the body. After dozens of seconds, he finally reacted. Just now. What happened? 0-0-1512, crushed siphon. The 4-colored 3-body star, the fleet consul suddenly raised his head, and his brain waves fluctuated violently. What happened? You must know that the Xuan was moving in the four-dimensional space just now, and has never unfolded in the three-dimensional space. Why was it smashed? Replay screen. The brainwaves of the four-color Trisolaran at the head fluctuated rapidly. In the era of evolution, they had already abandoned emotions such as anxiety, panic, and horror. If there were any, he must be full of fear and anger at this time. Obey. A Trisolaris researcher hastily took action, calling up the picture before Xuan's shattering. 3 small dots kept shuttling around the huge red-brown monster. One of the Xuans is traveling quickly, engraving words on the retinas of each Ito member at the speed of light. And just when it was the closest to 0-0-1512 about 1/10 of a meter, a reddish-brown tentacle suddenly rushed out from 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. Its speed is extremely fast, and the timing of its selection is excellent. Even a Xuan that moves at the speed of light cannot avoid it, so it can only helplessly re-expand in a higher dimension and integrate into the fourth dimension. Although it still seemed to be hitting, Xuan didn't care. Because now its body is already in a higher four-dimensional dimension, and what is here is just a projection of a Xuan in a three-dimensional space. As long as the Xuan doesn't want to, anything in the three-dimensional space can't reach it. It's like something in a comic, you can never jump out and touch it. However, just after Xuan's three-dimensional projection encountered the 0-0-1512 irrational route, something unexpected happened. 0-0-1512 The tentacles that curled and changed direction suddenly became deeper. The original reddish-brown turned into pure red without any sign. Accompanied by the faint sound of heartbeat and mammalian blood flowing, 0-0-1512 became as crystal clear as a blood-colored diamond. Then, in the stunned eyes of all the Trisolarans, they blatantly slammed on Xuan in the four-dimensional space. This is impossible. This is four-dimensional space. How did he do that? Totally incomprehensible. This does not conform to any currently known laws of physics. The surface colors of a Trisolaran star shine brightly, and the brain waves send out unbelievable fluctuations. You must know that Xuan was traveling in the four-dimensional space just now. How could this 0-0-1512 irrational route hit Xuan? It's ridiculous. This feeling is like one day a character in a comic book suddenly jumped out of the two-dimensional plane and punched you. How incredible this is! But no matter how confused or unbelievable everyone in the three-body civilization is, the screen display is clearly placed here. Silence them all. According to the test, the physical hardness of the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route broke through 99999 G-PA in an instant. A Trisolaran civilization researcher read out the results of the instrument detection with a complicated appearance. 99999 G-PA? The cabin of the entire Trisolaran civilization fleet fell silent. Even all the brain waves are gone. Everyone's hearts are completely sluggish. How could this be so? Does something with a physical hardness of 99999 GPa really exist in the universe? With this level of hardness, apart from high-dimensional weapons, what else in the three-dimensional world can break it? And relying on this hardness, with a three-dimensional body, smashed the Xuan in the four-dimensional space? This hardness is too unreasonable. On the side of the three-body civilization, everyone fell into a momentary confusion, and they couldn't believe it here. And here on Earth, 0-0-1512 is not idle. In the wisdom of 0-0-1512, it can't understand what the just broken Xuan is, and it doesn't know what it smashed. It's just still like a beast, chaotic and ignorant, destroying everything around it recklessly. And 0-0-1512 has not changed much from before, and the scarlet tentacles have also returned to their original shape. But beside him, the one-third of the Ito members who didn't have Xuan's reminder were a little dumbfounded. What happened? What about hints? Why is the Lord's prompt missing? The light in their eyes faded. The words collapsed, the rules dissipated, and the world returned to its original appearance. Without Xuan's observations and reminders at the four-dimensional level, these members of the Ito organization, who were originally very chic, suddenly went blind. A twisted root system spread, tearing the air and sweeping in. Before this, relying on Siphon's tips and budget, they could easily avoid everything, but now they can only watch here as the root system expands in front of them. What? Do not! Lord! Lord! Why have you abandoned us? A member of the Ito organization screamed, and was killed by 0-0-1512 unreasonable root almost instantly. Toxic gas, corrosion, brain mutation, and disorientation all rushed to the head. In just a few short breaths, more than half of the Ito members without Siphon's help exploded into the sky. The blood-colored flowers filled the air, illuminating the bodies of Siphons scattered in the air, and it seemed that the whole world was dyed blood-colored. How can that be? What happened? The other members of the Ito organization were dumbfounded. And the people on Huaxia's side were a little stunned. What happened? What happened? Why so many members of the Ito organization who suddenly gained the upper hand died? Only Ding Yi, who knows the most about Siphons among many scientists, raised his head in amazement, his eyes shone with a frightening light under his hairy head like Einstein's. Wait! These filaments, couldn't they be two-dimensional Siphons? A two-dimensional Siphon? Many scientists around hurriedly looked over with questioning eyes. Ding Yi looked at -0 to 1512 who were constantly killing on the big screen, and carefully counted the number of people. After a while, his whole body trembled, with unbelievable ecstasy in his eyes. 1/3. 0-0-1512 killed a full third of the members of the Ito organization. When these 1/3 of the members were killed, their eyes were extremely panicked. There were no rules at all, as if they had lost Siphon's reminder. And the number of Siphons arriving on the battlefield is a full 3. Do you still remember the tiny twisted mass in the void earlier? That might be the collapse of the Siphon. The mass of a Siphon is inherently small, but its two-dimensional expansion area is very large. Ding Yi raised her head, looking at the thin transparent silk threads swaying in the wind, with madness and unbelievable ecstasy in her eyes. Don't you feel that these silk threads are very similar to the Siphons that were unfolded in 2 dimensions before? Tomoko. Broken? Hearing this, all Huaxia scientists were stunned. They hurriedly raised their heads to observe the silk threads in the air, because their brains were running rapidly. After a short moment, they all suddenly became excited. Perhaps there really is a Siphon broken. These transparent silk threads have almost no mass. Such a huge area has no mass. In today's world, only Siphons can achieve it. Because even the clouds are. It is composed of countless water vapors, and the two-dimensional level of a Siphon is enough to cover the entire Earth, but its mass is just a proton. They suddenly raised their heads, with incredible fanaticism in their eyes. Tomoko. Really crushed. 0-0-1512, how did it work? I thought that facing Siphon, 0-0-1512 would be at a disadvantage, not an opponent at all, but I didn't expect 0-0-152 to smash a Siphon. A Siphon has been crushed, unprecedented, unprecedented. Ding Yi looked at the battlefield in the distance with an excited expression, and the look in the eyes of 0-0-1512 was already the same as looking at a junior high school girl whom she had a crush on for decades. That kind of lingering, that kind of longing, that kind of excitement. You know, this is the first time to crush Siphon after the confrontation between human civilization and Trisolaran civilization. Not just Ding Yi. Now all the scientists, from old men in their 70s to 80s, to middle-aged men in their 30s, are all excitedly staring at the brain dancing wildly on the sea. Strange containment. The existence of Siphons has caused too much damage to human civilization. It forced Yang Dong and other most outstanding scientists to death, and even blocked the basic science of the Earth, making them human beings fall into an absolute endless loop. And now, a Siphon was crushed. 0-0-1512 actually has the ability to crush Siphons. What does that mean? This means that human civilization is very likely to break the technological blockade of Trisolaran civilization. As expected of Mr. Ji Xian. As expected of the Wallfacer elected by the entire human civilization. To be able to even know and predict such horrible things. Really strong to the extreme. After understanding the meaning of all this, almost all the big shots and bosses present went crazy. Bright eyes. I thought 0-0-1512 was very precious, but I didn't expect it to be so precious. No wonder the Trisolaran civilization sent so many Siphons here. Quick! All the fleets are moving forward at full speed and setting sail. Even if you can't see them, you must advance. The hope of human civilization is right in front of us, and we must not be taken away by the three-body civilization. The plane set sail. Set it to automatic mode. If the vision is useless, then rely on the feeling. For the future of mankind. Space satellites began to move, preparing to calculate the crash site. From now on, all Huaxia space satellites can retire early and select their crash site as a battle. This group of Edo members must be wiped out. For Daxia. For humanity. For Earth civilization. On Huaxia's side, Gong Yi and countless other scientists and bigwigs fell into a state of frenzy. And in the distant universe, many existences of the Trisolaran civilization are also a little anxious. They clearly understand the role of 0-0-1512 on human civilization. No matter what, human civilization must not be allowed to have 0-0-1512. Let the other two Siphons speed up, run supermodels, observe the movement of 0-0-1512 in the four-dimensional space, and must quickly contain 0-0-1512. This is the command of the Lord. Yes. Accompanied by the order issued. The remaining members of the Edo organization became more and more fearless. For the Lord. For the three-body civilization. Destroy human tyranny. They roared wildly and charged. Siphons are crazily operating in four-dimensional space, and even rare supermodels are running. However, just when all containment is in full swing, 0-0-1512 suddenly shot at the moment when no one could react. Even the quilt. Two scarlet blood-like roots spread out, with a light like blood-colored diamonds. Snapped. Snapped. Two crisp sounds. The two Siphons, which were running extremely fast and supermodel, suddenly froze in the void of the four-dimensional space. Next moment, the two-dimensional planes covering the entire eastern hemisphere suddenly unfolded at a level that was almost without thickness, and they were filled with cracks crazily within 100,000th of a second. A series of electronic etching lines emerge. Then, exploded with a bang. The void fills. A bigger filament crystal rainstorm falls. Seeing all this, Dashi took off the cigarette from his mouth dully. This shit. Has Trisolaran gone bankrupt? Chapter 66. If it is said that when a Siphon was shattered, the transparent silk threads were just swaying like catkins. That's snowing now. White transparent silk threads are falling down from the sky. They are intertwined vertically and horizontally, like goose feathers falling, and the white feathers are fine nuclear force fields, which reflect the visible light of the sun, beautiful and beautiful. This time, people from all Eastern Hemisphere countries saw it all. They raised their hands curiously to touch the crystal creation. What they didn't know was that this was the first time they'd seen something extraterrestrial, and the first time they'd seen something that wasn't made of atoms. Each of the goose feathers and heavy snow all over the entire Eastern Hemisphere is a small part of those two protons. What's wrong? Looking at the two Siphons that were broken one after another, everyone in the Trisolaran fleet was dumbfounded. Although their race has abandoned negative emotions such as anger and shock that are not conducive to the survival of civilization during the long three-body evolution. But now, they still feel like they are going crazy. And, two Siphons were crushed? How is this going? Adding the previous one, a total of 3 Siphons were sunk here by 0-0-1512 UN Legion. What exactly is the language of the 5th Wallfacer? You must know that their Trisolaran civilization has sent a total of 12 Siphons to the Earth for so many years. Each one is extremely precious. The construction funds selected by any Siphon are enough to build a super large-scale space fleet, and it took them tens of thousands of three-body time to create the crystallization of wisdom. But now, on the Earth, on a civilized planet that they thought were bugs, 3 bombs were smashed in one day. How can that be? Here in the three-body civilization fleet, countless people fell into a sluggish state, while on the other side of Earth Huaxia, the degree of horror is no less than that of the three-body problem. Seeing the unreasonable root of 0-0-1512 killing Ito wantonly on the sea, they all stared wide-eyed. Just, what happened? 0-0-1512, destroyed 2 more Siphons. Everyone raised their heads, and the sky was full of clouds and catkins. They rubbed their eyes hard. Blocked the earth for so many years. The Siphon who makes the entire human civilization helpless. At once. So 3 were smashed? Ding Yi raised her head, gulped her saliva with a thud, stretched out her hand tremblingly to catch a piece of fragment that could hardly feel the quality at all. Her eyes were full of shock and unbelievableness. But soon, Ding Yi laughed. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! He leaned back and forth laughing, his hair was flying all over his head, tears were streaming down his face. We're worms! We're worms! I don't know how you feel after being bitten by a bug. As time goes by, it's not just Ding Yi. Almost all the remaining Huxia existences are all excited. Destroyed 2 more Siphons. 0-0-1512 awesome. Mr. Wallfacer is awesome. Ha 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 ha. I was worried that the unreasonable roots of 0-0-1512 would be taken away by the three-body civilization, making the situation worse. They were even in a hurry here, and wanted to send people to help, but they didn't expect it. 0-0-1512 actually beat up Tomoko here. 0-0-1512, who thought he would be suppressed by the Siphons, unexpectedly crushed 3 Siphons abruptly. Where do we need their assistance? It's almost as good as 0-0-1512 to assist them. How did Mr. Ji Xuan predict such a horrible thing? Worthy of being a Wallfacer. T0-0-1512. Looking at the battlefield in the distance, all the high-level officials and big shots laughed, laughing incomparably carefree and comfortable. Although I don't know how 0-0-1512's unreasonable root smashed the Siphons, but a total of 3 Siphons were lost in one battle. Even if they will feel distressed for a long time, so angry. I thought he was being taken away, but I didn't expect that 0-0-1512 beat Tomoko violently. Ha ha ha. Well done, well done. Is this the strange containment of SCP? I am looking forward to what Mr. Ji Xuan will reveal next. Exciting. Over the years, they have endured the silent contempt and condescending gaze of the Trisolaran civilization. But now, finally, a product of the Earth's civilization came back to win the game, and they let out a bad breath. Mr. Wallfacer is amazing. Brother Ji Xuan is so strong. He can even predict this kind of thing. On the deck, Da Shi also spat vigorously, looking at the calm sea. He hugged the excited Wang Miao, looking excited. It can be regarded as having a hand with this Siphon. Having lost so many Siphons, the Trisolaran civilization must not die of anger. Isn't that for sure? Ha ha ha. Da Shi and Wang Miao were right. In the distant outer space, the entire 300 Trisolaran civilization fleet fell into silence. Unimaginable silence. There are many Trisolaran civilizations in the center of the fleet hive, and there is anger boiling in their hearts. This anger wasn't just because Siphon was destroyed. More because of the sentence defined. They were overwhelmed by bugs. In the confrontation between 2 civilizations, they were actually defeated once by a civilization that couldn't even touch the 4-dimensional space. The ripples and colors on almost all Trisolaran's bodies are disorderly and chaotic. Especially the leader of the 4-color 3-body star, the fleet consul, is constantly fluctuating in body. This is the Siphon. It is a detector. There is no effective means of attack, it is only suitable for investigation. But if any starship is switched over, any attack weapon can definitely give 0-0-1512 a fatal blow. How about your hardness, how about infinite growth? You must know that the 3-body civilization is already at the pinnacle level of super civilization. The involvement of dimensions, from 0 dimension to 11 dimensions, fully touched 9 dimensions. It is no exaggeration to say that every weapon on the Trisolaran civilization fleet is enough to penetrate the entire Earth in an instant, even the Sun is no exception. Proper starburst level weapon. Even the seemingly insignificant drop of water sent out has the power to crush the civilization of the Earth. But now, I don't know how long it took for the turbulent brainwaves in the Trisolaran fleet to calm down slowly. The four-color three-body starman in the lead immediately issued an order. Call all the Sophons to the past. No matter what happens today, this 0-0-1512 must be fully contained. The three-body civilization cannot possibly fail. Obviously, the fleet consul is already on top, his brain waves don't fluctuate too much, and his body surface doesn't have any color waves, but any Trisolaran star can clearly hear the killing intent. However, a researcher soon responded with an ugly appearance. Sorry, sir, this may not be possible. Just now, all the members of the Ito organization near 0-0-1512 have been killed. Although we can project commands on marine fish, I don't think we can use this to contain 0-0-1512. Then continue to dispatch, let them hurry up. Yes. In the distant outer space, the three-body civilization wanted to mobilize a group of Itos to contain 0-0-1512 again, but it was obviously too late. Huaxia's high-level officials acted almost immediately after the collapse of the three-body civilization Mingzi. The fleet, which was not far away from the beginning, is advancing crazily. This time, let us take advantage of it. I'm ashamed to say that, in the battle between the mobile task force and the three-body civilization, we were the ones who took advantage. Dashi, what are you talking about? This is the first one we took in Daxia. Ha ha ha. You are right. Hurry up. Hurry up, hurry up, 0-0-1512 containment is complete. In the fleet, countless people were excitedly discussing that today is really a good day, smashing the Sophon of the three-body civilization, and taking in 0-0-1512, which has not been resolved for more than half a month, and even captured 2 mobile specials alive. Detachment. However, just when Daxia and the three-body civilization Ito were rushing there. 0-0-1512 near unreasonable route, a piece of water suddenly broke open. Then a whole 3 nuclear submarines with 3 concentric rings and arrows facing inwards emerged. Bang! The nuclear submarine opened wide, and an old man in his 60s and 70s, wearing a white coat and wearing a gas mask, jumped out of it, shouting in anger. Hurry up! Hurry up and act! Part go to Angle Grinders, Angle Grinder Squad. Ms. Jane Weiss must not be left behind. Another team goes to the mole rats at the next friend station, Mole Squad. The rest hurry up and contain 0-0-1512. For the rest, go and see if Ito is still alive, no matter whether it is dead or alive, give me a shot. This group of bastards who disturb our containment are unlucky. I still need a site supervisor to come out to contain it in person, and next time I say anything, I have to ask the higher UPS to send more people. The old man spat towards the sea and cursed. That's right. This person is not someone else. It is Dr. Alto Clef, the director in charge of Thetan 90-1, the nearest large SCP Weird Foundation site. Almost as soon as the old man's voice fell, hundreds of heavily armed Foundation sea-level action specialists appeared. Under the command of Dr. Alto Clef, they acted in an orderly manner. Those who write math problems write math problems, those who are looking for people look for people. Dozens of frogmen popped up almost immediately, armed with guns and live ammunition, and they rushed towards the Ito members at sea. Seeing all this, Huaxia and the three-body civilization were all dumbfounded. What's the matter? Where did they come from? Yen. Why didn't the radar detect it? And why are there so many nuclear submarines? Wait a minute, their actions are too fast. They're about to finish containment. Dr. Alto Clef's reputation as a site director who has been dealing with weird SCP objects all the year round is not in vain. But in just a few minutes, he contained the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route in the shape of a head and a singularity. The child was locked in a black box. The 2 mobile task forces and many members were also found. Fortunately, I have breath and can be saved. Dr. Altoclef breathed a sigh of relief after wiping Jane Weiss' pulse. After saying this, Dr. Altoclef didn't have any intention of moaning. He waved his hand and picked up a handful of Siphon's two-dimensional fragments. His eyes twinkled, and he turned around gracefully. Okay. Withdraw. Seeing this scene, whether it is the three-body civilization or Daxia, everyone is in a hurry. Wait. Don't go yet. Gah. The three nuclear submarines sank into the sea calmly, and disappeared at the same speed. Not only was Huaxia's Baidu 7-star satellite unable to locate, even Siphon of the three-body civilization suddenly lost track after following half of it. It's just gone. In Huaxia, the corners of the mouths of many big figures twitched, trembling with anger. During this day, their mood really felt like they had gone through a roller coaster with ups and downs and bumps. But in the face of the weird nuclear submarine of the Mobile Task Force, no matter how anxious they are, it is useless. By the time the Huaxia fleet rushed over, there were only a lot of wreckage and corpses left on the spot, and some 0-0-1512 unreasonable root corrosive grey pungent smells that had not yet dissipated. Slime. As for the traces of the three nuclear submarines and 0-0-1512, they couldn't find a single hair. Seeing all this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. In the end, it was the old man in the Huaxia tunic who smiled wryly and spoke. On the bright side, at least I still have some 0-0-1512 unreasonable root slime in my hand, right? And one thing was also proved today, this so-called Mobile Task Force is not in the same group as the Trisolaran civilization. It also killed 3 Siphons, which is something to be happy about. But, alas! Everyone had no choice but to nod their heads with a wry smile in the end. What else could they do? It could only be like this. Among the high-level officials in Yanjing, many big figures discussed and reviewed today's events. Dashi and others also began to collect the slime left by 0-0-1512 on the Nanliu Islands. After all, 0-0-1512 unreasonable root is so powerful, even mucus has considerable research value. In the distant space, many existences of the three-body civilization were not in a good mood, and they all thought about everything that happened before, and asked Siphon to call up the picture of that section. Watch back. And in the Yanjing compound. Ji Xuan also received the mission report from Dr. Altoclef immediately. Report 05. 0-0-1512 irrational root has been completely contained. Dr. Altoclef's excited voice came from the system. Thank you, Dr. Altoclef. Ji Xuan nodded. No hard work. For humanity. For normality. For the Foundation. We control, we contain, and we protect. Dr. Altoclef replied excitedly. This is the detailed content of 0-0-1512 unreasonable root. It has been sent to your computer. Dear members of the O5 Council, please take a look. In fact, Ji Xuan knew about the whole process of 0-0-1512 irrational root containment. Dr. Altoclef communicated with the channels of the 2 mobile task forces, and he almost synchronous listening. But during the containment process, Ji Xuan didn't command too much. Because although he knows the characteristics of 0-0-1512 unreasonable root, but he is not good at how to really contain it. He has a specialization in technology, and he still believes in this group of mobile task forces and these site doctors. Sure enough, he was not disappointed. Not only successfully contained 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots, but also solved 3 additional Siphons. Although that may be the reason why the Trisolaran civilization took the initiative to die. Holding his chin, Ji Xuan thought silently. Now that the storage for the 19th place has been completed, is it possible to announce the 18th place? After all, if the guess is correct, in the next period of time, Sancity will definitely pay more attention to him. Although it's nothing, it's not a problem to be stared at by the three-body civilization every day. Let's hurry up and announce the 18th place, so that at least I can find something for Sancity. Ji Xuan thought silently. He had already thought about the 18th SCP Strange Fund Containment Object, and it was definitely an unprecedented gift for the main body civilization. Hopefully they won't get too excited. Thinking silently, Xuan opened the mission report door of Dr. Alto Clef. Chapter 67. A neat report appeared in the system panel. This is a report on 0-0-1512 irrational route compiled by Dr. Alto Clef. Xuan clicked to look. Item number, 0-0-1512. Project name, Unreasonable Routes. Object class, Euclid Keter. Special containment procedures, at least 20 security personnel are to be registered at Site Thetan 90-1 at all times, and 4 team members are to maintain Procedure 1512 Alpha at all times. Security personnel should take turns to rest every 5 hours to reduce pressure appropriately. All security personnel must be equipped with hearing protection devices and Class 4 environmental protective clothing with a closed air circulation system. A sufficient number of pencils, writing paper and dextroamphetamine shall be distributed to each team member. Personnel in place should perform manual real-time estimation of the differential pseudo-Riemannian topological asymptote of the 1512 origin, or the hyperbolic Fugiometry of the 1512 structure. The speed and accuracy of these calculations have been shown to directly affect measures of delayed 1512 growth. In addition, these calculations must be performed within 6 m of the origin of 1512 in Station 166. Description: SCP-1512 is a mass of root-like organic matter, resembling a brain in appearance, consisting of a network of intertwined branches and roots. Each root is alive, profusely branched, and curls or turns in an indescribable pattern. The root has a mottled and smooth cortex, which is reddish-brown in color, and secretes a highly corrosive, smelly gray thixotropic mucus. Exposure to this mucus in humans will cause chemical changes in the brain, leading to direction recognition confused. Looking at the neat report, Xuan nodded lightly. 0-0-1512 Unreasonable Routes collective data and content are similar to what he imagined. Even because the more people believe in 980, the stronger the weird containment. 0-0-1512 is a little stronger than he imagined. This can be seen from the fact that it can eliminate 3 Siphons. Very good. What about the casualties this time? Dr. Alto Clef on the other side of the phone fell silent. 83 members died, including 52 D-class members and 31 C-class combatants. Xuan's pupils contracted. Although D-class personnel are expendable personnel, usually from prisoners with violent criminal backgrounds in prisons, especially those on death row, they are also life after all. Especially the C-level personnel, who are the backbone of the Foundation, unexpectedly lost 31 people at once this time. Dear members of the O5 Council, you don't have to be too sad, this is a necessary sacrifice. Dr. Alto Clef said. His tone was firm, and there was an unimaginable fanatical belief in his voice. This is for the safety of all mankind, we must do this, we must contain them. While others live in the sun, we must fight them in the shadows so others can live in a sane, ordinary world. This is the mission of the Foundation. After a pause, Dr. Alto Clef continued, although this world doesn't seem very ordinary. Xuan was silent for a while. After a long time, he calmly spoke. I see. You're doing well, Dr. Alto Clef. In the Yanjing compound, Xuan warmed the wine and made tea, closed his eyes and meditated, and discussed with Dr. Alto Clef in the system many details and abilities about the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. At the same time, he is also thinking about the many settings of the strange containment objects that will be announced on the 18th. And in the distant universe starry sky. The stars are gorgeous. The dark universe is the only ultimate in the universe. The sky is full of stars hanging in the universe, and the shining light illuminates the darkness that is not small. In front of a giant star dozens of times the size of the sun, 300 perfectly round starships flew across. A starship with a size of several tens of miles rushed into the meteorite belt, piercing through with high-energy particles of colorful starlight, and brutally opened a passage millions of kilometers long and wide in the meteorite belt. The Trisolaran civilization fleet flew across. The Eternal Class antimatter particle engine was running rapidly, and colorful particles poured out from the broken meteorite and poured into the starship, turning it into the driving force for advancement. Silence. An unimaginable silence. In the azure hive hull, all the sober people of the Trisolaran civilization watched the route from Xuan over and over again. Even after watching it 100 or 1,000 times, they still don't understand why the 0-0-1512 irrational route in the three-dimensional space can attack the Xuans in the four-dimensional space. Hardness beyond dimensions, does such a thing really exist? Mobile Task Force, Angle Grinders, Mole Rats Moles, Dr. Alto Clef, Dr. Hermann Keter, Site Theta 90-1, Zeta 9. In the center of the azure beehive hall, the fleet consul's body is shining with 4 colors. In the long civilized career, he has long learned to control his emotions. Not long after the war ended, the fleet consul had completely calmed down and carefully analyzed the details. Has Xuan found any information about them? Sorry, sir, regarding the search for these data, Xuan has not been found in any computer or notebook of the Earth civilization. It is unrealistic to say that they seem to have appeared out of thin air. How did they escape Xuan? I don't know for now. An observer responsible for the search replied, it seems that these weird containment objects of SCP appear for no reason. In fact, the reason Xuan couldn't detect the mobile task force and the site was purely because of the system. Facing the suppression of the system, let alone Xuans, even if they come from a high civilization, they may not be able to discover the cause and effect. The fifth Wallfacer, Xuan. The fleet consul was thinking, it's just a small fluctuation, but it has involved so much. He predicted the existence of 2 strange containment objects of SCP, and said its main characteristics. Could this mobile task force that suddenly disappeared and appeared be related to the fifth Wallfacer Xuan, said the fleet consul ask. The members of Trisolaran civilization looked at each other in blank dismay. In the end, it was a highly respected 3-body researcher who spoke up, and he was also the original researcher responsible for 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes. Sir, it should be unlikely. Because since you ordered to pay attention to the fifth Wallfacer, we specially dispatched a Xuan to monitor it. But it turned out to be a pity that he didn't have any abnormalities at all. Not only have there been no phone calls and commands, there is even no contact with the outside world. The only source of information that knows that 0-0-1512 actually appeared and was taken away. It was also informed by a human named Shi Qiang, who expressed quite surprise at this. But this surprise may be a disguise. The fleet consul thought seriously. Is it a disguise? Impossible? How could it be possible to pretend to be so similar? Human beings are not the same as our Trisolaran civilization, have you forgotten? Their saying is not the real thinking. But sir, I still think it is impossible, because the target has never had any communication or dialogue with the outside world, and has never even used a phone, mobile phone, or computer. How to command, the researcher replied. The fleet consul was silent for a while, really unable to refute. After a long time, he seemed to sigh and continued speaking. It seems that Xuan really doesn't have much connection with the mobile task force, but no matter what, we must pay attention to this Xuan in the future. If the next SCP's strange containment appears, it must be known as soon as possible and contained. 0-0-087 The endless stairwell is lost, but 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, you already have the strength to touch the 3-body civilization. And that's just the bottom 2. No matter what, this situation must not be allowed to continue. The containment failure of 0-0-1512 has caused great trauma and danger to our civilization. Yes, sir, I regret this. After a preliminary inspection, from top to bottom, there are 159 people in the system who were responsible for monitoring many things of 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. The researcher replied. What do you want to say? We are all guilty. The fleet consul nodded. Everyone is dehydrated and becomes a source of power in the incinerator. You, just be the fire starter. Yes, thank you, Mr. Consul, this has made my conscience more or less stable. The researcher's body became slightly colorful. Before that, pass on my order and wake up the corresponding personnel who will replace you, and at the same time order the researchers to speed up the speed at which the water droplets reach the Earth. As ordered. In the distant outer space, the Trisolaran civilization paid more attention to Xuan, and began to suspect the relationship between Xuan and the mobile task force. On the Earth, the Huxia big shots and high-level bosses who have actually been intercepted twice are also a little suspicious. If the endless stairwell of 0-0-087 last time, they didn't believe it very much, which led to the incomplete confidentiality work, and it was stolen by the mobile task force. Then the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route is different this time. You must know that after Xuan announced the SCP Weird Foundation this time, they acted almost immediately. Although they felt that Xuan was a bit exaggerated, they still raised the confidentiality regulations to the highest level. It stands to reason that it cannot be known by outsiders. But in the end, he was intercepted by the mobile task force. Even the means they use are more sophisticated, and they know more about the 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes. What the hell is it? As for the connection between the mobile task force and Xuan, it was not unheard of at first. But this speculation was quickly rejected by them. Because Xuan, as a Wallfacer, was completely protected by Huaxia. He was monitored almost 24 hours a day, and even went to the toilet with a heat sensor monitor. While ensuring safety, it is also completely certain that Xuan did not have any abnormal behavior at all. In addition to making wine and drinking tea, I just sit cross-legged and meditate to rest. Not to mention that the command contacted the mobile task force, and he didn't even touch the phone or computer. Under the circumstances, how could Xuan possibly have contact with mobile task force? Is this mobile task force also a kind of SCP Weird Containment? With this idea in mind, among Huaxia, special personnel were dispatched to come. The Trisolaran civilization has also noticed this problem, and they are watching in the distant universe through siphons. The person who came this time was the old man Zhou Bin, the head of Huaxia Nanhai region, and he was accompanied by two people. Hello, Mr. Xuan, this is Zhang Bahai, the political commissar of the destroyer Chang'an, and this is Lu Yunhe, the head of the 6th Division in the South Daxia Sea region. Xiaozhang was the first to discover that 0-0-1512 appeared on the Nanliu Islands, and Xilu participated in the on-site command of 0-0-1512 unreasonable route throughout the entire process. If you have any questions, you can ask them both. Hello, Mr. Xuan. Hello, Mr. Xuan. Zhang Bahai? Xuan's gaze swept past Lu Yunhe, and soon fell on Zhang Bahai. Xuan is very clear about Zhang Bahai. This left a very deep impression on his heart. Xuan was really shocked by the phrase natural selection number, advance 4. Unexpectedly, he was the first to discover the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route. Looks really lucky. Whether it is Wang Miao and Ding Yi who have never seen it before, or the logic, history, and Zhang Bahai that have been seen before. If they are allowed to participate in the containment, what will happen to these lucky people? I don't know if Zhang Bahai will have the chance to call out the phrase natural selection after he comes. Excuse me, Mr. Xuan, what's the matter? Zhang Bahai asked with a smile, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. It's nothing, you remind me of someone. Xuan replied with a smile. That's my honor. Zhang Bahai saluted respectfully. It has to be said that Bahai is really a person who observes his words and is extremely cautious. He hides himself very well, and it is completely impossible for people to see that he is a staunch defeatist. Even in the face of him, a Wallfacer, Zhang Bahai still seemed to be an exceptionally firm human victory. Xuan asked about the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, many details that Zhou Bin and Lu Yunhe had never discovered. Zhang Bahai can answer it, and constantly tempted to show his grasp of victory. Unfortunately, if 0-0-1512 can be successfully contained by Huaxia, it will definitely be a huge blow to the three-body civilization. This is my dereliction of duty. Zhang Bahai calmly opened mouth, with obvious loss and sigh in his tone. No, you've already done a good job. Ji Xian laughed, this battle against the three-body civilization is still far away, so there's no need to rush to 1.2 days. That's right, there's no need to be in a hurry. Mr. Ji Xian, this battle against the three-body civilization is destined to be a victory for Earth civilization, isn't it? Yes. Ji Xian nodded. Zhang Bahai showed a smile and nodded slightly, with the fire of victory in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. The old man Zhou Bin next to him also laughed loudly. It's really good to see you young people talking with such conviction in your eyes. That's right. Human civilization must win. For a period of time, they discussed many characteristics of the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route here. After all, although they failed to contain it, they finally found it. A lot of slime came back. After all, it is the third power system. If it can be studied thoroughly, it may also play a great role in human civilization. This discussion continued into the night, and it was not until the end that old man Zhou Bin asked about the mobile task force and expressed their guesses. A mobile task force is also a type of SCP weird containment. Ji Xian was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled helplessly. Probably not. As for these mobile task forces, I'm not too sure what's going on, but it should be certain that they should have something to do with the weird containment of SCP. As for whether it is really a kind of SCP's weird containment, I can't figure it out yet. Hearing this, the old man on the opposite side replied with a wry smile, it can only be expected. Ha ha ha. After a pause, the old man Zhou Bin asked tentatively with a little expectation. 0-0-1512 irrational routes has been contained by mobile task force, and the news about the 18th mysterious containment. Hearing this, Ji Xian suddenly laughed. News about the 18th weird containment object. It has appeared. Chapter 68. Already appeared? Hearing this, old man Zhou Bin froze for a moment. The pupils suddenly shrank. Did it come so fast? You know, last time after experiencing 0-0-087 endless stairwells, Ji Xian gave out the information of 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes after half a month. And after searching for half a month, Bahai finally found it. But now, how many days have passed? The expressions of Zhang Bahai and Lu Yunhe next to them gradually became serious, and they understood the importance of the matter. After experiencing the 0-0-1512 irrational route event, they learned a lot about the weird containment of SCP. Especially after seeing the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route destroying 3 siphons, leaving only a little mucus secretion, Ding Yi, Wang Miao and other scientists fell into a frenzy of research. It is even more profound to understand what the weird containment of SCP means to human civilization. Now, did another SCP weird containment show up? Both were short of breath. In fact, not only them, but even the Trisolaran fleet 4 light-years away, had a dignified expression because of Ji Xian's words. Another, strange containment appeared. What exactly is it? No matter what this time, they will be the first to discover it, and then contain it back. They have already lost 2 opportunities to suppress the civilization of the Earth, and they must not allow human civilization to continue to develop. Survival is the first element of civilization. Mr. Ji Xian, are you saying that the third SCP weird containment, which is the 18th containment, has come out? On Earth, old man Zhou Bin asked tremblingly. Even an existence of his level couldn't keep calm before facing the weird containment of SCP. It's not that I'm afraid of the weird containment of SCP, but I'm excited. Because the appearance of every SCP's weird containment will bring a new hope to mankind. And the first 2 containments are already so terrifying, how shocking should the strange containment ranked 18th be? His heart is also full of expectations. Zhang Bahai and Lu Yunhe also stretched their necks, swallowed with a thud, and looked forward to 26. It's almost calculated. Ji Xian said calmly, but it should still take a certain amount of time to prepare. This strange SCP containment is very special and completely different from the previous 2. It should be finalized in 2 days at the latest. 2 days. Old man Zhou Bin's pupils constricted for a while, and he felt his heart beating wildly. And Zhang Bahai, who was beside him, suddenly raised his head and asked in a deep voice. Mr. Ji Xian, do you need our help? For example, take the lead in transferring people. A single word awakened the dreamer. Old man Zhou and Lu Yunhe froze for a moment, then hurriedly raised their heads to look at Ji Xian. Judging from the previous two, these strange SCP containments are more outrageous than the other, and more harmful than the other. Fortunately, this 0-0-1512 unreasonable root appeared on an island in the sea. If it broke out in a large Huxia city, it would be an unprecedented disaster. In front of the root system that can touch the hardness of the four-dimensional space, the high-rise buildings with steel and iron frames are basically no different from tofu. If the next one is still so lethal, population transfer must be carried out in advance. The latter shook his head. It is not necessary to transfer people on a large scale. Zhang Bahai and the other three felt their hearts sink. It's okay, it's okay. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Ji Xian's next words came out. Because if you are targeted by this containment, you won't be able to escape. 3 people. Can you stop talking and panting? In the next period of time, the 3 old men of Zhou Bin did not waste time. After confirming that Ji Xian would be able to calculate the strange containment of the 18th SCP in 2 days at the latest, they bid farewell in a hurry. They could almost have expected the shock of others after hearing the news. It is necessary to inform others as soon as possible. The last 2 strange containments were taken away by the mobile task force. This time we must not repeat the same mistakes. I'm going to call other Yanjing bigwigs to select the most elite special forces. This time, we must successfully contain the 18th strange containment object. Old man Zhou Bin left in a hurry. The remaining Zhang Bahai and Lu Yunhe also bid farewell. After bidding farewell to Lu Yunhe, Zhang Bahai took a car to the Yanjing Naval Regional Barracks. As soon as he came back, Wu Yan came up to ask. How is it? Did you see the Wallfacer? How's the situation? The situation is not optimistic. Zhang Bahai did not hide anything, and truthfully told Wu Yan that the 18th strange contained object was about to be released. After all, the latter is also one of the most important military officers in the South Daxia Sea region and is qualified to know all this. The latter was stunned on the spot, and his whole body buzzed as if he had been hit on the head with a heavy hammer. Is the 18th coming? For a moment, Wu Yan's mood was a little complicated, with expectations and fears coexisting. Naturally, the expectation is that the containment of the weird containment of the 18th SCP should be stronger, preferably stronger than 0-0-1512, which can help human beings deal with the 3-body civilization. The fear is whether this strange containment will be too strong. After all, the strange state of the last 0-0-1512 unreasonable root is still vivid, covering the reddish-brown brain of the entire island. I often dream about this scene. Don't worry, no matter what, mankind will surely win. Zhang Bahai said with a gentle smile, comforting Xuan. The latter smiled helplessly. I hope you are right. Waving his hand, Zhang Bahai turned and left. Where are you going? There are still some things that have not been dealt with in our fleet. I will write a report. This is the responsibility of the political commissar. 17. Wu Yan was a little helpless when he heard the words, knowing that the 18th containment object was about to show up, and still so calmly writing the report, his will was really firm. All the way back to the room. Close the door. Sitting down by the bed, Zhang Bahai pressed the center of his brows hard, and in an instant, cold sweat completely wet the man's back. Wallfacer. Ji. In fact, from the very first moment he saw Ji Xian, Zhang Bahai was on guard. Wu Yan's guess about him was not wrong. All along, many people have been transparent in front of him. Whether it is character, disposition, temper, or even inner thoughts, Zhang Bahai only needs a few words and actions to see clearly. Psychology masters are no longer good enough for him, pseudo-mind readers are more suitable for him. This is not a natural ability, it is nothing more than thinking about one thing boringly back and forth, beating in the mind like a blacksmith, until it turns into a warning sound. Over the past few decades, this has long been honed into an instinct. But today, after seeing this Wallfacer in his early 20s for the first time, Zhang Bahai sounded the alarm for himself. It was an undisguised smile. This smile comes from the heart, without any concealment, like the warm sun in winter, making anyone feel like a spring breeze. But Zhang Bahai felt unprecedented panic. That is the smile that sees through everything. This kind of smile is very subtle, but it cannot be faked, especially during the few seconds of shaking hands with the Wallfacer. Ji Xuan's smile continued to enlarge in his pupils. At this moment, Zhang Bahai seemed to think of his father, that calm admiral, as if he had returned to the age of Huanti, and all his secrets were clearly visible in those wise eyes. How is this going? Why is he showing that look? Did he see through my intentions? Zhang Bahai's mood was very complicated, even a little frightened. He didn't know how many years he hadn't felt this way. No, maybe he never had. The person in front of him seemed to understand everything about him in an instant, and he had no secrets at all in front of him. After the handshake, the fear of being seen through disappeared, followed by ordinary inquiries without any abnormalities. This even made Zhang Bahai wonder if he had made a mistake earlier. Even if he wanted to break his head, he never thought about when he had an intersection with the Wallfacer. Never. But it became more and more difficult to breathe in Zhang Bahai, almost stagnating. He can be sure that there must be something hidden in this smile. He was almost seen through. Does he see that I'm a defeatist? Did he see what was really on my mind? But until the end, Ji Xuan didn't say anything. In the dark room, after an unknown amount of time, starlight filled the window, and a knock on the door came from my colleague Wu Yan. Bahai? Have dinner. Okay, I'll come right away. Zhang Bahai replied calmly, his voice had long since returned to its usual tone. Standing up slowly, looking at the endless starry sky, Bahai's eyes gradually became firmer. Think more. Muttering what his father told him, Zhang Bahai clenched his fists. Wallfacer Ji Xuan. This person. There must be something hiding. In the canteen of the military area, Zhang Bahai had a gentle smile, ordering vegetables and eating as usual, thinking about everything about Ji Xuan silently in his heart. And in the not-too-distant Yanjing compound, Ji Xuan was also thinking about many things about the 18th weird containment object. He didn't know about this meeting at all, and just took a few extra glances at Zhang Bahai, which made the latter feel alarmed. It can only be said that he is indeed the chosen one. Just as Ji Xuan had finished receiving Zhou Bin's Hang Bahai and the others, a person hurried over. This is it, Brother Luo. How about it? How do you feel about being the coolest of the 5 Wallfacers now? It is none other than logic and history. But something surprised Ji Xuan. The logic at this time was quite decadent, with black eye circles on his eyes, and the travel and dust, which was quite different from the logic he remembered that he should live in a paradise. Does she? Don't make fun of me here. Sitting down with a wry smile, logic just took a sip of the tea Ji Xuan gave him, and then spit out bitterness here. It turns out that these days, the logic is indeed as Ji Xuan knows, and he found a paradise and frantically smashed it. He became one of the top 5 Wallfacers in the world overnight, enjoying unlimited rights and wealth. After confirming that he could not escape this curse, he began to enjoy it. Xanadu, private villas, single house butler, fine wine collection. All kinds of things are at his disposal, and he said this is part of the plan, and he directly auctioned off $5 million worth of collection of ancient wine. Even though he vomited and had diarrhea after drinking it again, the logic was still running wildly. He even found out a small notebook that he had written for several years, trying to get Dashi to help him find the lover of his dreams. As a result, just as he was about to act, logic heard what happened to Ji Xuan. 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes, really destroyed 3 Safans, even though they were cut off by the mobile task force halfway. It was scary enough. Logic drank the wine one after another, sighed and said, "Tell me what the United Nations thinks. Why are there 5 Wallfacers? Isn't 4 Wallfacers enough? You have to add me." Benevolence. In fact, after knowing that the 3 Safans were broken, this matter still has a big blow to logic. After all, this is the first time in the history of human civilization that the Siphons that have truly shattered the four-dimensional space have opened a crack for blocking basic human technology. This made the logical mind start to be different, seeing a glimmer of hope for victory, and then thinking day and night what is the use of himself. It turned out that I didn't think about it at all. What's the matter, is the three-body civilization planning to learn my girl-picking technique? The logic side, if it wasn't for the fact that he and Ji Xuan, the Secretary General of the Union government, knew that he and Ji Xuan were the only two people who were ordered to be assassinated by the three-body civilization, he himself would have gradually begun to suspect. I wonder if I was pulled up to make up the number. If there is a cause, there must be an effect. Maybe the answer is hidden somewhere you don't know. Ji Xuan replied with a smile. In fact, Ji Xuan really admires logic. From a cynical dawdling university professor, to letting go of his favorite wife and daughter for the sake of the whole human being, and becoming a sword wielder who is not appreciated by human beings, or even loathed by them, he sticks to it. 4 decades. This kind of perseverance is not something anyone can do. At the same time, Ji Xuan also believes that logic is pathetic. Under heavy duress, he embarked on a path full of despair and frustration. This road is more difficult than anyone else's, but he walked without hesitation. The sentence "I speak to the three-body civilization" put the two civilizations on the guillotine of the universe. Fortunately, he won the bet in the end. It's a pity that Ji Xuan doesn't want logic to continue to discover the law of the dark forest to gamble after having the weird containment of SCP. Too dangerous. This point coincides with the Trisolarans. Thinking about it, Ji Xuan asked Da Shi with a smile, "Da Shi, I heard that you helped Logic find the lover of his dreams a few days ago." Da Shi was taken aback. This is the top secret. The United Government and the Planetary Defense Council can't stand Logic's self-indulgence, and plan to take advantage of Logic's search for a dream lover, find a character, tie Logic to family. Persecution against the three-body civilization. But he doesn't remember telling Ji Xuan again? Da Shi was stunned here for a moment, and the Logic on the opposite side was also stunned, and his face suddenly became a little hot. Cough 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 cough, what dream lover? Can't be real, can't be real. Didn't find it? Ji Xuan asked. I found it, but... Da Shi hesitated a bit. If you ask, isn't this a bad plan? Sure enough, Logic suddenly coughed in embarrassment. The lover of my dreams, I'm just talking about it for fun, I didn't intend to find it, I didn't intend to find it, did I, brother Da Shi? Great history. Then don't look for it. The Logic chick nodded like pecking at rice, I can't find what I'm looking for. It's better for me to study how to deal with the three-body civilization honestly. Let's stop this topic. For the sake of human beings. For human beings. Ji Xuan raised his wine glass with a smile. That night, Logic left the place where Ji Xuan was drunk. Before leaving, he still held Ji Xuan's hand, muttering something, "We are two good brothers, neither of us is allowed to go first. Run, I want to pull together, it's agreed to be a salted fish, you are not allowed to pay the bill, the 18th containment will be dragged later and other nonsense." Ji Xuan fully agreed. As a result, the Logic received a message after he sobered up the next day. The 5th Wallfacer, Mr. Ji Xuan, the 18th SDP Weird Containment will be announced. Logic. Gen. Chapter 69. What did you say? Mr. Ji Xuan is going to announce the 18th Weird Containment tonight? Hoarfrost is hazy. In the early morning, many important figures in Huaxia received this explosive news almost as soon as they opened their eyes. After a brief reading, the hazy sleepiness on their faces disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was overwhelming excitement and excitement. This, announced so soon. Ha 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 ha. It's great. The 18th Weird Containment is finally going to be announced. There are countless high-level figures in Daxia. Eyes brighten up instantly. The excitement is beyond words. It's going to be announced so soon. It is so good. One must know that yesterday afternoon, they had just learned the news from Old Man Jobin that Ji Xuan might announce the news of the 18th strange contained object in the near future. The result is not waiting to be happy, a bigger surprise is coming. Posting tonight. As expected of a Wallfacer. Action is speed. Quick. Gather the people and go to the council hall. One after another, the great figures looked excited and excited. There were accidents the first 2 times, and this time, there must be no more accidents. After experiencing the previous 2 SCP weird containment incidents, almost all Huxia bigwigs have had earth-shaking changes in their understanding of SCP's strange containment. Especially the appearance of the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route last time broke the 2-dimensional expansion of the 3 Siphons, which completely subverted their worldview. The weird SCP containment announced by the 5th Wallfacer Xuan is definitely capable of threatening the existence of the Trisolaran civilization. Especially those who knew why Xuan became a Wallfacer, they were even more excited. In the past, they didn't know why the 3-body civilization wanted to assassinate Xuan, and they thought there was no reason. But now they know. The emergence of the 3rd power system is definitely the key factor that can turn defeat into victory for them humans. If it is said that before 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots, they might still have some doubts in their hearts, can these things really deal with the 3-body civilization? That is an advanced civilization that can block the basic science of mankind on its own. But now, they saw a ray of hope. A ray of fire and light source for human victory. 0-0-1512 in the battle between unreasonable roots and Siphons. It is the first time that human beings have gained the upper hand in the long years of confrontation between the 3-body civilizations. Now hearing that Xuan is about to announce the 18th ranked SCP weird containment, how can they not be excited, how can they not be shocked? It is estimated that Mr. Xuan knew about our 2 defeats, so he hastened the pace of calculation. We somewhat failed Mr. Xuan's expectations, announced twice, prompted twice, but all came back empty-handed. This time, no matter what, the previous 2 things can't happen again. We must pay attention to it. Whether it is the 3-body problem or the so-called mobile task force, we must not give them any chance to take advantage of it. In front of the dark parliamentary table, the old man in the Huxia tunic suit looked extremely serious, and his old eyes shone with the luster of wisdom. From now on, notify the heads of the military districts and important figures in all major regions that the armed forces of the sea, land, and air are under martial law at the same time, and enter a state of first-level combat readiness. As soon as Mr. Xuan announced the characteristics of SCP's strange containment, he quickly launched a search. We must find the location of SCP's strange containment and start containment as soon as possible. At the same time, select the strongest special forces in the country and let them set up a special team with unlimited military expenses. This time, no matter what you say, you can't let this damn mobile task force disturb our containment again. There are also various departments, police stations, and regions. Mobilize all forces, and start strangling and searching for all the participants of the Edo organization. Although Siphon has superb detection and identification capabilities, and may be able to know the existence of SCP's strange containment earlier than us, but it is unable to take it away. As long as the members of the Edo organization are killed, the threat of Siphon can be completely blocked. The old man in the Huxia tunic suit spoke in a deep voice, and one order after another was continuously issued from him. All the big figures in Daxia and the military bigwigs present here nodded solemnly, with extremely dignified expressions. They also opened their mouths from time to time, offering 1 or 2 suggestions to supplement the deficiencies and negligence of the elderly. Soon, a series of detailed plans were drawn up. Execute quickly, without delay. Yes. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Following the order after order, almost half an hour after Xuan announced the news, the whole of Daxia took action. Countless soldiers who had been on vacation returned to their posts, and countless officers were mobilized back to the army. Death orders have been issued in every large area of Daxia, and police officers have begun to be dispatched in provinces, cities, counties, towns, and even villages across the country. They carried out a 24-hour strangulation of Edo members, and even interacted with the public to hunt down and report Edo members together. Divisions and regiments from all over the country have also started military exercises one after another, with live ammunition loaded, bulletproof vests equipped with ordnance inspections. The fleet above the sea area also took action, and in the Air Force airport, there are countless J-series fighter planes that have been overhauled, and a pilot is waiting for them. Even the astronauts in space put down the task at hand. Start to mobilize the Baidu 7-star series satellites from the space layer to observe many movements of Daxia, and even the weather satellites are also in operation, closely monitoring every road of Daxia. This kind of big action naturally undoubtedly caused the shock of many soldiers. What a big move, what happened here? A live ammunition exercise? Never had such a thing before. I don't know, it seems that not only us, but also the Navy and Air Force are on alert. What's the situation? Did the Trisolaran come here? We don't know, but I think it might be related to the Wallfacers again. No way? The 2 Wallfacers in our country are not good enough. The last time the Navy was mobilized to drag a large container to wander around the sea, it was outrageous. In the end, nothing was found, and this time the scene was even bigger. How is this possible? Makes sense. In fact, it wasn't just people in the numerous armies who felt the atmosphere of martial law. Even ordinary people in Huaxia felt a serious atmosphere. Because many people suddenly discovered today that their mobile phone satellite positioning and map navigation are particularly stuck. And there are obviously more people patrolling the streets. Armed police vehicles shuttled back and forth in the city. On the internet broadcast, the internet slogan "All People Fight Ito" also appeared, and it became the top trending search. Huh? What's going on here? What a big battle, is this going to happen? I'm not sure, it should be an action to wipe out Ito, it's not a big deal. Many Huaxia people did not feel too much sense of crisis. But the big shots in Huaxia and the military bigwigs are busy spinning around. In order to ensure that after Xuan announced the 18th weird containment object tonight, they could contain it successfully as soon as possible, they almost mobilized all the power at hand. Directly put under martial law the entire Daxia. You're MTF awesome, aren't you? Always haunted, aren't you? Stealed twice, aren't you? Let me see how you sneak into Daxia this time. Customs strictly control, border infrared scanning, due to air satellite monitoring the entire building. I can't monitor the movements of the 3-body Safan, and I can't monitor your movements on my own land. Even in order to ensure the smooth progress of Xuan's 18th announcement, the entire vicinity of the Yanjing Council Hall was completely blocked off. Flying in the air is prohibited, vehicles are prohibited, 3 steps, 1 post and 5 steps, 1 sentry, armed with live ammunition, and even many big figures and scientists who came from all over the country can only walk to the Parliament Hall. But even so, in Huaxia, there are still countless big shots anxiously rushing here, and while they are on the way here, they are still arranging troops to guard against death. Zhang Bahai, Da Shi, Wang Miao, Ding Yi, and others are all listed. Even the old man in Huaxia tunic suit stopped what he was doing and rushed there in person. In the small conference building, although there are only a few hundred people, they have already gathered the top group of existences in the 3 aspects of Daxia's science, government, and army. Even so, there are still countless people coming. This battle is really grand. After resting for half a day, Da Shi had already recovered. Looking at the extremely serious black-clothed special police officers around him, he was amazed by Shi. Look, this is the gap between different Wallfacers. Brother Ji's words are nothing more than a sentence. The entire Yanjing Parliament building has been put under martial law, and even the entire Huaxia has followed suit. Back when Brother Ji Xuan convened the council for the first time, many big shots were a little bit ignorant, and they all came here under the name of Wallfacer. Brother Luo, you have to work hard. On the other side of the video screen, Logic is still full of alcohol and his eyes are hazy. Hearing Da Shi's words, he immediately refuted. Why don't I want to do a good job, but you tell me what the hell I can do? You'll have to figure it out for yourself. Huaxia has already done its best, and all the big shots and bosses gathered in the Parliament Hall, waiting for Ji Xuan's announcement tonight. In addition to Daxia, in the distant space universe, the 3-body civilization also pays special attention to Ji Xuan's release this time. You must know that the two weird containment objects of SCP that have been announced today all have incredible properties, which are temporarily incomprehensible at the technical level. If they can be captured, contained, and thoroughly researched, they will definitely have unprecedented development in their Trisolaran civilization technology. Just like the hardness of 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots, and the endless stairwell of 0-0-087 that can affect the mind across the screen, they are unprecedented treasures. Taking a step back, even if they can't research it, these things must not fall into the hands of Earth civilization. In the hands of the Mobile Task Force, in the eyes of the Trisolarans, it is no different from Daxia's containment. They are all contained by the Earth civilization. This will cause necessary risks for the arrival of the Trisolaran civilization in the future. Therefore, regarding the news that Xuan is about to announce the 18th strange containment object, the three-body civilization fleet is also very dignified. Now they are monitoring Xuan almost 20 hours a day. It was almost the first time he announced that he would be exposed, and the celebrity of three-body Wen reported it immediately. The fleet consul took charge of all the command positions in person almost immediately, and awakened dozens of researchers. Regarding the preventive measures on the Huxia side of the Earth, the fleet consul did not put too much emphasis on it. Heart. The surviving members of the Edo organization are all elites among the elites. With Safan's assistance, it is almost impossible for them to be found at the Huaxia level. Even if it is found, it is just a bait. But I have to say that Huaxia's whole territory blockade is really troublesome, because even if there are Safans, those members of the Edo organization will not become supermen, at most they will open a whole world blockade. Just hanging pictures. Facing the 360-degree locked Huxia defense, it is really a bit restrained. However, the thing that everyone cares most about the three-body civilization is still the 18th weird SCP object that Xuan will announce soon. Dozens of three-body Wen stars who are like works of art are suspended in the blue cabin. In front of them were hundreds of azure workbenches, one by one tentacles silently clicking and operating, and hundreds of angles of view fixed Xuan's every sign of trouble from all directions. The silence in the fleet was incomparable. Everyone is waiting for the announcement of Xuan. Is Safan ready? The fleet consul asked without leaving the screen. It's ready, sir. Except for the Safans responsible for monitoring the Earth, the remaining 6 Safans have been mobilized and fully powered. As soon as Xuan announced the 18th strange containment, analyze and observe, the fleet administrator nodded, then use Safans to search the world, be sure to do it as soon as possible. Just finished searching, good Zhao. Yes. How is the preparation of the Mido organization? It's also ready. In these few days, with the help of Tomoko, many people have joined the Edo organization. The number is 9,423, but most of them are from outside Daxia. People, Huaxia only accounted for about 2/1000 of the number. The researcher replied. It's enough. In this operation, the 18th strange storage must be completely stored. Yes. But sir, due to the growth of the Edo organization, there is a problem with its internal funds. After Evan's death, Edo has actually been keeping a conservative budget. In this regard, some researchers proposed a solution, intending to let Safan search for passwords and information of some bank accounts, so as to raise funds. I find it ironic that theft is necessary. Bug property. What's so ironic about this? Survival is the first need of civilization, and you still need to learn. The fleet consul raised his head and looked at the infinite galaxy. Let's start to act. Your wisdom enlightened me, Changji. It has already begun. Huge cash flows, under Safan's monitoring and operation, continue to pour into Edo organizations from accounts around the world. With sufficient funds and Safan's support, the Edo organization started to take action. They shuttled cautiously across the territory of Daxia, and soon gradually spread across various cities, bypassing the police station and army, and quietly waiting for the order of the three-body civilization. Night fell. For a while, all parties were paying attention to the announcement of the SCP list. While the three-body civilization fleet was silent, watching the picture sent back by Safan, many big shots in Daxia, etc. were all nervously waiting for Xuan tonight. When I ranked 18th. But there is a troublesome thing coming to the door. That is the former Secretary of Defense of the United States, and he is also the first Wallfacer in the world today. Frederick Taylor. Chapter 70. Mr. Charles, I think I have explained clearly enough that everything that happened on Nanliu Islands was just an accident. In the spacious council hall, the old man Shi Lin, the general manager of the Southeast Daxia region, is sitting here, neatly dressed, trying to keep himself calm. But he kind of can't do it. Is there anything else you want to ask? What to ask? I still have a lot to ask. On the opposite side of him, Charles replied angrily. This is a person who is about the same age as the old man in Xuan. With a hooked nose and sunken eyes, he has very obvious European and American signs, and his light golden hair is neatly combed aside. But unlike the peaceful old man in Xuan, there was an obvious chill on his face. Do I need to answer more? Then please hurry up. Shi Ling took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. On the other side, Charles obviously didn't care about all of this, and he asked directly. Mr. Shi Ling, why are you evasive? Can such a large-scale death be explained by a simple accident? On the Nanliu Islands, we have thousands of soldiers and scientists missing, and there is even an important assistant of the Wallfacer among them. But they're all dead. The mining of nuclear materials on the Nanliu group is not just for the country of America, but for the survival of the entire human race. Your country must give us an explanation for what happened on the Nanliu Islands today. Saliva splashed everywhere. As the person who made the most public appearances in Huaxia's top management, the old man of Xuan regretted why he hadn't come earlier and waited in the meeting hall. In this way, you will not meet this troublesome U.S. foreign minister. He should be waiting in the conference hall for Xuan to announce the 18th weird containment and start the containment, instead of wrangling with an American ignorant here. I've said all I can say. You've read all the information, haven't you? The above is clear. If you have any doubts, I can answer them for you. The old man in the stone forest forced himself to speak patiently. Regarding the many things that happened on the Nanliu Islands, in fact, Huaxia didn't want to hide anything too much. Especially at this critical juncture when Xuan is about to announce the 18th weird containment object, they have no time to deal with the United States. So after a brief discussion, they decided to show the video of what happened at sea to the United States for viewing. After all, sooner or later, regarding the weird containment of SCP, it will be announced to the whole world, and they cannot fight against the three-body civilization by themselves. 200 is not what it once was. Today's human beings already have a common enemy. Certainly. The most important reason is that it is announced by the United States. That is really impossible to hide. Like the endless stairwell of 0-0-087, it's okay to hide it. 0-0-1512 unreasonable route is such a big weird containment, and it has killed so many people in the United States. How to hide it? People are not fools. It's a pity that in the face of Huaxia's explanation, Charles, the head of the U.S. Foreign Affairs Department, has no intention of believing it at all. Data? Are you talking about those synthesized videos? I'll repeat it again, that's synthesis. The old man of Stone Forest replied. Not synthetic? Then you mean that the so-called weird containment 0-0-1512 root of irrationality really exists? Then where is he now? It has been taken in by the Mobile Task Force, and this team is not under the jurisdiction of Huaxia. Haha, it's ridiculous. Hearing this, Charles laughed unscrupulously. What can destroy such a huge island in such a short period of time? And we have already gone to the Nanliu Islands to investigate afterwards. They are all the corpses of our American soldiers. There is no trace of any monsters. The corroded trees and animals on it. Have you observed it carefully? The old man in the stone forest asked. That's exactly the question I want to ask. Charles said in a harsh tone, you must have used some kind of large-scale weapon. In today's world, the use of such weapons is absolutely prohibited. Moreover, about 300 kilometers away from the Nanliu Islands, we also detected a powerful nuclear radiation, and the only people nearby are your Huaxia fleet. Looking at the old man, while Charles was extremely arrogant, he was also extremely angry. Not long ago, after the United States failed to contact the Nanliu Islands, it immediately dispatched personnel to assist. As a result, as soon as he walked halfway, he was stopped by Huaxia's warship incomparably. Because the number is too small, the United States can only choose to endure. At the same time, their satellite system is also near the Nanliu Islands, and has detected special fluctuations. Unfortunately, because the magnetic field has not yet fully recovered, it is still impossible to see through. And after the magnetic field dissipated, the American army on the Nanliu Islands was completely dead. None survived. And all around this island are Huaxia warships, heavily surrounded. A group of Huaxia people surrounded, CGFJ, the island, and then we Americans all died. Is this normal? Plus 40-0-1512. What nonsense! What mobile task force? If these things really exist in the world, how could they not find them when they came to the country? All of this is definitely an excuse for the Huaxia in front of me to mess around. And took out the video to deceive him? It's ridiculous. Thinking of that video, the anger in Charles's heart boiled even more. Over the years, Charles has never seen such a childish, vulgar, or even unbelievable excuse. How did the high-level diplomats in charge of Huaxia think to come up with such a whimsical and unrealistic diplomatic rhetoric? Especially before seeing that video, Charles was very serious. By the time he had finished watching, Charles felt like a fool. Twisted monsters, occupying the entire island, grey slime. Anger boiled in Charles's eyes. No matter what happens today, Huaxia must give us the United States an explanation. Charles stood up, put his hands on the table, and tried his best to press towards the old man in the stone forest, with a gloomy expression on his face. During the time when you surrounded the Nanliu Islands, what did you do? And what happened to the nuclear explosion in the Pacific Ocean? At this most critical moment when all human beings are dealing with the three-body civilization together, it's completely irresponsible for you Huaxia love to still mess around here at the end of the crisis. It is a betrayal of the entire human race. Facing Charles's questioning tone and putting his hat down, the old man of Xuan finally got a little impatient. It is with the idea of jointly dealing with the three-body civilization that he is here to tell the high-level officials of the United States that 0-0-1512 is unreasonable. But I didn't expect that after telling the story, the other party not only didn't believe it, but also made strong words here. You must know that part of the Nanliu Islands originally belonged to Daxia, and the United States took the lead in illegally occupying them. In this case, not to mention that their deaths were caused by the appearance of the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route, even if Huaxia took the shot, these Americans would be worthy of death. It is obvious that he is using the excuse of fighting against the three-body civilization to strengthen himself, but in the end he is in trouble again. He should now discuss in the meeting room how to deal with the upcoming 18th SCP Weird Containment, and make suggestions for the future of mankind. Instead of wrangling with an American grandma here. And just when the old man in Xuan was furious, the tablet beside Charles lit up. The figure of the first Wallfacer in the United States, Frederick Taylor, appeared. He is blonde and blue-eyed, with a slender face, and he still wears those wide-rimmed glasses. As the former head of the United States Defense Department, the old man of Xuan is very familiar with him. I need an explanation. Taylor said, his voice was very calm, without a questioning tone, as if a friend was reminiscing about the past. But it is this kind of reminiscence that makes the sense of oppression go straight to the hearts of the people. I have a physics assistant named Nils Jair, who is an extremely important part of my plan. Since it is extremely important, why don't you take it seriously? The old man in Xuan replied indifferently, it's still the same sentence, explain, what explanation do you want? In the first place, the United States occupied the island first. What's the explanation? This 0-0-1512 unreasonable route has allowed human civilization to successfully wipe out 3 Safans. What about you? So many resources have been consumed, what have you got? Taylor didn't answer, but Charles sneered. Our Wallfacer project is underway, far greater than your Huxia one. Furthermore, is there any way to detect Siphon broken? Who knows if you have really eliminated Siphon? Hearing the rascal's words, even the old man of Xuan has a very good temperament, so he couldn't help getting angry at this moment. And just when he was about to reason with the two people in front of him, a silent voice from his subordinate suddenly came from the headset. "Sir, where are you? Mr. Ji Xuan has set off." Hearing this, the anger that the ancient man in Xuan had been covered with suddenly disappeared, and he stood up in great surprise. "Really? Wait a minute, I'll be right there." After speaking, the old man of Stone Forest got up immediately, turned around and was about to leave. Seeing all this, Frederick Taylor and Charles on the opposite side were a little stunned. What happened? How can he change his face when he changes his face? It's not over yet. However, the old man in Xuan didn't give them a chance to speak at all, he just turned around and left, leaving only a word before leaving. "If you are not satisfied with the result, just wait here for a while. After an hour, I will personally come to explain to you. Mr. Ji Xuan, the Wallfacer of our country, is about to start announcing the 18th SCP Weird Containment. If you want to come, you can also listen to it." "Ji Xuan? 5th Wallfacer? Announced? The 18th Strange Containment?" Both Taylor and Charles were stunned for a moment, and some didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. The old man in Xuan obviously had no intention of explaining. After saying this, he strode away, with a hasty expression, which was not what he should be at his age and status. In fact, not only the ancient people of Xuan got the news. Countless Huxia dignitaries who had been waiting in the Parliament Hall for a long time also received this news, and were immediately overjoyed. "It's finally here. Shall we start? The 18th Weird Containment Object, I really don't know what it will look like. We must not fail this time, and we must not be taken away by the mobile task force again. That is inevitable. I heard that the person in charge of the special team formed this time is Major General Chang Weisai. Major General Chang Weisai. It's stable now. At the time of the War of Time, the Major General has already shown outstanding demeanor, and this time is definitely no exception. Have you prepared the defenses along the way? Mr. Ji Xuan must not make any mistakes." Countless Huxia bigwigs and high-level officials are all waiting excitedly, not just them. In the distant universe and starry sky, there are many existences of the three-body civilization who have been waiting here for a long time. Now, they all looked dignified. The Siphons started to move, listening to Ji Xuan's words, and at the same time let the remaining Siphons start to scan Huaxia and the surrounding area in all directions, and start uploading the data. Notify the members of the Ito organization, let them prepare, and be sure to find it as soon as Ji Xuan announces the characteristics of the contained object, and start to contain it. The fleet consul calmly transmitted his brainwaves, and four-colored ripples shone on his body. Every minute, scan and analyze the changes in the entire Huaxia and its vicinity, pay attention to observe and screen the location of the mobile task force. If you find its location, you can try to attack. Receive. A series of figures, each of the three body stars, all held their breath, either in the hall or in space, calmly waiting for Ji Xuan's appearance. All of a sudden, almost everyone who knows the truth is waiting. Excited at the same time, uneasy. Only Charles, the head of foreign affairs in the United States, and a few of his assistants looked at the Parliament Hall suddenly under martial law, and were a little dazed. How is this going? This talk is over, why is there still martial law? They remembered what the old man from the stone forest had said when he left, and their expressions became a little strange. Especially when they saw the 3-step 1 post, 5-step 1 post outside, and countless special forces ambushing around, Charles was even more surprised. Because at that moment, he felt at least 4 or 5 snipers staring at his head. What's happening here? Such a big battle? Charles frowned. Such a big posture, isn't it really for acting? Everything I saw on the screen before, is it really possible in the real world? With doubts, he finally decided to go to the Parliament Hall to listen. However, as soon as he entered the Parliament Hall, Charles gasped, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. What's happening here? What did he see? How come there are so many Huxia big shots and bosses here? The heads of the 8 major regions, key figures in many fields, and many secret military officials. Most of the people sitting in this council hall are over 100 years old, and their appearance is old. The most important thing is that everyone is in a high position. It is not an exaggeration to say politely, although these people are not many, only 100 or so, but they are definitely the core of Huaxia's core. Even here, he saw the old man in Huxia tunic suit sitting in the first row. Seeing this scene, Charles was really stunned. Is it so aggressive? What the hell is going on here? Near the door, Charles and his little assistant were a little stunned here, but in the hall, many Huxia big shots and high-level people didn't pay much attention. Because it was the time when the stone forest came in ancient times, it had already been told to them. For informing the United States of SCP's strange containment, the top management of Huaxia did not have much intention to refuse. At first, some people didn't want to, but they quickly compromised. One is that the weird containment of SCP cannot be concealed for too long. Second, the present is no longer what it used to be. Humanity has a common enemy. They have to learn to improve. And just when everyone was thinking about it, there was finally a sound of footsteps on the stage. Clatter! 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 Everyone looked up. A handsome young man appeared on the high platform. Ji Xian! Finally come! Many big shots clenched their fists, and their breathing accelerated suddenly. Finally, it's time to start. Chapter 71. In the bright conference room, Ji Xian walked to the stage. He found that this platform was the same as the Union House he had seen, now it should be called the United Planetary Council. It's very similar to the Parliament platform there. Both are forward-leaning structures, and both have large countertops, with the same sense of oppression and the same attention. Standing here, it seems that all directions will be covered at any time. But what is different from before is that this time, the eyes of the people sitting below rarely show doubts and puzzles. It seems that the first 2 plans were quite successful, Ji Xian thought. This is undoubtedly a good thing, but it is also a bit troublesome. If too many people pay attention, the difficulty of containing the mobile task force will increase significantly. Like the original 0-0-087 endless stairwell. At that time, not many people noticed it, and most of them thought it was his nonsense. Dr. Hermann Keter at the Zayden 9 site just dispatched a Mole Rat mobile task force, and Corey easily contained it with only 2 nuclear bombs, and even one for insurance. But the second containment 0-0-1512 unreasonable route is different. Not only Huaxia, but even the 3-body problem has become more important. A low-risk captain led an excellent mobile task force, and it took more than a dozen nuclear bombs and a nuclear submarine and took the lives of many people to contain it successfully. It's a pity that the Trisolarans seem to be unable to absorb the trust value, otherwise it should be enough. He is almost certain that there must be countless pairs of eyes watching him from 4 light years away. You still have to work hard to increase your strength. Silently thinking about all this, Chu Xian didn't waste too much time. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Standing still on the podium, Ji Xian spoke like this. As for the weird containment of SCP, I should not need too much redundant information. After 2 incidents and containment, everyone must know more or less about the strange containment of SCP. They are collectively referred to as anomalies, and can take many forms, perhaps an object, an entity, a location, or an independent phenomenon. These anomalies are classified as a specific item classification, and need to be contained to maintain the stability of human civilization. Only a very small number are contained in situ if they are considered not to be relocated. A large part is determined to be the existence of the 3rd power system, and the 18th strange containment that I will announce soon also belongs to this category. Accompanied by Ji Xian's explanation, many Huxia bigwigs and big shots recorded it seriously. They listen carefully, analyze carefully, and concentrate on it, for fear of missing any detail. Even the Trisolaran civilization, which is 4 light years away, is watching and listening carefully, keeping all the information in their minds. Only in an inconspicuous corner, Charles looked suspiciously at the crowd and Xuan. What's happening here? Why are you so serious? Really not acting? What anomalies, containment, SCP weird containment. How do I feel? Like being in a brainwashing organization? Charles looked at the many excited and serious Huxia bigwigs around him, and fell into a high degree of self-doubt. Especially looking at Xuan who was talking on stage, I was even more at a loss. Didn't you say that the fifth Wallfacer, Xuan, was a young man who didn't even finish college? Would you believe what they said? Could it be that what the old man from the stone forest showed him, was all true? Wouldn't it be a bit too much to engage in such a big fight just to deceive me? Xuan naturally noticed Charles who was in doubt in the corner, but he didn't take it too seriously and just continued to speak. In the recent period of time, I believe everyone has discovered that Huaxia is not the only organization that has the knowledge and ability to interact or use abnormalities. Although some relevant organizations have similar purposes and may cooperate with us to deal with global security issues, more organizations are opportunistic and based on interests, attempting to create or use anomalies for their own purposes. For example, the Serpent's Hand, the Carnal Cult, the Library of the Outcast, the Church of the Broken God, the Sons of the Scarlet King, the Chaos Insurgency, the Black Queen, the Wand Man, etc. These mobile task forces that have appeared recently are likely to belong to one of these organizations. Hearing this, many of the bigwigs in Huaxia, who were writing furiously below, were stunned for a moment. So much. The old man in the Huxia tunic suit, Shi Ling and Zhou Bin all raised their heads and looked at Xuan dully. Only Charles became more and more confused. Didn't I really enter the MLM organization? Why are they all so serious? What are these organizations? Could it be that the previous video is real? While Xuan was talking, Charles unknowingly began to look forward to the announcement of the 18th strange containment. Of course, most of these organizations are small-scale organizations, which cannot be compared with the state for the time being. Xuan continued, let's go back to the 18th weird containment. Hearing these words, many Huxia bigwigs could only suppress the shock and doubt in their hearts, and listened nervously. Finally come. Main event. The audience was silent, even in the distant three-body civilization fleet, everyone was staring at Xuan. Even Charles, who was moved by the atmosphere at this time, held his breath and watched the past seriously. Really? Under the eyes of everyone, Xuan finally spoke slowly. The 18th weird containment object. Item number, 0-0-096. Project title, Shy People. Object level, Euclid level, destroying city, ... Hearing this, Charles hadn't reacted yet, and was looking for a pen and paper in a hurry, while the many Huxia bigwigs beside him had bright eyes, and heaved a sigh of relief. The string was sent down suddenly. Euclid class, destroying city. Destroy the city level. Very good. Of course, they don't think that Euclid, destroying city, level weird containment objects are easy to deal with, but compared to those Keter, destroying country, level strange containment objects, they are still better after all. You must know that the containment difficulty of the last containment object 0-0-1512 irrational root is still vivid in my memory. This is the place where it appears, and it will not cause too much damage in the sea isolated from human habitation. But if the 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots appear in Daxia, it will definitely be an unprecedented disaster. The Euclid, destroying the city, level is definitely gone, and if it is not handled in time, perhaps the infinitely expanding 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots may really grow into the Keter, destroying the country, level. Keter. This three-body civilization was wiped out by the strange containment before it came. How can this be a fart? These days, every time they think back to 0-0-1512 unreasonable root, they are all thankful that they are not in Daxia. And before Xuan was announced, they were actually only worried here. What if the 18th strange containment is still at the Keter level? You must know that according to the previous two times, this containment is stronger and stronger each time. In case it is really a higher level Thou Meal, world destroying, level. Then maybe you don't have to fight. Fortunately, they were relieved to hear that Ji Xuan's level was announced. Euclid is good, if it is well controlled, it may not cause large-scale damage. It's a pity that it's not a safe, grade containment. Regarding the reactions of the many Huxia bigwigs in the audience, Ji Xuan, who has been strengthened by 2 SCP weird containment objects, naturally has a panoramic view. But since the 0-0-096 shy person was chosen as the 18th announced weird containment object, there is naturally his reason. After a pause, Ji Xuan continued to announce. There is very little described about 0-0-096. Currently known description, 0-0-096 is about a humanoid creature that exceeds the normal human body. The object is relatively vague, but it can be preliminarily concluded that its muscles are severely atrophied, and its body weight analysis is obviously malnourished. And the arms seemed disproportionate to the body, exceeding normal human length. And its skin is incomplete, and its hair growth is extremely weak. Perhaps the shy person of 0-0-096 was once a real human being. According to calculations, the 0-0-096 shy person has facial features that are incomparably different from that of humans. His eyes are relatively empty, and it is unknown whether he is blind. Moreover, his walking and hunting do not seem to rely on the perception of his eyes. More like an ornament to make 0-0-096 shy act like normal people. Hearing Ji Xuan's description here, many big shots in Daxia looked very serious, riding hard, and at the same time felt more and more joyful in their hearts, and relaxed. Humanoid. Taller than normal. Body proportions are out of balance. Muscle atrophy. Suspected blindness. Doesn't it look like a big threat? And the target is also suspected to be a real human being. Isn't this simply hitting their Huachhen's muzzle? Huaxia has almost the most advanced facial recognition technology in the entire world. According to the description that Ji Xuan has published, it can almost quickly lock many suspects. And humanoid creatures, Euclid, destroying city, level. If it doesn't work, we can also learn from those mobile task forces. Nukes should be able to cripple containment. If not one, just two. Just lure it deep into the mountains. Many bigwigs were thinking like this, their hearts were overstepped, and they didn't even notice that their thoughts had gradually moved closer to a certain fanatical organization. Ask for flowers. And in the distant universe, after hearing these words, the four-colored three-body star, the fleet consul, issued an order immediately. Humanoid creature, skin is incomplete, hair growth is not strong, taller than normal, body proportions are uncoordinated, muscle atrophy. After talking about several key features in one breath, he ordered in a deep voice. Start Safon, and start to identify and investigate in the whole of Daxia and nearby areas based on the above characteristics, and search carefully. Yes. Sir. Screening is already underway. The screening is complete. In almost 3 or 4 seconds, Safon came back and reported. The researcher looked at the reports, and the three-color light on his body fluctuated slightly. Sir, the total number of preliminary screenings is 2,452,353 people. This time, the characteristics described by Ji Xuan are too many, and it is easy to distinguish them. Good. Continue screening, then order Ito members to move. Yes. In the Azure Hive Hall, the fleet consul spoke calmly, with colorful lights flowing around his body, staring at Ji Xuan who was announcing the news in the picture. Civilization is the first element of survival. This time, no matter what, it will be the victory of Trisolaran civilization, and all those who resist in front will be wiped out. Trisome. Immortality. In the distant space, the fleet consul acted immediately, and in the venue, with the release of Ji Xuan's related description, many big figures also quickly passed the description to Tian. The gigantic state machinery was almost in operation in an instant. Hundreds of millions of computers with equivalent calculations were all used, and they began to frantically search for faces in the entire Huaxia. 00. After receiving the reports from various correspondents, they all nodded slightly. This time, it should be possible to minimize the loss. Ji Xuan's announcement is not over. After the description, he continued to describe some values of 0-0-096 shy people. 0-0-096 The specific ability of the shy person is unknown, but he is usually extremely docile, likes to pace back and forth in the corner of the building, and occasionally enters a kind of sadness state. In this sad state, it will start to act after 1 minute to 2 minutes of events, and try to kill the target. From now on refer to 0-0-096-1. According to calculations, the speed of 0-0-096 shy people is extremely fast, which seems to depend on the distance from 0-0-096-1. At this time, no known material or method can prevent 0-0-096 from advancing. The actual location of 0-0-096-1 does not appear to affect 0-0-096. Response: it seems to have an innate sense of where 0-0-096-1 is. 0-0-096 kills and data expunged 0-0-096-1 as soon as it reaches 0-0-096-1. 0 to 0 in 100% of cases. No trace of -096-1 remains. After the kill completes all 0-0-096-1, the next 0-0-096 will sit for a few minutes before regaining his composure and becoming docile again. Afterwards it will try return to its natural habitat. It is worth mentioning that 0-0-096 shy people can be defeated, but cannot be killed. And because the object has a great possibility of killing time, the work of recovering the object this time should be regarded as an alpha-level priority. My announcement is over. Hearing this, the hearts of many bigwigs in Daxia finally relaxed. It seems that this strange SCP containment is much simpler than the previous two. A man who kills? But it's faster, it won't be killed, but it can be defeated. They can completely mobilize their power, and the moment they find the 0-0-096 shy person, they trap him inside. It's just that everyone still has some doubts in their hearts. What does this so-called alpha-level priority mean? The old man in the tunic suit did not hesitate, and raised his head to ask, Mr. Ji Xuan, what does this alpha-level priority mean? Top priority. It means emergency treatment. Ji Xuan explained sternly. Because of the shy nature of 0-0-096, I vaguely deduce that he may be able to cause a large-scale chain reaction. If it spreads within a certain range, its lethality will definitely not lose to 0-0-1512 unreasonable roots. Under certain factors, such as the influence of Siphons, and even its killing range, it is more likely to reach the Keter level, destruction of the country, or even the pseudo-thaumiel level. Extermination. A. Keter level? And under the influence of Siphon, it may even reach the thaumiel level? What are you talking about? Is this part of your plan too? Enter. Chapter 72. Silence. Unimaginable silence. After a short period of stupefaction, almost all the high-level Huaxia staff were blown away. What the hell? Annihilation? Didn't you say that this is the containment of Euclid, destruction city level? Why is it brought up to the level of extermination? Especially under the influence of Siphon, it can reach the influence of thaumiel, world-destroying, level. Can this kind of thing really be said? Many big figures in Daxia are almost shaking their hands. Even if it is, don't announce it. In the face of many stunned big figures in Daxia, Ji Xuan didn't explain too much. Since he dared to announce it in front of Siphon, there is a reason for it. He didn't announce all this out of nowhere, he really wanted to test some things. Looking at the panic-stricken high-ranking Huaxia officials below, Ji Xuan thought for a while before continuing to speak. There is no need to be so nervous. To trigger this situation, certain conditions must be met. And even if Siphon really meets this condition, it will take at least several years to achieve the ability of destroying the world. This is exactly what Ji Xuan said. 0-0-096 The shy man is indeed perverted, but there is a key problem. he kills too slowly. This is not to say that 0-0-097's shy people kill ink marks, on the contrary, its speed is very fast. But compared to the large weird containment like 0-0-1512 unreasonable root, although the 0-0-096 shy people are more weird, basically they can't run away if they are targeted, and they must be killed. But the killing speed is far inferior to 0-0-1512. If the 0-0-1512 irrational roots multiply infinitely, and it takes a month or two at most half a year to fill the earth and create a K-level end of the world scene. 0-0-096 it will take at least 10 years for a shy person to create a K-level end of the world scene. Even with Xuan's help. After all, the killing speed of 0-0-096 shy people is too slow. Even if 0-0-096 shy people kill one person in a second, they can kill 7 to 80,000 people a day at most. Even if 8.7 billion people stand still and let him kill, 0-0-095 will kill more than 100,000 people. By the time he kills here, Xuan has already taken him in. Not to mention adding Xuan communication, 0-0-097 chasing people. But even though Xuan announced that there must be certain conditions and explained a little bit, everyone was still extremely panicked. After all, the impact of the last strange containment on them was too great. Even if Xuan gave an explanation, their hearts were still extremely anxious. Quick! Find it quickly! All computers are running at high loads, and the shy people of 0-0-096 must not be allowed to run out. According to Mr. Xuan's description, all relevant departments have taken action to riot. Perhaps we can inform the folks, and if the folks find out again, they can report it as soon as possible. No matter what, Xuan must never be the first to find it. The old man in the Huxia tunic suit was spitting out an abacus in his mouth, crackling orders. However, although he was a little flustered, he was still extremely calm overall, and he was not too flustered because of his sister Xuan Bao. Because he believes that Xuan will not talk empty words, nor will he intentionally frame human civilization. And as the 18th on the list, in fact, he has already been mentally prepared. Mr. Xuan, do you know where this 0-0-096 shy person will appear? I don't know. Xuan shook his head. I really don't know about this. Although his trust value has been increasing now, the system still hasn't sounded the reminder that he has successfully summoned. He may not even find the 0-0-096 shy person earlier than everyone in Huaxia. Sure enough, the stronger and weirder the summon, the more trust points it needs. I see. The old man Huaxia nodded solemnly, and then gave a few more orders in a low voice. Looking at the calm and composed appearance of the old man Huaxia, the other big shots quickly calmed down. After all, he is a person who can sit in this position, and everyone has a very strong psychological quality. I wonder if Mr. Xuan can deduce some descriptions about 0-0-096 shy people. There's a little more, but not much. Let me think about it, I've basically finished talking. Xuan nodded. No hurry. No hurry. Many big figures anxiously issued orders and search orders here, but there were also some high-level people who were somewhat puzzled. Is this 0-0-096 shy person really as tough as Xuan announced? It's not that he doubts his power, but that such a thing as annihilation is really too unbelievable. After all, even the three-body civilization will take hundreds of years before it can be destroyed. In fact, not only the Huxia high-level officials, but also many Trisolaran civilizations in the distant universe were a little surprised by the announcement of the 18th strange containment object. If their emotions have not been completely suppressed, they will definitely shake the sound. But even so, many Trisolarans also showed a considerable amount of surprise at this time. Under Xuan's influence, with the help of certain conditions, this strange SCP containment can actually reach the level of extermination. Is this 0-0-096 shy person really that strong? Must find it fast. In the White Azure Command Hall, the chief executive of the four-color Trisolaran star fleet spoke, and his body immediately shone with four-color brilliance. Originally, when Xuan announced the description of the 0-0-096 shy person at the beginning, the fleet consul was a little disappointed, and felt that this weird containment of SCP was a bit weak. It's a bit unworthy of the 18th place, and it's even not as good as the 0-0-1512 unreasonable route of the 19th. However, when he heard the last word, he was immediately surprised. World-class ability. Under Siphon's influence, the entire world soul can be destroyed. Although it will take more than 10 years, but for the current Trisolaran civilization, it is a great news for the human beings on Earth to be wiped out in 10 years. This 0-0-096 shy person must never fall into the hands of Earth civilization or the Mobile Task Force, the fleet consul said without hesitation. Of all the Siphons, only one is left to interfere with the particle collider experiment, and all the remaining Siphons are sent to Daxia. How far have the Siphons scanned Daxia? A lot of them have been scanned and deleted. According to Xuan's description, Siphon has screened out suspicious numbers to less than 20,000. A researcher quickly replied. It's not enough, continue to screen. The fleet consul looked at the panicked and hurriedly searched Huaxia Parliament Hall, his brainwaves were extremely rapid. While screening, inform the members of the Ito organization, give them all the target information, let them start trying to prepare to go. This time the SCP Weird Containment 0-0-096 shy people is almost related to the rise and fall of the entire Trisolaran civilization. The tentacles of the fleet consul swayed slightly, and the four-color light shone brightly. If you can't find it, or lose it again, I, and you, will all be guilty. Yes, my Lord Consul. The researcher of the Trisolaran civilization acted quickly, and he also understood the seriousness of the matter. However, after they passed the news to the Earth Ito organization, these Ito personnel became a little confused. Destroy the world. 0-0-096. And in front of Tomoko, did you just announce it directly? They were a little puzzled, and an old man frowned and said, his name is Motsi, and he is one of the Wallfacers of the Earth, a wall breaker. Lord, is all this really accurate? Your mind is too simple to complete concealment and deception. In our eyes, this information is full of loopholes and flaws. Are you sure this document is not the plan of the Wallfacers? Facing the doubts of the Ito organization, the three-body civilization did not send back a reply for a long time. A full half an hour passed. The message of the Trisolaran civilization was retransmitted. We know so little about deceit that we can't understand what's going on in a race that's seen as opaque. But now there is no doubt that no matter whether the shy person 0-0-096 is as powerful as Wallfacer Xuan said, the premise of the goal of being the first to contain him cannot be changed. When Motsi saw the news, he was stunned for a moment, and then a surprised expression appeared on his face. Lord! You have learned to think and hide, and even start to guess whether it is a danger or a plan. This is a progress, a major progress. Yes, but we still can't understand the deep-seated conspiracy, like this one, we think we still need to contain it as soon as possible. I seem to have fallen into a strange circle. That's right. Hearing the words from Zhize, Motsi nodded, his expression extremely excited. Whether this is a conspiracy or not, we must contain it as soon as possible. This is the so-called conspiracy. It is a deeper understanding of the conspiracy. I don't understand anymore. It's okay, Lord, we still have a lot of time. Mozi carefully put away the characteristic file of the person who recorded 0-0-096 shy, and replied devoutly. When we take in 0-0-096 shy people, I will explain to you in detail. $3.27. Almost at the same time, the three-body civilization, Ito, and the major organizations and forces at the top of Daxia all took action as soon as they got the news. They began to search one after another, and began to carefully screen all these. And at this critical moment, Xuan, who was about to end the meeting, suddenly seemed to remember something, and stopped everyone who was about to leave. What's the matter, Mr. Xuan? do you have any other reminders? Asked the old man in the tunic suit. That's right, I suddenly thought of an important point that hasn't been announced yet. You must pay attention when searching, otherwise you may cause a lot of casualties. Ji Xuan nodded solemnly. Looking at Ji Xuan's solemn expression, many Huxia big shots sat down again. Speaking. Ji Xuan was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about how to express it. At this moment, the eyes of countless Huxia bigwigs fell on this young man. The golden light shone down, Siphon hid in the darkness, silently watching everything around him, like darkness. Paused. Ji Xuan on the stage raised his head, his eyes were serious. The last message of the shy person 00096 is hereby announced. Don't look straight at it. Chapter 73. The large meeting room was extremely quiet. The golden light fell down, carrying a trace of warmth, but can't melt the coldness in the air at all. Don't look directly at it. Everyone's pupils contracted. A simple sentence, but with a terrible magic power, it seemed that the entire conference hall became cold. At this moment, almost everyone felt a cool wind blowing from behind. Everyone present shivered in shock. Don't look at it. What does it mean? After a short thought, all the high-ranking officials in Huaxia looked dignified and nodded seriously. Okay, Mr. Ji Xuan, we understand. The events of the last 2 times told them that it is best not to fall on deaf ears to what Ji Xuan said. Even in the distant space, many stars of the three-body culture carefully pondered the meaning of this sentence, and immediately informed many members through Siphon. Be careful. Okay, we will tell you to go on. The old man in the tunic suit nodded earnestly. Okay, my announcement is over. Ji Xuan said. Many high-level dignitaries left in an orderly manner, and hurriedly started to prepare various measures to prepare for the containment of those who searched for 0-096 Shy. Only Charles, the person in charge of the Foreign Affairs Department of the United States, stood up in a daze. Seeing all this, he was completely confused. Back in the car in a daze, back on the plane, and waited until he landed and returned to the United States, Charles finally came to his senses. 0-0-096 Shy people? SCP Weird Containment? Euclid, destroying the city, level? Keter, destroying the country, level? And Thaumiel level danger? This is what and what? Charles looked weird. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. When Charles walked to the end, his scalp was numb from anger, and his face was flushed. It's a bunch of nonsense, it's just nonsense. I really believed in the evil of these Orientals before going to listen. In the hall, a man in a suit and leather shoes was taken aback by Charles, and the female secretary approached worriedly, Sir, you. I'm fine. Shaking off the female secretary, Charles returned to his room with a gloomy face like the bottom of a pot. What is this all about? What a K-class end of the world situation, what a mimetic infection, it's total bullshit. And that through Siphons can cause Thaumiel, world-destroying, level disasters. It's downright unrealistic. If there is such a thing, the Trisolaran civilization would have discovered it long ago. 0-0-096 Shy people, nonsense people I think. Fuck. Sitting in the room, Charles was furious. But while he was angry, he also had doubts in his heart. Could this be the plan of the Huxia Wallfacer? The things he said are obviously impossible to exist in this world. Even if he is a devout Christian and believes in the existence of Jesus and the like, he clearly knows how outrageous what was said at this meeting. Especially when I think of the 2 previous Huaxia actions, it seems that they were all because of the words of the 5th Wallfacer Ji Xuan, which is a large-scale search. And the East has been a godless capital since ancient times, and it is impossible for those who can be high-level to have brains. Could it be that all of this is the plan of the 5th Wallfacer to confuse the Trisolaran civilization? But is there any point in doing so? Charles scowled. In the Nanliu Islands last time, it seems that many Ito people went to them and killed them, but even if they killed all Itos, what can they do? Charles froze for a moment. Nanliu Islands. Fuck. Pressing his brows hard, Charles forced himself to calm down. These Orientals have fooled themselves again. As a diplomat, he was fooled by Huaxia and forgot the real purpose of the trip. Thinking of this, Charles's heartbeat accelerated for a while, and he quickly took an anti-hypertensive medicine. "Sir, Mr. Taylor is here." The secretary knocked on the door, and then a middle-aged man walked in. "Mr. Taylor." Charles got up quickly. He needs to be respected both for his original U.S. defense minister and his current status as the first Wallfacer in the U.S. Especially since the announcement of the Wallfacer project, the worship of the 5 Wallfacers among the people has been increasing day by day, and there is a faint tendency to deify them. Whether it is Taylor, Ray Diaz, or Hines, they all have unimaginable prestige in the country and even the world. Certainly. Except for Huaxia's logic and Ji Xian. At least in the eyes of insiders, it is an exception. After arriving, Charles seriously explained his many actions during this trip. Because this is the order of Taylor the Wallfacer. Frederick Taylor was silent for a while, his shapely cheeks showed no fluctuations, and his gold-rimmed glasses reflected the light from the marble table. "After I went to participate in the experiment, such an interesting thing happened. I knew I should go and see it." "Interesting." Charles never expected Taylor to comment like this, "But sir, this is obviously an extremely ridiculous thing." "What's so interesting?" "The Wallfacer needs to be absurd and unexpected, because this may be part of the Wallfacer's plan." Taylor mused, "It's not as aggressive as it was in the previous video call." "But..." Charles was still retorting, "All of this is too absurd. Once or twice, it's all like this, and the people in Huaxia have also gone crazy. One logic and one Ji Xian are not what Wallfacers should have at all. Look. Who knows, what kind of paper do you think a Wallfacer should be?" Frederick Taylor said with a smile. Charles was momentarily at a loss for words. "Is it the same as me?" "Not necessarily. If it is true, then Mr. Xuan is not like at all." "What?" Charles was surprised. "He has the appearance of a Wallfacer? What else can he do besides play tricks?" "Of course there are. What will happen to you if you throw the identity of Wallfacer on you? Do you dare to act like this? Even if the whole country of America will accompany you," Taylor is so calm. "Speak up." Charles was speechless. No doubt he dared not do so. The pressure is greater than that of the Rocky Mountains. Just thinking about it will collapse. If he really came to do this, he would definitely collapse to the point of suicide. Observe it. Don't ask about the Nanliu Islands anymore, and pay for the families of the dead soldiers. After a long time, Taylor opened his mouth and issued a warning, and the search for resources. "Stop for a while, I have a new idea." "But..." Charles hesitated to speak. "This is really absurd." "It's true, but it's not necessarily worthless," Taylor said with a smile. "Okay, sir." Charles had no choice but to suppress the unwillingness in his heart. "Okay, I'm going to experiment." Taylor patted Charles on the shoulder. "Yes." Charles reluctantly agreed, then heaved a long sigh and began to write the report. However, it didn't take long before an unexpected person appeared. "Charles," the man said. "This is a man full of the smell of cigars. He is tall and handsome enough to be featured in Time magazine. His limbs and figure are like cold statues made out of oil paintings. His first impression is a bit tired and lazy, but there is a disturbing sharpness in the lower eyes." It was none other than PIA's Planetary Defense Directorate, Director of the OSS Technology Planning Center. Thomas Wade. Vader casually sat down on Charles's table and poured a cup of coffee. "Charles, how is the selection of the characters going? When are there candidates from each country?" he asked casually, expressionless, but Charles knew what he was asking right away. "Brains-only program. This refers to accelerating a human brain to 1/10 of the speed of light through a nuclear bomb explosion, with the help of the curiosity of the Trisolaran civilization, allowing the Trisolaran civilization to intercept this brain and successfully break into the Trisolaran civilization, become a spy of human civilization. The cruelty of this plan is that a person's brain must be taken out alive and intact, and it must be guaranteed that he will not hate humans because of this. In the three-body civilization, he will still have a heart for humans. This is undoubtedly difficult. Even in today's global environment where human beings are jointly dealing with the Trisolaran civilization, there are not many suitable candidates. I can't find it, there is no suitable candidate. You are here for Nils Yael, right? He is dead. Charles replied angrily. Oh. Vader seemed not surprised. Did you bring the brain back? Charles. I repeat, people have been turned into ashes, and there are no bones left. That's a pity, it's so rare to find a suitable candidate. After Thomas Vader got up and was about to leave, he acted vigorously and did not mean to procrastinate at all. Aren't you curious about how he died? It was because of a ridiculous plan by Xuan, the fifth Wallfacer in Daxia. Charles said. Xuan, the fifth Wallface. Thomas Vader, not interested. Look, use your beast-like intuition to perceive it. Charles showed the report he had just written to him. Vader caught it casually, turned and left. 10 minutes later, Charles's door was kicked open by Vader, and the latter's eyes shone with a sharp light, and he came to Charles's table in 2 steps, his eyes shining brightly. Tell me. What did you hear in that council? What is this so-called weird SCP containment? Xuan didn't know that on the far side of the Pacific Ocean, Thomas Vader, director of the PIA Planetary Defense Directorate and the Technical Planning Center of the Strategic Intelligence Agency, carefully watched his narration. On Huaxia's side, many official figures and high-level officials have collapsed. Can't find it. Can't find anyone who agrees with 0-0-096 shy people at all. Our system has identified almost thousands of people with similar signs and characteristics in the northwest and northeast regions, but there is no doubt that there is no abnormality in all of them. The same goes for the southwest region and the southeast region. 153 people with similar signs were found, but after verification, none of them were brightly lit. Several display screens exuded azure light, and in the combat command platform, figures were frantically busy here. They walked in a hurry, carrying documents, each of them had thick dark circles under their eyes, and looked tired, but even so, they still. Sitting in front of the computer, he kept typing on the keyboard frantically. Ever since Xuan announced a lot of information about the 0-0-096 shy person, Huaxia has started a frantic search. At the beginning, they were very confident, thinking that with the world's top facial recognition system and satellite system, they would definitely be able to find 0-0-096 shy people soon. However, what surprised them was that no matter how frantically they searched, no matter how carefully they searched, they couldn't find anything related to 0-0-096. The shadow of the shy man. Although many people who agree with the characteristics were found, after the armed policeman with live ammunition cleared the surrounding area and came to check, none of them showed any abnormalities. Can't look at it, what the hell does that mean? Could it be that it is hidden in the void? Or is it simply invisible? It shouldn't be, but the occurrence is a humanoid creature that appeared in Daxia, and the system should be able to recognize it. The person in charge of the facial recognition system, who was in charge of handling this matter, was sweating all over his body. You know, this is an SCP weird containment that can reach the level of destruction of the world. I can't find it for a long time, so it's impossible not to panic. If Xuan is the first to find the shy person of 0-0-096, it will definitely be an unprecedented disaster. Find. Keep looking for me. Must find it out for me. Shi Ling, the general manager of the southeast region, calmly opened his mouth to order. At this time, he was sitting in the search hall, waiting for the results to appear. In fact, not only him, but also the heads of the other 3 major districts are always sitting in the halls of their respective areas, turning on the video communication and staring at the screen at all times. Even the old man in the tunic suit is anxiously waiting here. However, no matter how anxiously they searched, they couldn't find any relevant news. Where is this 0-0-097 shy person? Has it really appeared? Countless Huxia big shots and high-level people are all anxiously waiting. And in the distant space, 3-body civilization over there. It is a new discovery. Chapter 74. No trace at all, sir. In the command hall of the Azure Hive, a Trisolaran civilization researcher stood in front of the fleet governor, his three-colored body fluctuated and flowed chaotically. It seemed that he didn't understand what was happening in front of him. We're almost certain that 0-0-096 shy people didn't show up. According to the inference of the Ito organization, this may be the plan of the fifth Wallfacer, deliberately distracting Sifon's attention. The researcher said. Distraction? Yes, sir, because whether it's the first 0-0-087 endless stairwell, or 0-0-1512 unreasonable routes, our Siphons are almost immediately aware that they have found the target. But this time, I can't find it no matter what. The fleet console floated in the blue space, and the stars outside the hull cast mottled light. Yes. The researcher nodded. Except for the Siphons used to block the basic technology of the Earth, the remaining 6 Siphons have all been dispatched. In 10 3-body hours, these 6 Siphons have scanned the entire Daxia and its surrounding sea areas and countries 100,000 times. Nothing found. The fleet consul fell silent. Deceit and lies are extremely complicated things for 3-body literary stars, and they must go through full imagination and bold guesses before they can silently comprehend a little bit. In their eyes, the romance of the 3 kingdoms of the Earth civilization is even more obscure than the laws of 11-dimensional space. Let me see. At this moment, almost the Trisolarans in the entire fleet turned their heads to look at the fleet consul, because an unimaginably huge amount of brainwaves erupted somewhere. Obviously he is guessing whether this is a conspiracy. Finally, the fleet consul took a deep breath and began to ask, keep looking. Conspiracy or not, keep searching. Yes, sir. The researcher nodded. Xuan said, can't look directly at it, do you follow it, this should be a key reminder. Observed, sir, all observations are Siphons looking down on the 4-dimensional space. This kind of observation is not an observation in the ordinary sense, no existence of any 3-dimensional world can perceive it, just like the people in comic books always like not being able to see the reader, not having looked, not even seeing. Very good, we still need to pay attention, let the Siphons expand in higher dimensions all the time, and when necessary, they can be upgraded to the 11th dimension. It takes a lot of resources. Let's do it. We can't take the risk of losing an SCP containment. The development of Earth's civilization has exceeded many expectations. Yes. The researchers withdrew respectfully. The silent search was staged again in the Trisolaran civilization fleet. The pitch-black galaxy exudes gorgeous light, beautiful stars bloom in the distance, and the dazzling brilliance falls on the body of the fleet consul, who is like a work of art in an instant. I didn't expect that there is still such a thing hidden in human civilization. A Xuan who wants to kill Xuan on a whim is actually more dangerous than logic. If the Ito organization hadn't been allowed to assassinate Xuan, what would have happened? Looking in the direction of the distant Earth, the fleet consul's body is swaying with brilliance. 0-0-096. Where is it? On the Earth, all members of Huaxia took action, and countless bigwigs went out in person, leading teams to search 0-0-097 shy people nervously. The Milky Way and a series of supercomputers put down all the work and turned on their horsepower, and the Baida Tiangong carried out the detection of the Earth at the same time. The 6 Siphons travel across Daxia, and the supercomputer retrieves every living body in Daxia. However, no matter how they searched and retrieved, there was no trace that could be found. Only Xuan in the distant Yanjing compound, looking at the continuous rise, has almost reached twice the 0-0-1512 unreasonable root belief value, and the system is still improving. Smash it! The 0-0-1512 unreasonable root was summoned with only 800 belief points, and the 0-0-096 shy person who didn't even appear with 1500 belief points. Now, some people can see. In fact, whether it is Huaxia, which has completely fallen into anxiety, or the 3-body civilization, which has failed to find results after tens of thousands of searches, they have all fallen into a small blind spot. Because 0-0-087 endless stairwells and 0-0-1512 irrational routes both appeared in and around Huaxia. So for the 18th place 0-0-096 shy person, both sides also take it for granted that this time they will also appear in Huaxia. But it is not. Because this time the press conference, in addition to many high-level and big figures in Huaxia, there was another person who also heard it. That is the head of foreign affairs from the United States. Charles. America. New York, the city that never sleeps. The moon and stars are rare. Huge neon lights are shining, and groups of people are walking on the street. As the most symbolic and one of the most prosperous areas in the United States, Times Square in Manhattan has always had more than 10,000 tourists at any time in the past. But as the news of the upcoming three-body civilization spread across the earth, Times Square began to cool down a bit. But even so, even though it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, there were still thousands of figures here venting their vitality, ecstasy. And about 3 or 4 blocks away from Times Square, on a street full of feasting, a limited edition crimson Bugatti Veyron is galloping crazily. Buzz. 8.0 TW16, 100 km per hour acceleration in 2.5 s, and a powerful engine that can explode at a maximum speed of 407 km per hour, let this beast roar to tear the night. The wide tires wiped out blue smoke on the ground, and the streamlined body and roar like a mighty army caused countless citizens to avoid it. Yo-ho! W. Jerry was sitting in the second row, carrying a bottle of wine, with a scantily clad girl on the left and right. Jerry stood up from the 120m/s car, raised his head and drank a bottle of wine, and threw it directly at the passers-by in the distance. Go to his three-body civilization. FK him 400 years later. Dry. Ha 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 ha. Jerry laughed, and the other 2 girls laughed too, their blonde hair shining intoxicatingly in the neon night. Jerry's father is one of the most powerful congressmen in New York, the United States. His mother is a successful entrepreneur and a regular resident of Time magazine. She made her fortune in oil, gas, and real estate. She built a huge business at the age of 40 empire. His uncle is the godfather of Watson, and Imber is the head of the police department. As a standard only child born with a golden spoon in his mouth, Jerry has had no worries about food and clothing since he was a child. Jerry liked his name very much when he was a child, until one day he watched an animation called Tom and Jerry, and he had a deep hatred for the name Tom. Almost on the second day after watching the animation, Jerry took people to his school, beat up all the people with Tom in their name, and even beat the ribs of several classmates. Interrupted. This incident did not cause much commotion at the time, because the principal of the school personally helped him suppress it without his parents coming forward. Those parents who were beaten refused to accept the appeal, but the result was nothing at all. Instead, those students with Tom in their name submitted applications for transfer to another school one by one. As an adult, Jerry inherited his mother's intelligence and father's ruthlessness, and created a mutual aid foundation when the three-body civilization came and all economies were in recession. In just a few years, he has created his own world and lived a luxurious life. After spending a lot of money in the bar tonight, Jerry decided to take his good brother Mike to Times Square, call 10 most beautiful girls, let him feel the pleasure of 10 times of bliss. Mike! Don't let me down tonight. These 10 girls are all carefully selected by me. Jerry shouted wantonly while holding a wine bottle, his handsome face was covered with red lips. I really don't know what those big shots are worrying about every day. It's still 400 years before the arrival of the three-body civilization, and they won't live to that era. Happiness in time is the best life. Mike in the driver's seat was laughing, also carrying a bottle of wine, drunk and driving. Ghost knows what those big shots are thinking, three-body civilization FK me. Carpe diem. Ha 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 ha. Amidst a burst of laughter, Jerry asked Mike to pull the car over in the alley by the side of the road, and he walked down with a wine bottle, drunk. Wait for a while, I'll solve the problem. Mike whistled, my dear Jerry, would you like Jessica to help me? Jerry cursed with a smile, took a sip of wine, and came to the alley. The dark and damp alley seems to be a completely different world from the bustling Times Square outside. There is no sound here, the sound outside is like a grey drum, and a little moonlight illuminates the wall. Jerry put one hand on the wall and started to go to the bathroom, but not long after he started, he suddenly cursed. Fuck! Because in his line of sight, with the help of the moonlight, he could see a figure not far away, curled up in the corner of the alley. He seemed particularly thin, pacing constantly, squatting in the corner, not knowing what to do. Seeing such an upside-down figure suddenly, Jerry was taken aback, and couldn't urinate immediately after halfway to the toilet. After being stunned for a while, Jerry suddenly became angry, picked up the wine bottle and walked towards the figure. Fuck! Damn bum! Who put you here? Under the dark night, Jerry couldn't see the figure clearly, he could only see that his figure was extremely thin. Although squatting in the corner, it can be seen that his hands and feet are very long, with almost no muscles, and he looks like a malnourished homeless man. Jerry walked over angrily, and the latter kept backing away, lowering his head to face the wall, speaking vaguely. Please, please don't come. Please. Don't look at me. This figure was particularly weird when speaking, many syllables were unclear, and the undead twitched violently, screaming with unknown meaning. Seeing this, Jerry became even more angry. He strode forward, rolled up his sleeves, and smashed the wine bottle on the head of the homeless man without any hesitation. Kong! This figure was beaten. With a stagger, blood mixed with some unknown mucus flowed down, splashing Jerry all over his body. Fuck! Jerry smelled the disgusting smell and the stinky blood on his body, and his heart was furious. Damn bum! There should be no shadows of you people in the Manhattan Shield. Jerry, who was on alcohol, punched and kicked the homeless man. Puff! Puff! The sound of blood splattered echoed in the alley. Facing Jerry, whose eyes were already red, the homeless man staggered from the beating. But he kept his back to Jerry, murmuring indistinctly. Please. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Ah. The less he resisted, the more angry Jerry became. He picked up a steel pipe from the ground and slammed it down on the homeless man's spine. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp bone-breaking sound, the homeless man fell to the ground with a plop as if he had no support. But even so, it kept facing the wall, muttering in its mouth, and with its two skinny arms, it tried its best to climb far away. Is this a broken spine? The wind at night blew Jerry's hair, he was holding the steel pipe full of blood, he came back to his senses, but soon, his eyes became cruel. Isn't he just a homeless man? What's the big deal? Let alone one such person, it doesn't matter if 10 or hundreds of them, of Wang Zhao's, die. Skinny people crawled in the alley, and the smelly blood flowed on the stone slabs, blending inexplicably with the dark alley. Jerry stepped forward with a grinning grin, and grabbed the homeless man by the collar. Head up! What? The homeless man still seemed to be struggling, and tried his best to block his face with both hands, not wanting him to see his face. But Jerry shot directly, and 2 sticks broke his slender arm without any muscles. Crack! Crack! Stepping on his broken hands, Jerry finally straightened the homeless man's face. Jerry froze for a moment. Because by the moonlight, he could see the tramp's face clearly. It was an extremely weird face. It was skinny and pale, as if it didn't have any pigment, and even the eyes on the huge skeleton were pale. There is no nose, the mouth and lower jaw are drooping like being torn apart, the cracked mouth is so big that it can almost swallow a whole watermelon, and it is full of rotten points. Knife teeth. Fuck! What the FK is this? Jerry's pupils constricted, he stood up as if he was getting an electric shock, and stepped back a few steps, with a terrified expression in his eyes, half of the alcohol smell in his body was suppressed. What the FK is this? Halloween costumes? It's FG not Halloween right now. Jerry looked at the skinny figure kneeling on the ground with some horror, and suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. The next moment, after seeing his face, the homeless man froze for a moment, and suddenly let out a miserable scream of despair. It knocked Jerry away, knelt on the ground and covered his face vigorously, crying in pain. What Help me! Do not look! Die, die, die! What? Chapter 75. Great sadness filled the entire gloomy alley. The tramp-like creature wailed, cried, lying on the ground, moving its limbs back and forth in a panic, as if in a panic, with unimaginable wailing and screaming from its throat. What? Save, save! Please do not! Hashtag. Its voice is as hoarse as sandpaper on a tabletop, with a texture like a metal plate, which is extraordinarily sharp. It covered its face, fell into despair and madness, hit the wall again and again, blood spattered everywhere. Boom! 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 The flesh and blood hit the wall, and after only a few hits, Jerry seemed to see the dense white bones under the scalp. Fack! In the dark alley, a thin figure like a scarecrow screamed and hit the wall, even knocking out his own skull. Even if it is as fierce and arrogant as Jerry, it is hard to contain a chill and fear in his heart at this time. What's this? Damn God! Is this a lunatic? Jerry pulled out his gun almost instantly, aiming at the skinny figure who was going mad. But at this time, the firearms that brought him a great sense of security in the past no longer brought him the slightest warmth. Because in the next second, he saw a window above the alley open. A strong man with beards and tattoos on his upper body stretched out his head, dropped a beer bottle, and angrily cursed at the homeless man. Who fuck hits the wall here in the middle of the night? Do you want to die? He also seemed to see the face of the homeless man, and was taken aback. Fack! I'm startled, what the hell is this? It's so ugly. However, just as the bearded man finished speaking, Jerry saw the homeless man suddenly lay down. Then, with a completely incredible speed and posture, as if he completely ignored gravity, he climbed to the 10-meter-high window in an instant. Help me! Die! The arm as thin as a scarecrow erupted with unimaginable power. He dragged the strong man out of the window, and before he even came back to his senses, his two weirdly slender arms without any muscles slammed into the air. 263 directly tore that 1.9-meter-tall man in half. Blood splatters. The strong man didn't even know what happened before he died. Before he could even utter a scream, he lost his life forever. Help me! Don't, look, woo woo woo! The huge monster waved its skinny forelimbs and let out a mournful scream. The silver moonlight fell down, together with the warm internal blood, it directly covered Jerry's face. Jerry was stunned. Trembling, he stretched out a hand and wiped the things off his face. Next second. What? Jerry dropped the gun in his hand, screamed, and fled crazily. Fake 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 fake. What is that? He glanced back, and was horrified to find that the weird monster's mouth was slapped abnormally. Weeping, he tore off a thigh from the corpse, threw it into his mouth and chewed it. Kaka. Blood mixed with flesh and blood fell from the sky, pattering, every drop seemed to hit Jerry's heart, making him incontinent when he urinated. Hearing that creepy voice and feeling the extremely eerie aura behind him, Jerry was really scared out of his wits. I used up all my breastfeeding strength, and within 10 seconds, I returned to the side of the car. Yo, your trip to the toilet is a bit long enough. Mike laughed at Jerry in the car. But Jerry slapped it directly, and climbed into the car, looking back from time to time, roaring palely, go! Go! After being slapped, Mike was obviously a little stunned, but seeing Jerry's terrified and pale face, he didn't say anything, and hurriedly stepped on the accelerator. What's wrong, Jerry? There's a monster in the FG alley. Monster? Before Mike could finish his question, his pupils suddenly shrank to the world of needles. Because in the rearview mirror, he clearly saw what the monster Jerry was talking about in the alley where he ran out, a shadow with slender limbs rushed out. It seemed to be extremely malnourished, and through the moonlight, it could be seen that his arms were seriously out of proportion to his body, and his skin was almost completely white, without any pigment. But the scariest thing was that face. The corners of its mouth were wide open, and its chin could almost touch the ground. Inside were 2 rows of rotten teeth, and a large piece of hideous flesh and blood could be seen, as if it had just eaten. Its eyes were completely pale, and it crawled on all fours, screaming, weeping, and making frighteningly inarticulate noises. Just looking at it makes his scalp tingle. Not only Mike, but the two blonde beauties on the back seat of the car also saw this terrifying monster, and their faces turned pale with fright. However, when Liang's blonde stunner screamed in horror, the monster chased after it, and directly grabbed the two beauties into the air one by one. Then it was torn to pieces. Who I am? Where am I? What is this doing? Scarlet blood splashed on Mike's face, watching the two hot blonde beauties who flirted with him die. Watching their internal organs spilling out in the car, Mike was completely dumbfounded. FKUFG. Run! At the critical moment, Jerry slapped Mike on the face, and at the same time shifted gears. He blatantly increased the accelerator. The low-pitched growl of the multi-million-dollar beast. Mike finally came back to his senses. The tires burst into green smoke in an instant. He operated the Bugatti Veyron, and rushed out like an arrow off the string. Fake fake fake! What is this? Mike yelled in despair. However, before the car ran far, he heard a more sad roar and wail from the monster behind. Help me! Howling and screaming, the monsters came chasing and killing them under the darkness of the night. Their speed was so fast that it could not be compared with the peak speed of human mechanical creations. Seeing this scene, McJerry was also frightened silly. You know the top speed of Bugatti Veyron is as high as 407 km per hour. This monster can still catch up. The accelerator pedal was almost fully pressed to the bottom, and they ran wildly all the way, almost reaching the maximum speed within a few seconds. However, the monsters behind them had no intention of chasing after them at all. They were still twisting and staggering and crazily chasing after them. His actions looked extraordinarily weird. Moving forward with both feet for a while, crawling on all fours for a while, there was no logic at all. But just like this, it gives people a more weird and gloomy feeling. Do not run. Please help me. Help me. Just when Mike and Jerry were running away, many other passers-by along the way also happened to see all this. Some people only saw a little shadow, while others saw his whole picture. But no matter who it was, they were all terrified by the appearance of the distorted monster. Especially those who saw the face of this monster, their scalps became numb from being frightened for no reason. As a result, before those who saw the monster's face realized what was going on, the howling monster suddenly appeared in front of them. CGBB. State. Don't have. Die. The thin limbs easily penetrated everything. Accompanied by the sound of wailing and puffing, the entire street was in chaos and blood was splattered everywhere. Numerous car accidents broke out on the streets. Countless passers-by were murdered. Before they even realized what happened, they were torn to pieces by the tall monster. Fortunately, it was the night of Manhattan, and there were not many people on the road. But even so, it's scary enough. In just a few tens of seconds, dozens of people died at the hands of the strange monsters. Some of them are pedestrians, some are driving cars, and some are people sticking out of roadside buildings. The most important thing is that while killing these people, this weird monster is still chasing Mike and Jerry. In the flames of the explosion, monsters appeared burning. Its skin had been burned and completely disappeared, but it seemed to be unresponsive, and it was still chasing McJerry crazily. What the hell is this monster? Seeing all this in the rearview mirror, McJerry is going crazy. They panicked and went crazy. And behind them, more and more people saw the monster chasing wildly. Its screams became more and more stern, and its wailing became more and more sorrowful. The flames and blood of the explosion completely sprinkled the entire street. Lucky to run fast, lucky to run fast. Looking at the miserable scene behind, Jerry almost went crazy. Where did this monster come from? It's really weird. And when they were in a panic, they didn't realize at all that their car had already driven into Times Square before they knew it. What happened? What happened? Is this thunder? Above Times Square, a figure curiously moved towards the distance. Immediately afterwards, they saw a red Bugatti Veyron crazily rushing into Times Square, then seemed to have no time to turn, and crashed into the Starbucks coffee shop with a bang sound. Fuck! Who drives so fast in the busy city? Are you sick? The flaming Bugatti Veyron parked in the shattered cafe. The beast of money finally stopped humming. However, when everyone looked over subconsciously, they suddenly discovered that not far behind the Bugatti Veyron, a tall monster with a ferocious face, slender limbs and a body proportion that was completely unreasonable was chasing after him. After charging onto Times Square, the monster seemed to freeze. And at the same time it was stiff, because of the huge explosion of the Bugatti Veyron. Countless tourists in Times Square turned their eyes through it. Even in the surrounding high-rise buildings, many people heard the sound of the explosion, opened the windows, and looked down. Fact, it's actually a Bugatti, it's a big loss. Which young master does this belong to? Rich man. Some people noticed the burning car in Starbucks and started talking, but some people also noticed the tall monster standing in the center of Times Square. Okay. What's this? Is this a Christmas costume? Or a bum with a mask on? What is standing in the middle of the square? He seems to be very tall. Exploded? Who is this racing in the middle of the night? Many people watched with interest, and even took out their cameras, snapping pictures. The security guards in Times Square immediately rushed to Starbucks with fire extinguishers, and some security guards came to the tall monster with explosion-proof sticks. As a result, they haven't waited for them to speak. The gigantic monster that was stiff and sluggish in Times Square suddenly covered its face and knelt down on the ground in pain. It growled in despair. Help, help me. Many security guards froze for a moment, and the head of the security captain subconsciously wanted to take a closer look. The result is the next second. A skinny, shriveled arm without any muscles, like a scarecrow, suddenly pierced his chest. Puff! Immediately afterwards, the arm was withdrawn at a speed that ordinary people could not see clearly, and it pierced and tore all the security guards around. Many security guards froze for a moment, looked down, and found that there was a large hole in their chest that was transparent from front to back. Half of the heart can be seen, still beating twitchingly. They widened their eyes and wanted to say something, but in the end only blood gushed out of their throats. Plop! Plop! Everyone fell down, and the Kubo monster lying on the ground raised its head. The face that was originally ferocious and terrifying was once again covered with a strange color. It slowly stretched out a hand, grabbed a frightened tourist not far away, and tore it in half like tearing up blank paper. Blood splatters. The shriveled monster slowly got up. It screamed, crying and howling under the moonlight. Help me! Die! 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 You 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 you. Next moment, the monster turned into a black shadow and rushed out. A violent and terrifying massacre was suddenly staged in the entire Times Square. Chapter 76. Blood is spilled all over Times Square. The monster stood on the ring of blood, with more than a dozen pieces of shattered bodies scattered around, forming a monstrous and ferocious altar, surrounding the white monster in the middle. Dark clouds covered the moonlight. The skinny figure kneeled on the ground and cried, and the chaos was filled in an instant. Times Square. Countless tourists screamed. The shattered internal organs and warm intestines were scattered out under the tremendous force. Within a radius of more than 10 meters, many people were dumped. Feeling the warm internal organs on their bodies, they knelt on the ground and vomited on the spot. What? What is this? Everyone screamed. Their pupils reflected pale figures, and a high decibel sound of unknown meaning came out of their throats. They frantically want to escape, want to stay away from this place, but some people can't move their legs. Their whole bodies were shrouded in fear. Almost as soon as they moved, their legs became weak, and they knelt down on the ground with a plop. There were also people who ran 2 steps, tripped and fell to the ground, stepped back with their feet staring, and shouted for help at the top of their lungs. There are also people running desperately, using both hands and feet, not daring to turn their heads, and their faces are as pale as paper. Even those people watching the excitement from the tall buildings were shocked by the bloody scene. All pupils constricted and screamed out loud. Fuck! How is this going? What is that monster standing in the middle doing? Did he kill? How did he do it? This is tearing people apart. Countless people stared at the monster in the center of the venue in horror, with panic and horror in their voices. One after another, figures took out their mobile phones and aimed at the monster one after another, wanting to take pictures. However, before they could take too many shots, the white monster standing in the pool of blood let out an even more intense wail. Ah! 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 Please! Die! Ah! The thin white figure wailed, and wept, covering his face with both hands and knelt on the ground. It seems to be enduring great sorrow, but at the same time, what it does has nothing to do with sorrow at all. He stood up, his limbs twisted, and his two slender legs exploded at an unimaginable speed. In just a moment, he came near the burning Bugatti Veyron, with a completely disproportionately slender upper limb stretched out, broken glass, collapsed walls, twisted steel, nothing can stop this arm from moving forward. Its arm was scratched with bloodstains one after another, and the blood flowed down like money, but it was completely unstoppable. Then this pale arm without any pigment grabbed the head of Jerry, who was still alive in the blazing flames. No. Wait. You can't. Jerry struggled, great fear welling up in his heart, but before he could finish his words, the arm began to withdraw. Steel, flames, glass, wreckage, everything seems to have no effect on this arm at all, as if it can't hinder it at all. But Jerry's body was firmly stuck in the ruins, dragged down by a huge force, and he was pulled out of the ruins directly. Blood dripping. Dead, dead. Opening his mouth wide, the rotten blade-like teeth crushed the flesh and blood, and the bright red blood flowed all over the ground like jelly. The crying and madness of the white monster is even more dignified. It raised its head, its two eyes without any pupils and pigments looked towards those who had seen its face before. The next moment, he moved. Regarding the tragedy caused by the white monster in Times Square, in the future, the SCP's Strange Containment Foundation calculated its speed based on an undestroyed video, after ultra-high pixel analysis and facial blur processing. The speed is 1,600 km per hour. It is approximately equal to 444.4 m/s. This speed has exceeded the speed of sound, and everyone can only see a white after-image flashing, and then the ferocious and terrifying colorless face suddenly magnifies in front of them. Blood dripping. The white monsters were killing in Times Square without any restraint. Almost in just 1 minute, those who fled desperately were all emptied by the white monsters. Not only the people who saw its face, but all the things blocking its way, whether it is rocks, trees, flower beds, cars, or buildings, were smashed and smashed. Occasionally, there are places that seem to take time and effort, but the white monsters will actively avoid them. Just like perspective, they will find a suitable path in the first moment, reach the target, and tear it into pieces. After dealing with the people on the ground, everyone upstairs was completely scared to death. Looking down at the ground that has been completely covered in pools of blood, some people with poor mental quality even peed their pants. My lord! What's going on with Falk? Who can tell me, what is this white monster? Killed, killed. There were also people who stretched out their heads to watch in fear after hearing the voice calm down. Go, go. On the silent street, there was no sound or noise, as if everything had passed through. After confirming again and again, after carefully watching it several times, and confirming that the white shadow was not found, the man heaved a sigh of relief. Hi, it's okay, it's considered gone. Swallowing his saliva, he looked at the scene below that had almost turned into hell, and he could completely imagine how earth-shaking the media would be tomorrow. Fortunately, I took a photo, I don't know how much it can sell. Trembling, he took out his phone, the young man swallowed, and carefully opened the gallery. However, the moment he opened the gallery on his mobile phone, a huge, hideous, colorless grimace appeared on the screen of his mobile phone. Tick. Tick. Fetid blood rained down on the screen from above. The young man suddenly stiffened. Slowly raised his head. He saw a strangely distorted pale human face. What? The screams stopped abruptly. The huge white monster opened its mouth and swallowed his upper body completely in one bite. No point in wasting time. The white monster is targeting every creature in the building that sees its face. Whether it is viewed through technologies such as mobile phones, or through direct viewing with the naked eye. Whether it is clearly seen or only a little blurred, the white monsters are making wild moves. It cries and howls. Just like walking on the ground, walking on the wall as if walking on the ground, the speed does not decrease at all, smashing the wall and breaking the ceiling. In front of him, the huge Times Square screen was easily torn apart like blank paper. He frantically rushed towards various targets. Fack! There were gunshots starting to ring out in the building, and even the sound of exploding grenades and such. But this kind of sound usually only lasts for a while and then disappears. It didn't take long for the white horror monster to run out of the room howling, crying, and killing the next person. At the end of the killing, the white monster even crawled on the ground, propped on the ground with its completely disproportionate forelimbs, running in the air as if flying, madly killing every life that looked at its cheek. Whether it is human beings or cats, dogs, and parrots, they are all killed by it. Everything is being slaughtered crazily. On the far side of the ocean, white monsters are killing indiscriminately in the night, unscrupulously releasing the madness in their hearts. On the Huxia side where the sun is warm at noon, Xuan finally received the message from the system. Congratulations to the host for reaching 2000 trust value. Reward SCP Mobile Task Force X1. Reward 0-0-5 million Panacea X5. Reward Site X1. Reward B-Level Containment Doctor X1. Reward C-Level Combatants X100. Reward D-Class Personnel X1000. Containment number 0-0096, has now completely descended into the real world. The credit value that can be obtained from this storage has reached the upper limit. The task is now open, to contain the strange container 0-0-097, after completing it, you can get the abilities of Most Adaptable, Infinite Madness, Equivalent Distance, and Indestructible. The body floats and runs away. Numerous notification sounds sounded in Xuan's mind. Looking at the prompt in his mind, Xuan was stunned for a moment. 0-0-500? Panacea? What the hell is this? Even the Panacea can be rewarded. Seeing this line of prompts, Xuan hurriedly looked towards the system warehouse, and as expected, he found a small jar of red pills in a plastic bottle in the corner. The quantity is 5 pieces, exuding a simple luster, lying quietly at the level of a plastic bottle. Looking at the 5 small red pills, Xuan suddenly became excited. 0-0-500. Panacea. You must know that the 0-0-5 million Panacea is an absolute drug that claims to be able to solve all diseases and abnormal factors. After oral use, all instability and negative effects can be resolved. Even after being infected with 0-0-008, zombie virus, at the latest stage, the entire body is completely reinfected with prions and transformed into dementia, and it can be easily resolved. Even the Keter level containment, 0-0-409, Jingman, can be cracked easily. It is a well-deserved miracle medicine. There are only 47 pieces in the entire foundation, and they are still being consumed. And now, a total of 5 pieces were actually rewarded? Ask for flowers. This is almost equal to 5 lives. And unlike the previous resurrection scroll, this panacea is not burdensome to use. Looking at the reward this time, Xuan was very happy, but at the same time, he did not forget the 0-0-095 shy person. Just by summoning it, you can reward 5 panaceas. One can imagine how dangerous this 0-0-096 shy person is. But why was it summoned, and I haven't heard any news from Huaxia? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be right? Xuan was a little confused. But that didn't stop him from commanding the Mobile Task Force. The Mobile Task Force summoned this time is the Mobile Task Force from Site ETA-10, See No Evil, See No Evil. The first few mobile task forces established as the SCP Weird Containment Foundation. One of the teams, See No Evil, the See No Evil team is best at investigating, acquiring, and containing displays of visual cognitohazards, visual mimetic agents, or other needs. An item or individual that is observed indirectly or otherwise to ensure safe operations. While 0-0-096 shy people aren't considered a safe medium for visual memes, with a hint from Xuan, see no evil see evil. The team should still be able to contain 0-0-096 shy people successfully. As long as certain conditions are not triggered, under specific containment methods, the containment difficulty of 0-0-096 shy people will not be much more difficult than catching a rabbit in the snow. Of course, see no evil is needed first now. What Mobile Task Force Do No Evil does is not contain 0-0-096. 0. Dear members of the O5 Council are here, the See No Evil team offers you the most sincere greetings. What is today's action order? What? An excited voice came from the system's phone. A new containment object has appeared, I will number it, 0-0-096, and the name is Shy Person. Many of its related characteristics and containment methods have been sent to your computer. Xuan ordered without hesitation. In the next period of time, you can assign the mole rats from the Zayden 9 site, and the mole rats from the Thaden 90 site. Angle Grinders, the Angle Grinder Squad is with you on this mission. Attention, the primary goal of this mission is not to contain 0-0-096 shy people, and the specific containment time will start after I issue an order. 11. Your primary goal is to find and delete all information about 0-0-096 shy people on the internet, and in reality you should understand that this is why. There was a brief silence on the other side of the phone, and after a while, the voice became serious. Received. Respected members of the O5 Council, your foresight and openness are the bright path that illuminates our progress. Take the lead in deleting and removing the 0-0-096 shame. This is indeed the first thing to do, it cannot spread. This kind of cognitive meme is very dangerous. In our team, we have the world's top hackers, computer experts, and divination masters. Please rest assured that we will not let you down. It's good to understand, let's act. Xuan nodded. Yes. We control, we contain, and we protect. For the Foundation, for normality. On Huaxia's side, Xuan has ordered the SCP Mobile Task Force to act. Although he didn't know where the shy 0-0-096 appeared this time, he believed in the strength of the Mobile Task Force. And just when the Mobile Task Force took action, Times Square in the distant United States had been killed and turned into a bloody alley. In the distant universe, in the Trisolaran civilization fleet, many Safans are still frantically scanning the lands of Huachhen and many nearby fields. Countless data were entered, and countless analyses were presented. Almost all the three-body text stars in charge of this project were a little listless and their eyes were shining with gold. But even so, they still didn't stop, they were still desperately searching, feeling like they couldn't find anything and would never give up. And while they were analyzing and scanning millions of times in Daxia over and over again, the only remaining idle Safan, observing the entire Earth and responsible for interfering with all particle colliders around the world, suddenly detected something strange. And the anomaly was transmitted back through quantum entanglement. After a while, the Trisolaran who was in charge of monitoring the Safan stood up hesitantly. A brainwave was sent out. Okay. Everyone. Although the Safan I controlled did not participate in the search for 0-0-096 shy people. But this thing that appeared in Times Square in Manhattan, the United States, is it because of 0-0-096? Chapter 77. In the dark night, chaos and blood-filled Manhattan Times Square. A monster as pale as a scarecrow walked in the room twisted. It wailed, screamed, cried, and made a scalp-numbing cry for help. But the face without any pigment was completely opposite to the sound it made, full of desperate madness and terror. The stinky blood is scattered all around. In the dark night, Times Square tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. And while 0-0-096 shy people are killing people in Times Square 4 light-years away, the colorful stars shine on the smooth surface of the hull formed by the strong interaction force, and 300 Eternal-class antimatter engines absorb all the free antimatter particles in the universe. Melt into one furnace. 1. Unquenchable power spewed out, and in the azure fleet core like crystal fluid. All this is being played on a huge screen. Pale monsters haunted the bustling mansions, and the hideously pale skin without any pigment seemed like a ghost, easily torn apart. There was a figure. And down here. A tired three-body researcher raised his head, looked at the picture sent back by the only idle Xuan, and then looked down at the nearly 10,000 miniature screens and more than 100,000 pieces of anomalous scan data in the Huaxia region. They fell into a brief silence. Even if it is the leader of the fleet consul, the four-color light fluctuations on his body are still a little stagnant at this time. After a long time, he finally sent out brain waves slowly. It looks like we seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. It's hard to imagine such a low-level mistake happening to us. Trisolarans nodded one after another, looking at the pale monster that appeared on the screen. Even they were speechless at this moment. Obviously, the 863 in front of him who is killing recklessly is the 18th ranked SCP Weird Containment, 0-0-096 Shy Person. I thought that the weird containment objects of the previous two SCPs all appeared in Huaxia and near Huazhang. So this time they also take it for granted that the 18th place will also appear near Huaxia. Even many big figures and high-ranking figures in Daxia in the Earth civilization are searching for Daxia and nearby areas. But what they never expected was that they were here to mobilize and control 8 Xuans around the clock, and monitor the troubles in Daxia and any nearby areas here around the clock, hoping to find clues about 0-0-096. The target actually appeared in the United States. How does this embarrass them? But it didn't take long for this sentiment to dissipate, and the fleet consul quickly issued an order. Looking at the pale monster 0-0-096 who was killing wantonly in Times Square in the United States, he calmly issued an order. Except for one Xuan that continues to monitor Daxia, the remaining 7 Xuans are all transferred to various parts of the Earth for scanning and observation. Carry out data analysis on the target, start to search for the difference between the target and its inherent characteristics, and determine whether the target is a containment object. Don't look directly, temporarily let all the Xuans ascend to the 9th dimension, and look down from the high latitude level. Search for signs of the presence of a mobile task force in the surrounding area. If found, leave for reverse tracking analysis. One order after another calmly emanated from the minds of the four-color Trisolarans headed by them, and many researchers